Chapter 1. My girlfriend asked me to have a child. Yun Mushi, are you crazy? You're my girlfriend, and now you want me to marry your sister and have her kids? Inside the couple's hotel suite, a faint fragrance filled the air. Shingo was having a crazy, existential crisis as he looked at his school beauty girlfriend, Yun Mushi, with a puzzled expression. Shingo, please say yes. Yun Mushi gently pulled Shinji's hand, her tone full of pleading. She was the school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School and the vice captain of the school team. She was stunningly beautiful and had excellent talent and strength. Her older sister, Yun Muyue, was superior to her younger sister in every aspect. She even possessed an extremely rare S-level talent and was pre-selected for admission to a top martial arts university. But Yun Muyue encountered an accident for some unknown reason and suddenly lost her martial arts talent, becoming an ordinary person. But isn't this request a bit outrageous? Don't joke around. This is a matter of principle, I can't agree to it. Shingo shook his head and refused. Yun Mushi said in a somewhat anxious tone, I'm not joking. According to national regulations, ordinary people who are over 20 years old and have not yet become martial artists must accept forced marriage if they do not have a marriage partner, and my sister will be 20 tomorrow. The marriage process is completely random and cannot be interfered with. Rather than letting her marry a stranger whose character you don't know, it's better for her to marry you. At least you're handsome and a good person. Yun Mushi spoke with conviction, but concealed the real reason. That is, Shingo possesses the genetic potential to be a top-tier S-level talent. Few people in Jiangcheng know Shinji's true identity, but the Yin family happens to be one of them. Shingo was actually born into the Shin family, one of the 3 supreme martial arts families in Xia Kingdom. His grandfather was a 9th-order planetary-level expert, and his parents were both 8th-order domain-level experts. Shingo, at the age of 18, awakened the one-in-a-million top-tier S-class talent, the blazing true dragon, becoming an incomparably dazzling prodigy of the Eastern Xia Kingdom. Although it is unknown what happened later that caused Shingo to lose his talent and be expelled from the family. But one thing is certain, if 2 people who have awakened S-level talents combine, their child will most likely also be S-level. Knowing that she has lost her status as a martial artist and can no longer help the family, the only thing she can do now is to give birth to a child with S-level talent. Even after hearing Yun Mushi's explanation, Shingo still did not intend to agree. With his current status, he has no way of controlling the eldest daughter of the Yun family. What's more, the two had no emotional foundation, and they got married and had children so casually. What did they take him for? A stallion? Just as Shingo was about to completely give up on Yun Mushi, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The many children, many blessings system has been successfully activated. System function: the host will receive 1 chance to draw a prize for each successful offspring. The many children, many blessings system? After traversing 20 years, the cheat code has finally arrived. A flame instantly ignited in Shinji's dormant heart, and he then carefully studied the system's functions. You won't believe it until you see it. The prize pool is full of top-tier S-class talents, martial arts skills above the 9th rank, divine weapons, spiritual medicines, and special physiques that have only been heard of in legends. Of the millions of people in the entire Jiangcheng, there are very few ordinary S-level talents, and not a single top-tier S-level talent. All 9th-tier divine weapons are the prized possessions of top martial arts families. For example, the Shin family's most prized possession is a 9th-tier divine sword, which is one of the foundations that enabled the Shin family to establish itself in the capital. As for the 9th rank, even Shingo had never heard of it. Now, these incredibly precious things are laid out before you, and you get a chance to win a prize for every offspring you have. Thinking of this, Shinji's breathing became rapid. New player gift pack has been sent, would you like to open it? Shingo was taken aback, there was even a newbie gift pack. He silently chanted in his mind, open it now. Congratulations, host, you have gained maxed out stamina and endurance, and the probability of your partner getting pregnant has increased by 10,000%. The chances of getting pregnant increase by 10,000%. Upon seeing that last line of small print, Shingo felt numb. The higher one's genetic predisposition or the stronger one's abilities, the lower the probability of getting pregnant. 2 people with S-level talent genes might have a bad chance of conceiving their first child on their wedding night. But now the probability has increased by 10,000%, which is simply outrageous. Based on this special ability alone, the country could treat Shingo like royalty. As for physical strength and endurance, those are what every man strives for. Seeing his shifting gaze and softening expression, Yun Mushi assumed he was moved and was about to show a look of joy on her face. But after a brief consideration, Shingu shook her head and refused. There should never be any compromise on matters of principle. Yun Mushi's pleading expression froze, followed by a complex look. All right. After saying that, Yun Mushi turned around and left the room. Shingu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter was over, but unexpectedly, he began to feel hot all over. Wrong. There's something wrong with the incense in this room. It's a Q-inducing fragrance. Shingu immediately understood what was going on. From beginning to end, he had no choice at all. If he had agreed, then everyone would have happily consummated their marriage. If he refuses, then everyone will be unhappy about consummating the marriage. Whether he agrees or not, something is destined to happen between him and Yun Muyue today. Click. No sooner had Yun Mushi left than the door was pushed open and a woman walked in. She wore a silk black nightgown that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long, jet black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. It was Yun Muyue. Let's begin, Yun Muyue said, stepping forward. Shinji's Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze involuntarily drifted downwards. Yun Muyue's silk nightgown was very short, barely covering her vital parts. Her legs were straight and long, her skin so smooth that not a single pore could be seen, and her whiteness was dazzling, creating a strong visual impact against the black silk. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the increasingly intense heat within him, but his brain felt dizzy from the forced suppression. Shingu bit her tongue hard, barely regaining a bit of clarity, and started walking, wanting nothing more than to leave this place as soon as possible. What? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Or do you think I'm not as good as Mushi? Yun Muyue came in later and was minimally affected by the incense. She voluntarily removed all her clothes and stood naked in front of Shingu, appearing completely at his mercy. Glug! Glug! Shingu swallowed mouthful after mouthful of saliva, and could clearly feel the heat inside his body growing stronger. The prolonged inhalation of the stimulant has severely affected the individual's mental state. At the same time, Yun Muyue's figure loomed over him, and her fragrance instantly enveloped Shingu, consuming his last shred of reason. You. The third time is over. The seventh attempt has ended. Is this guy even human? However, Shingu didn't give her much time to be shocked. He flipped over and regained the initiative. Are you coming again? Doesn't he know what it means to be tired? Chapter 2. My sister and I will serve you together. After an unknown amount of time, the battle finally came to an end. Yun Muyue lay limp on the bed, too weak to even move a finger. Her clear, cold phoenix eyes were filled with confusion and emptiness. It's over. It's finally over. This guy is inhuman. Shingu, the instigator, was full of energy at this moment, showing no signs of fatigue from fighting all night. Maxed out stamina and endurance are terrifyingly powerful. Just then, the cold, mechanical voice in my mind rang out again. Partner Yun Muyue has tested positive for pregnancy. Number of draws increased by 1. Host has been detected to have 1 chance to win a prize. Use or not? Shinji's eyes lit up instantly. She got pregnant without noticing during their fight? A 10,000% probability increase that's terrifying indeed. He suppressed his excitement and refocused his attention on the system. System, begin the lottery. Shingu silently recited in his heart. A huge golden roulette wheel immediately appeared before his eyes, divided into countless squares, each shimmering with golden light. Special physique, innate overlord physique. S-rank talent, 9 heavens true flame. 9th tier divine weapon, world-destroying thunder spear. It can be said that every reward on the roulette wheel is enough to drive all the warriors on the entire planet of Earth crazy. Shinji's heart began to race. Give me the win. Talent or physique, either one will do. He screamed wildly in his heart. As long as you can draw the talent and physique, you can start cultivating again, quickly gain cultivation level, and have the ability to protect yourself. In this dog-eat-dog world, strength is the only truth. What's more, he also carries a deep-seated, untold blood feud on his shoulders. The roulette wheel began to spin rapidly, the golden pointer sweeping across one incredible reward after another. Eventually, the speed slowed down. Finally, under Shinji's watchful gaze, the pointer stopped on a talent reward square. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special physique, True Flame Tyrant. Upon seeing the pop-up message, Shingu was first stunned, then overjoyed. The probability of awakening a special physique is even lower than the probability of awakening an S-level talent. The true flame tyrant possesses the strongest fire attribute ability in the world. The strongest. There is none other than this. In the realm of fire, the true flame tyrant is a god-like existence. Any fire attribute talent or physique must bow down before it. Even Shinji's once awakened top-tier S-class talent, the blazing true dragon, was no exception. Moreover, after becoming a 9th-tier planetary-level powerhouse, the flames released by the true flame tyrant are comparable in temperature to the core of the sun, capable of melting everything. Shingo clenched her fists excitedly, trying to calm herself down. After calming down, he suddenly thought of something. Since the system can detect Yun Muyue's pregnancy, can it see her specific information? A thought suddenly occurred to him. System, view Yun Muyue's character panel. Name, Yun Muyue. Age, 20. Constitution, Frost Lord. Status, Awakening 4% absorbing extreme fire attribute energy can accelerate the awakening process. Looking at Yun Muyue's panel, Shinji's pupils contracted slightly. Ice Lord. The strongest ice attribute physique, completely opposite to the true flame tyrant. With a wave of his hand, he can freeze everything in the world, even the ethereal killing intent and energy. No wonder Yun Muyue has such an icy demeanor. She must have some connection to the Ice Lord. Absorbing the ultimate fire attribute energy can accelerate the awakening process. When Shingo looked at the small print at the back, an absurd idea suddenly popped into her mind. His true flame tyrant possesses the ultimate fire attribute energy, doesn't it? But how do we absorb it? Could it be that kind of method? Why don't you try it now? Click. Just then, the suite door was opened. Yun Mushi walked in carrying breakfast, looking relaxed. When she saw the room in a mess and the lingering ambiguous scent in the air, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Sis, Shingo, you guys are making too much noise. When I checked out at the front desk, the people there were giving me strange looks and even asked if I wanted them to call a doctor. She walked straight to the bedside, looked at her sister who was exhausted, and then glanced at Shingo who was full of energy, her eyes filled with surprise. Shingo, are you an animal? My sister is much healthier than most people, and you've ruined her like this? Don't you know how to treat a woman with care? Yun Muyue didn't even have the strength to lift her eyelids. She could only squeeze out a single word from her throat. Roll. Yun Mushi smiled nonchalantly and placed the breakfast on the bedside table. All right, I know you're exhausted. Get up and eat something to recover your strength. As she spoke, she looked at Shingo again, her tone full of teasing. You've worked hard too, eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good when it's cold. Looking at her carefree attitude, Shingo was at a loss for words. These two sisters are so carefree. How can a man who gave his older sister to another man and slept with his own younger sister chat so calmly? Yun Mushi seemed to have seen through Shinji's thoughts and shrugged. In this world, the strong are respected. It is my sister's honor, and also the honor of our Yun family, to have offspring with someone who has S-level talent genes. Moreover, the national law does not stipulate that a person can only marry one wife. On the contrary, it encourages the strong to marry and have more children, thus contributing to the talent pool of Xia Kingdom. Yun Muyue had recovered somewhat by then. She propped herself up and sat up. The silk quilt slipped off her smooth, fragrant shoulders, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. She glanced at Shingo and gritted her teeth secretly. Last night was absolutely insane. I didn't get any rest at all. I was a complete beast. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register right away. The wedding date will be announced later. All the powerful and influential people in Jiancheng will be there to attend. Then after the baby is born, I'll go with you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce and return you to my sister. Will all the powerful and influential people in Jiancheng attend? Shinji's gaze sharpened, his mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. Given his current status and power, if he were to appear at the wedding, he would undoubtedly become the target of ridicule and mockery. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without great strength, even if he is the son-in-law of the Yun family, he cannot gain the true respect of others. I still need to get stronger quickly. In addition, Shingo left Beijing for Jiangcheng because Jiangcheng was the last place her grandfather disappeared. Once the news of my marriage to Miss Yun spreads, will my grandfather come to visit? However, Yun Mushi was displeased upon hearing these words. She sat down on the edge of the bed and took her sister's arm. Sister, you're being too polite. What do you mean by repay? She turned to look at Shingo and said, half jokingly and half seriously. Shingo, you'd better work harder to become stronger, then my sister and I will serve you together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? These bold and outrageous words left Shingu speechless for a moment. He looked at the two stunningly beautiful sisters before him, one as aloof as the moon, the other as lively as fire. This doesn't seem like it's entirely impossible. Anyway, the rice has already become cooked rice. Chapter 3 Objectives. Half an hour later, at the Jiangqing Civil Affairs Bureau. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau looked at the three people in front of them with strange expressions. She'd worked here for so many years, and this was the first time she'd seen her sister-in-law come along during the registration process. Moreover, isn't this sister-in-law too close to her brother-in-law? The registration process was quick. Once she received the red certificate, Yun Muyue didn't even glance at it before stuffing it directly into her bag. Yun Mushi smiled and took Shin Ji's arm, while using her other hand to pull her sister. My dad said that you will be the son-in-law of the Yun family from now on, and he will arrange a good position for you in the company. Starting salary of 1 million per year, with a car and a house provided, guaranteeing you a worry-free life for the rest of your days. Yun Muyue, who had been silent all along, also spoke up in a low voice, her tone revealing no emotion. You don't have any martial arts talent right now, and it's dangerous for you to be out there alone. Staying with the Yun family will at least guarantee your safety. In their view, this is a choice that any normal person would not hesitate to make. An ordinary person who has lost his talent can marry into the Yun family and rise to prominence overnight. This is an opportunity that so many people dream of. But Shingu withdrew her arm. Although life is comfortable in the Yun family, I, Shingu, am not willing to be a spineless son-in-law who lives under someone else's roof forever. I have decided to join the army and start as a private. From the moment he acquired the system, Shingu had already planned his future in his mind. In this dog-eat-dog world, ordinary people generally don't have many cultivation resources. If they want to acquire more cultivation resources, there are usually only two paths. One option is to take the martial arts college entrance exam, and the other is to join the army. Shingu has missed the martial arts college entrance exam, so now he can only join the army. Of course, there is a third way, to solidify his status as a gigolo and grow up by relying on the Yun family. But given Shinji's pride, he would rather risk his life to fight on the battlefield and accumulate merits to exchange for resources than bow down and curry favor with the Yun family to obtain resources. Moreover, Yun Mushi is already 19 years old. If they wait until Yun Muyue's child is born before getting a divorce, Yun Mushi will have already been forced into marriage. Shingu and she had a long-standing relationship, and he absolutely did not want to watch her marry someone else. According to the marriage policy of the Eastern Xia Kingdom, anyone who reaches the second-tier martial arts master realm is eligible to marry two wives at the same time. Therefore, he must become stronger as soon as possible. Once you reach the second-tier martial arts master level, marry Yun Mushi, and get her pregnant, you can participate in the lottery again. Having an additional powerful physique or talent would only allow Shingu to progress faster on his martial arts path. Then you can marry more wives, have more children, and get more rewards. Of course, this is on the premise that the Yun sisters are willing to accept the new wife. Furthermore, and most importantly, Shingu carries a deep-seated blood feud and needs immense strength to return and seek revenge. What? Are you crazy? Join the army? Do you know how high the mortality rate is these days? Do you know how many people die every year fighting against the alien beasts? If you, an ordinary person, go in, you'll just be cannon fodder. The Yun sisters' expressions changed. They knew that Shingu had always had her own pride deep down, which was why Yun Mushi looked at Shingu with new respect. But they never expected Shingu to make such an extreme decision. It's already difficult for ordinary people to survive in the military, let alone make a name for themselves. My mind is made up, you don't need to try to persuade me anymore. Shingu didn't give them another chance to persuade him. He knew he couldn't explain things to them clearly, so he turned around and left. The following day, at the Jiangcheng conscription office. The square was packed with people, with young people lining up to register for military service. For ordinary people without powerful connections, joining the army is the only chance to turn their lives around. So even though it's very dangerous, countless young people still follow in their footsteps. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this Shingu, the boyfriend of our Yunnan University's campus belle? A sarcastic voice came from behind. Shingu turned around and saw a tall, arrogant young man looking him up and down with amusement. Raymond Lam. Shingu knew this person. He was her classmate in high school and also one of Yun Mushi's past ardent suitors. He has good talent and has awakened the B-rank talent, Rock Armor. I never expected that he would also join the army. You should know that with a bit of effort, someone with B-level talent can get into a second-tier martial arts university. What? You got dumped by Miss Yoon, so you've come here to compete with us ordinary people for jobs? Raymond Lam's loud voice instantly attracted the attention of those around him. All eyes turned to Shingu. Many of the people registering for military service here were from the same high school as Shingu, so they naturally knew about the relationship between Shingu and Yun Mushi. Who do we have here? It's that good-for-nothing Shingu. Hey, a good-for-nothing with no talent, now he's running to join the army as a common soldier, it's hilarious. I heard that Yun Mushi is still with him. She must be blind. She'd rather leave a talented young man like Lin Xiao behind than follow a good-for-nothing. Despite the pointing fingers and whispers around him, Shingu remained expressionless, nearly giving the clown in front of him a cold glance. But just one glance sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine, and he felt a sense of fear. It must be a hallucination. Lin Feng pointed his finger at Shin Ji's nose and loudly provoked her. Useless trash. This is a military camp, a place where strength reigns supreme. Without Miss Yoon protecting you, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. Then, Lin Feng changed the subject, his face full of mockery and sarcasm, or, you can consider calling me Master Lin. I'll protect you in the military camp from now on, ha ha ha. Just because of those few words of yours, you better pray you don't run into me during the practical assessment later, or I'll burn all the hair off your body. Shingu said. Ha 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 ha. What did I just hear? This piece of trash said he'd burn all the hair off my body during the practical assessment. Lin Feng laughed wildly, completely ignoring what Lin Feng said. Just then, the announcement for the assessment came over the loudspeaker. Next batch, Shingu, Lin Feng, Wang Hao, will enter the assessment area. The assessment consists of 4 parts: strength, speed, reaction, and combat. The first 3 items are basic assessments. As long as you meet all the requirements, you can successfully enlist. The final practical assessment aims to select promising new recruits. Although Shinji's True Flame Tyrant is the king of all fires, it is not strong in terms of strength, speed, and reaction. Only in actual combat can the full power of the True Flame Tyrant be revealed. The assessment began soon. The first item is a strength test. The test taker needs to focus all their efforts on attacking the force measuring device in front of them. Soon it was Lin Feng's turn. He walked to the force measuring device, took a deep breath, and his right arm muscles instantly swelled, with a faint rock-colored layer appearing on his skin. B-rank talent, rock armor, combines strength and defense. Drink! Lin Feng roared and slammed his fist hard into the force measuring device. Bang! A loud bang. The numbers on the force gauge soared rapidly before finally settling. Lin Feng, 1,250 kilograms, excellent. The instructor in charge of recording nodded in satisfaction. 1,250 kilograms, directly placing him first in the strength test. Holy crap! 1,250 kilograms. No wonder he's a B-level talent martial artist. That's too powerful. If that punch landed, wouldn't an ordinary person be turned into mincemeat? Amidst the praise from the crowd, Lin Feng glanced at Shingu with a smug look. He gave up a second-tier martial arts university and joined the army, all for this moment. Better to be the head of a chicken than the head of a chicken. I won't be a phoenix tail. Shingu smiled dismissively, completely disregarding Lin Feng's provocation. The strength test is just a simple test. In a real battle, the enemy won't stand still and let you hit them with all your might. Next, it was Shin Ji's turn. He walked up to the force gauge and threw a punch without any particular effort, as long as he could pass the test. Shingu, 480 kilograms, qualified. The instructor read out the numbers without any expression. The surrounding area erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. 480 kilograms? Did I hear that right? Isn't that the strength of an ordinary person? Someone like this actually came to join the army? Are they just here to die? Raymond Lam laughed so hard he almost fell over. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. You're not even as good as a woman. And you dare to say you're going to burn all the hair off my body? In the subsequent speed and reaction tests, Shin Ji's results were equally unremarkable, barely reaching the passing grade. Lin Feng, on the other hand, with the help of his B-level talent, achieved excellent results in every aspect and shone brightly. Finally, we arrived at the last item, the practical assessment. The instructor looked at the list in his hand, frowned slightly, and finally called out the names. Next up, Shingu will face Lin Feng. Chapter 4: Crushing. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder laughter. Let an ordinary person with no cultivation fight against young Master Lin? Isn't that just asking for trouble? I remember that young Master Lin is already a quasi-martial artist at the first level of awakening. This piece of trash doesn't have any aura fluctuations. Just looking at young Master Lin would make his legs go weak. The instructors know what they're doing, they'll publicly execute you. Before officially becoming a martial artist, there is a stage called the quasi-martial artist, also known as the awakening realm. The awakening realm is divided into 9 levels. Only by breaking through the 9th level can one become a first-level martial artist, which means one has truly stepped into the threshold of martial arts cultivation. Most people Shinji's age haven't even started cultivating yet, they're just getting to know their talents. Therefore, a quasi-martial artist who has awakened to the first level is already standing out from the crowd. Lin Feng walked onto the arena with a sinister grin, cracking his wrists. He looked at Xingu, his eyes full of provocation. Useless trash, it seems even the heavens aren't on your side, they just had to send you here to die. Today, in front of everyone, I'll beat you into a dead dog. I'll show Yun Mushi just what kind of trash the man she chose really is. Xingu slowly walked onto the arena, a slight smile curving his lips. No matter how sharp the rebuttal, it's not as effective as a clean and decisive defeat of Lin Feng. On the stage, the instructor briefly announced the rules and then stepped aside. The assessment begins. At his command, Lin Feng sprang into action instantly. Useless trash. Kneel down. He roared and threw a punch with all his might. He wanted to cripple Xingu with overwhelming force in one blow. However, Xingu didn't even lift his eyelids in the face of this punch that was powerful enough to split rocks. He simply raised his right hand lazily. Then, to the disbelief of everyone present, he slowly extended one index finger. Holy crap! What is he trying to do? Catch it with his fingers? Is this guy scared out of his wits? That was young Master Lin's full force punch. Everyone thought Xingu had gone mad, this was practically courting death. Court death. Lin Feng realized this was Shinji's provocation, so he increased the force of his blows. Just as Lin Feng was about to touch Xingu, a golden light flashed from Shinji's fingertip. Then, a burst of golden flames suddenly erupted. It was neither a cluster of flames nor a fireball. Instead, it was a sea of fire. Call. The golden flames surged with the wind, engulfing Lin Feng completely with overwhelming force. The whole process was so fast that no one had time to react. By the time they came to their senses, the raging fire had vanished in an instant. That's it? What's going on? Why isn't young Master Lin moving? That fire looks intimidating, but it's actually completely harmless? The audience below the stage were buzzing with discussion, all believing that Xingu was just bluffing, since Lin Feng seemed to have suffered no harm at all. But the next second, a gentle breeze blew by. Lin Feng's combat uniform and even the hair on his body turned to ash and vanished with the wind. A completely naked, dark-skinned man with not a single hair on his head or toes appeared before the crowd. Holy crap! What did I see? Where are young Master Lin's clothes? Where's his fur? Not a single one left. Not even an eyebrow. How the hell did they do that? What kind of fire-type talent is this? Lin Feng felt a slight coolness on his head, followed by a burning sensation throughout his body. Ah! A sharp pain shot through him, and he rolled around on the ground frantically, trying to relieve the burning pain all over his body. I told you, I'll burn all your hair off. Shinji's lips curled up again, still with that confident demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was so enraged that he coughed up blood. The instructor in charge of the assessment had already stood up. He stared intently at Xingu, whose expression remained calm, his eyes filled with horror. These new recruits couldn't understand it, but he could see it clearly. When that flame just passed by, the temperature was controlled with exquisite precision. If the flames had been just a tiny bit hotter, or had lasted just a second longer, Lin Feng wouldn't be standing here rolling around naked right now, he'd be a charred corpse. No. Not even coke will be left. It's important to know that Lin Feng is no ordinary person. He possesses the B-level talent, rock armor, which grants him astonishing strength and defense. Moreover, his martial arts realm is even higher than Shinji's. But in front of Xingu, he couldn't even withstand a single move and was instantly killed. It seems that Shinji's talent is at least A level. Breaking his shock, the instructor strode onto the stage, glanced at Lin Feng's condition, and then waved for the medic. The battle assessment continued for several hours before it ended. Everyone, assemble. The instructor's loud voice echoed throughout the entire area. All the candidates quickly lined up and stood in formation. The instructor, holding the score sheet in his hand, cleared his throat. Those who score below 60 points in this assessment will be eliminated. Now, the comprehensive assessment results will be announced. He picked up the list in his hand and began to read it aloud. 123rd place, Wang Hao, 60 points. 124th place, Zhao Dayan, 60 points. 3rd place, Lin Feng, 85 points. 2nd place, Xin Gu, 92 points. The moment he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. What? 2nd place? Didn't he barely pass the first 3 tests? How could he be ranked 2nd? Practice score. He definitely got full marks in practice, and maybe even bonus points. To instantly kill an opponent with B-level talent with a single finger, and even do so across realms, such combat ability deserves extra points. Upon hearing this result, Lin Feng's eyes turned red, and his fists clenched tightly. Losing the assessment because of carelessness and being ambushed by this good-for-nothing is an utter disgrace. Even more humiliating was that he was burned to the point of being completely naked, which was incredibly shameful. Xin Gu, you bastard, just you wait. I'll make you pay for this 100-fold. The instructor ignored the murmurs below and continued announcing the first place score. First place, Zhao Tian. Overall score, 95 points. As the instructor called out the name, a tall, aloof young man stepped out of the group. He exuded an aura of dominance and arrogance. Zhao Tian, with the B-grade talent, Wind Blade, is said to be the only awakened level 3 martial artist in this assessment. So it was him. No wonder he got first place. Zhao Tian is not like us ordinary people. He is the son of the Zhao family, here in the army to gain experience. We definitely can't compare to him. The Zhao family is one of the 4 most prominent families in Jiangcheng, alongside the Yin family. The family has many powerful members, among whom the Zhao family patriarch is a 4th-level martial artist. Upon hearing the result, Zhao Tian remained unmoved, still standing there arrogantly. Even if all these useless people joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him alone. Those whose names haven't been called can leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, half of the people turned and left dejectedly. The square suddenly became much emptier, with only the new recruits who had passed the assessment remaining. The instructor looked at the new recruits standing in front of him, his expression turning serious. In the past, recruitment would have ended here. But starting this year, a new assessment has been added: the hunting assessment. Hunting assessment? The new recruits looked at each other, their faces showing nervousness. You must understand that this hunting assessment is different from sparring and involves facing exotic beasts head-on. The instructor pointed to a vast forest not far away. Everyone must hunt down a strange beast, either independently or in cooperation, before nightfall, using the beast's core as proof. Of course, the military never shortchanges the brave. The top 10 in terms of kills this time will all receive rewards. And the first place winner will receive a top-grade first-tier spiritual herb, the Qi and Blood Spirit Mushroom. The numerous new recruits below erupted in chaos. For aspiring martial artists, even a first-tier spiritual medicine is already quite precious. The winner of this hunting assessment will receive a top-grade first-tier spiritual medicine, Qi and Bloodlingji. This one is worth at least several 100,000, its value almost comparable to those ordinary second-grade low-level spiritual herbs. Whoever manages to obtain this top-grade first-tier spiritual herb will be able to break through a minor realm. In an instant, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Even if you don't get first place, you'll still receive a spiritual medicine reward if you make it into the top 10. Chapter 5: The Terror of the True Flame Tyrant. Humph. The hunting assessment is all about the number of kills. I'm determined to get the Qi and Blood Ganoderma. Lin Feng's gaze swept past Xin Gu and went straight to Zhao Tian. In his view, Xin Gu was still nothing to fear. Only Zhao Tian, who had awakened to the 3rd stage, could put some pressure on him. Zhao Tian noticed Lin Feng's gaze but ignored it, maintaining his arrogant and haughty demeanor. He doesn't lack this top-grade first-tier spiritual herb, but he absolutely cannot give up the first place in the assessment. Otherwise, what will become of the Zhao family's reputation? Xin Ji's lips curled up, equally determined to obtain that first-grade top-quality spiritual herb. But unlike Lin Feng and Zhao Tian, he didn't take them seriously. Considering that you are all new recruits, each of you will be issued an electromagnetic ball. As he spoke, he gestured to his assistant to distribute small metal balls to everyone. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, crush it, and the nearby patrol team will immediately rush to your aid. But remember, once you use it, it also means you automatically forfeit the assessment. The assessment shall begin now. The instructor gave the order. The other recruits were still hesitating, discussing who they should team up with. Zhao Tian snorted coldly, and his entire body transformed into a blur, becoming the first to rush into the dense forest at an astonishing speed. Without the slightest hesitation, Xingu flashed into the jungle. "Oomph, what are you pretending for?" Lin Feng watched Shen Ji's departing figure, his eyes filled with resentment. He turned to his companions, whom he knew well, and said, "Let's go, let's team up and look out for each other, and split the points. I don't believe he can be faster than all of us by himself." "Okay. I'll listen to Brother Feng." Meanwhile, Xingu had already entered the depths of the forest. The surrounding silence was unsettling, as if countless strange beasts were lurking nearby. Compared to the hunting assessment, the previous assessments were child's play. Suddenly, a dark figure darted through the jungle at breakneck speed, so fast that Xingu could only see a blur. It was a strange beast, resembling a cheetah in appearance, but much larger. Shadow Panther. An unranked alien beast known for its speed and stealth abilities. Although not reaching the rank is equivalent to the awakening realm, it is still an extremely dangerous existence for new recruits. This was Shen Ji's first real-world experience, and while he was a little nervous, he wasn't afraid. Even if they are no match for the Shadow Panther, they still have ways to protect themselves. The Shadow Leopard locked onto its prey, sensing that the human's aura was not strong. This made it even more excited. It lowered its body, gathered its strength in its limbs, and was shot out like an arrow in the next second. Silent and incredibly fast. Almost instantly, he covered several meters, his sharp claws aimed at the back of Shinji's head. "They're here." Xingu was so nervous that the hairs on his body stood on end, and he immediately activated the True Flame Tyrant physique. In an instant, a burst of golden flames erupted from his body. The flames were extremely solid and flowed rapidly, forming a close-fitting suit of armor on his body. The True Flame Tyrant can control all the fires in the world and can also manipulate the flames to transform into any form. With this set of flame armor on his body, no one can do anything to Xingu unless their strength far surpasses his. Bang! The Shadow Panther's claws slammed hard into the golden armor. The anticipated scene of carnage and bloodshed did not materialize. Instead, the Shadow Panther let out a shrill scream. "Awah!" The moment its claws touched the armor, the fur was charred, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. In an instant, the ferocity in its eyes vanished, leaving only fear. The human in front of him was not someone he could afford to provoke. The Shadow Leopard acted decisively, using the force of the collision to roll backward, create distance, and turn to escape into the shadows of the jungle. Trying to run away? Xingu slowly turned around and raised her right hand. Golden flames gathered in his palm, stretching and deforming continuously. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent longbow made entirely of golden flames appeared in his hand. He held the bow in his left hand and lightly pulled the bowstring with his right. An arrow, also made of flame, appeared out of thin air and rested on the bowstring. "Call out." Xingu loosened her fingers. The flaming arrows transformed into golden streaks of light, tearing through the air and whistling as they caught up with the fleeing Shadow Panther. The arrow pierced its back and went through its entire body. Thump! The Shadow Panther's massive body tumbled forward several times due to inertia, crashed heavily to the ground, twitched twice, and then remained motionless. One strike, and he's dead. Xingu walked to the Shadow Leopard's side, conjured a dagger, and with a swift motion, extracted a crystalline object from the Shadow Leopard's brain. The crystalline substance was dark green throughout, with golden shimmer flowing within it. This is the crystal core, which can be used for martial artists' cultivation and also serves as a hard currency among martial artists. With my current strength, hunting down first-level beasts that haven't reached the first rank is a piece of cake. I can continue to go deeper and try hunting second-level beasts, Xingu murmured. Meanwhile, in the command room on the top floor of the conscription office, a huge electronic screen was divided into several sections, each displaying live footage transmitted from drones. A middle-aged man with a general star on his shoulder and a dignified face stood with his hands behind his back. He was Lin Zhan, the general of Jiangcheng and the strongest man in Jiangcheng. The instructor next to him pointed to one of the screens, his face beaming with excitement. "General, Zhao Tian has already killed 3 strange beasts in just half an hour. He's the undisputed winner of this assessment," the instructor asserted. Lin Zhan's gaze did not linger on Zhao Tian's screen, but instead he looked with great interest at another corner. In the scene, Shingu has just shot and killed the shadow leopard with a flaming bow and arrow. I think Shingu is more interesting. Lin Zhan's voice was deep and powerful. Upon hearing this, the instructor glanced at Shin Ji's screen dismissively. General, are you talking about that kid who beat Lin Feng? His methods are indeed a bit strange, but his overall strength is still inferior to Zhao Tian's. Moreover, he doesn't even have cultivation, let alone practical experience. His hunting speed is nowhere near Zhao Tian's. Lin Zhan shook his head meaningfully. Others may not know Shin Ji's identity, but he does. To be able to stand up again after one's talents have been taken away is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Seeing that General Lin had no intention of answering, the instructor stopped talking, but he still didn't think much of it. Zhao Tian possesses rich practical experience, combat equipment that others do not have, and various powerful martial arts skills. Most importantly, Zhao Tian is a genius who has awakened to the third level. Shin Ji's methods of manipulating flames are indeed strange, but compared to Zhao Tian, they are far inferior. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared in the command room. Beep. 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 On the screen, more than a dozen of the green dots indicating the recruits' life signals turned red at the same time. This means that at the same time, all of these people crushed the electromagnetic ball to call for help. What's going on? The instructor's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stood up. Lin Zhan's gaze was fixed on the edge of the screen, where he saw a large number of red dots flashing. Those are all strange beasts. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emitted by each spurt far exceed those of a typical awakening level 2. It's a beast tide. The intelligence was wrong. There's a lair of awakened level 5 beasts deep within this area. The instructor's voice became shrill with fear. Lin Zhan's face darkened instantly. He slammed his fist on the control panel, leaving a deep fist mark on the sturdy alloy tabletop. Nonsense. Immediately halt the assessment. Dispatch all patrol teams and support troops. Rescue all the new recruits at all costs. The moment the order was given, the entire military camp sprang into action. Buzz, attention all candidates. Attention all candidates. The instructor's hurried and panicked voice came from the electromagnetic ball. An unexpected situation has occurred. A massive beast tide has emerged in the forest. The assessment is to be immediately suspended. I repeat. The assessment is interrupted. Everyone, immediately crush the electromagnetic spheres and retreat to the outskirts of the forest. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. No sooner had the words been spoken than screams and cries for help echoed from all directions of the forest. Help! It's a pack of cracked claw wolves. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. In a panic, many new recruits crushed the electromagnetic balls in their hands, sending out distress signals. Lin Feng had just exhausted all his strength, working with several companions to take down a level 2 awakened iron-skinned wild boar, and was panting heavily. Upon hearing the instructor's order, he was first stunned, then his face turned ashen. A beast tide? He looked up abruptly and saw a dark mass of ferocious beasts emerging from the depths of the forest not far away. The sheer ferocity of their aura made his legs go weak. Oh shit. Lin Feng cursed, no longer caring about the assessment or his dignity, and crushed the electromagnetic ball without hesitation, running out of the forest without looking back. If you're even one step behind, you'll die. Chapter 6 and Colonies. The atmosphere inside the command center was extremely tense. The instructor stared intently at the 2 green dots on the big screen that hadn't left but were instead moving deeper into the forest, his forehead covered in cold sweat. General! Those 2 lads, Zhao Tian and Shingu, have gone mad. Not only did they not come out, they continued to walk in. The instructor's voice had changed slightly by now. He pointed at the screen, pacing anxiously. I'll go and arrest them myself. Lin Zhan raised his hand to stop him, his eyes fixed sharply on the screen. Wait, let them both try. But they're just new recruits. 2 kids who barely come of age. The drill instructor couldn't understand the general's calmness. This isn't an assessment, this is suicide. Lin Zhan did not answer, but silently issued an order to the communicator on his wrist, sending someone to secretly protect the 2 of them. The military has limited manpower and cannot protect every new recruit who is being assessed, but it is more than enough to protect Shingu and Zhao Tian. He also wanted to see just how far Shingu could go. After all, he is the grandson of that important figure. He should create some unexpected surprises, right? In the forest, Zhao Tian heard the urgent command coming from the electromagnetic sphere and simply snorted dismissively. A bunch of useless cowards, scared out of their wits by this little thing? Instead of backing down, he sped up his progress. No matter where he is, he has to be number one. On the other side, Xingu also heard the instructor's warning. The assessment was interrupted? That won't do. He has decided not to live off the Yun family, and martial arts cultivation requires a lot of resources. He is determined to get this top-grade first-level spiritual herb. Ignoring the electromagnetic ball, he continued walking forward. Suddenly, the frequency of the ground shaking became even more intense. Shoo! A rustling sound came from the dense bushes ahead. The next second, dozens of giant ants, as big as hunting dogs and covered in black carapaces, swarmed out of the bushes. Iron-jawed ants. Although these strange beasts only have the first level of cultivation, their numbers are extremely large, and their sharp and powerful teeth can crush anything. Moreover, within each colony of iron-jawed ants, a stronger queen ant will emerge. Xingu stared intently at the ant colony and, sure enough, there was a giant ant that was a size larger and had a dark red carapace. Not yet entered the second level. Dozens of level 1 ants, plus a level 2 ant king, would be enough to deter even a level 3 awakened quasi-martial artist from easily provoking them. However, when faced with the swarming ants, Xingu did not retreat even a step. Instead, an expectant smile appeared on his face. Inside the command center, everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in shock. It's a colony of mandible ants. And there are so many of them. We're doomed. This kid's surrounded. Why didn't he run the moment he saw it? Now he's surrounded, he's definitely going to die. The instructor's heart was in his throat, and his fists were clenched tightly. Beside him, Lin Zhan's eyes grew increasingly interested. He could tell that Xingu had stayed behind on purpose. In other words, he is confident of winning this battle. This is getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, a battle broke out in the forest. Xingu raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers at the swarming ants in front of him. Smack! A soft sound. The next second, a golden ring of fire spread outwards from Xinji's body without warning. Wherever the ring of fire passed, the air distorted, and vegetation instantly turned to ashes. The moment the iron-jawed ants at the front of the swarm came into contact with the sea of fire, their hard carapaces melted, and their entire bodies disappeared and scattered. It only takes the time it takes to breathe. The dozens of iron-jawed ants that had been so aggressive just moments before have all vanished. All that remained was a patch of scorched earth, dozens of gleaming crystal cores, and the dying double ant king. Xingu raised his hand and snapped his fingers again. A flame, even brighter than before, descended directly upon the ant king, instantly engulfing it. Its earthy yellow vertical pupils were filled with fear, and its shrill screams echoed through the forest, deterring the surrounding beasts from approaching. In the end, it turned to ashes. Watching the scene unfold on the screen, the entire command room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the slowly dissipating sea of fire on the screen. The instructor rubbed his eyes hard and then pinched his thigh hard. Only when the excruciating pain shot through him did he dare to believe that what he was seeing was not a hallucination. Those were dozens of iron-jawed ants, and even a double-fleshed ant queen. That's it, gone? What kind of fire-type talent has this kid awakened? It can unleash a sea of fire, transform into armor, and even conjure weapons. It's practically omnipotent. A slight smile appeared on Lin Zhan's usually tense face. This kid. He's really hiding his true abilities. Judging from the scene of manipulating the flames just now, it's at least an S-rank fire-type talent. As the sun sets, dusk soon arrives. The atmosphere was very oppressive at the edge of the forest. The hundreds of rescued recruits gathered together, still shaken, and kept glancing back at the forest behind them. The instructor's face was ashen as he paced anxiously back and forth, waiting for Xingu and Zhao Tian to appear. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd. A tall, upright figure slowly emerged from the forest. It's Zhao Tian. His expensive combat uniform was tattered and stained with blood, but his back remained straight and his face still held an arrogant expression. Zhao Tian is out. My god, he actually survived the beast tide. As expected of the young master of the Zhao family, he's too strong. Then Zhao Tian will definitely be the first in this assessment. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Zhao Tian. Among the crowd, Lin Feng, who had already been rescued, had a flash of jealousy on his face, but it quickly turned into a venomous glee. Zhao Tian is out, but what about Xingu? That bastard hasn't come out yet, he must have died in the beast tide. He was probably gnawed to pieces. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt extremely excited. He spoke with a cold laugh, his voice loud and clear, deliberately making sure everyone present could hear him. Oomph, you ignorant and foolish good for nothing, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some crooked tricks? Not coming out even when there's a beast tide is just asking for death. By now, it's probably been devoured by those monsters so badly that even its corpse can't be found. His teammates immediately joined in the teasing. Exactly. Brother Feng is right, that kid was too arrogant, this is karma. An ordinary person with no cultivation dares to linger in the beast tide? He must be out of his mind. The other recruits listened, and although they found his words harsh, they felt that his reasoning was sound. After all, even Zhao Tian, who had reached the 3rd level of awakening, was in such a sorry state. One could only imagine what would become of the useless person with no cultivation. But the next second, a leisurely figure slowly walked out of the forest. It was Xingu. He was spotless, there wasn't a trace of blood or even a speck of dust on him. It was as if they hadn't come from a horde of beasts ravaged by carnage, but rather as if they had just returned from a picnic. Lin Feng's smile froze instantly. He turned around abruptly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. You, how could you still be alive? The surrounding recruits were stunned, and the square fell silent instantly. Lin Feng suddenly seemed to have figured something out, and his face turned disdainful. I get it, he shouted, pointing at Xingu. You coward, you must have found a cave to hide in. You can only come out after the beast tide has passed and the rescue team has cleared out all the monsters. What a piece of trash. Coward. Chapter 7 Inventory. Lin Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, and his bald head was shaking violently. The new recruits around them looked at each other, and many of them actually showed expressions of agreement. No wonder he was so clean, turns out he was hiding like a coward. What a disgrace! To save face, they didn't even come out, hiding inside for so long before finally emerging. As expected, trash is trash. A look of realization flashed across Zhao Tian's arrogant face. Sure enough, all these useless people are the same. I was worried just now, but now it seems it was all unnecessary. Xingu walked up to Lin Feng and met his gaze with calm eyes. What? Didn't you get enough of the heat this morning? Want to experience that feeling again? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instinctively shrank back. He never wanted to experience that excruciating burning sensation again. Despite this, he still looked at Xingu defiantly. The instructor's gaze swept over Xingu, then he gave Lin Feng, who was still shouting, a cold look, his brows furrowed. Shut up, all of you. He spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned to the instructor. Now that everyone is here, let's start tallying the final scores. Those who hunt a strange beast, take a step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, most of the new recruits took a step forward, their faces still showing relief at surviving the ordeal. Hunter of 5, take another step forward. From the crowd, dozens more people stepped out and stood in front of the first group, instantly creating a gap in the line. Lin Feng was among them, standing tall with his chin slightly raised, his eyes sweeping disdainfully over the large group behind him. He glanced at Xingu beside him one last time and saw that he was still walking forward, and annoyance flashed in his eyes. Those who hunt 10, step forward. This time, only a handful of people came out, and the difference in numbers suddenly widened. To everyone's surprise, Xingu, the coward Lin Feng had mentioned, also slowly walked out. Lin Feng's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. The crystal cores in his hands were hunted by a group of people together, but they were not distributed to the others as agreed. Xingu is a good for nothing, he's definitely no match for him. Even Zhao Tian might be able to outmaneuver him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart suddenly burned with excitement. 15 or more. Several more people stopped walking, dejected. Only 3 people remained in the team. Zhao Tian, Xingu, and Lin Feng. Looking at the 2 people beside him, Lin Feng was a little confused. Zhao Tian is powerful enough to be on par with him, which is understandable. But what kind of bastard is Xingu? Does he even deserve to stand here? More than 20, the instructor's voice continued to rise. Now, only Zhao Tian and Xingu are still moving forward. Lin Feng's eye began to twitch. How is that possible? How could he possibly have hunted 20 strange beasts? Zhao Tian finally looked at Xingu properly for the first time. He didn't even have the strength of the first level of awakening, yet he was able to hunt down 20 strange beasts. He did have some skill. But, is this your limit? Zhao Tian's lips curled up, and he lifted his leg, preparing to take another step forward. 25. Zhao Tian took a step forward and looked back at Xingu, his pupils dilating in shock. Xingu also took a step forward. How is that possible? He's just a useless piece of trash with no cultivation. 30. Zhao Tian did not go any further. He had tried his best, but only managed to hunt down 27. He turned his head and was horrified to find that Xingu had actually taken another step forward. Really? The arrogance on young Master Zhao's face gradually disappeared, replaced by bewilderment. 35. Xingu still didn't stop. 40 of them. Xingu continued walking forward, ignoring the shocked and suspicious looks around her. Xingu stopped moving forward after calling out 60. At this moment, he had already left Zhao Tian, who was in second place, far behind. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a heated discussion. Holy crap! I didn't see that wrong, did I? Xingu is way ahead of Zhao Tian? That's a lie. He has no cultivation level, how could he possibly hunt down over 50 strange beasts with just his talent? Really? Is this some kind of prank? Lin Feng even shouted it out directly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Instructor. I'm reporting him. He cheated. There's no way he could have hunted so many monsters. Zhao Tian's face also darkened completely. He couldn't accept that he had been outdone by a piece of trash. This was a great humiliation for him. Faced with everyone's doubts, Xingu didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply untied the pocket that had been hanging at his waist in full view of everyone, and then casually dumped it on the ground. Splash! A large pile of crystal cores, shimmering with various colors, rolled out of the bag and piled up on the ground into a small mountain. There must be at least 50 or 60 crystal cores. What's even more shocking is that among those crystal cores, besides most of them being first level, there were actually more than a dozen second-level crystal cores. Each one is a size larger than the first-level crystal core, and the energy fluctuations are also much stronger. Zhao Tian's pupils contracted sharply when he saw the dozen or so double crystal cores inside. To maximize his hunting efficiency, he only targeted one type of beast, which allowed him to collect 27 crystal cores. Xingu not only hunted down more than 50 strange beasts, but more than a dozen of them were even at the second level. The difference is enormous. The crowd noticed this detail, and murmurs of discussion arose once more. Holy crap! If I'm not mistaken, those big ones are double-layered crystal cores, right? Not only did they kill more than 50 strange beasts, but there were even more than a dozen of them that were at the second level? Is that for real? Is this guy hiding his strength? Otherwise, it can't be explained by common sense. At this moment, the instructor made the final statement, there is no doubt. The entire process of Xingu hunting the alien beast was witnessed by both the general and me. The results are genuine and valid. Chapter 8 Awakening to the Second Level. The instructor's words were resounding, completely shattering Lin Feng and Zhao Tian's last shred of hope. The entire room paused for a moment, then erupted in a cacophony of discussion. Holy crap! The general witnessed it with his own eyes. This is incredibly valuable. More than 50 strange beasts, and more than a dozen of them are at the second level. This is true. This can't just be called genius. This is monster. Zhao Tian stared intently at Xingu, his face filled with resentment and humiliation. He risked his life to hunt down 27 level 1 beasts, only to be crushed by this good-for-nothing who hadn't taken him seriously from beginning to end. Moreover, it's not just in quantity, but also in quality it completely surpasses them. How can he save face? How can the Zhao family save face? We must find an opportunity to regain face for ourselves and the Zhao family. Amidst the surrounding uproar and shock, Xingu simply bent down and slowly put the crystal cores back into the bag. The instructor cleared his throat and began announcing the rewards for this assessment. The winner of this hunting assessment is Xingu. Because of the outstanding performance, the military has specially approved the award of 2 top-grade first-tier Qi and Blood Spirit mushrooms. What? As soon as the instructor finished speaking, a chorus of envious voices erupted from below. A single grade 1 blood spirit mushroom is already enough to greatly enhance the cultivation of a quasi-martial artist, and now they brought out 2. That was so satisfying. My eyes are practically red with envy. Everyone stared intently at the two boxes that had appeared out of thin air in the instructor's hands, their breathing becoming heavy. Zhao Tian clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. 2 blood spirit mushrooms, such a generous reward, made him a little envious. But none of that is the most important thing. The most important thing is that ever since Xingu revealed the alien beast crystal core, his presence has been weakened countless times. The feelings of frustration, resentment, and jealousy intertwine in my heart, like 1,000 ants gnawing at my soul. Ignoring everyone's reactions, the instructor walked straight to Xingu and handed him the box. This is your reward. In addition, the 57 beast cores you hunted, including 15 double-layer cores and 42 single-layer cores, have been converted into military merit points for you, totaling 129 points. Military merit points can be exchanged for any resources you need at the military headquarters building, including cultivation techniques, weapons, and elixirs. 129 military merits. Another number left the new recruits numb. This gave them a more direct understanding of the strange beasts that Xingu hunted. They fought tooth and nail, but most of them only managed to earn a few points or a dozen military merits. Even those in small teams like Lin Feng's only managed a few dozen points in total. Xingu alone is worth 10 times as much as them. Amidst envious and jealous glances from the crowd, Xingu received the item from the instructor. He opened one of the boxes. Inside, a bright red Ganoderma lucidum, exuding a rich bloody aura and a faint fragrance, lay. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance makes me feel like my blood and energy have increased. Without the slightest hesitation, Xingu picked up the blood spirit mushroom under everyone's watchful eyes. Just like gnawing on a radish, he swallowed the 2 blood Ganoderma in 2 or 3 bites. Boom! Golden flames shot into the sky, completely engulfing his body. An aura far more powerful and violent than before spread from his body. Click! It's as if some bottleneck has been broken through. The golden flames on Shinji's body surged instantly, and his aura rose steadily, finally reaching a new height. Awakening to the second stage. In just a few breaths, Xingu transformed from an ordinary person with no cultivation into a second-level awakened quasi-martial artist. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene, speechless for a moment. Is this even human? Consuming top-grade elixirs is as easy as eating snacks. One can withstand immense power of qi and blood, and even break through on the spot. Zhao Tian's expression hardened, and the sense of pressure in his heart increased greatly. Xingu was able to hunt down 57 strange beasts when he had no cultivation. Now that he has become a second-level quasi-martial artist, his strength must have increased significantly. Even with his level 3 awakened strength, he might not be able to completely crush him. Lin Feng's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Awakening to the second stage. Now he didn't even have the courage to make a move. The reward distribution ended quickly. Xingu weighed the military merit card in his hand, ignored the new recruits who were trying to get close to him, and turned to walk towards the military headquarters building in the distance. He wanted to see if these 100+ military merits could further enhance his strength. After all, the wedding with Yun Muyue is about to begin, and only stronger strength will allow us to stand firm at that time. The exchange hall on the first floor of the military headquarters building was bustling with people. Xingu walked to a huge electronic light screen, which displayed a wide variety of redeemable items. He glanced at it. Tier 1 low-grade martial skill, Fierce Tiger Fist, price, 50 military merits. Tier 1 low-grade Spirit Herb, Body Tempering Grass, price, 30 military merits. Tier 1 low-grade weapon, Steel Longsword, price, 35 military merits. They're all just useless products that's neither good nor worth throwing away. Xingu immediately lost interest. His True Flame Tyrant physique grants him the power to crush even a first-tier martial skill with a casual strike. At the very least, you need to have a second-tier martial skill. It would be best if you could reach the third tier. However, the cheapest second-tier martial arts skill costs more than 300 military merits, while the cheapest third-tier martial arts skill costs more than 1,000. As for higher-level martial arts techniques, given Shinji's current situation, firstly, it is extremely difficult to cultivate them, and secondly, even if he mastered them, his internal energy would not be able to support the huge consumption of higher-level martial arts techniques. If you want something better, you won't find it here. Just then, the instructor's voice came from behind. Xingu turned around and found that the instructor was already standing behind him. Come with me. Xingu hesitated for a moment, then followed him to a secluded corner. The instructor got straight to the point and said to Xingu, The military has a recent event where you can pay 100 military merits as a deposit to go to the third floor and choose any martial art below the fourth rank to study. 3 days. If you can master this martial art within 3 days, then it will be yours, and your deposit will be refunded. If you don't learn it, all 100 military merits will not be refunded. After the instructor finished speaking, his sharp gaze fell on Shingu. So? Dare to bet? Is this for real? Bet. Shinji's eyes lit up, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly transferred 100 military merits. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Wrong. No. 100 military merits can be exchanged for a Tier 3 top-tier martial arts skill. This is a bicycle that transforms into a globally limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it's worth taking the gamble. Very good. The instructor's face showed approval. Being willing to take risks is also one of the qualities that can make you a strong person. The third floor contains martial arts techniques below the fourth rank. They are extremely powerful but also very difficult to master. Good luck. Shingu nodded, said no more, turned around and strode towards the stairs leading upstairs. Chapter 9, a top-tier third-order cultivation technique, the Heaven Burning Palm. Inside the command center. The huge screen clearly displays the scene inside the library on the third floor. The instructor looked puzzled, but finally couldn't help but look at Lin Zhan beside him. General, those 2 top-grade first-tier blood spirit mushrooms were already an exceptional reward, and now you're giving him this kind of special treatment. If the other new recruits find out about this, there will be an uproar. Lin Zhan stood with his hands behind his back, his voice steady. The northern border competition is about to begin. Although Jiangcheng has a strong team, our military can't keep dragging us down every year. This time, we need someone who can hold their own. Zhao Tian is good, but he is too arrogant and will not amount to much. This Shingu is more likely to bring us surprises. Every year, the 18 cities of the Northern Territory hold a martial arts exchange, which is attended by both new recruits from the military and students from universities. The winners receive generous rewards and have the opportunity to be directly admitted to top martial arts universities. It's understandable that the military would invest heavily in training Shingu to save face for them. But this was only one of the reasons why Lin Zhan gave Shingu special treatment. The second reason was that Shingu was that senior's grandson. He owes his current strength and status to the kindness of that senior. The kindness we receive will be remembered for 1,000 years. Since this favor couldn't be repaid to that senior in person, it could only be repaid to Shingu. The instructors, aware of the importance of the northern competition, stopped arguing about the backdoor approach. In the surveillance footage, Shingu was walking among rows of bookshelves, selecting martial arts techniques. What do you think he will choose? Lin Zhan asked the instructor. After a moment's thought, the instructor said seriously, with his current strength, he can at most cultivate a second-tier low-grade martial skill. Anything higher would be too difficult for him, and he might lose 100 military merits for nothing. Lin Zhan smiled slightly, but did not reply. He just looked at Shingu on the screen. True geniuses never grow up smoothly in a pre-arranged script. True geniuses are those who take risks after careful consideration, are cautious in every aspect, and are crazy enough to survive by putting themselves in a do-or-die situation. With the strength of a second-level awakened being, choosing a third-tier martial skill is indeed a bit risky. But if you don't even have that courage and just choose a second-tier martial skill, Lin Zhan will only think that he misjudged you. Just then, Shingu pulled out a rather old-looking book from a bookshelf in a corner. As the surveillance camera zoomed in, the book revealed 3 large, elegantly written characters. Burning Heaven Palm. Has this kid gone mad? Didn't he see that it's clearly marked as a third-tier top-grade martial arts technique in the book? The instructor gasped in surprise, his voice filled with disbelief. The higher the grade of a martial art, the greater the difficulty of its cultivation, increasing almost exponentially. Even second-tier martial artists wouldn't guarantee they could master a third-tier top-grade martial skill, let alone Shingu, who has awakened to the second level. Moreover, this is not an ordinary third-tier top-grade martial skill. It is the most powerful, but also the most difficult to cultivate, among third-tier top-grade martial skills. This kid is too ambitious, he'll probably just waste 100 military merits. The instructor was resolute, mentally sentencing Shingu to death. Lin Zhan frowned slightly. This was not a well-thought-out adventure, it was a reckless gamble. With Shinji's strength at the second level of awakening, his limit should be a simple third-tier low-grade martial skill, and even then, the success rate is not high. He's now choosing the most difficult Tier 3 ultimate skill, Burning Heaven Palm, and his success rate is absolutely zero. Meanwhile, inside the cultivation room, Shingu sat cross-legged, spreading the Burning Heaven Palm manual out on his lap. He took a deep breath, preparing himself for the tough challenge. In any case, a top-tier third-order martial skill is bound to be obscure and difficult to understand. With such a great opportunity right in front of us, we'd definitely regret it for the rest of our lives if we didn't give it a shot. Shingu suppressed all the chaotic thoughts in his mind and calmed down to carefully study the Burning Heaven Palm. At first glance, his brows furrowed slightly. The second glance revealed an even deeper furrow in his brow. With a third glance, he snapped the martial arts manual shut. Something's not right. Something's extremely wrong. It was so easy to understand. Is it really a top-tier third-level martial skill? Could the grade be mislabeled? Shingu confirmed again and again that the introduction page did indeed indicate it as a third-tier top-grade martial skill. Exchange price, 5,000 military merits. Everything is written clearly, so it shouldn't be wrong. Could it be that I possess unparalleled talent and extraordinary comprehension? Never mind, let's practice and see how it goes. The difference in power between a third-tier top-grade martial skill and a first-tier martial skill should be quite significant. Shingu calmed himself down again and entered a state of cultivation with an attitude of trying. The next second, the golden flames within his body surged, flowing automatically along the meridian diagrams in the martial arts manual without any deliberate guidance. The whole process was incredibly smooth, just like eating and drinking. It was a bodily instinct. This isn't about having extraordinary comprehension at all. Rather, it was the true flame tyrant physique that automatically comprehended the Burning Heaven Palm. As expected of the strongest fire attribute physique that can make all fires submit, it is ridiculously strong. As time passed, Shingu clearly felt that his understanding of the Burning Heaven Palm had deepened once again. The essence and profound meaning of the entire martial arts manual were clearly imprinted in his mind. He stood up, walked to the center of the training room, and prepared to test the power of the Burning Heaven Palm. So he raised his right hand, palm facing forward. First move, Flame Wave. Buzz. A ball of golden flame condensed in his palm, instantly transforming into a wave of flames that surged forward. The surrounding air crackled and popped as it burned, and the alloy wall opposite was also glowing red from the heat of the fire, as if it were about to melt. This is made of a special alloy. Even a full-force attack from a 5th-level awakened quasi-martial artist would struggle to leave a mark on it. This shows just how terrifying the power of this move is. Based on this alone, the rank of the Burning Heaven Palm is not low. The Heaven Burning Palm has 3 forms, each more powerful than the last. A third-tier martial skill, truly extraordinary. Shingu was surprised, and then struck out with a second palm. Second move, Flame Break. The flames in his palm became more solid and dazzling. Boom! A solid palm print of fire shot out and slammed heavily into the alloy wall. The entire training room shook violently. On the wall, a charred handprint was clearly visible, and the military-made alloy wall at the edges even showed faint signs of melting. This power far exceeds the scope of ordinary third-tier martial arts techniques. Shingu looked at his palms, his eyes burning with desire. He could sense that this was far from the limit of the Heaven Burning Palm. There is one last move, which is far more powerful than the previous ones. Burn the heavens. Shinji's eyes narrowed slightly, and the golden flames within his body circulated wildly, with all the energy in his body converging towards his right palm. The golden flame in his palm changed color from gold to red, and then from red to a dark crimson. The air in the entire training room distorted in an instant due to the terrifying heat. His heart was pounding. He had a premonition that if he struck out with this palm, this training room, which was specifically for those below the 5th level of awakening, would be destroyed on the spot. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dispersed most of the energy in his palm and slammed it towards the alloy wall in front of him. Boom! The raging flames crashed against the wall, and the scorching heat burned a large hole in the part of the wall where they touched it. Ding ding ding! The alarm in the training room suddenly went off in a frantic blare. Shingu stood there, stunned, never expecting the third move to be so incredibly powerful. Keep in mind, he had just withdrawn most of his energy, yet the training room alarm still went off. If he hadn't. Bang! Just then, the door to the training room was kicked open from the outside. Lin Zhan and the instructor strode in, their faces full of urgency. But when they saw the scene inside, they both froze on the spot. Their gazes first fell on the unharmed Shingu, then shifted to the alloy wall, fixing on the huge, charred palm print on the wall and the large hole next to it. You did this? Chapter 10 Yun Tianhe. The instructor pointed to the hole in the wall, then to Xingu, and remained silent for a long time. This special alloy wall could withstand a full-force attack from a level 5 awakened cultivator. He was defeated by a kid who had just reached the second level of awakening? It seems this kid has really mastered a top-tier third-level martial skill. This speed is just too fast. What a prodigy! Lin Zhan's gaze fell on Xingu, whose usually calm face now showed barely concealed excitement. He waved his hand, signaling his men to turn off the alarm. It's just a training room, it's broken, no need to make a fuss. He walked up to Xingu and extended his hand. I am Lin Zhan, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng military region. Xingu dared not be negligent and quickly shook hands with him. Hello, General Lin, my name is Xingu. Lin Zhan looked Xingu up and down, his eyes practically overflowing with admiration. Very good, excellent. You're even better than I imagined. Xingu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. General, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave now? Lin Zhan nodded and handed over a business card. This is my personal contact number. You can contact me directly if you encounter any trouble in Jiangcheng in the future. This action shocked the instructors standing nearby once again. The general's private phone number is something that very few people in the entire Jiangcheng military region have. It seems that General Lin really thinks highly of this kid, Xingu. Xingu accepted the business card, thanked Lin Zhan respectfully, and then turned and left the military headquarters building. Stepping out the door, Xingu suddenly felt as if she had been transported to another world. Not long ago, he was just a useless person treated as a seed-planting machine. In just 2 days, he became a second-level awakened martial artist, overpowering the young master of the Zhao family. Life is truly unpredictable. However, this level of strength is far from enough to wash away the deep-seated hatred on his body. Just then, my phone rang in my pocket. He took it out and glanced at it. The screen displayed the 3 words Yun Mushi. Xingu, where are you now? Yun Mushi's voice was a little anxious on the other end of the phone. My third uncle wants to see you. Would it be convenient for you to come to Xingdu Coffee? Yun Mushi's third uncle? Xingu raised an eyebrow slightly. Marrying Yun Muyue would inevitably involve dealing with the elders of the Yun family. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. There was no way to avoid it. Xingu calmly replied okay, then hung up the phone and went out. The atmosphere inside the Star Crossing Cafe was somewhat somber. Yun Mushi was restless, glancing at the door every now and then. Beside her, her older sister Yun Muyue sat upright, her back ramrod straight, her cold and beautiful face expressionless. Sitting opposite the two sisters was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. He is Yun Tianhe, the third son of the Yun family, who is in charge of most of the Yun family's external businesses and has a lot of influence within the family. Mushi, why is this good-for-nothing taking so long? Call him again and urge him. Yun Mushi immediately retorted, third uncle. Xingu is not a good-for-nothing. Besides, the military headquarters is far from here. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianhe put down his coffee spoon and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Powerful? How powerful can a stray dog who has lost his talent and been driven out of his family be? If he didn't still have some use, this piece of trash wouldn't even be qualified to see me. He turned his gaze to Yun Muyue, who was standing silently to the side. Muyue, don't feel too wronged. If you hadn't suddenly become an ordinary person, why would the family have resorted to such a desperate measure? You should feel honored to be able to contribute to the continuation of the family. Yun Muyue's body trembled imperceptibly, she bit her lip, but still didn't speak. Yun Tianhe's words seemed to be insults to Xingu, but in reality, they showed her no respect whatsoever. Xingu lost his talent and became a useless person. Isn't she the same? The once high and mighty eldest daughter of the Yun family has now become a tool for continuing the family line. Yun Mushi was so angry that her face turned red. Third uncle, how could you say that about my sister? Yun Tianhe's face darkened, and he stared at Yun Mushi with a serious expression. What? You think Uncle 3 is wrong? Yun Mushi wanted to argue, but Yun Muyue pulled her back, and the atmosphere became extremely silent for a moment. Not long after, Xingu arrived at the coffee shop. He spotted the 3 people by the window at a glance, walked straight up to them, greeted them, and pulled out a chair to sit down. Yun Tianhe raised his head, pushed up his glasses, and looked Xingu up and down with an extremely offensive gaze. Kid, make this quick. Your wedding with Muyu has been arranged by the family and will take place in 7 days. All the invitations have been sent out, and all the prominent figures in Jiangchang will be attending. Yun Tian had changed the subject midway through his speech, but don't think that just because you've climbed up to the Yun family, you can rest easy from now on. This is just a transaction. Once Mu Yu becomes pregnant, the Yun family will give you 10 million. Then you take this money and get out of Jiangcheng. You are not allowed to have anything to do with the Yun family again. If you dare to sneak back, I'll break your legs. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the booth plummeted to freezing point. Yun Mushi was so angry that she trembled all over, but Yun Tianhe glared at her and shut her up. Yun Muyue kept her head down, her long eyelashes drooping, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps it was out of sympathy for Xingu, or perhaps it was because he saw himself in Xingu. However, neither the angry nor humble reaction that Yun Tianhe had anticipated from Xingu occurred. He listened quietly, a faint smile even on his face. I picked up the coffee the waiter had just brought me and slowly took a sip. Are you done talking? Yun Tianhe frowned. He had said so much just now in an attempt to completely extinguish Shen Ji's improper thoughts about the Yun family through his imposing presence. But now it feels like I punched cotton, it didn't have any effect. What? You think it's not enough? He sneered. 10 million is enough for an ordinary person like you to squander for a lifetime. Don't be too greedy. Xingu put down her coffee cup and finally looked at him properly for the first time. You've got one thing wrong. Now it's your Yun family who need my help. Instead of me begging to sell myself to your Yun family. He chuckled softly and shook his head. The arrogance on Yun Tianhe's face disappeared, replaced by dissatisfaction. If Xingu is sensible and obedient, and becomes a tool for procreation, he will be very satisfied. But his current forceful rebuttal is clearly an attempt to escape control. This is something he, and the Yun family, absolutely cannot allow. What do you mean? Yun Tianhe asked in a deep voice. Can't you understand human language? Know your place. Don't bark and howl like an old dog in front of me. Xingu was imposing without being angry. Although young, his aura was in no way inferior to Yun Tianhe's. Yun Tianhe's expression froze, and then he felt a surge of heat rush to his head. His status was so noble that everyone bowed and scraped before him. But this utterly useless piece of trash in front of him dared to call him an old dog? Who do you think you are, daring to talk to me like that? Who I am is not important. Just know that you are the one wagging your tail and begging me to do something, so don't bare your teeth at me. Xingu ignored the livid look on Yun Tianhe's face and continued to add. Besides, this is my future wife, so watch your mouth from now on. Upon hearing this, Yun Muyue abruptly raised her head, her phoenix eyes reflecting Shen Ji's image. Her heart warmed, and she felt a surge of excitement. That's Yun Tianhe. A fourth-tier powerhouse. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him, but Xingu, for her sake, angrily confronted Yun Tianhe. Before Yun Tianhe could interject, Xingu added. I will attend the wedding. But not according to your rules, but according to mine. As for that 10 million you mentioned, you should keep it for your own coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingu ignored Yun Tianhe, who was trembling with anger, and pulled the two sisters, who were still stunned and hadn't reacted yet, away. Chapter 11. Going to a hotel. As the car drove away from the coffee shop, the oppressive atmosphere was left behind. Yun Mushi was driving, her face flushed with excitement. She looked at Xingu through the rearview mirror, her eyes sparkling. Xingu. You were so cool just now. My third uncle's face was almost a liver color. I've never seen him look so humiliated. She chattered on and on, her tone full of praise. Yun Muyue leaned against the car window, her face turned towards Xingu. Beneath her icy exterior lay a heart churning with emotions. Xingu smiled and responded to Yun Mushi, then looked at Yun Muyue. Muyue, do you have time? How about we find a place to talk alone? Yun Mushi met his gaze in the rearview mirror and asked with a mischievous smile, Oh, you have something to say that you have to hide and talk about in secret? Are you trying to bully my sister again? Xingu ignored her teasing and kept his gaze fixed on Yun Muyue. Once they lose their talent, they instantly fall from grace and can't even get the most basic respect. No one could understand this feeling of humiliation and subjugation better than Xingu. Therefore, he wanted to help Yun Muyue awaken the Frost Lord physique more quickly. Yun Muyue's body stiffened slightly, and she finally turned her head. Her clear, cold phoenix eyes met Shen Ji's gaze, which was staring straight at her, and her heart skipped a beat for no reason. She understood Shen Ji's meaning, of course, and after hesitating for a moment, she gave a barely audible "hm." She also wanted to get pregnant as soon as possible so that she could return Shingu to her sister. Alright. Hold on tight. Having received her sister's reply, Yun Mushi stepped on the gas, and the car instantly accelerated, speeding towards the Rose Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng. At the entrance of the Rose Hotel, luxury cars were parked in front of the opulent entrance. Yun Mushi parked the car, and the two got out. Just as they were about to get in, a voice came from the side. Mu Yu? What are you doing here? A young man in a custom-made white suit, with an arrogant expression, swaggered over with a few followers. Li Ziwei is the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. With an A-level talent, he was already at the 7th level of awakening at only 19 years old. Where I am is none of your business. Yun Muyue remained as aloof as ever, her icy tone keeping everyone at arm's length. Despite being rebuffed, Li Ziwei's gaze remained fixed on Yun Muyue's cool profile, filled with undisguised infatuation. His voice was deliberately softened, with a hint of flattery. Muyu, don't be angry. I was just asking out of curiosity, I didn't mean any harm. Yun Muyue didn't bother to look at him again, and strode towards the hotel with Shin Ji's arm in hers. Upon seeing this, Li Ziwei immediately became anxious. There's a hotel up ahead. 1 man and 1 woman. Checking in at the hotel. The rest is obvious, even a fool could guess what will happen. Wait. Li Ziwei stepped in front of the 2 of them. Are you ever going to stop? Yun Muyue snapped impatiently. Muyu, isn't this good for nothing your sister's boyfriend? What are you doing with him now? What are you trying to do? Li Ziwei asked, puzzled but unable to speak. Yun Muyue held Shin Ji's arm tightly and said to Li Ziwei, first, Shingu is not a good for nothing. Second, he is my husband now. Upon hearing this, Li Ziwei stood there dumbfounded. He had a crush on Yun Muyue since junior high school, but Yun Muyue was aloof and later awakened her S-level talent, making her even more unattainable. Later, Yun Muyue's S-level talent mysteriously disappeared, and she became an ordinary person, which gave him an opportunity. He thought that with his status as the eldest son of the Li family and an A-level prodigy, he was more than a match for Yun Muyue, who had become an ordinary person, but he was still ruthlessly rejected. But he is not worthy of Yun Muyue, and Shingu, that good for nothing, is even less worthy. Especially now that he saw the 2 of them standing at the hotel entrance, looking like they were about to go in and check into a room. The fire of jealousy in his heart burned even brighter. Muyu, I come from the Li family, one of the 4 great families in Jiangcheng. I possess rare level talent and reached the 7th level of the awakening realm at the age of 19. There are few people in Jiangcheng who are stronger than me. As for Shingu, that good for nothing, he has no background, no talent, and no strength. No one would even give him a second glance if he were thrown into a trash heap. I really don't understand why you would rather choose such a piece of trash than me. Yun Muyue's pretty face turned cold, and anger appeared. Li Ziwei, watch your mouth. Shingu dared to defy authority and uphold her dignity in front of Yun Tianhe. Then she naturally wouldn't allow anyone to insult Shingu. Am I wrong? He's a useless piece of trash. Garbage. Li Ziwei smiled sarcastically, took a step forward, almost touching Shinji's face, the word provocation practically etched on his forehead. Snap. Unable to bear it any longer, Yun Muyue raised her hand and slapped Li Ziwei across the face. The slap was crisp and loud, leaving everyone present stunned. For the dignified young master of the Li family to be slapped in public is a small matter, but a big matter is for the Li family to lose face. Crunch, crunch. Li Ziwei glared at Yun Muyue, his anger burning fiercely in his chest, almost consuming him. With his 7th level of awakening realm and a level talent, he could easily crush Yun Muyue into a pulp with a single slap. But looking at Yun Muyue's stunningly beautiful face, he really couldn't bear to do it. But if you get slapped in public, you absolutely can't do nothing. So he turned to look at Shingu beside him, ready to vent all his anger on him. Song Biao, the lackey, knew this was a golden opportunity to curry favor with his master, so he stepped forward first and flattered, Brother Wei, this kind of trash isn't worth getting your hands dirty. Let me do it. I'll tear him apart, bone by bone, and show Miss Muyu just what kind of trash she picked. After saying this, his aura surged, and the pressure of his 3rd awakening was released unrestrained. Many ordinary people at the hotel entrance felt this oppressive aura, their faces turned pale, they immediately lowered their heads and hurried away. Li Ziwei crossed his arms, looking on with amusement. Indeed, given his status as the eldest son of the Li family, even if he won a fight against a good-for-nothing, he would still be laughed at. Song Biao awakened the B-level talent, Explosive Fist. He was competitive and aggressive, and was the leader of the local thugs. Few rivals in their class defeating a useless opponent is a piece of cake. Yun Muyue knew that Song Biao's strength was not to be underestimated, and her expression changed. She was about to step forward immediately. But Shingu reached out and stopped her, then took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Song Biao. You think you can curry favor with your master after only being at the 3rd level of awakening? With this little strength, I'd consider you a piece of trash even if you were my dog. Song Biao's arrogant expression faltered for a moment, then he became even more furious. Li Ziwei's expression of watching the show change even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. Insulting Song Biao as a good-for-nothing is tantamount to mocking his lack of vision. He immediately yelled at Song Biao, don't hold back. Cripple this kid. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Upon hearing Li Ziwei's words, Song Biao roared and attacked. Boy! Prepare to die. His right fist, covered in a dense layer of energy and accompanied by a strong gust of wind, slammed down toward Shinji's head. He used all his strength in that punch, aiming to cripple Shingu. However, in the face of this punch, Shingu simply raised his right hand slowly. With a flick of a finger. Puff! A tiny golden flame flew from his fingertip and landed lightly on his follower's fist. The next moment. Boom! Golden flames shot into the sky and instantly engulfed him. The whole process was extremely fast. Song Biao didn't even have time to react before he was transformed into a human torch in everyone's horrified gaze. Ah! A shrill sound came from the ball of fire. Song Biao howled on the ground, rolling around frantically, trying to extinguish the golden flames on his body. But it was all in vain. The fire seemed to have a life of its own, and the more they tried to extinguish it, the more it multiplied. A moment later, Shingu flicked his finger, and the flames immediately disappeared, leaving behind Song Biao, who was barely breathing and burned to a crisp. The awakened second stage unleashed the true flame tyrant, making him significantly stronger than before when he had no cultivation. There was complete silence at the hotel entrance. The mocking expressions on Li Ziwei's and his remaining followers' faces completely vanished. Instant kill? A quasi-martial artist at the 3rd level of awakening was burned to a crisp by a single flick of a finger. Inside the car, Yunmushi's mouth gaped open in an O shape, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had always believed that Shingu would be just an ordinary person after losing his talent. But I never expected him to be so powerful. Yun Muyue's delicate body trembled violently, and her usually calm phoenix eyes rippled, reflecting Shinji's figure. Didn't Mushi say he had lost all his cultivation? How did he manage to do that? Li Ziwei finally snapped out of his shock, his face flushed red, and his hand trembled as he pointed at Shingu. You dare to touch my people? I want you dead. His A-level talent erupted, and his entire body was crackling with dazzling electric light. But before he could make a move, a figure blocked Shinji's path. It is Yun Mushi. Her pretty face was frosty as she rushed out of the car, unleashing an aura no less powerful than Li Ziwei's, surrounded by sharp sword light. Li Ziwei, do you want to die? Li Ziwei's pupils contracted. Only then did he remember that Yun Mushi was a monster who had awakened the S-rank talent, Sword Domain. Moreover, he had already reached the 8th level of awakening. He's so much better than him. He glanced at Shingu, who was expressionless, and then at Yun Mushi, who was ready to make a move at any moment. In the end, he suppressed the urge to attack. He glared at Shingu through gritted teeth. Fine, very well. You just wait, you surname Shen. Your wedding is in 7 days. I'd like to see if you, this piece of trash, can even live to see that day. After uttering those harsh words, Li Ziwei and his remaining followers slunk into their car and fled in a sorry state. Watching the car drive away, Shinji's gaze turned cold. The wedding news has spread. If one Li Ziwei appears today, another Zhang Ziwei or Wang Ziwei will appear tomorrow. The Yun family looks down on him and would never support him. Ultimately, we still need to focus on improving our capabilities. So he turned around, grabbed Yun Muyue's hand, and walked straight into the hotel. Let's go. Don't let these flies delay the important business. Chapter 12, Soloing Blackwood Forest. After a long time, the battle ended, and Yun Muyue fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Shingu opened the panel and found that her Frost Lord physique had reached 30% awakening progress. This means that Shinji's deduction was correct. Sexual intercourse can indeed accelerate the awakening of one's physical constitution. When Yun Muyue woke up, the two engaged in a continuous battle, racing against time, until Yun Muyue was so tired that she could no longer straighten her legs before it finally ended. After resting at the hotel for a while, Shingu set off back to the military headquarters, heading straight for the Blackwood Forest where he had been tested last time. For ordinary people who lack resources, real-world experience is the fastest way to improve their skills. Firstly, it can hone combat skills. Secondly, it can yield exotic beast cores. Thirdly, there is a certain probability of encountering wild, rare and precious materials. And fourthly, it can be exchanged for military merits. Most importantly, the Beast King in the core area of the Blackwood Forest is at the 5th level of the unranked stage. With Shin Ji's awakened 2nd level realm, coupled with his true flame tyrant physique and the 3rd tier top grade burning heaven palm, dealing with it would be no problem. On his way to the Blackwood Forest, Shingu happened to pass by the training ground. Look, isn't that Shingu? Judging from the direction he's heading, it seems to be towards the Blackwood Forest. Could it be that he's going into the forest for a trial? What a daredevil! He just survived a beast fight a few days ago, and he still dares to go in now. There was a lot of discussion among the people on the training field. Standing in the crowd, Zhao Tian's gaze also fell on Shingu. He had just received a call from his brother, who said that Shingu was going to marry Yun Muyue, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, and that he should teach Shingu a lesson in the military so that Shingu would back down and cancel the wedding. His elder brother, Zhao Li, is the #1 prodigy in Jiangchang. Possessing the S-rank talent, Raging True Tiger, and having already reached the 9th level of awakening, he is just one step away from becoming a formal martial artist. He is even stronger than Yun Mushi. He is also the captain of the school team at Jiangchang #1 Middle School. Now that Shingu has entered the Blackwood Forest alone, it's the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Although I don't know what method Shingu used to kill more than 50 alien beasts, with my awakened level 3 strength, dealing with him shouldn't be a problem. Even if I'm no match for him, if I'm determined to escape, he can't do anything to me. Without further hesitation, Zhao Tian concealed his presence and followed. Not far away, Chen Ping, the instructor who had been observing the training ground, also noticed Shin Ji's movements. In a flash, he followed behind Shingu. Shingu is still only a quasi-martial artist who has just awakened to the 2nd level, and the risk of entering the forest alone is still quite high. In the Blackwood Forest, Shin Ji's figure moved with ghostly speed, and golden flames rose wherever he passed. Those wandering beasts below the 2nd level of the rank who had not yet entered the ranks could not even touch the hem of his clothes before they were burned to ashes, leaving only crystal cores. He went alone, as if entering an empty field. Just as he finished clearing one area and was preparing to go deeper, a powerful aura suddenly came from ahead. Shingu paused, then looked up. A gigantic rhinoceros, its body covered in thick scales, was locking onto him from a short distance away. Ironclad rhinoceros. A 4th-level exotic beast that hasn't yet reached its rank. This beast has an incredibly strong defense. Its scales are extremely rigid, making it difficult for even ordinary level 5 beasts to break through its defenses. Looking across the entire Blackwood Forest, apart from the 5-fold Beast King in the core area, there are probably no other beasts that can rival it. Roar! The armored rhinoceros roared, its 4 hooves pounding the ground as it charged toward Shingu. Faced with the fierce attack, Shingu did not flinch. Perfect, I'll use you to test my newly learned martial arts skills. He slowly raised his right hand, and golden flames appeared out of thin air in his palm, quickly condensing into a golden red vortex. The first move of the burning heaven palm, Flame Wave. Go! Shingu let out a soft exclamation and struck out with his palm from a distance. The vortex of flames in his palm burst forth, swelled in the wind, and transformed into a giant wave of flames several meters high, slamming down on the charging armored rhinoceros. Feeling the terrifying threat unleashed by the giant wave, fear flashed in the eyes of the armored rhinoceros. It wanted to turn back, but it was too late. The giant wave had already reached it. Boom! The raging wave of fire collided violently with the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros, powerful enough to crush an ordinary awakened level 3 martial artist, crumbled the moment it came into contact with the giant wave of flames. The thick scales on its body were burned away in an instant, turning into ashes everywhere. One-hit kill. In the distance, on the canopy of a giant tree, Zhao Tian's figure was hidden among the branches and leaves, his pupils contracting violently due to the strange sight before him. His face betrayed his shock and fear. What level of martial skill is this? It's terrifying. He stared intently at Shingu, his heart pounding wildly. That's a quadruple armored rhinoceros. Even if you stand still and let him beat you for a whole day and night, you probably still wouldn't be able to kill the ironclad rhino. But what about Shingu? With a single slap, not even a trace remained. A chill ran through him, and for the first time, Zhao Tian began to doubt his own strength. You think you can find a chance to teach Shingu a lesson? I fear that if they had hesitated even a second longer in kneeling and begging for mercy, they would have been reduced to ashes. On another, higher hillside, Shen Ping, the instructor in charge of providing covert protection, stared wide-eyed, nearly dropping his binoculars. Holy crap! He couldn't help but swear, rubbing his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating. He didn't see Xingu unleash the heaven-burning palm earlier. The sheer horrific marks on the wall afterward suggested that the weapon must have been quite powerful. But after witnessing Xingu unleash his martial arts skills firsthand, I realized that Xingu had mastered the burning heaven palm to such an extent. This first move is already mastered to perfection. He truly is a prodigy. No wonder the usually impartial and incorruptible general-in-chief would repeatedly open back doors for Xingu. While Zhao Tian and Shen Ping were still in shock, Xingu had already bent down to pick up the crystal core and turned to continue walking deeper into the forest. That direction. Zhao Tian's pupils contracted again. That's the lair of the Crimson-Eyed Ape King, one of the 5 great beast kings. Has he gone mad? Killing 4 beasts wasn't enough. Did they really have to provoke a 5th beast king? Watching Shen Ji's receding figure, Zhao Tian's fear and hesitation vanished instantly. High-level martial arts techniques are incredibly powerful, but they also consume a lot of energy. With Shen Ji's strength at the 2nd level of awakening, he can only unleash it twice at most. He definitely has 1 more palm left, prepared to deal with the Crimson-Eyed Ape King. If Xingu had died directly at the hands of the Crimson-Eyed Ape King, he would have saved himself the trouble. But if Xingu and the Crimson-Eyed Ape King are both severely injured, then he can reap the benefits. No matter how you look at it, this is a win-win situation. Having made up his mind, Zhao Tian lowered his profile and followed. Xingu, who was walking ahead, had a barely perceptible smile on her lips. Sure enough, the tail behind them caught up again. Deep in the forest, miasma permeated the air. Xingu stopped in front of a dark cave. This is the lair of the Crimson-Eyed Ape King. The cave entrance was enormous, the surrounding trees were violently broken, and the bones of various strange beasts were scattered on the ground. Even before entering the cave, one could sense a fierce and violent aura. Xingu walked in calmly. Chapter 13: Fierce Battle Against the Crimson-Eyed Ape King. The cave interior was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, and the rock walls were inlaid with some minerals that emitted a faint glow. After walking about 100 meters, a huge open space appeared ahead. A giant ape, over 5 meters tall, is squatting in the center of the cave. Its entire body was covered in black fur, and its muscles were bulging, giving it a powerful appearance. Those scarlet eyes sent chills down my spine. 5 mythical beasts, the Crimson-Eyed Ape King. This ferocious beast is undoubtedly the overlord of the entire Blackwood Forest. At this moment, its gaping maw was tearing apart a deer-like beast, with blood and bits of flesh splattering everywhere. Xingu looked at the strange beast being torn apart and discovered that it was actually a level 4 wind chaser deer. This strange beast is incredibly fast and has virtually no natural enemies in the forest. Unexpectedly, it became the prey of the Crimson-Eyed Ape King. Upon noticing Shen Ji's arrival, the Crimson-Eyed Ape King stopped eating. It slowly raised its head, its crimson eyes fixed on the human who had intruded into its territory. Roar! A deafening roar exploded in the cave, whipping up a fierce wind. The terrifying pressure crushed down like a mountain. Any martial artist below the 5th level of awakening would probably have collapsed to the ground in fear by now. Xingu seemed oblivious, his gaze passing over the Crimson-Eyed Ape King and landing not far behind it. There, 3 translucent, 9-leaf spiritual herbs, emitting a faint fragrance, swayed in the breeze. First-grade top-quality spiritual medicine. 9-leaf ambergris. Shen Ji's breath hitched slightly. He hadn't expected his luck to be so incredible, stumbling upon 3 top-grade first-level spiritual herbs at once. If I can consume all of them, plus the beast cores I've accumulated, I'm guaranteed to break through 2 minor realms. The Crimson-Eyed Ape King was furious when it saw that this tiny human dared to ignore it. It pounded its chest violently, making muffled thuds, and the entire cave trembled violently. The next second, its massive body burst forth, transforming into a black shadow, so fast that it was impossible to see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Xingu, swinging its fist, which was the size of a water vat, and fiercely smashing it towards Xingu. The force of the punch was so strong that it tore apart the surrounding air. If someone were to take that punch head-on, even a quasi-martial artist at the 6th level of awakening would instantly turn into mincemeat. However, facing this earth-shattering punch, Xingu neither dodged nor avoided it. He slowly raised his right hand. A golden flame rose up from the palm of his hand. Flame wave. He muttered something under his breath and then thrust his palm out from a distance. Boom! The golden flames transformed into a surging wave of fire several meters high, directly meeting the Crimsonite Ape King's iron fist head-on. The fire wave and the fist collided fiercely. A violent energy surge swept outwards in all directions, causing rocks to fall from the cave ceiling due to the impact. The Crimsonite Ape King's punch, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, was actually blocked by the wave of fire, and its massive body was pushed back repeatedly. It looked down at its charged fist, howled in pain, and its eyes blazed with even more madness and savagery. Shingu, having landed a successful blow, did not stop. Take another chance and unleash even more energy. Flame break. Boom. A more solid flaming palm print than before was released and slammed heavily into the chest of the Crimsonite Ape King. Put. The fiery palm print pierced through the Crimsonite Ape King's tough fur, leaving a huge, charred palm print on its chest, a bloody mess, with even the white bones visible. Roar. The unprecedented pain completely unleashed the ferocity of this beast king. It went into a berserk state, its aura surging once more, and its eyes turning blood red. Shingu frowned and retreated, dodging the Crimsonite Ape King's frenzied attacks, clearly struggling to keep up. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tian, who was hiding in the shadows, had a sudden flash of inspiration. Shin Ji's use of two powerful martial arts techniques in succession must have consumed a great deal of energy. It seems impossible to hope that he and the Crimsonite Ape King will both suffer heavy losses, so we can only kill him first. Once Shingu dies, the task his brother entrusted to him will be completed, and he will naturally become the top recruit. This is far more beneficial than teaching Shingu a lesson. Taking advantage of Shin Ji's intense battle with the Crimsonite Ape King, Zhao Tian moves swiftly, activating his talent, Windblade, and thrusting it straight at Shin Ji's back. Die, you piece of trash. His face was full of a ferocious smile, as if he could already see Shingu lying in a pool of blood. However, the situation he had anticipated did not occur. Faced with this deadly sneak attack, Shingu didn't even turn his head. He simply raised his left hand casually and swung it back behind him. The movement was so effortless, as simple as shooing away an annoying fly. Puff! A tiny golden flame flicked from his fingertip and flew towards Zhao Tian, transforming into a blade in mid-air. The next moment, Zhao Tianxian's body suddenly stiffened, and the sinister smile on his face froze. He looked down in horror and was shocked to find a deep knife wound on his chest that had appeared at some point. His legs buckled and he knelt down. Shingu then looked at Zhao Tian, and in a flash, stood high above him, looking down at him. I knew you were following me all along. If you hadn't made a move, I might have spared your life, but since you did, don't blame me. Zhao Tian, kneeling on the ground, broke out in a cold sweat. When did he realize that he was behind him? Was his earlier display of helplessness not due to excessive exertion of his martial arts, but rather a ploy to lure me into attacking? Thinking of this, Zhao Tian felt utterly hopeless. With his last ounce of strength, he begged for mercy, Shingu, please spare me. I never intended to kill you. It was my brother Zhao Li who forced me to do this. Zhao Li? Shingu raised an eyebrow, thinking that he had never had any dealings with the eldest son of the Zhao family, so how could he have offended him? Yes. It's him. He knew you were about to marry Yun Muyue, so he forced me to find an opportunity to kill you so he could marry Yun Muyue. In order to save his own life, Zhao Tian threw all the blame on Zhao Li. Anyway, Shingu has no chance of finding Zhao Li to confront him face to face. As long as he can get back alive, he can add fuel to the fire in front of Zhao Li and use Zhao Li to get rid of Shingu. He who kills will be killed by everyone. I'll send you down first. In a few days, you can send me down to join you. After he finished speaking, the blade formed from flames reappeared. With a flash of cold light, Zhao Tian's throat was slit as he knelt on the ground. With another flash of flame at Shin Ji's fingertips, the corpse on the ground was instantly incinerated into ashes. Having dealt with the annoying fly, Shin Ji's gaze returned to the ferocious Crimsonite Ape King in front of him. It's time to finish this quickly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the golden flame in his palm changed color from gold to red, and then from red to a chilling dark crimson. The temperature in the entire cave suddenly soared, and the air distorted due to the high temperature, emitting a piercing crackling sound. Third move, Heaven Burning. A dark red streak of light flashed through the air and instantly imprinted itself on the Crimsonite Ape King. Time seemed to stand still throughout the cave. The Crimsonite Ape King's ferocious roar abruptly ceased, its massive body frozen in place. The next second, in its eyes, filled with fear and bewilderment, its body was disintegrating inch by inch, turning into ashes. He watched helplessly as his body disappeared, bit by bit. Finally, after letting out a terrified roar, it completely dissipated into the air. That monstrous beast, which terrified all the new recruits, was completely wiped out. At this moment, at the cave entrance, Instructor Chen Ping witnessed everything that had just happened. He had long noticed that Zhao Tian was secretly following Xingu, but since Zhao Tian hadn't made any move, he ignored it. It wasn't until Zhao Tian rushed into the cave that he realized the other party was about to make a move, so he immediately rushed after him. But he never expected the battle to end so quickly. I never expected Xingu to be so ruthless in his abilities and methods. He swiftly and decisively defeated Zhao Tian. Another palm strike instantly killed the five-fold Beast King. Recalling what he had just witnessed, Chen Ping's mind went blank. Strategic planning. Decisive and ruthless. Amazing potential. This kid is a born general. However, once Zhao Tian is dead, the Zhao family will certainly not let it go. Moreover, many people at the training ground witnessed Xingu and Zhao Tian entering the Blackwood Forest one after the other. Now that Zhao Tian is dead, Xingu is alive and well, which will inevitably lead to a series of troubles. Xingu withdrew his hand, walked to the 3 9-leaf dragon's saliva grasses, and carefully picked them. He bent down and picked up a crystal core from the ashes, which was entirely red and exuded a scorching aura. He then sat cross-legged, and a barrier of flames surrounded him. With the wedding just around the corner, troubles are piling up. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible, so he went into seclusion on the spot. Chapter 14 Wedding. A few days later. Jiangcheng, Rose Hotel. As the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng, it has been booked out today for a grand wedding that will be the focus of everyone's attention. Outside the hotel, a long line of luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan stretched out, representing almost all the wealthiest people in Jiangcheng. Inside the banquet hall, the crystal chandeliers shone brightly, and the atmosphere was filled with the fragrance of fine clothes and the clinking of glasses. The heads of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, Li, Yun, Zhang, and Zhao were all present. Even Yi Yangkai, the city's mayor who is usually elusive, came to offer his congratulations in person. Everyone knows that this wedding, ostensibly the wedding banquet of Yun Muyue, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, is actually a top-level gathering of Jiangcheng's entire high society. However, as time passed, the expressions on the guests' faces became subtle. What time is it? The wedding hasn't started yet? I heard the groom hasn't arrived yet. That's quite a show of force. The groom? Is that Xingu? Never heard of him before. Which family's junior is he? One of the people who was quick to get information lowered his voice, with a hint of disdain. What junior? He's just a good-for-nothing who appeared out of nowhere. He doesn't even have any talent. What does the Yun family mean by this? Are they going to find a good-for-nothing as their son-in-law? Upon hearing this, a suppressed chuckle immediately rose from the surrounding crowd. Li Zong, the head of the Li family and Li Ziwei's father, held a wine cup with a cold smile on his lips. Yun Tiancheng is getting more and more senile as he gets older. He actually let Mu Yu marry such a good-for-nothing. He has completely disgraced the Yun family. Beside him, the head of the Zhao family also joined in with a cold laugh and mockery. Trash and trash, a match made in heaven, ha ha ha. A while later, Xingu still hadn't arrived, and the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. What's going on with the groom? Did he disappear on his wedding day? The auspicious time has already passed. Are we still going to hold the wedding? Li Ziwei, who had been following his father closely, deliberately raised his voice and shouted to the guests, I've heard that the kid went into the Blackwood Forest alone a few days ago and hasn't come out yet. Blackwood Forest? With a piece of trash like him? He'd probably have been torn to shreds by the beasts long ago, leaving not even a bone fragment. Ah, this son-in-law of the Yun family not only has physical problems, but also mental problems. Yun Muyue, she's already a widow before she's even married. The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became strange, and everyone treated the wedding as a joke. Meanwhile, from the Yun family's direction, Yun Muyue, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, stood in front of the stage, breathtakingly beautiful, yet her face remained expressionless. But her hands, hidden beneath the wedding dress, were clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Hearing the discussions outside, Yun Mushi, who was standing to the side, turned pale with anger, and her chest heaved. If Xingu doesn't come soon, our Yun family will become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangcheng. Yun Tianhe angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand on the ground and shouted at Yun Tiancheng, the head of the Yun family, Big brother. Did you see that? I told you long ago, this kid is completely unreliable. Either they deserted in the face of battle, or they died in some remote corner. Yun Tiancheng's face turned ashen, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Just then, the hotel manager ran over, sweating profusely, his body bent over, his voice trembling. "Mr. Yun, it's so late, should the wedding continue?" All eyes were focused on Yun Tiancheng. Humiliation, unprecedented humiliation. Yun Tiancheng felt as if his old face was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Just then, Zhao Li stood up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked in Zhao Li's direction with expressions of anticipation, as if watching a good show. "Uncle Yun. It seems your good son-in-law won't be alive to attend his own wedding. In that case, this farce should come to an end. I, Zhao Li, hereby propose to you again today, in front of the entire city of Jiangcheng. I wish to marry Mu Yu. I am the one who deserves her the most." As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of discussion erupted throughout the room. I never imagined that young Master Zhao was so deeply in love with Yun Muyue that he actually proposed marriage in public. Although Yun Muyue is a cripple, she was still a former S rank, so she can barely be a maid to young Master Zhao. The Yun family is really lucky. Who is young Master Zhao? He is the future heir of the Zhao family, the #1 genius in Jiangcheng. He has already reached the 9th level of awakening at the age of only 19. I've heard that young Master Zhao's S-rank talent, Berserk True Tiger, has amazed even the city capital. Yun Muyue's face, which had been expressionless, suddenly turned deathly pale. She knew her family well. If Xingu were to die in the Blackwood Forest, the family would certainly agree without hesitation in the face of such a situation. Marry her off to that bastard Zhao Li. Squeak! The heavy double doors of the banquet hall were slowly pushed open. A tall, slender figure appeared in the doorway, backlit by the light. The noise, the mockery, all the sounds vanished in an instant. All eyes turned to the doorway. "Xingu is here. Sorry, something came up on the way, I'm late. Who just said they wanted to marry my wife?" Chapter 15 Crushing Li Ziwei. All the noise came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned to the figure backlit at the doorway. Xingu. He really came. Zhao Li's smug smile instantly froze, replaced by a gloomy expression. He stared intently at Xingu, the murderous intent in his eyes already tangible. This good-for-nothing left the Blackwood Forest alive, but Zhao Tian disappeared in the Blackwood Forest for several days and most likely met with misfortune. He would never believe that this matter had nothing to do with Xingu. Yun Muyue's originally pale face inexplicably flushed when she saw Xingu appear. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably when she saw the figure walking slowly towards her reflected in her usually expressionless phoenix eyes. Xingu ignored everyone and walked straight to the stage, standing next to Yun Muyue. He straightened his collar as if no one else was around, then turned his head and looked at Yun Muyue. The girl wore a pure white wedding dress today, and her delicate collarbone shone brightly under the lights. She was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. "I'm sorry I'm late." Xingu looked at Yun Muyue and said softly, "You look really good in this outfit." Yun Muyue's body trembled almost imperceptibly, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she looked up at him. Xingu saw the unease in her eyes, and softened his voice even more, saying in a volume that only the two of them could hear, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Yun Muyue gently bit her lower lip, and the grievances in her heart instantly vanished. She gave a soft "hmm." Xingu didn't look at anyone from the Yin family, but instead picked up the microphone and faced all the guests below the stage. His voice echoed clearly throughout the banquet hall through the sound system. "I know that many of you here look down on me. They think I'm a good-for-nothing and not worthy of the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Even the Yun family thinks so." Yun Tianhe's expression turned extremely ugly, his face so gloomy it seemed to drip water. "What's this kid up to?" Xingu paused, then raised his voice suddenly, addressing the shocked faces below the stage. "So, I'm giving everyone a chance today. A chance to kick me out of the Yun family." The entire audience erupted in uproar. No one present knew what Xingu was trying to do. "Today, I, Xingu, will set up this arena right here. Any young person in Jiangcheng, no matter who they are, can come up on stage and challenge me. If you can beat me, I will immediately get out of the Yun family and have nothing to do with Yun Muyue from now on. The wedding is cancelled on the spot." These words instantly caused an uproar in the quiet banquet hall. "He's insane. This kid is absolutely insane. How dare a good-for-nothing like him challenge the entire younger generation of Jiangcheng? Ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard all year." Li Ziwei was the first to burst out laughing, bending over backwards with laughter that almost brought tears to his eyes. Useless trash. Do you even know what you're saying? Who do you think you are? Shingu ignored him, simply raising a finger and adding the last sentence. However, there are conditions for challenging me. Challenger, you must wager a second-tier spiritual medicine. If I lose, the elixir is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter from the audience grew even louder. The case is solved. He's not an idiot, he's just desperate for the elixir. This piece of trash still wanted to make a quick buck before he died? Let alone second-tier spiritual herbs, even first-tier ones, does he deserve them? Shinji's eyes were calm and indifferent. Of course, he wasn't crazy about cultivation resources. After 7 days of seclusion, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of awakening. In addition, the True Flame Tyrant possesses terrifying combat power, making it invincible among its peers and capable of defeating opponents of higher levels. This move today is both for resources and to establish authority. He wanted to tell everyone in Jiangcheng that he, Shingu, was not a piece of trash. We must also tell the Yun family that marrying Yun Muyue is not an act of him climbing the social ladder. What, nobody dares to go up? Shingu spoke again, his tone filled with undisguised provocation. Are all these so-called geniuses in Jiangcheng just a bunch of cowards who only know how to talk big? You piece of trash. I'll teach you a lesson. Li Ziwei had been holding back for a long time. He wanted to trample this good-for-nothing under his feet in front of everyone. Let me you see clearly who the real strongman is. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Li Ziwei leaped onto the high platform, facing Shingu from afar. A green light appeared in his hand, and a second-tier spirit plant appeared in Zhao Ziwei's hand. With a flick of his wrist, Shingu caught the spirit plant steadily. Go, Wei! Beat this arrogant brat to a pulp. Young Master Li is an A-level talent, a master at the 7th level of awakening. Dealing with a piece of trash is a piece of cake for him, isn't it? Below the stage, Li Ziwei's followers began to cheer loudly. The guests also wore expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. Looks like this is going to be interesting. I didn't expect Li Ziwei to be the first one to go on stage. Although he is not the strongest among the younger generation in Jiangcheng, he is more than capable of dealing with this good-for-nothing. It's highly unlikely that we'll see young Master Zhao make a move, but I heard that Zhang Qinshan from the Zhang family has also arrived. However, he's always kept a low profile, so I wonder if he'll make a move for Yun Muyue. Meanwhile, the two Yun sisters were deathly pale. What's wrong with Shingu? He's not a reckless person, so why would he do something like challenging the entire younger generation of Jiangcheng today? Li Ziwei on the stage unleashed an even greater pressure. Blinding lightning flashed across his body, crackling and popping, and a powerful aura burst forth. Grade A talent, Thunder Body. Useless trash. Today I'll show you what a true genius is. The oppressive aura of the 7th level of awakening made many people in the audience feel palpitations. Muyu, watch closely. Watch how I trample this piece of trash under my feet. With a ferocious smile on his face, Li Ziwei's body transformed into an arc of electricity, his palms turning into claws as he viciously grabbed at Shinji's throat. This move was both fast and ruthless. Before the audience could even see Li Ziwei's movements, he had already appeared in front of Shingu. Yun Mushi clenched her fists nervously. Yun Muyue's heart was in her throat. However, faced with this thunderous attack, Shingu simply raised his right hand slowly. A cluster of tiny golden flames suddenly rose from his fingertips. The blinding bolt of lightning was instantly swallowed up the flame the moment it touched it. The golden flame, as if absorbing nutrients, suddenly leaped up and spread along Li Ziwei's fingers. Ah! A blood-curdling scream escaped Li Ziwei's lips, his smile freezing in place, replaced by terror. He tried to pull his hand away, but found that no matter how much he used his internal energy, the flames on his arm could not be extinguished. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. Shingu stepped forward and kicked Li Ziwei in the stomach. Boom! Crash! He knocked over 7 or 8 banquet tables covered with white tablecloths, spilling expensive wines and dishes all over the floor, before finally crashing heavily onto the load-bearing wall at the end of the banquet hall. Li Ziwei slid down the wall to the ground, his body charred black and barely clothed. Smoke billowed from his mouth, he twitched twice on the ground, and then passed out. Everyone wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Li Ziwei, a pillar of Jiangcheng's younger generation, was instantly killed by a single flame? The smug smile on the face of the Li family patriarch had not yet faded, but now he was as stiff as a stone. My own son, just like that, lost? On stage, Yun Mushi's mouth was wide open. A week ago, Shingu was strong, but not as good as Li Ziwei. In just 1 week, he has become so much stronger. Yun Muyue covered her mouth with her hand, her cool phoenix eyes sparkling with surprise. Shingu withdrew his hand and blew away non-existent dust from his palm. He didn't look at the unconscious Li Ziwei, but looked at the crowd below the stage. His gaze lingered on Zhao Li's face for a moment, then his mockery intensified. Are all the geniuses in Zhongcheng this useless? Chapter 16 Execution of Zhao Li. Shen Ji's gaze swept across the audience and finally landed on the second-tier spiritual herb that he had caught. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, he picked up the medicinal herb, glanced at it, and then casually popped it into his mouth. Creak, creak. He actually started chewing it. Holy crap! Is he insane? He swallowed a second-tier spiritual medicine whole? Is he out of his mind? Even a martial artist has to be careful when refining it. If a quasi-martial artist consumes it like this, his meridians will be burst by the violent medicinal power. The guests below the stage went wild, looking at Shingu with eyes that seemed to think he was crazy. Even Mayor Yi Yangkai, who had been watching the spectacle, raised an eyebrow, clearly quite surprised. Even with his prominent position and extensive knowledge, he had never seen anyone dare to treat spiritual materials like snacks. However, the expected death by exploding body did not occur. Instead, an even more powerful aura erupted from Shen Ji's body. The air in the entire banquet hall seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure emanated from Shen Ji's body. Awakening to the 6th level. How is this possible? He ate the elixir raw, and not only was he unharmed, he even broke through to a higher level on the spot? Being able to break through means this kid can still absorb energy from spiritual energy. Just what kind of monster is he? If the slap that sent Li Ziwei flying just now was shocking, then this scene has overturned everyone's understanding. You must know that the elixir must be refined slowly, otherwise there is a possibility of the body exploding and dying. Otherwise, those powerful families with abundant resources and those young masters who endlessly consume drugs would have been invincible long ago. If your body can't handle it, you're just asking for death. But Shingu actually ate the elixir as food. Yun Muyue was now looking at Shingu, the focus of the crowd, with dazzling brilliance, her heart pounding wildly. Shingu. Meanwhile, Zhao Li, who could no longer bear to watch, stood up from the stage. They walked step by step toward the high platform. Look! Zhao Li is finally about to make his move. Zhao Li is not a spoiled brat like Li Ziwei. He is the real #1 young talent in Zhongcheng. This Shingu may indeed have some skill, but compared to young Master Zhao, he is still far inferior. With each step Zhao Tian took, the terrifying pressure of his S-rank talent, Raging True Tiger, grew stronger, locking onto Shingu on the stage. My younger brother, Zhao Tian, has gone missing in the Blackwood Forest. The last time he appeared, he went in with you. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? These words caused an uproar in the room. Zhao Li's words mean that Shingu is back, but Zhao Tian is not. Combined with the terrifying power Shingu had just displayed, everyone understood the meaning behind Zhao Li's words. Zhao Tian is probably in grave danger. Faced with Zhao Li's murderous gaze, Shingu simply smiled faintly. You need to explain? Can. He turned around and looked directly at Zhao Li. Go to the court to report the case. Tell them you suspect I killed your brother. They can arrest me anytime they can produce evidence. If you don't have it, then don't bark at me like a dog. These words, spoken casually, were extremely arrogant. Does this statement essentially constitute a tacit admission? Although Zhao Tian is not among the most outstanding members of the younger generation of the Zhao family, he is a direct descendant of the Zhao family. Zhao Li's face instantly turned a purplish red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. You're asking for it. He let out a roar, leaped onto the platform, and threw the second-tier spiritual material to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the S-rank talent, Raging True Tiger, was released without reservation. A ferocious tiger phantom appeared and disappeared behind him, roaring at Shingu. Some guests with lower cultivation levels were so frightened by the oppressive aura that they couldn't even sit still. Once you step onto this ring, there are no eyes for fists and feet. I can't guarantee you'll make it through today alive. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when Zhao Li said this. This is going to be a deadly attack. Faced with the almost tangible killing intent, Shingu remained expressionless, merely waving his hand impatiently. Are you done talking? Once you've finished speaking, then take action. Don't delay me from doing my business. You. Zhao Li was angered by this contemptuous attitude and laughed in anger. Good. Very good. Since you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated, I'll grant your wish. Without another word, he stomped his foot, causing the entire hotel floor to tremble violently. The next second, he charged towards Xingu with the momentum of a tiger descending a mountain. It's the Zhao family's third-tier martial skill, the Roaring Tiger Killing Fist. Someone in the audience gasped in surprise. This is a closely guarded secret of the Zhao family. It is said that when mastered, a single punch can flatten a small hill. Young Master Zhao truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 genius of Jiangcheng. With his 9th level awakening cultivation, coupled with an S-rank talent and a third-tier martial skill, this piece of trash is doomed. If that punch lands, there probably won't even be any ashes left. Mayor Yi Yangkai, standing in the center of the crowd, nodded in approval upon seeing Zhao Li's attack. He had already mastered a third-tier martial skill before even becoming a martial artist. Zhao Li's talent is so exceptional that it would be considered extraordinary even in the capital, let alone in a small place like Jiangcheng. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Zhao Li arrived in front of Xingu. The phantom tiger behind him had materialized, and a terrifying fist gust tore through the air, hurtling towards Xingu. Die! Zhao Li roared and threw a punch. Faced with a punch that could instantly kill any 8th-level awakened martial artist, Xingu remained motionless. Raise your right hand, spread your 5 fingers, and a ball of golden flame quietly condenses in your palm. Burning the heavens. Xingu met Zhao Li's attack head-on, exchanging blows with his fists and feet. Sizzle! The ferocious tiger, formed from S-level talent, let out a shrill roar the moment it came into contact with the golden flames. Its massive body was rapidly engulfed and melted by the flames. It took no more than a breath. The phantom image of the fierce tiger vanished into thin air. No! That's impossible! Zhao Li's pupils contracted. His prized talent, the Raging True Tiger, which allowed him to challenge opponents of higher levels, was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this good-for-nothing. Before he could even speak, the flames that had previously devoured the phantom of the tiger spread to his body, burning his entire arm along his fist. Ah! The excruciating pain caused Zhao Li to let out a piercing scream. Xingu remained expressionless, and flames erupted again from the palm of his hand that was pressing on Zhao Li's fist. In an instant, Zhao Li turned into a human torch. Under the intense heat, the skin cracked, exposing the stark white bones to the air. The crowd below the stage went completely mad. The scene before them had utterly shattered their worldview. Zhao Li, the #1 genius of Jiangcheng, who has awakened to the 9th level, used his S-level talent and third-tier martial skill, but was still seriously injured by Xingu with a single palm strike. Mayor Yi Yangkai abruptly stood up from his seat, his previously playful eyes now filled with extreme seriousness. The head of the Zhao family trembled violently, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Xingu standing on the stage. The Yun sisters covered their mouths tightly with their hands, looking at the tall figure on the stage, their beautiful eyes filled with undisguised shock and admiration. Just then, Xingu moved. He strode down the platform and walked toward Zhao Li, who was struggling in pain on the ground. The pace was slow, but every step captivated the hearts of everyone present. What does he want to do? Zhao Li has already lost, what else does he want to do? The head of the Zhao family finally reacted and let out a roar. You little beast! How dare you! Xingu ignored him and continued forward. Stop! Xingu! Stop right there! This is a wedding ceremony! Yun Tianhe also shouted hurriedly, his face turning pale. Kill the Zhao family heir in front of all the powerful and influential people in Jiangcheng? Then the matter is truly beyond repair. The Yun family is going to be dragged down with them too. However, Xingu still did not stop. He walked up to Zhao Li, looking down at the arrogant genius of Jiangcheng who had just been so overbearing. Zhao Li raised his head, his face, burned beyond recognition by the flames, filled with fear and pleading. No! Don't kill me! I admit defeat. I was wrong. I just wanted Zhao Tian to teach you a lesson. I didn't do anything else. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Xingu, please forgive me. Xin Ji's eyes were indifferent, showing no emotional fluctuation. You said that. Once you step onto this ring, there are no eyes for fists and feet. He slowly raised his right hand. The fear in Zhao Li's eyes reached its peak. He wanted to beg for mercy, but found that he could no longer make a sound. No! The Zhao family patriarch let out a heart-wrenching roar, trying to rush over, but it was already too late. Xingu flicked her finger at Zhao Li. Puff. A tiny golden flame floated out and landed precisely on Zhao Li's brow. Zhao Li's body stiffened abruptly. The next moment, all his wails and struggles vanished. The future heir of the Zhao family was turned into a charred human-shaped charcoal carcass under the watchful eyes of all the city's powerful and wealthy. A gentle breeze blew by, and it turned into ashes on the ground. After doing all this, Xingu slowly turned around. His gaze swept past the stunned crowd and landed on the head of the Zhao family. This is my explanation to the Zhao family. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 17 Changes in the Yun family's attitude. Throughout the banquet hall, no one dared to make a loud sound, not even their breathing. Zhao Lihong, the head of the Zhao family, trembled violently. His well-maintained face lost all color and then flushed with a sickly redness. His lips trembled as he tried to say something, but found himself unable to utter a sound. He died. His most prized son, the future hope of the Zhao family, was crushed like an ant right before his eyes. What explanation are you offering? Zhao Lihong spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice hoarse, each word carrying an overwhelming killing intent. You little beast. I'll kill you. Boom. The terrifying pressure from a third-tier martial artist instantly swept through the entire banquet hall. Zhao Lihong, acting like a madman, caused the top-grade marble floor tiles beneath his feet to shatter inch by inch. He transformed into a blurry black shadow and lunged at Xingu. He wanted to kill this beast with his own hands. However, another figure was faster than him. Zhao Lihong, you're insane. Yun Tiancheng's face was gloomy. He moved swiftly and appeared in front of Xingu in an instant. He unleashed an aura no weaker than Zhao Lihong's, forcefully suppressing Shen Jiyi's pressure. Two forces belonging to the top experts in Jiangcheng clashed fiercely in the center of the banquet hall. An invisible surge of true energy spread out, causing the surrounding guests to fall over, tables, chairs, and wine glasses to shatter, leaving the scene in complete disarray. Get out of my way. Yun Tiancheng. How dare you stop me? Zhao Lihong's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Xingu behind Yun Tiancheng, wishing he could devour him alive. Yun Tiancheng disagreed, his face cold. Xingu set up the arena, and your son went up there himself. Your son himself said that fists and feet have no eyes. If you're not skilled enough, dying will be pointless. Every word was piercing to the heart. Yun Tiancheng's words completely shattered Zhao Lihong's last shred of reason. Fine. What a convenient excuse of being outmatched. Today I disregard all rules and regulations. If this brat is not killed, my Zhao family swears we will not rest. Yun Tiancheng, if you insist on protecting him, then your Yun family will be at odds with my Zhao family. The other members of the Zhao family also stood up, their faces unfriendly, staring intently at the Yun family members. Yun Tianhe's face turned pale. He wanted to admit defeat, but Yun Tiancheng stopped him with a look. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Today, he has realized just how terrifying Shen Jiyi's talent is, and he must firmly bind Xingu to the Yun family. Xingu, the Yun family has saved him. Zhao Lihong's face was contorted with rage. He had been blinded by hatred. Excellent. Well done, Yun Tiancheng. If you don't hand over this little beast today, my Zhao family will fight to the death to tear a piece of flesh from your Yun family. Just as tensions were rising, the banquet hall doors were pushed open once again. A tall man dressed in a black combat uniform walked in. He wore gleaming general stars on his shoulders, had a stern face, and exuded an aura of authority. Everyone was shocked the moment they saw the man. Commander-in-Chief Lin Zhan. The highest-ranking military commander in Jiangcheng. Lin Zhanlong strode into the center of the arena and slowly asked, "Who wants to fight to the death?" Zhao Lihong naturally recognized Lin Zhan. Upon seeing him arrive, his arrogance immediately diminished, but he still managed to suppress his anger. General Lin. This is a private matter between our four great families. This brat named Xingu murdered my son Zhao Li in public. You must do me justice. Lin Zhan glanced at him, his eyes indifferent. Personal matters? He walked over to Xingu and patted her shoulder heavily. Xingu is someone I, Lin Zhan, value highly. He will soon represent the Jiangcheng military in the northern border competition. If you touch him, you are touching my Lin Zhan. You are making an enemy of the entire Jiangcheng military command. Does your Zhao family want to die? What? Is Xingu someone General Lin values? And he's even going to represent the military in the northern border competition? This is so much information. At the Yun family's table, Yun Tianhe's wineglass fell to the ground with a clatter, splashing wine onto his expensive leather shoes, but he was completely unaware. The harsh words spoken earlier in the coffee shop felt like slaps to his face. Standing beside him, Yun Mushi was also stunned and speechless for a moment. But then, those beautiful big eyes blinked and saw Uncle Three's expression, as if he had swallowed a fly. Finally, unable to resist, he quietly leaned closer and whispered. "Third uncle, didn't you say that my brother-in-law is unreliable?" "You." Yun Tianhe almost choked on his breath. He knew that Yun Mushi was deliberately trying to provoke him, but he couldn't refute her. With the entire Jiangcheng military headquarters standing behind them, how could he dare to say anything more? Yun Muyue, who had been staring at Shen Ji's figure, finally loosened her tightly clenched hand. Deep red marks were left on her fair palms by her fingernails, but she was completely unaware of it. Zhao Lihong's face drained of all color, turning deathly pale. He had considered that Xingu might have some background, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to kill so recklessly, but he never expected that Xingu was backed by the entire Jiangcheng military. That is an absolute power that surpasses the four great families. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to challenge the military. Zhao Lihong cast his last hope on Mayor Yi Yangkai, who had remained calmly seated at the head of the table from beginning to end. "Mayor Yi, you are the most important official in Jiangcheng. You must stand up for me. This kid committed a crime in public, he's completely lawless. You can't just ignore this." Yi Yangkai, who had been silent all along, slowly put down his teacup. He stood up, slowly straightened his clothes, and looked calmly at Zhao Lihong. "Master Zhao, please accept my condolences. However, your son just went on stage to challenge and said, 'Fists and feet have no eyes, life and death are predestined.' I think everyone present heard it clearly. Since it was an agreement made before a fair duel, there's not much I can say." Yi Yangkai's words shattered the last glimmer of hope in Zhao Lihong's heart. Yi Yangkai made it clear that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Without the mayor's support, how could the Zhao family dare to challenge the Yun family and the military? The suppressed murmurs in the crowd could no longer be contained. What? Xingu actually has a connection with General Lin. And General Lin even thinks highly of him. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. He even killed Zhao Li without hesitation. Did you hear that? The Northern Territory Grand Competition. That's the battlefield for all the geniuses and prodigies from the 18 cities of the Northern Territory. Xingu can even defeat Zhao Li in an instant. This time, our Jiangcheng might really be able to make a name for itself. The Zhao family has always been arrogant and domineering, but this time they've really messed up. Their son died in vain, and they didn't dare utter a single word. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhao Lihong could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. "Master!" Several members of the Zhao family quickly helped him up. With the help of others, Zhao Lihong walked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. As he took his last step out the door, he turned back and stared intently at Xingu with eyes filled with extreme resentment. That one glance seemed to etch Shen Ji's image into his heart. No matter the cost, he had to make Xingu die. No one expected that these actions against Xingu would end so hastily. They looked at Xingu, who stood tall and straight beside Lin Zhan, with complicated expressions. The Yun family has really managed to get on the good side of a powerful family. Chapter 18 Awakening. The Zhao family left in a sorry state, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall remained tense. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the young man standing in the center. No one expected that a wedding that should have become the laughingstock of the whole city would be resolved in this way. Zhao Li, the #1 prodigy of Jiangcheng, is dead. The Yun family not only did not become a laughingstock, but because of this good-for-nothing in everyone's eyes, they will most likely soar to great heights in the future. Lin Zhan walked over to Xingu and patted him hard on the shoulder. "Good job, kid. Don't embarrass me at the Northern Tournament." Xingu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Don't worry, General Lin." Lin Zhan laughed heartily and found a corner to sit down. Mayor Yi Yangkai also stood up, nodded slightly to Yun Tiancheng and Xingu, and said nothing. But his attitude has already said it all. The Zhao family has no choice but to swallow this loss. Only after the 2 large Buddha statues had left did the guests dare to breathe softly. My goodness, this son-in-law of the Yun family is truly a hidden dragon. Patriarch Yun, congratulations. You've gained such a wonderful son-in-law. The Yun family is undoubtedly the most powerful family in Jiangcheng. Flattery and fawning were heard everywhere. Yun Tiancheng's face was flushed, and he straightened his back. He called out loudly to the entire audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse my poor performance. When juniors are sparring, it's easy to lose your composure. Come on, let's continue the wedding." His gaze toward Shingu was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. Previously, despite the pressure, Yun Muyue was betrothed to Shingu. Originally, she only valued his S-level talent genes, but she never expected him to have such potential. "I've struck gold." Shingu ignored the fawning faces around her and turned back to the stage. The lights focused again, and he walked step by step toward the girl in the pure white wedding dress. Yun Muyue stood there aloof and indifferent, her beautiful eyes only seeing Shingu walking towards her, as if she had stepped out of a painting. However, as Shinji's figure drew closer, a hint of sadness, which could not be concealed, appeared in his phoenix eyes. Shingu is so dazzling. With his own strength, he suppressed the entire younger generation of Jiangcheng, making them unable to lift their heads. Even the military commander-in-chief stood up for him. And what about myself? Having lost all his talent and cultivation, he became a cripple. His only valuable asset was his S-level talent gene, which was merely a tool for his family to use in marriage alliances. She didn't think much of it before. But now, standing next to this radiant man, she felt inferior for the first time. A deep sense of powerlessness made me almost want to escape. Shingo walked up to her and stopped. He saw through the emotions in Yun Muyue's eyes and understood her current thoughts. Shingu suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Yun Muyue's fair earlobe, and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Don't feel inferior. We'll just sleep a few more times." Based on the progress of Yun Muyue's Ice Lord awakening shown on the panel last time, Shingu knew that it wouldn't be long before he could help her fully awaken her physique. Yun Muyue was unaware of this. Upon hearing these words, she felt her mind explode, and a surge of heat rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her entire pretty face, along with her snow-white neck, was tinged with a captivating blush. That bastard. He's going to take advantage of her again. And I was just worried about him. She was both embarrassed and angry, and pinched Shinji's waist hard with her hand hidden under her wedding dress. After this little incident, Yun Muyue's depressed mood miraculously disappeared. Shingu grunted, but a smile remained on his face. Standing to the side, Yun Mushi watched the two interacting, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She thought she could completely accept her sister being with Shingu, but now, witnessing her boyfriend interacting with her sister, she still felt a little depressed. Although Yun Mushi hid her emotions well, Shingu still caught them. He gently hooked Yun Mushi's hand, turned to her and said, "Before you turn 20, I will definitely advance to the second-tier martial artist level, and then I will come to marry you." The usually mischievous Yun Mushi blushed slightly, lowered her head, and softly murmured The MC was ready. He straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and began the wedding vows. Now, the groom may kiss his bride. Under the watchful eyes of all the guests, Shingu embraced Yun Muyue's slender waist and lowered his head to kiss her. Yun Muyue froze, the word Shingu had just said echoing in her mind. The noise subsided, and the guests departed. Shingu and Yun Muyue returned to the presidential suite that had been prepared for them. The room was decorated with festive red double happiness symbols, and the expensive carpet was covered with rose petals. The atmosphere was subtle and ambiguous. Yun Muyue sat on the edge of the bed, still wearing her pure white wedding dress. The layers of skirt were spread on the ground, like a blooming snow lotus. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt, a blush spreading across her fair face. Seeing Yun Muyue's appearance, Shingu walked over and sat down next to her. "What are you thinking about?" His voice was soft, yet it made Yun Muyue's body tremble slightly. "Thinking about you today, were you too impulsive? Killing Zhao Li will not let the Zhao family get away with it." Shingu smiled dismissively, "So what? The Zhao family is nothing to me. But you, seeing my incredible prowess today, do you admire me even more now?" Yun Muyue's mortar and pestle stirred slightly, and she bit her lower lip tightly. He took a deep breath, as if he had made a major decision. "Then, let's begin." Before Shingu could react, she stretched out her slightly trembling hands and clumsily began to untie the intricate ties at the back of her wedding dress. Shingu was stunned. Because of her nervousness, Yun Muyue's fingers became somewhat unresponsive, and the more anxious she became, the more difficult it was to untie the thin ribbon. Her eyes were red with anxiety, so she decided to stop arguing with the tape. Sizzle! The wedding dress was forcibly torn, and the pure white fabric slid down her smooth shoulders, piling up at her feet and revealing her shapely figure. Didn't you say that sleeping more often would be fine? Now is fine. After saying that, she pressed her delicate body against Shingo. Nothing was said that night, only the room was filled with enchanting beauty. After a long while, Yun Muyue curled up in Shinji's arms, her snow-white skin still bearing a touch of pink. He felt the man's strong heartbeat and a sense of unprecedented peace welled up inside him. But at that moment, an extreme chill suddenly erupted from her long silent dantian without warning. Her body temperature dropped rapidly, her delicate brows furrowed, and a look of pain appeared on her pretty face. Shingo, I'm so cold. Shingo felt the chill that even he, with his true flame tyrant power, found icy cold, and he brought up the system panel. Name, Yun Muyue. Physique, Ice Lord energy absorption complete, currently awakening. As expected, Yun Muyue's special physique has awakened. After learning the reason, Shingo felt relieved. Instead of pushing Yun Muyue away, he hugged her even tighter. The true flame tyrant within her body began to operate, and streams of scorching warmth flowed into Yun Muyue's body. Although it could not completely make her immune to the cold, it could make her feel less uncomfortable. Don't be afraid, I'm here. His voice was steady and powerful, but Yun Muyue no longer knew what he was saying. Her consciousness plunged into a cold darkness, and she felt her parched dantian being forcibly torn apart by a tremendous force. At the same time, the entire hotel was in complete chaos. My God! What's going on? It's so cold. Why did it suddenly get so cold? The waiter in the corridor was chattering, and a layer of white frost instantly formed on his body. To their horror, they discovered that a chilling cold was pouring out from the crack in the door of the presidential suite on the top floor. Click. The heavy solid wood door was covered with a thick layer of ice. Then there's the corridor ceiling, where ice is visibly freezing. What's going on? Is the cooling system broken? Damn it, this isn't just broken, it's freezing to death. On the top floor corridor, the hotel manager and several security guards huddled together, shivering. His teeth were chattering, and his body was covered in a layer of white frost. At the same time, the Yun brothers, Yun Tianchang and Yun Mushi, who had just come down to the first floor, also felt the sudden chill. Yun Tianchang's expression changed drastically. This direction leads to the top floor. Oh no! The Zhao family has made their move. He subconsciously assumed that the Zhao family, who had suffered a loss that day, was the one who had secretly taken action. His figure quickly transformed into a blur, rushing towards the stairs in an instant. Yun Mushi's face turned pale instantly, and she quickly chased after him. Chapter 19. The Yun family's attitude changes again. Meanwhile, inside the presidential suite, Shingo held the trembling body tightly in his arms. Yun Muyue curled up in Shinji's arms, and ice blue lines appeared on her snow-white skin. The chill emanating from him was enough to freeze a second-level awakened martial artist into an ice sculpture. However, the chill emanating from her body was instantly melted away by a surge of scorching true energy the moment it touched Shinji's body. It's so cold. Yun Muyue let out painful groans in her unconscious state, her consciousness sinking into an endless, cold darkness. Countless mysterious ice blue runes flashed in her consciousness, eventually converging into streams of blue true energy that flowed into her dantian. Yun Muyue was greatly shocked and murmured to herself, "This is a physical awakening?" Shingo was looking down at her, a smile playing on his lips. That's right, this is the Frost Lord physique. Congratulations, Muyu, you can start cultivating again. Yun Muyue did not answer. Her icy eyes were filled with shock. It's actually the Frost Lord. No wonder she could feel the newly added true energy in her dantian was so powerful. She had read about this special physique in her textbooks. Legend has it that those who awaken this physique will at least reach the 7th level of the extraordinary realm in the future. I never expected that I would awaken such a powerful physique. No wonder all my previous cultivation disappeared. It turns out it was all absorbed by this physique and used as energy to activate it. Then, as if she had thought of something, Yun Muyue felt a little puzzled. That's not right. Her cultivation level, and the little energy she absorbed after losing her cultivation, are completely insufficient for her to unlock her physical potential. Yun Muyue looked at Shingo beside her, her lips parted slightly, her voice hoarse yet carrying the crisp sound of ice beads falling onto a jade plate. With the energy I've accumulated so far, I'm afraid I'll never awaken the Frost Lord power in my lifetime unless someone helps me. Ancient texts record that this supremely young constitution can counteract the Frost Lord and aid in its awakening. Throughout history, there has only been one way. Thinking of this, her heart pounded wildly. For a moment, he was even more excited than when he himself had awakened his physique. You are the true flame tyrant? Knowing that he could no longer hide it from Yun Muyue, Shingu smiled at her. You guessed right. A sudden realization flashed through Shin Muyue's mind. It was indeed so. But I was still shocked. True flame tyrant. This physique is even more terrifying than her awakened Ice Lord form. That's a physique that only exists in legends. It is said that if you cultivate to the high level of martial arts, you can burn mountains and boil seas, and even burn gods and demons to ashes. No wonder. No wonder Shingu could eat second-tier spiritual herbs like candy. No wonder he was able to surpass the younger generation in Jiangcheng in a short time and burn Jelly to death in one move. No wonder I said something like, just sleep a few more times and you'll be fine. It was just a joke, actually to help her awaken her constitution. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the girl beside him, Shingu asked with some curiosity, why did you have the cultivation of a half-step martial artist as soon as you awakened, while I didn't when I awakened? Yun Muyue replied softly, I already had cultivation, but it was absorbed by my physique. Now that I've awakened, it will naturally replenish the cultivation that was previously devoured. Just as Shingu was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Thump! 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 Just then, there was a knock on the door that had been frozen shut inside the room. Mu Yu! Shingu! Are you inside? Yun Tiancheng's voice came from outside the door, filled with anxiety. What happened? Shingu remained calm, took out a set of clothes, and had Yun Muyue put them on. Only after confirming that Yun Muyue was dressed did he get up and walk towards the door. It's nothing, you just awakened, so some of your power is leaking out. Outside the door, Yun Tiancheng and the others were frantic with worry. Dad! The door's frozen shut, we can't open it. Yun Mushi paced anxiously at the door, her previously bright and beautiful eyes welling up with tears due to her urgency. Yun Tiancheng's face darkened, and he no longer hesitated. Everyone, stand back. He let out a low shout, and the true energy of a third-level martial artist erupted from his body. Boom! With a loud bang, the door to the room, which was covered in solid ice, along with its frame, was shattered into pieces by the immense force of a third-level martial artist. Wood chips and ice crystals flew everywhere. Yun Mushi was the first to rush in, followed closely by Yun Tianhe and Yun Tiancheng. When they saw what was inside the room, they were all stunned. The room was in a mess, but there were no signs of an enemy attack or fighting as they had imagined. More importantly, Shingu and Yun Muyue are both safe and sound. Sister! Yun Mushi rushed to the bedside and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her sister was only a little pale. The Yun brothers kept their eyes fixed on Shingu and Yun Muyue. What was that chill just now? As martial artists, they could clearly sense the immense true energy within Yun Muyue's body. That's definitely not something a useless person could have. Yun Tiancheng's breathing became rapid, and his voice trembled. Muyu, your dantian, your cultivation level. Yun Muyue glanced at Shingu beside her, and the latter nodded to her. She took a deep breath and spoke to her father and third uncle. My cultivation has been restored. She raised her fair hand, a thought forming in her mind. An ice lotus, formed from pure icy energy, slowly bloomed in her palm. The temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped again. This is. Yun Tianhe pointed at the ice lotus, and the usually arrogant man was now unable to speak clearly. A half-step first-tier martial artist. Yun Tiancheng gasped, his face beaming with ecstasy. Then, as if remembering something, his body jolted violently, and he cried out in a tremor. It's not just about awakening to the 9th level. This domineering ice attribute true energy. It's the legendary Frost Lord. Ice Lord. That's an exceptional physique that might only appear once every 100 years in the entire Northern Territory. Yun Tiancheng trembled with excitement. He quickly walked to the bedside, staring intently at his daughter, his voice trembling with emotion. Mu Yu. Tell Dad quickly. Have you awakened the Frost Lord? Yun Muyue nodded. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Yun Tiancheng could no longer contain his joy and burst into laughter. Great. Great. A true dragon is about to emerge from my Yun family. No, a true phoenix. His laughter echoed throughout the entire top floor, filled with a triumphant and exhilarating feeling. A cold ice lord's physique is enough to ensure that the Yun family will stand tall in Jiangcheng for the next 100 years. It wouldn't be difficult for them to even break out of Jiangcheng and gain a foothold in the entire northern region. After a brief period of euphoria, Yun Tiancheng calmed down. He turned around and looked at Xingu with a complicated expression. The look in his eyes no longer held the appreciation and satisfaction of before. Shen Jiyi's talent is indeed remarkable, and he is even valued by General Lin, but this is only limited to the entire Jiangcheng. Compared to the rest of the Northern Territory, Shen Jiyi's current talent is still insufficient and completely unworthy of Shen Muyue, who has awakened the Frost Lord physique. Shen Gu. His voice was steady and powerful. This time, you have made a tremendous contribution to the Yun family. My Yun family will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. Shen Gu raised an eyebrow. Merit? This wasn't a family helping each other, it was a tone of rewarding merit. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhe looked at his transformed niece, and then at Xingu, who remained calm beside him. His eyes sparkled, and his mind began to race. He also felt that Xingu was no longer a good match for Yun Muyue. However, his S-class genes are a good thing. When Muyu becomes pregnant with his child, won't the offspring be an unparalleled prodigy with S-level talent and the bloodline of the Ice Lord? Yes. That's what we'll do. Once Muyu gives birth, we'll find an excuse to kick Xingu to the curb. How could the phoenix of my Yun family be worthy of a sparrow? Yun Tianhe and Yun Tiancheng exchanged a glance, both knowing what the other was thinking. The two then left one after the other. Yun Mushi, who remained there, never stopped smiling and kept asking her sister all sorts of questions. In the end, it was just too late, so we reluctantly left. After Yun Mushi left, only Xingu and Yun Muyue remained in the room. Looking at the transformed Yun Muyue, Xingu said softly, "It's getting late, let's get some rest." Yun Muyue shook her head, a blush creeping onto her fair and beautiful face. "Today is our wedding day, how can it end like this? I haven't properly thanked you yet." Before Xingu could react, her curvaceous body pressed against him again. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at Dragon Soul Martial Arts University, the two old men were playing chess and talking at the same time. One was dressed in a Taoist robe, while the other was dressed in a Tang suit. The Northern Territory Grand Tournament will begin soon. I wonder which city will emerge victorious this year. It's hard to say, hard to say. This year's Northern Tournament is not as simple as before. Just then, a streak of icy blue light swept into the room. The two old men stood up at the same time. Lin Daoui, the old man in the Taoist robe, looked at the flowing light in surprise. This aura is that of the Frost Lord. There's no mistake. This is exactly the same physique as the first principal. The first principal once used his supreme power to set up 9 sensing beacons throughout the Dragon Kingdom, so that one day he could find a successor of the same origin. I thought this set of road signs had long since decayed with the passage of time and I would never see it again in my lifetime. I never expected that I would actually see it today. It seems that another 7th-tier Transcendent Realm expert will appear in the future. Compared to Lin Daoi's surprise, the elderly man in the Tang suit, Lu Tsangxuan, was even more excited. This location is Jiangcheng. Old Lin, I'll take my leave now. I'll find you to play chess again next time. Before Lin Daoui could say anything, Lu Tsangxuan disappeared from the spot. Looking at the chessboard where Lu Tsangxuan was destined to lose, Lin Daoui shook his head and laughed. That old guy. Chapter 20. The vice principal arrives in person. The next day, Yun Muyue woke up in this warm embrace. She opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Shen Jiyi's handsome profile. The man was sleeping soundly, his breathing steady and strong. Yun Muyue then realized that she was like a kitten, curled up in his arms. His arm was wrapped around her waist in a domineering manner. Thinking back to yesterday, after my father and third uncle left, I took the initiative. Yun Muyue's cheeks flushed instantly, and even her ears started to burn. Woke up? Shen Jiyi's languid voice rang out. Yun Muyue stiffened, buried her face even deeper, and mumbled an Xingu looked down at Yun Muyue, who was completely different from the aloof person she had met at first, and found it somewhat amusing. He let go of her hand and rolled out of bed. How are you feeling? Only then did Yun Muyue dare to raise her head. She sat up, feeling the powerful internal energy within her body. I feel great. She looked at Xingu in front of her, her emotions complicated. This man not only appeared when she needed him time and time again, but also pulled her out of the mire. Yun Muyue suddenly felt a little reluctant to return Xingu to her sister. Just then, a loud commotion suddenly erupted outside the hotel. Holy crap! What kind of convoy is that? The license plates even have dragon patterns on them. Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. That's the car from the top martial arts academy in Xia Kingdom. What are they doing in Zhangcheng? Are they here to recruit students early? Impossible. Dragon Soul's recruitment process is extremely rigorous. How could they possibly come to a small place like ours? On the street, passers-by craned their necks. Watching the convoy of black armored vehicles drive along the main road and finally stop in front of the Rose Hotel. The Yun brothers also learned of this news and brought Yun Mushi to the hotel entrance. The next second, a powerful pressure came. An elderly man dressed in a tang suit, with an air of otherworldly wisdom, walked up with a powerful stride, led by the hotel manager. Behind him followed two composed young men with bulging temples, clearly martial artists of considerable skill. Lu. Vice Principal Lu Sanchuan. The moment Yun Tiancheng saw who it was, his breath caught in his throat. Lu Sanchuan, the Vice Principal of Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. That's an 8th-level transcendent martial artist, a top figure whose every stomp shakes the entire martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. Why did he come to Jiangcheng in person? Lu Sanchuan acted as if he didn't see them at all, his gaze passing directly through the crowd and landing on Yun Muyue, who had finished washing up and was walking out of the room with Xingu. The moment he saw Yun Muyue, his usually calm eyes lit up. Excellent! What a fine ice lord! He ignored everyone else and walked straight up to Yun Muyue, his voice filled with admiration and eagerness. Young lady, I am Lu Sanchuan, the Vice Principal of Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. I hereby formally invite you to join Dragon Soul Martial Arts University, and I am willing to make an exception and accept you as my personal disciple. These words were spoken. The crowd that had come to watch the spectacle erupted in excitement. Yun Tianha and Yun Tiancheng were so excited that they were incoherent. The personal disciple of the Vice Principal of Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. This is such an honor. In the entire Northern Territory, no more than 5 people can enter Dragon Soul Martial Arts University for a year. As for becoming the Vice Principal's personal disciple, no one in Jiangcheng had ever dared to even dream of such a thing. What shocked them even more was that the person they were taking on as a disciple was Yun Muyue, who had just gotten married the day before. The doubts in everyone's hearts deepened, and their eyes kept scrutinizing Shin Muyue. Yun Tiancheng was so excited that his face turned red, and his eyes were filled with undisguised dissatisfaction as he looked at Xingu. Muyue has become the vice principal's personal protege. This kid is no longer worthy of his daughter. However, Yun Muyue did not agree immediately. Her cool gaze swept across the crowd and landed on her younger sister, Yun Mushi. Vice Principal Lu, I can go, but I have one condition. I hope you can let my sister and my husband enter the Dragon Soul with me. Everyone was stunned by these words. What do you mean? Is Yun Muyue negotiating with the vice president of Dragon Soul Martial Arts University? Dragon Soul Martial Arts University is a place that most people would fight tooth and nail to get into, and she wants to negotiate with others? If the vice principal agrees, then Yun Mushi and Xingu are incredibly lucky they'll be directly admitted to Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. Before Lu Sanchuan could speak, Yun Mushi shook her head first. Let her use her sister's connections to get a back door? She doesn't want to. She straightened her small chest and stubbornly met everyone's gaze. Sister. I don't want to. I don't want to rely on your connections. I want to rely on my own abilities to get into Dragon Soul with dignity. The girl's voice was clear and firm. She glanced at her sister, who had undergone a complete transformation, and then at Xingu, who had shone brightly yesterday. For a moment, I felt a little disappointed, realizing that the two of them had already pulled ahead of me. But soon, an unprecedented competitive spirit rose in the girl's heart. I must cultivate diligently and catch up with my sister and Xingu. She walked up to Xingu, tilted her little face up, and announced to him. And you too. Xingu. I will also participate in the Northern Tournament. I will definitely catch up with you then, and then defeat you. Xingu first looked at Yun Mushi, then smiled and said to her, then I'll be waiting for you at the Northern Border Grand Competition. Then, seeing the reluctance in Yun Muyue's eyes, he shook his head at her. As for Dragon Soul Martial Arts University, I won't be going. For Xingu, the military, where he could constantly grow stronger in battle, was a better fit than a martial arts university. Everyone was shocked by the two's rejection. The two brothers, Yun Tianhe and Yun Tiancheng, were so angry that they gritted their teeth. What is Yun Mushi, that idiot, trying to show off? They clearly had a direct admission opportunity, but they said they had to take the exam themselves. At this moment, Lu Sanchuan's gaze, with a hint of inquiry, fell on Yun Muyue once again. Young friend, the conditions for awakening the Frost Lord's physique are extremely demanding. I wonder how you managed to do it. This question also piqued the interest of the two Yun brothers. They were curious too. Yun Muyue's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously looked at Shingu. Shinji's expression remained unchanged, but for a fleeting moment when their eyes met, he shook his head almost imperceptibly. His S-level talent was stripped away by his uncle when he was in the capital. If he were to expose True Flame Tyrant now, it would probably cause even more trouble. Yun Muyue instantly understood. She withdrew her gaze and bowed slightly to Lu Sanchuan. Reporting to the vice principal, I don't know either. I just felt that I fell into a coma last night, and the power within my body erupted on its own. When I woke up, I was like this. Perhaps it's the result of accumulated strength finally being unleashed. Lu Sanchuan sensed the flimsy nature of the explanation, but he didn't ask any further questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. He laughed heartily. What a fine example of accumulating knowledge and experience before unleashing it. In that case, would you be willing to become my disciple? Yun Muyue glanced at Shingu, and seeing Shingu nod at her, she immediately agreed, teacher. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanchuan laughed even more heartily. In that case, pack your things and come back to school with me. Yun Muyue bit her lip, mustered her courage, and said, Teacher, could you give me one more day? I want to spend one last day with my husband. Chapter 21 Grandpa's Gift. The following day, the Dragon Soul Martial Arts University's convoy arrived at the hotel entrance once again. Yun Muyue reluctantly held Shinji's hand. Compared to her previous desire to have a child with Shingu, she has now developed feelings for him. Shingu patted her hand and comforted her, cultivate well there and wait for me. Yun Muyue nodded and gave Shingu a final hug. Finally, under the watchful eyes of countless people, he got into the car and disappeared at the end of the street. At the hotel entrance, only the Yun family members and Shingu remained standing in place. The faint fragrance of Yun Muyue still lingered in the air. Shingu withdrew her gaze and turned to leave. Shingu. Yun Tiancheng's voice came from behind. He turned around and met Yun Tiancheng's scrutinizing gaze. Muyue is exceptionally talented, and now she is even being valued by the vice principal of Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. Even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, he is a top-tier genius with unlimited potential and a bright future. If you were still the eldest young master of the Shin family, you might have a chance to be with Muyue, but now. You're a smart person, you should know what to do. The implication in Yun Tiancheng's words is self-evident. Shingu gave Yun Tiancheng a deep look. He still remembers Yun Tiancheng's completely different face yesterday and now, and he mocks him in his heart. But his face remained expressionless. He disdained to say anything to this opportunistic and snobbish man in front of him. He possesses the strongest fire attribute physique, True Flame Tyrant, and a system that allows him to continuously grow stronger. Why waste your breath on such a person? Seeing Shinji's appearance, Yun Tiancheng wanted to say something. But at that moment, Shingu walked straight to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and prepared to leave. Dad! How could you talk to Shingu like that? Yun Mushi stomped her foot in anger, her face turning bright red. He glared at Yun Tiancheng and then got into the car with Shingu. Yun Tiancheng stood there, his face grim. Inside the car, Yun Mushi observed Shinji's expression and cautiously said, Shingu, don't take what my dad just said to heart. I believe you are the best. Looking at the girl beside him who was taking care of his feelings, Shingu smiled and patted her head. I know this is nothing to worry about. Yun Mushi nodded, then asked curiously, so where do you want to go now? I need to get to the military headquarters, so I need to hurry up and become stronger. Yun Mushi wrinkled her nose. Shingu must want to catch up with her sister as soon as possible, which is why she is trying to become stronger. The familiar bittersweet feeling from yesterday surged up in my heart once again. At that moment, Shinji's voice came from her head, only by becoming a second-tier martial artist as soon as possible will I be qualified to marry you. Yun Mushi's delicate face turned visibly red. She hadn't expected Shingu to say that. With her head down, a clear voice rang out in the cramped car, okay, I'll wait for you. Jiangcheng Military Headquarters. Soldiers in uniforms patrolled in neat formation, and bursts of energy emanated from the training ground. As soon as Shingu stepped through the gate, a soldier quickly came up to him and gave him a standard military salute. The general is waiting for you in his office. Led by his orderly, Shingu arrived at the top of the military headquarters building. Lin Zhan's office. The room was simply furnished with a wooden desk, a few chairs, and a military map of Jiangcheng hanging on the wall. Lin Zhan was standing with his back to the door, looking down over the entire Jiangqing military headquarters from the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He turned around when he heard footsteps approaching. "They're here." His voice was as steady and powerful as ever. Lin Zhan didn't waste any words. He took something out of his pocket and handed it to Xingu. Xingu caught it instinctively. It was a ring. It is entirely black, with an antique style, and feels cool to the touch. The moment Xingu saw the ring, his pupils contracted sharply. His breathing became rapid. He gently stroked the inside of the ring, where the character Xin was engraved. He was all too familiar with this mark. This is his grandfather's storage ring. Xingu suddenly looked up, her voice hoarse from excitement. "Where did you get this thing from?" Lin Zhan pulled out a chair, sat down, poured Xingu a cup of hot tea, and handed it to him. "It appeared on my bedside table yesterday after I returned from your wedding banquet. I asked the security guards, and they didn't notice anyone entering my room." Xingu was taken aback. He knew that for an officer of Lin Zhan's rank, the guards responsible for his security were at least third-level martial artists. The person who could sneak around a group of martial artists and place the items in Lin Zhan's room without anyone noticing must be at least a fifth-level martial artist. Thinking about this, Xingu became even more certain that it was his grandfather's doing. Lin Zhan took out another folded piece of paper from the drawer and pushed it in front of Xingu. "And this too." Xingu stretched out her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. He unfolded the slip of paper, which contained only 4 characters, written in a vigorous and powerful style, the force penetrating the paper. "Give it to Xingu." "That's right. It's Grandpa's handwriting. Grandpa is still alive, and he's right here in Jiangchen. But since Grandpa is still alive, why don't you come to see him?" Instead, he handed the item over to Lin Zhan, asking Lin Zhan to deliver it to him. Xingu clenched his fists involuntarily, his nails digging deep into his palms. Grandpa must have some unspeakable reason for not being able to show up. He needs to grow stronger as soon as possible. Only with enough strength can he see his grandfather. Only then can he avenge the Xin family for stripping him of his S-level talent, and only then will he be qualified to marry Yin Mushi. The confusion and excitement in Xin Ji's eyes slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. He slowly channeled his inner energy into the ring. Buzz. The ring emitted a slight hum, and Xin Ji's consciousness sank into the ring's storage space. The space was very spacious, but it was completely empty. Only a long spear lay quietly in the center. The gun was charred black, with several cracks running across its surface. An aura of desolation and antiquity emanated from it. Vulcan gun. Xin Ji's heart was struck again. This was my grandfather's personal guard. My grandfather once used this gun, one man and one gun, to slaughter the beast tide. The tip of the gun was even stained with the blood of a 9th-level beast king. It is a true 9th-tier divine weapon. Xin Ji's mind stirred. The next second, the Vulcan gun appeared out of thin air in the office. Boom! A wave of scorching heat instantly spread out, and the temperature inside the office rose sharply. The seemingly dilapidated spear exuded a chilling aura of power. Clang! The teacup slipped from Lin Zhan's hand, crashed to the ground, and shattered into pieces. He abruptly stood up from his chair, his eyes fixed on the long spear, his breathing rapid. This is the Vulcan gun? As a high-ranking military officer, how could he not recognize this divine weapon that had once left a glorious name on the northern battlefield? Looking at the Vulcan rifle in front of him, Lin Zhan's eyes were filled with shock and envy. Yes, this is Grandpa's Vulcan gun, but it seems to be damaged. Xin Ji's palm gently stroked the cold cracks on the gun. Right now, it probably only has the power of a 5th-tier weapon. Even so, as soon as the spear appeared, the true flame tyrant physique within him began to subtly boil, resonating with this divine weapon. It took Lin Zhan a long time to calm down. He looked at Xingu with a complicated expression. Your grandfather has truly left you an incredible gift. Now, your combat strength will increase by at least 2 levels, giving you a better chance in the Northern Territory competition. When the topic of the Northern Border competition came up, Lin Zhan's expression became serious. Chapter 22 Breakthrough. Let's talk about the Northern Tournament. The rewards for this competition are extremely generous. In addition to a massive amount of spiritual medicinal resources, the top 10 finalists will receive a spot to enter the Dragon Vein Secret Realm. Dragon Vein Secret Realm? Xingu raised an eyebrow. As the eldest young master of the Xin family, he had naturally heard of the Dragon Vein Secret Realm. The Dragon Vein secret realm is filled with rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Cultivating inside for a day is comparable to a month of arduous training outside. Furthermore, it is said that someone obtained a 7th tier cultivation technique among them, and directly relied on this technique to break through to the 8th tier domain realm, ranking among the top experts. That place is the sacred training ground that all martial artists dream of. However, entering the Dragon Vein secret realm is extremely difficult, and I never expected to have the opportunity to enter that place this time. A burning desire flashed through Shin Ji-Yi's heart. He naturally didn't want to miss the secret realm, which was considered a sacred place by every martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Zhan naturally knew that Shingu must know about the Dragon Vein secret realm, so he didn't explain further and continued. Each of the 18 cities in the north will send out its top geniuses. Among them, there are a few who are truly prodigies. Mu Yuntao, the little sword saint of Fengcheng, is said to have comprehended the sword intent at the age of 18 and can cut through a 100-meter-long boulder with a single sword strike. Lu Lang, the beast speaker from Luoyang, has contracted a first-tier exotic beast, achieving a perfect fusion of human and beast, resulting in astonishing combat power. Lin Zhan paused and took a sip of tea. With your current strength in this gun, it won't be difficult for you to enter the upper echelons. But we must not be complacent if we want to break into the top 10. I see. Lin Zhan nodded in satisfaction. Our Jiangcheng military attaches great importance to this northern border competition, so I have prepared 2 things for you. After saying that, he took out a jade box and a cultivation manual and handed them to Shingu. Shingu was stunned for a moment and then took 2 things. First, the jade box was opened, and a pure medicinal fragrance mixed with cool mist spread out. Inside the box lay a bright red fruit, a 2nd-tier spiritual herb called the Crimson Flame Fruit. This Crimson Flame Fruit was prepared for you based on my prior estimate of your military merits. It's the most suitable spirit plant. You can exchange it directly with military merits. Shingu nodded, as he was just about to convert the military merits he had accumulated in the Blackwood Forest into cultivation resources. Now that he has the help of a knowledgeable and experienced figure like Lin Zhan, it is naturally more suitable than if he had chosen it himself. Then he looked at the manual in his other hand. The cover features 3 simple, ancient characters that immediately catch the eye. Fire Cloud Skill. Lin Zhan's voice came at just the right time. Shingu, your attack power is top-notch even among martial artists. But your approach is too unconventional, and your defense is still somewhat weak. The Vulcan Spear is impressive, but your own defense is weak. If you encounter a true master, he can cripple you in one move. Lin Zhan, as expected of a general who had fought his way through the battlefield, pointed out Shin Ji-Yi's current shortcomings incisively. Shingu himself was well aware that the true flame tyrant brought him extreme destructive power, and defense was indeed his weakness. Although he had previously used the true flame tyrant to imbue his body with flames, thus achieving a defensive effect. However, the flames were still too weak. They might be effective against beasts that didn't reach a certain level, but they would be useless against powerful martial artists. This fiery cloud technique is a top-grade 3rd-tier skill. Lin Zhan's voice carried a hint of solemnity. It was given to me by a deceased comrade in arms, and now I'm giving it to you for free. Learning the fiery cloud technique will allow you to forge your own true energy flames into a solid armor. I previously observed your method of turning flames into armor. The idea is good, but the defense is still lacking. This armor formed by the fire cloud technique is a truly durable and powerful shield. Practice to the extreme, and you will be invulnerable to swords and spears. Shin Ji-Yi's fingertips traced over the 3 characters' fire cloud skill. He could feel the intense atmosphere contained within this manual. This was undoubtedly a timely help for him. Thank you, General. Don't say such things. Lin Zhan waved his hand. Focus on your cultivation and don't embarrass Jiangcheng in the Northern Territory competition. Jiangcheng Military Headquarters, Special Level Training Room. Shingu sat cross-legged. 2 medicinal herbs floated in front of him. The plant was a bet that Zhao Li had brought out when he challenged him at the wedding. He didn't use it on the spot then, but saved it until now. The other one was the Crimson Flame Fruit that he had just obtained from Lin Zhan using his military merits. Without the slightest hesitation, Shingu opened his mouth and swallowed both spiritual herbs whole. In an instant, 2 completely different yet equally violent energies transformed into spiritual energy and exploded within his body. 2 streams of spiritual energy surged and crashed within his dantian, attempting to tear it apart. Any other martial artist at the Awakening Realm would probably have already exploded and died by now. However, the true flame tyrant bloodline within Shingo was greedily absorbing this violent spiritual energy at this moment. Golden flames ignited within his body, instantly devouring and refining all the spiritual energy. The abundant spiritual energy was transformed into pure crimson true energy, which washed over his limbs and bones, and finally entered his dantian. Click! Shingo felt as if some barrier within her body had been broken through. Awakening to the 7th level. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden red firelight streaked across his pupils. He slowly clenched his fist, looked inward at his dantian, and saw that the rich fire attribute true energy had gradually materialized and merged together, forming the rudimentary shape of a flame. Shingo knew that when the true energy in his dantian completely materialized, that would be the day he broke through and stepped into the realm of martial artist. After consolidating his cultivation level, he took out the fire cloud skill given to him by Lin Zhan. I just glanced through the manual, and the operating method and usage techniques of the cultivation method immediately came to mind. It was as if he had been practicing the fire cloud skill for more than 10 years. This is the extraordinary comprehension of the true flame tyrant regarding fire-based techniques. With just one glance, he directly mastered the technique to perfection. Shingo drew upon the true energy in his dantian, and with a thought, the fiery cloud technique immediately began to operate. First, a diamond-shaped, fire-like armor plate materialized out of thin air on the chest. Then, more armor plates appeared, fitting together seamlessly and quickly spreading throughout the body. The flames on the shoulder armor were ferocious, with flowing cloud-like patterns, while the arm armor was long and perfectly fit the muscle lines. In just a few breaths, a magnificent crimson flame armor covered Shinji's entire body. This is the fire cloud skill. With a thought, the Vulcan gun appeared in his hand. Shinji's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted force in his arm muscles, slamming his left arm, which was covered in armor, down hard. Clang! Shingo felt a tremendous force coming from the armor, but that force was quickly swallowed up by the flame armor the moment it touched the armor. His arm was completely unharmed. Such strong defense. Now, Shingo could feel that no one below the level of a martial artist could match him in either attack or defense. In addition, there's the fire cloud skill he just learned in the burning heaven palm from before. Now, he is capable of fighting even against a first-level martial artist. Chapter 23: The Position of Captain. A few days later, at Jiangcheng Military Airport. The place was packed with people. Almost every prominent figure in Jiangcheng had come. Lin Zhan and Mayor Yi Yangkai stood side by side, their expressions solemn. Behind them were fully equipped medical teams and logistical support personnel, creating a formidable sight. Such a spectacle is enough to demonstrate the importance of the Northern Tournament. Shingo was dressed in a black outfit and had a tall and straight figure. Shingo! A clear and melodious female voice cut through the noisy crowd and reached Shinji's ears. He turned around and followed the sound. He saw Yun Muyue dressed in a smart martial arts high school uniform, waving her little hand vigorously at him. The girl, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and her youthful face full of surprise, ran towards Shingo. Shingo scrutinized the girl in front of him and clearly sensed that her cultivation level was far beyond the 8th level of awakening she had reached a few days ago. You broke through? The girl held her head high, like a victorious kitten. Yes. I am now a genuine half-step martial artist. I'm no worse than you. Looking at Yun Mushi's adorable appearance, Shingo couldn't help but pinch the girl's fair cheek. The Yun family holds a unique position in Jiangcheng, naturally possessing abundant resources, and Yun Mushi's cultivation talent is already quite strong. Breaking through to the half-step martial artist level is perfectly normal. As the two chatted and laughed, Jiangcheng's team for the Northern Border competition had all assembled. The 5 starting players, including Shingo and Yun Mushi, stood at the front, followed by 5 substitute players dressed in the same attire. At the very front of the procession, General Lin Zhan and Mayor Yi Yangkai stood side by side, talking to each other with their heads down. After a moment, Lin Zhan cleared his throat and looked at the contestants who were about to head to the Northern Territory Grand Competition. This Northern Border competition will not only allow you to win more resources, but it is also related to the reputation of our entire Jiangcheng. You are about to face the most monstrous talents from the other 17 cities in the Northern Territory. Do not treat this lightly. Now, I will choose a captain from among you, a captain who can lead the team and command respect. Lin Zhan's words were resounding, and everyone present put away their casual expressions and looked at the Jiangcheng general in front of them. Who thinks they're qualified? Step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, most of the 10 people in the group remained silent. They might be considered geniuses within their respective families. But if you look across Jiangcheng, most people seem rather lackluster. Just then, a tall young man stepped forward from the crowd. He slightly raised his chin, his expression arrogant. Everyone looked in his direction. They had been wondering who had the courage to step forward, but when they saw who it was, they understood. Currently, the only people qualified to compete for the captaincy are Xingu, Zhang Qianchen, and Yun Mushi. I am Zhang Qianchen, a first-tier martial artist with a level talent. I'm more than willing to take on this captaincy. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience gasped in shock. First-tier martial artist. Zhang Qianchen, who has always kept a low profile, has quietly become a first-level martial artist, and his strength is much greater than that of Zhao Li, who has already been killed. The difference between a 9th-level awakened martial artist and a first-level martial artist may seem like a thin line, but in reality, they are worlds apart. Those in the awakening realm are called quasi-martial artists, but they still have ordinary physical bodies. Upon reaching the first rank, one becomes a formal martial artist, possessing a physical body unlike that of ordinary people, and all abilities are greatly enhanced. Furthermore, Zhang Qianchen's talent is the A-level Vajra body, which can greatly enhance physical strength, making him invincible in both strength and defense at the same level. Even some S-level talents cannot break through his defense. Compared to them, Xingu and Yun Mushi are slightly inferior. Seeing the shocked looks on everyone's faces, the Zhang family patriarch's lips curled up into a wild smile, his eyes brimming with undisguised smugness. Among the 4 great families of Jiangcheng, everyone knows that the Yun family has 2 prodigies. Little did they know, the Zhang family also had a hidden dragon. The Northern Grand Tournament is the best opportunity for this hidden dragon to break free from the abyss and soar to the heavens. I never expected him to be the first to break through to the first level. Mayor Yang Kai thought to himself, his tone full of undisguised admiration. Yes, the difference between a quasi-martial artist and a formal martial artist is obvious to everyone. Xingu and Yun Mushi have no chance at all. Lin Zhan nodded in agreement. So what if they're first-tier martial artists? I don't even consider them a threat. Yun Mushi, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and her face tense, met Zhang Qianchen's gaze without showing any weakness. Whoosh! A small commotion arose in the crowd. The second young lady of the Yun family has also stepped forward? Isn't she only at the 8th level of the awakening realm? Zhang Qianchen is a first-level martial artist. Even if his talent is far inferior to Yun Mushi's, the difference in cultivation level is obvious. Isn't this a bit too overconfident? Zhang Qianchen looked Yun Mushi up and down, then snorted dismissively. You don't even put a first-tier martial artist in your eyes? Then I'll see just how much you're worth. Zhang Qianchen twisted his neck, his joints cracking. He raised the long sword in his hand, and a powerful surge of true energy emanated from his body. That is the true energy unique to first-level martial artists. Without wasting any words, Yun Mushi drew the sword from her waist. The next second, an extremely sharp aura suddenly spread out from her center. Yun Mushi drew her long sword, its blade gleaming with a faint silver light. Without any unnecessary movements, she stepped forward and swept her sword horizontally. Zhang Qianchen snorted coldly and raised his long sword to block. Clang! The clang of metal resounded throughout the stadium. Yun Mushi felt a tremendous force coming from the sword, which made her arm go numb slightly and caused her to take 2 steps back. The eldest son of the Zhang family truly lives up to his reputation. Yun Mushi's cultivation is still a bit lacking. Zhang Qianchen actually withstood this sword energy head-on. How can she win against the gap between a first-tier martial artist and an awakening realm cultivator? Yun Mushi gritted her teeth and slashed out with her longsword once more. Fortunately, she had advanced to the half-step martial artist level, which improved her physical body to a certain extent. Otherwise, that attack would have directly shattered her arm. Zhang Qianchen frowned and realized that Yun Mushi's power was not like that of the 8th level of the awakening realm, but was already infinitely close to that of a first-level martial artist. But in the end, he didn't reach the next level. He neither dodged nor evaded, but swung his longsword in a smooth motion, the blade covered with a layer of golden true energy. This time, he's serious. Boom! Upon the second collision, Yun Mushi was once again thrown back, retreating more than 3 meters. Zhang Qianchen flexed his wrist, his eyes filled with contempt. So what if you have S-rank talent? Without sufficient cultivation, it's all just empty talk. He stepped forward with his knife in hand, his steps steady, each one carrying a powerful sense of oppression. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, so you won't suffer. Yun Mushi raised her head, her pretty face, with its high ponytail, showing no fear whatsoever. Admit defeat? Do you even deserve it? As soon as she finished speaking, her demeanor changed abruptly. An astonishing sword intent erupted from her body, and the air within a 10-meter radius around her began to distort. Countless silver sword energies appeared out of thin air and hovered around her. This is Yun Mushi's S-rank talent, Sword Domain. Within the Sword Domain, she is the ruler. If she wanted to, she could even shred the air. Among the many S-level talents, Sword Domain can also be ranked among the top. Bridging this tiny gap in skill level is no problem at all. Zhang Qianqian's eyes widened suddenly as he felt immense pressure within the Sword Domain. Before he could react, Yun Mushi gave a soft shout. Sword Domain. Kill. The silver sword energy instantly wove into an impenetrable domain, enveloping Zhang Qianqian. Zhang Qianqian's expression changed drastically, and he quickly swung his knife to block. Ding ding ding. The sword energy struck the blade, producing a series of loud clanging sounds. Although his Vajra body provided incredible defense, it was beginning to struggle against such a dense barrage of attacks. What's even more terrifying is that these sword energies not only attack at a high frequency, but also at incredibly tricky angles. Gradually, sword energy began to graze his shoulders, leaving streaks of blood. Too many ants can kill an elephant. Even the strongest defense can't withstand the wear and tear of water dripping on stone. Moreover, faced with such a dense attack, Zhang Qianqian didn't even have a chance to get close to Yun Mushi. Zhang Qianqian knew that this couldn't go on, so he roared and his internal energy surged wildly, pushing his Vajra body's defenses to their limit. His skin glowed with a faint golden light as he withstood the rain of swords and approached Yun Mushi. But the next second, Yun Mushi's figure had already closed in. Break! With a soft shout, the sword tip pierced Zhang Qianqian's chest. Click! Cracks appeared in the diamond-like body's defenses. Zhang Qianqian's face turned deathly pale, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 24 Defeated by Yun Mushi. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. Lin Zhan and Mayor Yi Yangkai exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. The S-rank talent Sword Domain truly lives up to its reputation. Yes, top-tier S-class talent can indeed make up for a slight disadvantage in cultivation level. After defeating Zhang Qianqian, Yun Mushi turned to Xingu and said proudly, "Xingu, it's our turn. I won't hold back. And you don't need to hold back either." The girl's voice was clear and firm, full of high fighting spirit. Everyone's hearts were in their throats again. Yun Mushi is too strong. Her S-level talent feels several times more terrifying than Zhao Li's. Yeah, even Xingu probably wouldn't be a match for Zhang Qianqian, let alone Yun Mushi. It seems the captain's position is undoubtedly Yun Mushi's. Xingu paid no attention to the discussions. He looked at the spirited young woman before him and nodded calmly. She is a person with strong self-esteem and a strong will. Defeating her will only make her train harder and become stronger. Yun Muyue has been admitted to Dragon Soul Martial Arts Academy through a special recommendation program, and her future looks bright. Although Yun Mushi comes from a prominent family, her family background is limited to Zhangchang. Looking across the northern border and across the entire country, Zhangchang is not even worth an ant. She wants to become stronger, but ultimately she has to rely on her own efforts. Having received a response, Yun Mushi no longer held back and immediately unleashed her sword domain. Her intuition told her that Xingu was very strong. Even though he was just standing there, and his aura was not as strong as that of Zhang Qianqian, a first-level martial artist, he still gave her a deep and unsettling feeling. Go! At the girl's command, the domain formed by sword energy instantly surged forth with powerful and oppressive sword energy, sweeping towards Xingu. This attack was more than twice as powerful as the one against Zhang Qianqian. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the two of them. Xingu raised an eyebrow slightly, then slowly raised her right hand, a red lotus blooming in her palm. Burning Heaven Palm, third form, Burning Heaven. Xingu struck out the fire lotus with his palm. The moment the lotus appeared, the sword energy storm that Yun Mushi had just summoned was instantly disintegrated, and the terrifying pressure disappeared as if it had never existed. Even the sword domain composed of sword energy around him shattered inch by inch under the extreme heat of this palm strike. Puff! Yun Mushi was struck as if by a heavy blow, and her body flew backward uncontrollably. Just when she thought she was about to fall heavily to the ground, a strong arm steadily embraced her slender waist. The hand that had previously carried the terrifying fiery lotus had now withdrawn the oppressive aura of its technique. Yun Mushi could feel that if Shinji's palm had moved just an inch further forward, she would have been instantly burned to ashes. Xingu stopped at the last moment. The entire airport was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yun Mushi, who had just instantly killed a first-level martial artist, lost just like that. Moreover, Shingu didn't use any weapons or his talent, it was just a simple palm strike. That's terrifying strength. Zhang Qianqian, who witnessed the entire event from the crowd, was the most shocked. He had just fought with Yun Mushi. It can be said that among everyone present, no one could feel the terror of Yun Mushi's sword domain more than him. And even with such terrifying talent and a superior cultivation level, he was still instantly killed by Shingu in one move. Just what kind of monster is Shingu? Captain, you take the position. Lin Zhan's voice broke the silence. He walked to Shin Ji's side, patted him heavily on the shoulder, and his eyes were full of undisguised admiration. This time, no one had any objections. The other team members looked at Shingu with a sense of awe that they themselves were unaware of. Shingu helped Yun Mushi, who was still in a daze, and grinned at her. You're too kind. Humph. You're quite something, you rascal. That strange flame can even burn sword energy. Yun Mushi's pretty face flushed red, whether from anger or embarrassment. She glared at Shingu fiercely, but I will defeat you one day. In one corner of the crowd, Zhao Lihong was accompanied by several core members of the Zhao family. His gaze was fixed on Shin Ji's back, his eyes filled with undisguised resentment. An elder from the Zhao family approached him and asked in a low voice. Master, are we just going to let this little beast go like that? Otherwise what? Zhao Lihong's face was full of hatred. This little bastard is now the #1 prodigy in Jiangcheng. With Lin Zhan backing him up, our Zhao family can't touch him. Then, his resentful gaze turned cold, and Zhao Lihong's lips curled into a sneer. However, we can't do anything about it in Jiangcheng, but we might not be able to outside of Jiangcheng. Yesterday, he used all his savings to finally get the Lu family in Luoyang to agree to let him get rid of Shingu. When Shingu participates in the Northern Territory Grand Competition, that genius from the Lu family will not hold back. That will be his death day. Soon, the boarding announcement came on. The team from Jiangcheng embarked on this mission aboard a military transport plane. The cabin was spacious, but the furnishings were somewhat basic. Shingu found a seat by the window and sat down. As soon as he settled in, the seat next to him sank down. A familiar, sweet fragrance wafted into my nostrils. It was Yun Mushi. She sat down next to Shingu, her delicate chin held high. The two looked at each other and smiled, neither of them saying a word. The plane taxied on the runway, and the roar of its engines gradually increased. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Mushi took out a piece of candy from her pocket and unwrapped it. She didn't eat it, but instead handed the crystal-clear fruit candy to Shingu. Here, have some candy. Shingu turned his head and looked at her. The girl was suddenly stared at by Shingu, and she felt a little shy, her eyes darting around. A blush crept up her ears. Shingu was silent for a moment, then reached out and took it, jokingly saying, I want you to feed me by hand. Yun Mushi pouted her little mouth haughtily and resolutely refused, no. Then I won't eat. Shingu turned her head and looked out the window. Eat, eat, eat. I'll eat you to death. Yun Mushi said angrily, shoving the candy into Shin Ji's mouth. A subtle sweetness melted on her tongue, and Shin Ji's lips curled into a smile. The rewards for this Northern Territory Grand Competition are generous. Only by winning first place can he improve his strength more quickly and gain the right to marry Yun Mushi before she is forced into marriage. The flight, which lasted several hours, soon came to an end, and the plane began to slowly descend. Through the plane window, the majestic outline of the city on the ground was already visible. That is the central city of the Northern Territory, Beixian City. This place is home to most of the martial arts masters in the entire Northern Territory, making it the martial arts center of the entire Northern Territory. It is a place where strong individuals abound and geniuses emerge in great numbers. It's so much better than Jiangcheng, the small city on the northern edge. However, just as the plane was about to enter the landing path, it suddenly pulled up and circled in the sky again. An announcement came over the loudspeaker in the cabin at just the right time. Attention passengers, due to the closure of the runway ahead, this aircraft will be circling in the air temporarily. Please wait patiently. The announcer's voice was devoid of emotion, but the passengers in the cabin erupted in uproar. What's going on? Runway blocked? This is a military transport plane. Who would dare to block our flight path? Exactly. It's almost time. What if we're late for registration? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their faces filled with anxiety. Even the usually calm Shingu frowned at this moment. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. The transport plane circled over Baishan City again and again, but was unable to land. The atmosphere in the cabin grew increasingly oppressive. A municipal official accompanying the team managed to obtain some information through his own channels with great difficulty. He hung up the call, his expression angry and his face extremely ugly. "I've found out. It's Fengchen's private plane, which has been parked on the main runway without moving." Chapter 25: The Arrogant Mu Yuntao. As soon as these words were spoken, some people immediately began to complain. A woman of the night? What gives people of the night the right to be so domineering? What does it mean if the plane is stationary? Is there a malfunction? The official's face darkened further. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse, and said, "It's not a malfunction. It's because the people on the plane haven't woken up yet." The entire cabin fell into a deathly silence. Everyone thought they had misheard. Still half asleep? Who is it? Does someone have such a big influence? He's sleeping, and the entire Baishan airport has to wait for him? Who else could it be? Mu Yuntao, the one in Fengchen who's known as the Little Sword Saint, E7. Mu Yuntao is not only the direct descendant of the Mu family, the #1 family in Fengcheng, but he is also being cultivated as a core talent by the Fengcheng military region. His background is terrifyingly powerful, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. That guy is already a first-level martial artist genius. His S-level talent, Sword Soul, even veteran first-level martial artists have to avoid his sharp edge. Not to mention, this Mu Yuntao has already been recommended to Imperial Capital University. Moreover, Mu Yuntao has a terrible temper, and no one dares to provoke him, so Fengchen's plane doesn't dare to move, and the airport tower doesn't dare to urge him either. We can only wait here in the sky. The news spread completely, and the entire cabin was in an uproar. This is outrageous. This is fucking arrogant. The competition hasn't even started yet, and they're already giving us a hard time? One Mu Yuntao has trampled the rules of the 18 cities in the Northern Territory underfoot? What kind of bullshit little sword saint is he? I think he's incredibly despicable. Everyone felt a tightness in their chest who would have thought that this was the reason they had been made to circle in the sky for a full hour. This is not just simple domineering, it's blatant contempt. Who does this person think they are? Yun Mushi's face turned red with anger, her small fists clenched tightly. This is utterly unreasonable. She turned around indignantly, wanting to find Shingu to denounce this arrogant guy together. But she discovered that the man beside her had closed his eyes again. He leaned back in his chair, his breathing steady, his handsome profile particularly attractive against the backdrop of the drifting clouds outside the window. It was as if all the noise and commotion outside had nothing to do with him. Hey! Yun Mushi couldn't help but push him. Why aren't you reacting at all? Shingu slowly opened her eyes, looked at the sulking Yun Mushi, and smiled gently. Does being angry help? Yun Mushi was taken aback. Shingu looked past her and towards Baishan City outside the window. Let him sleep. The better you sleep, the harder you'll fall when you wake up. Another hour passed, and everyone was completely impatient. After a violent turbulence, the plane finally landed back on the ground. At this moment, the cabin was filled with everyone's frustration and anger. Those selected by Jiangcheng to participate in the Northern Territory Grand Competition are all considered the pride of Jiangcheng. This time, they were made to wait in the air for a full 2 hours. The hatch opened. A cold wind, mixed with the smell of fuel, blew in. The group descended the gangway one by one, and the airport of Baishan City was right beneath their feet. The airport was extremely spacious, with various private jets painted with different city logos parked in the distance. Not far away, next to a silver-white airplane with a blue whirlwind logo, a group of people were surrounding a young man like stars around the moon. The young man, dressed in a white swordsmanship uniform, remained calm despite being surrounded by a crowd, but his brows revealed undisguised arrogance. He was none other than Mu Yuntao, the little sword saint of Fengcheng, known as the #1 genius of Fengcheng, a prodigy who made everyone in Jiangcheng wait for 2 whole hours. As if sensing the unfriendly gazes of the people in Jiangcheng, Mu Yuntao lazily raised his eyelids and glanced over. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. It's like watching a swarm of bedbugs crawling out of a garbage dump. Jiangcheng naturally felt Mu Yuntao's gaze as well. Everyone was young and impetuous, and a contestant who was always short-tempered finally couldn't stand it anymore. He lowered his voice and spat angrily at his companion. What is this? He just thinks he's something just because he's a little more talented? Making dozens of us wait for him to wake up in the sky, he has the nerve to do that. Although the voice was not loud, everyone present was a person of cultivation, with sharp hearing and eyesight. Moreover, the people present were not far apart. Almost the instant his words fell, a chilling killing intent locked onto Jiang Cheng's direction. Mu Yuntao's eyes turned cold, and he flashed to the front of Jiang Cheng's group. Are you talking about me? He stared intently at the martial artist who was speaking, his eyes filled with a chilling coldness. The Jiangcheng martial artist's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt himself locked in by a terrifying pressure, as if a ferocious beast was staring at him, making it difficult to even breathe. He was about to explain when he found himself unable to speak. Trash should be aware of what trash is. Since your mouth is so foul, then forget about it. Before he finished speaking, Mu Yuntao pointed his fingers like a sword and casually swung them forward. A visible cyan sword aura appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a whooshing sound, heading straight for the martial artist's throat. Fast. Too fast. Before anyone could react, Mu Yuntao suddenly made his move. The martial artist's pupils contracted as he watched the cyan sword energy grow larger and larger in his field of vision. My mind went blank, and I instinctively tried to dodge the sword energy, but I found that I couldn't move at all. The officer leading Jiang Cheng's team had a drastic change in expression. They wanted to make a move, but found it was too late. It's over. Just when everyone thought the martial artist was about to be beheaded, a voice suddenly appeared in front of the martial artist. It's Shingu. His face remained calm, as if the sword energy in front of him, which was enough to kill any awakening realm cultivator, was just an insignificant breeze. Without any extra movements, he simply raised his right hand slightly and pressed it against the ground. A golden red barrier of flames rose from the ground. A wave of intense heat swept outwards, and even the surrounding air visibly distorted due to the extreme heat. The incomparably sharp sword energy struck the wall of fire, causing the flames to flicker for only a moment. It was then engulfed by the scorching flames and vanished without a trace. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. On the Fengcheng side, everyone's faces showed astonishment. They could sense that Mu Yuntao hadn't held back at all, but had gone all out, aiming to kill Jiang Cheng in one blow and give him a warning. Although that sword energy was not as powerful as that used with a sword, it was still enough to severely injure an ordinary awakened 9th-level martial artist. But this terrifying attack was easily countered by this nameless kid they had never seen before? Mu Yuntao's arrogance subsided somewhat, and for the first time, he looked at Shingu directly. His gaze lingered on the rising flames for a moment. Quite an interesting trick. His tone carried a hint of surprise, but more so a condescending scrutiny. However, it's ultimately a crooked and unethical practice that can't be brought to the table. The light of a firefly dares to rival the brilliance of the moon? Mu Yuntao withdrew his gaze, his disdain deepening. It's surprising that a scrap metal recycling station like Jiangcheng can produce one or two decent items. Unfortunately, garbage is still garbage. You piece of trash who's always at the bottom of the rankings, do you even deserve to set foot in Beixian City and face me? These words were undoubtedly a slap in the face to everyone in Jiangcheng present. Chapter 26 Strength is paramount. You. Yun Mushi blushed with anger and stepped forward to argue. Just then, a steady and powerful voice came from the crowd in Wind City. Yun Tao, you mustn't be rude. A man dressed in the uniform of a general from the Wind City military came out. His square face exudes authority even without anger, and his walk carries a powerful aura. General Zhou Zhen of Fengcheng. The officer leading the team in Jiangcheng looked even more displeased when he saw him. The other party is a general of the same rank as General Lin Zhan. General Lin is currently delayed on the road and cannot arrive in Beixian City immediately. These bastards from Fengcheng are deliberately trying to suppress Jiangcheng because they see that Jiangcheng's backbone is gone. Zhou Zhen walked up to Mu Yuntao, first patting him on the shoulder in a pretentious manner, then glancing at the crowd in Jiangcheng. Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly sorry. Yuntao is a young boy, he speaks his mind, and he doesn't have any bad intentions. He just simply looks down on good-for-nothings. He then turned to the officer leading Jiang Cheng's team, a mocking smile on his face. I heard that Jiang Cheng's performance has been very stable in the past few years, standing firmly in last place. We need to step up our game this year and try to get second to last place. That would be a breakthrough in history, wouldn't it? Ha 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 ha. On the Fengcheng side, upon hearing their commander-in-chief Dongdu say this, they all echoed and laughed in agreement. Exactly. These good-for-nothings from Jiangcheng should just go back to Jiangcheng. You even participate in the Northern Border competition? Do you really think other cities are like your Jiangcheng playing house? Everyone in Jiangcheng clenched their fists, a huge sense of humiliation welling up in their hearts. But I just don't know how to refute it. Zhou Jin was very satisfied with their reaction, and his smile widened. His gaze finally settled on Xingu, who had used a wall of fire to block the sword energy. Young man, you're quite good at handling fire. It's a pity that I was born into the wrong family, in a place like Jiangcheng. Enjoy this competition. This may be the only time in your life you'll have the chance to meet a genius like Yun Tao. After speaking, he decided to ignore the people of Jiangcheng and immediately turn around to leave with the people of Fengcheng. Just then, Xingu, who had been silent until now, spoke up. I was wondering why a mad dog suddenly appeared. It turns out there was an old dog following behind it. Zhou Jin's expression changed, and he stopped in his tracks. His first thought was that he had misheard. The people of Jiangcheng were completely blank in their minds. So brave? Xingu actually dared to curse him like that in front of Zhou Jin. The people of Fengcheng were no less shocked than those in Jiangcheng, and perhaps even more so. You should know that their commander-in-chief has always been a stern and unsmiling man. In the entire city of Fengcheng, including Mu Yuntao, no one dared to contradict him. Yet this kid in front of him actually called him an old dog. Zhou Jin turned around and asked Xingu incredulously, Kid, what did you say? Xingu looked at Zhou Jin in front of him, then glanced at Mu Yuntao beside him, and said, word by word. Old dog, don't let me run into this mad dog that bites people indiscriminately on the field. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking his legs so he can never run out and bite anyone again. Mu Yuntao's expression changed drastically, a cyan longsword appeared in his hand, and his true energy surged. Just as he was about to make a move, Zhou Jin stopped him. He looked into Shen Ji's calm eyes, his gaze filled with coldness. Kid, I'll remember you. You just wait. After saying that, he left with everyone. This is, after all, Beixian City, and he is the general of Fengcheng. With his status and strength, teaching Xingu a lesson would be a piece of cake. But what happens after the lesson is learned? The dignified general of Fengcheng, a 4th-level expert, bullies a new recruit who hasn't even reached a higher level. If this gets out, where will Fengcheng and his reputation be? Let's wait until the ring to see who's truly superior. Within this small area of the airport, the people of Jiangcheng cheered. Xingu, you're awesome. That felt so good. Damn it, I've been holding in this rage ever since the plane. You didn't see the expressions on those people's faces in Fengcheng just now, huh? It was so satisfying. The martial artist who had almost been killed by a sword was still a little pale, but he was more excited about surviving the ordeal and grateful to Xingu. He rushed to Xingu and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Xingu. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would be dead here today. From now on, you're my brother. If you go east, I'll never go west. You're welcome, it was nothing. Xingu helped him up, her tone indifferent. To him, it was a small matter, and he should help if he could. Besides, he also disliked the people in Fengcheng. Yun Mushi ran to Shen Ji's side, her bright eyes filled with admiration. Xingu, well done. That wall of fire was so cool. And those last things you said to them, those old dogs and mad dogs, they said everything I wanted to say. It was so satisfying. The girl chattered excitedly, her face flushed. Xingu couldn't help but smile when he saw her like this. The officer leading the group also came over and nodded solemnly to Xingu. Xingu, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, without General Lin, Jiangcheng would have lost all face. However, Zhou Jin from Fengcheng and that Mu Yuntao are not easy to deal with. You need to be careful of their retaliation. I understand, Xingu replied. He never intended to coexist peacefully with these rivals in the northern tournament. These conflicts were only a matter of time. After the crowd calmed down, the officer led the Jiangcheng group to the airport. Here, the shuttle bus arranged by the organizers had been waiting for a long time. The people of Jiangcheng boarded the car with mixed feelings. The car started and drove through Beixian City. However, the car did not head towards the luxury hotel everyone had imagined. Instead, it drove further and further off the beaten path and finally stopped in front of an old building that looked quite old. Everyone got out of the car and stared in disbelief at the dilapidated building in front of them. No way? That's it? Are you kidding me? You want us to stay in this godforsaken place? Damn, the paint on the walls is peeling off. This is worse than the worst hotel in Jiangcheng. The organizers are really looking down on us. Complaints rose and fell, and disbelief filled everyone's faces. The officer in charge remained expressionless. He had just exchanged a few words with the reception staff sent by the organizers. When he returned, his already unpleasant face was now so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. There's no other way. There are a lot of people from the 18 cities of the North participating in the North Grand competition this time. In addition to the contestants, there are also medical teams, logistics teams, etc., so the housing stock is already tight. The organizers arranged the cities according to their previous year's results, and all the cities that ranked lower stayed here. His words silenced everyone's anger, leaving them speechless for a moment. Strength is everything, and weakness is the original sin. This world is just that realistic. The group could only walk into the hotel lobby with dark faces, and as soon as they entered, they smelled a musty odor. The receptionist, who was chatting, frowned when she saw them come in. They then impatiently checked them in and handed them room keys. After receiving their room keys, everyone went upstairs. Yun Mushi's room was right next to Shinji's. As soon as she pushed open the door, she let out a disgusted gasp. Chapter 27: The Tianshui City Team That Was Seeking Death. This is no place for a human to live. Yun Mushi stomped her feet in anger, her delicate nose twitching slightly with rage. We're here to compete, not to reminisce about past hardships. How can we possibly perform well living in a place like this? Shingu didn't speak, but calmly looked around. He had been in worse environments before, but the organizers' discriminatory treatment made him somewhat dissatisfied. Yun Mushi puffed out her pink cheeks and complained to Shingu, just thinking about the faces of those people in Fengcheng, and then looking at this lousy place we're living in, makes me so angry. Just then, an officer's voice came from the corridor. Don't stay in your room after you've put your luggage away. Come out and gather. People came out of their rooms and gathered in the narrow corridor. The officer glanced at the grim faces of the crowd and said in a deep voice, I know you're all angry. The poor living conditions and being looked down upon are facts. But getting angry won't help. If you don't want to be bullied and want to stay in the best hotels in the city center, then fight for it with your fists. The competition doesn't start until tomorrow, we still have time today. This shabby hotel may be terrible, but there's a training ground nearby that the organizers have prepared for us. Everyone get moving, even last-minute cramming can be effective. Take all your anger out on the training. The officer's words finally gave everyone an outlet for their frustrations. Yes. Let's go to the training grounds. I can't sleep in this godforsaken place anyway, might as well go practice. We can't let them look down on Jiangcheng. A large group of people walked towards the nearby training ground. However, as soon as they entered the cultivation room, they found that there were people standing at the door of all the cultivation rooms. A group of young people wearing martial arts uniforms with the word Tianshui on them lazily blocked the entrance. The leader was a burly, strong man who leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, sizing up the people of Jiangcheng. What's up? The burly man raised an eyebrow and spoke first. Nan Yutao, the Jiangcheng contestant who had been rescued by Shingu at the airport, walked up and said politely, Hello, we are from the Jiangcheng team and would like to use the training room. Jiangcheng? The burly man pondered the name for a moment, then exchanged a glance with the people around him and burst into laughter. Jiangcheng? You mean Jiangcheng, the one that always comes in last place? Want to use the training room? Sorry, they're all full. A tall, thin man next to the burly man shrugged, his face full of mockery. Bullshit. Aren't there still some left? A young man from the Jiangcheng team pointed to a room with an available indicator light on and shouted loudly. The burly man's smile vanished instantly. He straightened up, walked step by step to the young man, and looked down at him condescendingly. When I say it's full, it's full. You have a problem with that? A terrifying sense of oppression emanated from the burly man, causing the young man from Jiangcheng to feel a tightness in his chest and to take a few steps back. The officer in charge of Jiangcheng stepped forward, blocking the two men, and said coldly, What do you mean by this? The training room is for public use. Why can't we enter? Public? The burly man scoffed. Then I'll teach you country bumpkins a lesson today. The Northern Tournament is all about strength. You Jiangcheng people, a bunch of good-for-nothings who are at the bottom every year, dare to compete with us for resources? Instead of wasting time, you'd be better off going back to your moldy rooms and getting a good night's sleep, so you can be more at ease in tomorrow's competition and not get thrashed in the first round. The people of Tianshui City erupted in laughter once again. Exactly. Get out of here, you piece of trash. You're trying to train in the training room like everyone else? With your skills, you'd be better off just messing around in this shabby hotel. Get out of here, don't get in my way. Humiliation. From the airport to the hotel, and now to the training room, the dignity of everyone in Jiangcheng has been trampled on time and again. You've gone too far. Yun Mushi was so angry that she trembled all over and pointed at the burly man's nose while cursing. The burly man's gaze fell on Yun Mushi's delicate face, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. Oh, you even brought a little beauty? What, you're resorting to seduction when you can't win? He whistled lightly, glancing at Shingu beside Yun Mushi. Pretty boy, take advantage of my good mood and get lost. I've got my eye on this chick. He. Boss, this girl is really fresh and tender. She can keep the brothers company while they cultivate. When the people of Tianshui City saw Yun Mushi, their eyes lit up, and they spoke nonsense without restraint. Shingu stepped forward, shielding Yun Mushi behind him, and calmly looked at the burly man. You mean you booked the whole room? The burly man looked at the handsome young man in front of him, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. What? Pretty boy, you're not convinced? Or are you planning to trade your girlfriend for a training room? Shingu ignored his provocation and simply pointed to the 10 cultivation rooms. I'll give you 3 seconds. Take your dog and get out of here. Otherwise, you won't be able to use any of these training rooms. The burly man burst into exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Laughter echoed in the narrow corridor, harsh and unpleasant. 3 seconds? Get out? He wiped away the tears of laughter and looked at Shingu with an expression as if she were an idiot. Kid, are you fucking asleep? Do you even know who you're talking to? The people from Tianshui City behind them also joined in the mockery. Is this pretty boy an idiot? Give him 3 seconds, I'll give him 3 hours, let's see what he can do to us. To say such presumptuous things just to save face in front of a woman, what a piece of trash. Shinji's expression remained unchanged. She simply looked at them calmly and began to count down. 3. Numbers came out of his mouth. 2. The burly man's smile faded. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from him. The handsome young man before me was unusually calm. His composure didn't seem like an act. However, before Shingu could count to 1, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed out from beside him. It's Yun Mushi. The girl was seething with anger, from the airport to this rundown hotel, and now to the training room. One humiliation after another piled up. How could the eldest daughter of the Yun family, who had always been the darling of heaven, accept this? You trash. She simply couldn't take it anymore. Oh, is the little beauty getting anxious? The burly man didn't take Yun Mushi seriously at all. After all, he was a genuine first-level martial artist with an S-level talent. He even reached out to pinch her flushed cheeks. Come here, let your brother take good care of you. Before he could finish speaking, he found that all the sounds around him had disappeared, as if he had been pulled into a space independent of reality. Then, a series of auras that made his hair stand on end locked onto him. The burly man stiffly looked up and saw streaks of swordlight. He was locked onto from every angle, and it was too late to run. Damn it! I underestimated this woman, the burly man thought to himself, feeling utterly miserable. Before he could even unleash his full power, he was devoured by countless sword energies. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was inhuman, rang out. Immediately afterwards, the burly man who had been all smiles just moments before collapsed to the ground, covered in blood and limp, his body riddled with fine sword marks. His breath was completely weak, and he was utterly unconscious. Chapter 28. Lu Family, Lu Lang. One move. A single move was enough to cripple a first-tier martial artist? The mocking smiles on the faces of the people from Tianshui City were still frozen in place. Is this for real? Isn't Jiangcheng the easiest city to bully? When did such a genius appear? The people in Jiangcheng were no exception. They looked at each other, their faces showing deep shock. What's even more terrifying is that this prodigy isn't even the captain of the Jiangcheng team. How monstrous must that captain's strength be? This is someone they can't afford to mess with. The people of Tianshui City helped the half-dead, burly man leave in a sorry state. After this battle, everyone in Jiangcheng felt much more confident. Yun Mushi can instantly kill a first-level martial artist, Zhang Qianqian is a first-level martial artist himself, and then there's the even more monstrous Shingu. In the entire Northern Territory, it is extremely rare for a team to have 3 first-tier martial artists. Thinking about this, everyone suddenly understood why those strong teams were so arrogant. Immediately afterwards, everyone rushed into the training room, each putting in their best effort. Shingo found an empty cultivation room and was about to go in. Yun Mushi followed behind him. "Hello." Yun Mushi nudged him gently with her elbow. Shingo stopped and turned to look at her. The girl put her hands behind her back, winked playfully, and had a blush of excitement on her cheeks. "Since you did a good job, I'll reward you." Yun Mushi stretched out her hand, and in her palm lay a delicate little bag. The small bag looks tiny, but it's surprisingly heavy. Shingo took it, opened it, and found it filled with all sorts of spiritual herbs. Each one exuded a rich spiritual energy, the most precious of which was a second-tier top-grade spiritual herb, the blood spirit mushroom. Each one is quite valuable. In the outside world, those would be priceless treasures. "What is this?" Shingo asked, somewhat surprised. Yun Mushi puffed out her chest and said proudly, "I secretly took this from the storeroom at home." "How about that? Pretty generous, right?" She lowered her voice, speaking furtively, as if someone was eavesdropping. "These are all my dad's precious treasures. I secretly filled a whole bag with them when he wasn't looking." Shingo looked at the bag in her hand, then at Yun Mushi's innocent face. He shook his head and handed the bag back. "I can't accept it." Yun Mushi was stunned, and the smile on her face froze. "Why?" She felt that she had meant well, but Shingo rejected her. Yun Mushi pushed the bag back. "These are all good things, they'll help your cultivation, don't be shy with me." Shingo pushed her hand back. "Mushi, I appreciate your kind gesture. But I can't take anything from the Yun family." He looked intently at Yun Mushi's gradually puffing up pretty face, without a trace of joking. Shingo knew perfectly well that one was bound to be subservient to those who offered food or gifts. Once he uses the Yun family's things, he might not be able to be as carefree as he is now when facing the Yun family's demands. He didn't want to owe anyone favors, especially not to a family like the Yun family with ill intentions. "What Yun family or whatever, this is for you. What my dad gave me is mine, and what I give you is yours." She tilted her head, thinking that Shinji's thoughts were too complicated. "They are different." Shingo persisted. In the end, Yun Mushi had no choice but to take the bag back. She snorted unhappily, glared at Shingo, and then turned and walked into her cultivation room. Shingo smiled and walked into his cultivation room. He found a spot, sat cross-legged, and quietly sensed the internal energy within his body. The nascent true energy in his dantian was becoming increasingly solid, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the 8th level of awakening. Just then, a soft footstep sound came from outside the door. Then, someone knocked on the door of Shinji's training room from the outside. Shingo opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. Who would knock on his door? He suppressed his inner energy, stepped forward, and opened the door. Outside the door stood a thin young man. He was wearing a black martial arts uniform with a majestic tiger head embroidered on it. The young man had an ordinary appearance with some freckles on his face, but with his arms crossed over his chest, he exuded a great sense of pressure simply by standing there. Behind him followed 6 or 7 people, all dressed in black martial arts uniforms, each with broad shoulders and a powerful aura. The people of Jiangcheng also heard the commotion and came out of their cultivation rooms to see what was happening. Looking at the large group of people, the people of Jiangcheng felt a little nervous. Are these people here to cause trouble? Yun Mushi gripped Shinji's clothes tightly, ready to intervene at any moment. Shingo, this guy is up to no good, you have to be careful. Who are you? What do you want with Shingo? Nan Yutao stepped forward, blocking Shinji's path, and asked warily. The thin young man ignored him and just stared straight at Shingo. The young man looked Shingo up and down. You're Shingo? It's me, Shingo replied calmly. Let me introduce myself, the thin young man said, enunciating each word clearly. My name is Lu Lang, from the Lu family of Luoyang. Upon hearing this name, everyone in Jiangcheng was taken aback. The Lu family of Luoyang is one of the top 3 families in the 18 cities of the Northern Territory, and is famous for its beast taming. The Lu family is powerful and has a deep foundation, having cultivated countless geniuses. Lu Lang was the most outstanding among these geniuses. He was known as the Beast Speaker. He had not only broken through to the first-level martial artist realm, but also had a first-level exotic beast as his tamed beast. Their strength is terrifying, making them a top contender for the championship in this northern tournament. So it's the eldest son of the Lu family. What business do you have with Shingo? The officer in charge of the group also came over and asked in a deep voice. Lu Lang ignored everyone else, his eyes were only on Shingo. He continued, I've heard of your great name in Luoyang. Really? Xingu smiled, his expression playful. I don't recall you at all. Lu Lang's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't worry, you'll soon be very impressed with me. We will meet on the arena during this Northern Grand Tournament. I won't hold back on the stage. Lu Lang stared at Xingu and said, word by word, you won't be having such a good time then, so enjoy your last moments. After speaking to Xingu, Lu Lang ignored him and turned to leave. Wait a minute, Xingu said. Lu Lang stopped and turned to look at him. What? Scared? Xingu leaned closer to him, her eyes still calm as always. Don't think you're something just because you can keep a few dogs. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the ring. I'll prepare a big gift for you then. Lu Lang's expression changed, and he stared intently at Xingu for a long time before finally speaking. Kid, I'll remember you. Chapter 29. I want to get first place. Only after they had gone far away did the people of Jiangqing come to their senses. What's going on? Is this young master of the Lu family out of his mind? Nan Yutao scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. He wasn't here to cause trouble? He just said a few harsh words and left? Yun Mushi came to Shinji's side, took his hand, and her face was full of worry. Xingu, when did you offend the Lu family of Luoyang? I've never heard you mention it before. The Jiancheng officer also looked grave. He said, the Lu family of Luoyang is no ordinary family, they are one of the most prestigious families in the Northern Territory. And the beast that Lu Lang contracted was a first-tier earth-splitting tiger, which was extremely powerful. He's no weaker than Mu Yuntao from Fengcheng. Xingu, did you really offend him? The officer asked. Xingu shook his head. Yun Mushi held onto Shinji's hand tightly, refusing to let go. That Lu Lang is really too dangerous. I can feel it. He wants to kill you. Xingu smiled and took her hand in return. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He wants to kill me, but we'll see if he has the ability. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the area outside the central stadium in Beixian City was already packed with people. The huge arena was packed with people, including spectators from various cities who had come to watch the match and media reporters carrying long lenses and microphones. Even the bigwigs from the 18 cities of the north had come. The bustling crowds and rising steam completely dispelled the chill of early autumn in Beixian City. The Northern Tournament is the most important event in the entire Northern Territory. In this competition, the top 3 teams will qualify to enter the Dragon Vein Secret Realm. For cities, it's even more about their status in the entire north. The people of Jiangcheng, sitting on the bus, were all shocked by the scene outside the window. Damn, this is way too much. Nan Yutao craned his neck to look outside. Of course, it's the Northern Territory Grand Competition, held once a year. All the geniuses from the 18 cities are here. Yun Mushi said softly, clutching Xingu's sleeve and muttering, some members of the Yun family have participated before. It's like this every year. The people of Beixian City really know how to put on a show. This is the first time I've ever seen so many people. One team member rubbed his hands together, extremely nervous. Xingu ignored this. He turned his head slightly, sensing the even stronger aura emanating from Yun Mushi than before, and said with some surprise, "You've broken through?" Yun Mushi's beautiful eyes widened, and she asked incredulously, "How did you know?" Even the team leader didn't notice. "I'm a genuine first-level martial artist now, how about that, isn't that amazing?" Xingu smiled and shook his head. As his cultivation level improved, the True Flame Tyrant physique's sensitivity to true Qi also increased. As long as the martial artist's cultivation level is not significantly higher than his, he can keenly sense their cultivation level. Seeing that Xingu didn't answer him, Yun Mushi puffed out her pink cheeks and gently pinched Shinji's waist. That rascal, couldn't he just pretend to be surprised and then compliment me? As the two were talking, the bus came to a stop, the doors opened, and the people from Jiangqing filed out, feeling a mix of trepidation and excitement, and followed the staff's instructions step by step toward the entrance. "Stay close, don't fall behind," the officer's voice rang out from ahead. "Don't worry, sir," someone shouted in response. When they arrived at the entrance to the stadium, they found numerous media reporters carrying cameras on both sides of the passageway, ready to interview the contestants. But Xingu noticed that the media reporters were only interested in a few specific teams. Leading the way is the Fengqing team. Mu Yuntao walked at the front of the group, dressed in a blue robe, standing with his hands behind his back, head held high and chest out. He was surrounded by 5 or 6 reporters, who were asking him a barrage of questions. Young Master Mu, as a favorite to win this competition, is there anything you would like to say to your opponents? A female reporter held up a microphone in front of him. Mu Yuntao stopped in his tracks, his expression unchanged. They are not worthy. His words drew laughter from the reporters around him, and the cameras were immediately pointed at him. The Jiangqing team followed behind, but no one gave them a single shot. Despite it being the same competition and with the same participants, the treatment they received was vastly different. Compared to these high-performing teams, they don't even deserve to be noticed. Yun Mushi followed Shingu and muttered softly, "They've gone too far. They're just ignoring us like this." Shingu patted her hand without saying anything. Meanwhile, Mu Yuntao, who had been giving an interview, caught a glimpse of Shingu out of the corner of his eye. A playful smile appeared on his face as he said to the reporter interviewing him, "That's the Jiangqing team. Why don't you go and interview them? They probably have a lot of grand pronouncements they want to say." The reporter was taken aback. Why would they want to interview a team that was at the bottom of the rankings? But seeing the expression on Mu Yuntao's face, the reporter understood that this young master of the Mu family in Fengcheng wanted to embarrass everyone in Jiangcheng. "Hey, Jiangqing team over there, please wait a moment." A female reporter held a microphone and pointed it at the Jiangcheng team. Her face wore a professional, fake smile, but behind that smile lay an undisguised contempt. She was accompanied by 3 or 4 reporters, all of whom pointed their cameras at the Jiangqing team. The people of Jiangcheng were stunned for a moment, not expecting that a reporter would actually come to interview them. This is the first and only time. "Excuse me. Jiangcheng team member, what are your expectations for this Northern Border tournament?" The female reporter held the microphone out to the front, right in front of Nan Yutao. Nan Yutao scratched his head, looking somewhat at a loss, but still mustered his courage and said, "Our goal is to do our best to achieve good results." After he finished speaking, the female reporter's disdain became even more obvious. This kind of trash team dares to say that they can achieve good results? Standing not far away, Mu Yuntao saw this scene and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He gently patted the shoulder of a male reporter next to him and whispered a few words. The reporter nodded, walked over to the female reporter, pushed past Nan Yutao, and handed the microphone directly to Shingu. "Excuse me, you're from the Jiangqing team, right?" The male reporter sized up Shingu. "What are your goals for this Northern Border competition? Don't just say you did your best, say something interesting." Many contestants from other cities around them looked over, as if watching a show. They all knew that Jiangcheng was the worst team, and now that Mu Yuntao was personally stepping in to humiliate them, they wouldn't miss out on this kind of fun. Shingu didn't look at the reporter, but instead looked directly at Mu Yuntao, who was not far away. The latter gave him a nasty smile, his face full of mockery. Shingu withdrew his gaze and then glanced indifferently at the reporter in front of him. "I told you." He uttered 3 words, then paused. The male reporter pressed further, "What did you say?" "I said, I want to get first place." Shinji's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Chapter 31st Battle a success. These words stunned everyone around them. The male reporter was taken aback at first, then burst into exaggerated laughter. "Ha ha ha, what did you say? You got first place?" He laughed so hard he almost fell over, and he could barely hold the microphone. "This guy from Jiangcheng, is he here to perform stand-up comedy?" The female reporter next to her also laughed, laughing so hard she was shaking. The other reporters, with their cameras pointed at Shingu, couldn't help but laugh along with him. "Ha ha, Jiangcheng got first place? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Do they even dare to dream of winning first place? Are all the trash teams that came out of this year this arrogant? How can you be at the bottom if you're not arrogant? How can you lose with dignity if you don't aim for first place? They said they're going to take first place, and you don't believe them? That won't do. Quickly publish this news so everyone can see that Jiangcheng has produced a genius this year." The surrounding laughter drowned out the crowd in Jiangcheng, and everyone's faces turned horribly black. Just because of their poor grades, even a simple interview could make them feel so embarrassed. Yun Mushi stomped her feet in anger, pointing at the reporters who were making fun of her. "What are you laughing at? Don't laugh." No one paid any attention to her, and the laughter only grew louder. Even the other city teams watching the show were whispering among themselves. Is Jiangcheng out of his mind? Doesn't he know his own limitations? I think she's desperate for fame, resorting to such words to grab attention. Sigh, young and impetuous, they didn't know their own limitations. Mu Yuntao stood not far away, enjoying all of this. He stopped mocking Shingu, because he knew he had achieved his goal. Shingu, isn't this kid arrogant? Then he'll let everyone know just how ridiculous his arrogance is. Shingu stood amidst the laughter, not moving, and his face showed no resentment or embarrassment. He simply watched these people laughing so hard they were practically falling over, as if he were watching a bunch of clumsy clowns. The laughter gradually subsided. Because they discovered that Shingu didn't react at all, just calmly watching them. That composure and confidence made them feel inexplicably uneasy. One of the reporters gave a dry laugh, preparing to put away his microphone and end the farce. Just then, a clear voice came from inside the main stadium. Now, let's begin by introducing the rules of this Northern Grand Tournament. The voice was deep and powerful, and it traveled clearly to everyone's ears through the stadium's loudspeaker system. This Northern Grand competition will adopt a city team competition format. Each match consists of 5 players from each of the 2 teams competing in one-on-one duels. The winner continues, the loser is eliminated, until all 5 players on one side are defeated. The scoring rules are as follows: 1 point is awarded for each opponent defeated. If you achieve a winning streak, your points will double. Defeating 2 people consecutively earns you 2 points. Defeating 3 people earns you 4 points. And so on, defeating 5 people will earn you 16 points. Now, please have the team leaders from each city come up to the stage to draw lots. The moment the rules were announced, the entire stadium erupted in uproar. Holy crap! Double the points? 16 points in one 5-game sweep? That's so exciting! These rules are tailor-made for top geniuses. A top expert could actually wipe out an entire opposing team. The people of Zhangcheng looked at each other in bewilderment. Nan Yutao clicked his tongue. So you mean, as long as you're strong enough, one person can decide the outcome? The rules are against us, the officer in charge said, his brow furrowed. Zhangcheng's overall strength is relatively weak, and what they fear most is encountering this kind of competition system that emphasizes individual heroism. If they were to run into monsters like Mu Yuntao from Fengcheng or Lu Lang from Luoyang, who could take on 5 opponents single-handedly, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Shingu, go ahead and smoke. The officer looked at Shingu. Shingu nodded and walked to the center of the arena under everyone's gaze. On the drawing platform, the leaders or representatives of the 18 cities of the north gathered together. Mu Yuntao, dressed in a blue robe, remained calm and composed. Lu Lang crossed his arms, closed his eyes to rest, and seemed to have an invisible beastly aura lingering around him. As Shingu walked onto the stage, Lu Lang's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze falling on Shingu. Shingu ignored him, walked straight to the lottery box, and casually reached his hand in. I took it out and looked at it. Zhangcheng vs. Linhaicheng. Linhai City? The Zhangcheng officer below the stage breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the name. It's Linhai City. Great. We're so lucky. Like Zhangcheng, Linhai City is a team that ranks at the bottom in the annual competitions, with similar levels of skill. Drawing their name is undoubtedly the best possible outcome. Back in the group, before everyone could even feel happy, a voice rang out. Let me handle the first match. A tall, thin young man stepped forward. He was Zhang Xianchen, the young master of the Zhang family. I can take care of 3 or 4 of those guys from Linhai City by myself. Zhang Xianchen said, raising his chin with an air of complete confidence. Anyone could see that he was eager to show off. In such a high-profile setting, outstanding performance can not only earn huge rewards, but also give you the chance to be noticed by the admissions offices of top martial arts universities and rise to the top in one step. You? Yun Mushi was displeased. She had been itching for a fight for a long time and couldn't wait. I'll go first. I can wear them all. Mushi, stop fooling around. Zhang Qianchen put on a senior's air. Fighting such a small fry is a waste of your energy. The real battles are yet to come. You. Yun Mushi puffed out her cheeks in anger. Alright, stop arguing. The officer stepped in to smooth things over, looking at Shingu and asking for his opinion. Shingu glanced at Zhang Qianchen and said calmly, let him go. Perfect, let's show everyone the strength of Zhangcheng. Zhang Qianchen felt that something was off, even though he agreed with what he said. However, being the first to go on stage, he still glanced at Yun Mushi with a smug look and strode towards the contestant preparation area. Yun Mushi angrily tugged at Shin Ji's sleeve. Why did you let him go? He just wants to show off. Points are important, but revealing the team's strength too early will be detrimental to the later battles. It's good to let him scout things out. Shingu reassured her. Yun Mushi glanced at the other teams and realized that none of the team captains had taken to the field. Soon, the first round of the competition officially began. Zhang Cheng vs Lin Haiqing, the first match, Zhang Cheng player Zhang Qianchen vs Lin Haiqing player Li Yan. As soon as the referee gave the order, Zhang Qianchen eagerly jumped onto the ring. He struck what he thought was a cool pose and waved to the media cameras below the stage. Heh, Lin Hai City? Never heard of it. Kid, I advise you to get down there now, or you'll suffer later. Zhang Qianchen beckoned to his opponent, his arrogance reaching its peak. Li Yan, a contestant from Lin Hai City, was so angry that his face turned red. He roared and charged forward. Relying on his cultivation as a first-level martial artist, Zhang Qianchen was indeed quite strong, and quickly knocked Li Yan to the ground. Next, he roared triumphantly. The second contestant from Lin Hai City took the stage, and Zhang Qianchen won easily as well. Lin Hai City's strength is indeed average. All its members are quasi-martial artists at the awakening realm, and their foundations are shallow. Even until the last contestant appeared, they were unable to defeat Zhang Qianchen, a first-level martial artist. Zhang Cheng, 16 points. Zhang Qianchen, panting heavily, stood on the arena and smiled smugly. Is that all you've got? I thought the Northern Territory Grand Competition had a lot of strength. The audience was also stunned by Zhang Qianchen. Zhang Cheng has produced a truly formidable figure. A first-level martial artist. I never expected Zhang Cheng to produce such a person. Although Zhang Cheng is still far behind the strong teams this year, it can finally say goodbye to being at the bottom for several consecutive years. It's just a trivial skill. Mu Yuntao from Fengcheng continued to watch indifferently, his eyes full of disdain. Luo Yang's Lu Lang didn't even lift his eyelids. This level of competition wasn't worth his attention. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Jiangqing team. We won! We won! A 5-man run. Zhang Qianchen is awesome. Chapter 31 Opponent Information. The first round of the competition has ended, but the discussion has not stopped. This Zhang Qianchen from Jiangcheng is quite something. He's actually a first-level martial artist. In my opinion, Jiangcheng is definitely the dark horse this year, someone shouted. What dark horse? It can only bully the bottom-ranked Lin Hai City. If it really needs Fengcheng and Luoyang, it will still be kneeling. That's right, each team only has one player who can play well, and at most they can make it to the quarterfinals. That's true, but I think the match between Fengcheng and Luoyang is the real highlight. If Mu Yuntao and Lu Lang, those two monsters, were to meet, that would be quite a sight. However, in this first round, those who were lucky all ran into easy opponents, like Zhang Cheng, who drew Lin Hai City and won easily. Yes, those who are unlucky, when strong teams meet, they are eliminated directly. Sigh, I wonder who will face off in the second round. That depends on the draw. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Xinge and Yun Mushi remained calm. Not long after, the referee's voice rang out again. Now, let's begin the second round, the draw for the top 9. The team leaders from each city took to the stage again. Mu Yuntao, dressed in a blue robe, walked at the front, a hint of smugness on his face. Lu Lang remained aloof, arms crossed, eyes fixed straight ahead. Mu Yuntao and Lu Lang wanted to draw, but to their disappointment, they both drew two weaker teams. No one wanted to see the two strong teams meet in the second round. Next, Jiang Cheng. Xinge stepped forward and reached into the lottery box. He took out a piece of paper and slowly unfolded it. Buy the pass. Xinge was also stunned when he saw the words on the note. He never expected that he would get a buy. The Jiangqing team members cheered when they saw the result. Great! We're so lucky! We've advanced directly to the top 5. Nan Yutao jumped up excitedly and shouted to Xinge, Xinge, we're incredibly lucky. The officer breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to pat Xinge on the shoulder. Your luck is truly unbelievable. We've made it straight to the top 5, so we can get some rest and prepare for the tough battles ahead. The referee looked at Xinge with a hint of envy in his eyes. Jiangcheng really had incredible luck. First, they encountered the weakest team and advanced to the second round, and then they got a bye. They entered the third round with virtually no pressure. Xinge handed the note to the referee and walked off the stage. As he passed by the Fengcheng procession, Mu Yuntao suddenly spoke up. Hey, isn't this young Master Shen who's aiming for first place? You're in luck. Mu Yuntao crossed his arms, tilted his head, and looked down at him. Behind him, the Fengcheng team members also surrounded him, their faces bearing mocking smiles. What, scared? Mu Yuntao leaned closer to Xingu, his voice extremely low. Are you afraid of running into me? Is that why you're praying to get a bye? Xingu glanced at him but didn't say anything, and walked straight ahead. Don't rush. Mu Yuntao grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Didn't you say you wanted to get first place? Did you get first place by luck? Mu Yuntao's voice grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of those around him. Not far away, people in Luoyang also noticed the commotion. Lu Lang looked over with a provocative gaze. I'm not as lucky as you. I have to fight my way up one match at a time, so you really better not get eliminated. Because I'm waiting to personally defeat you in the finals. Xingu stopped and smiled slightly at Mu Yuntao. I'm waiting for you. I hope you can make it to the finals so I can beat you myself. I'll trample you under my feet and show you who the real trash is. Shen Ji's voice wasn't loud, but the surrounding onlookers could hear it clearly. Those who had been watching the spectacle were all stunned. Is this kid crazy? How dare he speak to Mu Yuntao like that? Who is Mu Yuntao? That's the eldest son of the Mu family in Fengcheng, a top figure among the younger generation in the 18 cities of the Northern Territory. Xingu is just a contestant from Jiangcheng, which is at the bottom of the rankings. What makes him so special? You brat, you're too arrogant. One of Mu Yuntao's teammates rushed up and pointed at Shen Ji's nose, cursing. Do you know who you're talking to? Who do you think you are? Xingu ignored him and just looked at Mu Yuntao. Your people are too noisy, Xingu said calmly. Mu Yuntao waved his hand, signaling the team member to step back. He stared at Xingu, his expression full of amusement. I hope you'll have the right to be arrogant in the next round. This time, Xingu didn't even glance at him and left directly, returning to the viewing area in Jiangcheng. Soon, the second round of the competition officially began. The match between Fengcheng and Luoyang was a foregone conclusion. The two strongest players, Mu Yuntao and Lu Lang, did not play. The ordinary players alone exerted a terrifying suppressive force. Besides these two teams, there was another team on the field that caught Shen Ji's attention. Shadow City Team. Captain Xin Fei. This person's fighting style is extremely strange. Everyone who encounters him loses inexplicably. One of the opponents was laughing loudly in the ring, and then, while laughing, he slapped himself on the forehead and lost the match. All the top teams are tacitly hiding their strength. We still don't even know Mu Yuntao and Lu Lang's trump cards. That guy named Xin Fei is also terrifying. Even if his strength is not as good as Mu Yuntao and Lu Lang, it must be not much worse. We'll have to be blessed by fortune once again to advance to the next round. The people of Jiangcheng frowned, feeling immense pressure. Winning the first round was all about skill. Winning the second round was all luck. None of the teams that made it to the third round were pushovers. Judging from the current configuration of Jiangcheng team, it is far from enough. It can only be said that this is indeed the largest competition that brings together the most talented people in the entire Northern Territory. There are truly countless geniuses. There are tons of young martial artists who have just entered the ranks. After the final match, the Jiangcheng team returned to their hotel. As soon as I pushed open the door to the lounge, I saw two tall figures sitting in the center of the room, namely Lin Zhan and Yi Yangkai. Sorry we're late, Yi Yangkai said with a smile. You're pretty good, kid. You even dared to talk back to that old bastard Zhou. Just like one of my men, ha. Lin Zhan patted Xingu on the shoulder with admiration, then pulled him to sit on the sofa and got straight to the point. The time that Mayor Yi and I disappeared for was to collect information on the prodigies in this competition. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Lin Zhan and Yi Yangkai missed such an important event. They had something even more important to do. While figuring out your opponent's hand doesn't guarantee a win, it at least gives you a chance to win. Chapter 32 Yun Mushi's 4 in a row. Let's start with Mu Yuntao. Lin Zhan pushed the first document to the middle. The Mu family of Fengcheng, the leading figure of the younger generation, his talent is S-level sword soul, known as the Little Sword Saint. The realm is the first level, second stage. First rank, second level. Zhang Qianchen gasped. How old is he? How did he reach the second level already? You've already reached the first level of the first rank. The Mu family has an even stronger foundation, so it's not surprising that you can step into the second level, Yun Mushi said. Mushi is right. When talents are equal, whoever has more resources can cultivate faster. This is an unchanging truth. Besides his cultivation level, Mu Yuntao also mastered the Mu family's secret Heavenly Star Sword technique, a martial art of the 5th rank with extremely high power. But he hasn't fully grasped it yet, so he can probably only unleash about 40-50% of its power, and it consumes a lot of energy, so he can probably only use it once. Let's talk about Lu Lang. Lin Zhan picked up the second document. The Lu family of Luoyang cultivates both martial arts and exotic beasts. Lu Lang is the eldest son of the Lu family, and his talent is S-rank Beast King. He contracted a Tier 1, Level 2 Flaming Tiger, and when the two attacked simultaneously, the combined effect was essentially greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, Lu Lang possesses a secret technique, the fusion of man and beast. After merging with beast, one's strength can directly soar to the 3rd level of the 1st tier or even higher. Holy crap, how are we supposed to fight this? The people of Jiangcheng immediately started discussing among themselves. This Lu Lang is even fiercer than that Mu Yuntao from before, he's like a monster. That's right, but this state of being one with the animal puts a lot of strain on the body and can't be sustained for long, Lin Zhan explained. Lin Zhan put the documents aside and picked up the third one. Finally, there's Qin Fei from Shadow City. He paused for a moment. This person should be the biggest dark horse of this competition. His talent is S-rank Illusionary Heart. There is very little information about him. All we know so far is that he is also a 1st-tier 2nd-level cultivator. But one thing is certain, illusion attacks can directly affect the 5 senses, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. Be extremely careful. Yun Mushi suddenly realized, so it's a talent for illusion. No wonder his opponents always lose inexplicably. After listening, everyone fell silent. I thought knowing my opponent's hand would increase my chances of winning. Now it seems there's absolutely no chance of winning. Phoenix City Team, Luoyang City Team, Shadow City Team, any one of these teams could easily crush Jiangxing Team. Although Captain Xingu possesses the strength to fight across levels, his opponents are all at the 2nd level of the 1st tier, and Lu Lang can even reach the 3rd level of the 1st tier. Could Xingu really leapfrog 4 or even 5 realms? There has never been such a precedent in the world. There never will be again. Seeing everyone's low spirits, Lin Zhan also felt a bit helpless. He never expected this year's Northern Tournament to be so terrifying. In previous years, it was already considered very strong to produce a Tier 1 2nd-level cultivator. As a result, even a triple-level monster has emerged this year. Xingu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. Anyway, we've already entered the 3rd round. Lin Zhan comforted her. Xingu nodded slightly, calculating his own strength in his mind. With the True Flame Tyrant capable of incinerating everything, plus the 3rd-tier top-grade martial arts techniques Burning Heaven Palm and Fire Cloud skill, as well as the 5th-tier top-grade Fire God Spear, dealing with a 1st-tier, 1st-level martial artist is no longer a challenge. If we encounter someone at the 2nd level of the 1st rank, we might not be unable to put up a fight. However, Lu Lang possesses multiple exotic beasts, and Qin Fei's illusionary attacks are difficult to defend against, making the situation quite troublesome. Meanwhile, in another luxury hotel suite, Lu Zhenghao, the leader of the Lu family team, a burly man in his 50s, was sitting in the center of the sofa. Lu Lang sat to the side, with several other prodigies standing behind him. In front of the sofa was a huge holographic projection, on which appeared the face of a middle-aged man. His face was haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was Zhao Lihong, the head of the Zhao family. Brother Zhenghao, nephew Lu, this is all the information on that little bastard Xingu. After saying that, he sent over an encrypted file. Lu Lang stood up, walked to the projector, glanced down at the information sent by Zhao Lihong, and his face was full of contempt. A mere 7th-level Awakening Realm trash? Patriarch Zhao, rest assured, I will personally take action, and Xingu will surely die. You should prepare the agreed-upon 4th-tier spiritual medicine in advance. Zhao Lihong's face was full of resentment and he hurriedly replied, as long as Xingu dies in Beixian City, my Zhao family will receive every penny of the agreed-upon benefits. However, please be careful of this kid. Don't be careless. This little bastard's methods are not so simple. Lu Lang's laughter stopped abruptly. He lowered his head, walked to the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. He slammed the empty cup down on the table, looked at Zhao Lihong on the projector, and asked, word by word, Zhao Lihong, are you trying to teach me how to do things? Zhao Lihong fell silent. Your son is nothing but a piece of trash in the Awakening Realm. How dare he compare to me? Lu Lang suddenly roared, startling the Lu family disciples in the room, who all shrank back. Zhao Lihong was stunned, his face turning pale and then red, but he dared not lash out and could only force a smile. Lu Lang, the Lu family leader, scolded, but there was no hint of blame on his face. Lu Lang then calmed down a bit, letting out a cold snort. Patriarch Zhao, rest assured, my strength is far beyond what your son, that piece of trash, can match. He could kill your son in an instant, but with me, he wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. All you need to do is ask that 4th-tier spiritual herbs be prepared. The following day, the final 5-team tournament began. Only the Phoenix City team, Luoyang team, Yueying City team, Jiangqing team, and Beiliang City team remain. The team captains drew lots in turn according to their scores, and then the lots were opened. Fengcheng team versus Beiliangqing team. Jiangqing team versus Yueyingqing team. Luoyang team has a bye this round. As the host finished speaking, a huge murmur of discussion erupted in the audience. Down in the audience, the Jiangqing team members' expressions changed simultaneously, their faces turning bitter as the pressure on them increased dramatically. Lin Zhan looked serious. He hadn't expected to draw the Shadow City card. This was going to be tough. But in any case, the team has made it into the top 5, breaking the joke of Jiangqing being at the bottom every year, so it can be considered a success. Just then, Zhou Jin walked over with a mocking expression. Oh, isn't this our General Lin? I'm really lucky this year I actually managed to get into the top 5 through the draw. What a pity, that's as good as your luck. Lin Zhan frowned when he saw Zhou Jin's sarcastic face. This is just the beginning, it's not certain who will win or lose yet. Zhou Jin let out a mocking hand, and then said, has General Lin been in the trash can for too long? Has his brain turned into trash too? You're not really hoping Jiangqing can win, are you? Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhan ignored him, his gaze fixed on the match that had already begun. Before long, the competition began. Jiangqing sent Yun Mushi first, while Yueying City sent a quasi-martial artist at the 9th level of awakening, clearly wanting to test Jiangqing's strength first. Yun Mushi entered the arena without holding back, immediately unleashing her sword domain. Before the opposing quasi-martial artist could even react, he was rendered unable to fight. Jiangqing, 1 point. Sparse applause rang out from the audience. No one had expected that Jiangqing would have such a genius. Yun Mushi did not stop. She sheathed her sword and coldly looked at her fallen opponent. Next. The second contestant from Shadow City to step onto the stage was a half-step martial artist. Yun Mushi won easily as before. The third one, the fourth one. Yun Mushi's sword cleanly and decisively reaped the opponents from Yueying City. The boos from the audience gradually turned into exclamations and cheers. This girl is amazing. A 4 in a row. She actually got a 4 in a row. Chapter 33 Illusion. However, only Xingu, standing below the stage, could see that she had reached her limit. Shadow City is not one of the weaker teams mentioned earlier. In addition to their captain Qin Fei, the team has 3 other advanced martial artists. Yun Mushi's ability to defeat 4 opponents in one go is already a very impressive achievement. At this moment, Yun Mushi stood on the arena, her face covered in sweat and her breathing becoming rapid. Continuously unleashing the sword domain took a huge toll on her stamina. You're already very impressive, classmate. Unfortunately, you've met me. Qin Fei walked onto the arena with a smile on his face. Yun Mushi gripped her sword tightly, said nothing, and immediately unleashed her full sword domain. Qin Fei remained standing in place. He neither dodged nor retaliated. He simply stretched out his hand, and a cloud of black mist rose from it. Illusion. Black mist instantly enveloped the entire arena, blurring Yun Mushi's vision. Is this your illusion? Yun Mushi sneered, sweeping her long sword horizontally, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Qin Fei stood still and gently shook his head. Your talent is indeed very strong, but in my illusion, everything is an illusion. Before Yun Mushi could say anything, the surrounding scenery began to distort and deform. Everything around me began to disappear, replaced by a blood-red sky. Sister, save me. A familiar voice came from behind. Yun Mushi turned around abruptly and saw Yun Muyue lying in a pool of blood. Her sister was covered in blood and staring blankly at her. For a moment, she was stunned. No. This is an illusion, it's not real. Yun Mushi gritted her teeth, constantly reminding herself that it was fake. There are only 2 ways to break free from an illusion. One is to forcefully break it with absolute power, and the other is to remain steadfast in one's will and not be affected by the illusion in the slightest. She had only just entered the illusion when her mind began to waver, making it clear that she couldn't break the illusion with the latter. The only option left is to forcefully break through. So, Yun Mushi raised the sword in her hand, her internal energy circulated wildly, and her aura soared. But at this moment, the scene in the illusion became clearer and clearer, and more familiar faces lay around Yun Muyue. One by one, the members of the Yun family fell. Finally, she saw Shingu. Mushi, will you kill me? In the illusion, Shingu was pale, dressed in rags, and her eyes were filled with misery and pleading. Yun Mushi was stunned again. She knew perfectly well that everything before her was an illusion, but seeing Shinji's appearance, she hesitated for a few seconds before wielding her sword. In those few seconds, Qin Fei's voice suddenly rang out, "It's over." Bang! No sooner had she finished speaking than Yun Mushi felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. With a loud bang, he flew several meters backward and fell off the stage. Jiang Chang, Yun Mushi, defeated. The referee's voice rang out, and a chorus of boos erupted from the stands. What is all this? It's not interesting at all. Who would just stand there and let someone hit them? This is so boring. Laymen watch the spectacle, experts watch the details. The ability to use illusions to deceive a first-tier martial artist with top-tier S-level talent indicates that their strength is definitely not simple. Mu Yuntao and Lu Lang both frowned slightly. They were confident that they were not afraid of any powerful opponent, but Qin Fei's methods were too strange. Even if they were to encounter it, they couldn't guarantee they could break free of the illusion 100%. At this moment, Qin Fei stood on the arena. He was not smug. He just looked at Yun Mushi lying on the ground and said calmly, "Your talent is very strong and your strength is not bad. If I were to face you at your peak, I might have to put in some effort. Losing is losing. But my loss doesn't mean Jiangchun loses. Shingu will definitely defeat you." Yun Mushi got up from the ground, her eyes extremely determined. "Is that so? I'd like to see what you've got." Qin Fei's lips curled up, and his gaze shifted to Shingu below the stage. Shingu met Qin Fei's gaze, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and then stepped onto the arena. "I'm sorry, Shingu, I've disappointed you," Yun Mushi said apologetically. Shingu simply shook his head, "You've done enough. Leave the rest to me." Yun Mushi leaned close to Shinji's ear and said quickly, "His illusion magic is very strange, it will make you see all sorts of illusions. Be very careful and don't fall into them." An illusion? Shingu murmured to himself, already having a plan in mind. Soon, Yun Mushi left the scene, and a new battle began. Qin Fei let out a low shout, and the black mist once again enveloped the entire arena. Shingu kept her eyes tightly closed. As long as she couldn't see, she wouldn't be affected by the illusions. However, Qin Fei was stunned for a moment when he saw Shinji's action, then a mocking look appeared on his face. "My talent is not just as low level as creating illusions." As soon as he finished speaking, the next second, Shingu, who had her eyes closed, suddenly felt a strong wave of dizziness. It was as if everything around him was rapidly receding into the distance, no longer on the arena. From the outside, Shingu simply closed his eyes and remained motionless after the referee announced the start, as if he were asleep. Qin Fei looked at Shingu, who remained motionless, and his smile grew even more smug. He gathered his true energy, his right hand transformed into a handblade, and with a flash, he slashed fiercely at Shinji's neck. Shingu! Upon seeing this, Yun Mushi screamed in shock. The Jiangqing team members all stood up from their seats, their faces filled with terror. Just as Qin Fei's hand was about to touch Shinji's skin, a ring of golden red flames suddenly erupted from Shinji's body, forming a set of red armor that protected him to the teeth. Qin Fei's attack struck the flame armor without even causing a ripple. The true energy in his entire arm was instantly burned away, and a scorching wave of air pushed him away violently. What? Qin Fei staggered back a few steps, his face full of disbelief. He hadn't expected Shingu to have such a powerful defensive technique. Even more unexpectedly, Shingu would use this technique in the illusion. But he quickly calmed down. As long as Shingu remains trapped in the illusion, his defeat is only a matter of time. What's the use of having a tortoise shell? My illusory heart will continuously deplete your mental energy. Once your mind collapses and you die in the illusion, this tortoise shell will naturally break. Qin Fei sneered and simply stopped and stood aside. At the same time, Shinji's consciousness plunged into endless darkness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a cold, enclosed room. He will never forget the furnishings here. This place is the Shin family's residence in the capital, a place specifically used to enforce family rules. It was also the place where his S-level talent was stripped away and transferred to his cousin. Standing before him were several familiar figures he hated to the core. My uncle, Shin Tianxiong, and his exceptionally talented cousin, Shin Lan. Shingu, your parents sacrificed their lives for the country, and your family, out of compassion for your orphan state, has taken great care of you. Shin Tianxiong looked down at him, his words full of hypocritical pity. But it's a real waste to have S-class talent on you. You are unruly and will never amount to anything. Why don't we hand it over to Shin Lan and let him bring glory to the Shin family? Don't worry, Lanner won't mind that this talent was once with you. You can entrust it to him with peace of mind. The pain of being betrayed by loved ones, the agony of having one's talent forcibly stripped from one's soul, and the humiliation and despair of being reduced to a useless person and driven out of one's home, all surged up continuously at this moment. This was Shin Ji's deepest fear in the past, his nightmare. Qin Fei's illusion was meant to trigger this fear, causing him to break down and completely destroy his consciousness. However, Qin Fei miscalculated one thing. This memory no longer brings Shingu fear. Instead, it was an overwhelming hatred. When the excruciating pain of having his talent stripped away struck again, Shinji's consciousness did not collapse. Instead, it was ignited by an extreme rage. Chapter 34 The Final Three. Shen Tianxiong. Shen Lan. Do you think that just because you took away my talent, I become a useless piece of trash? You are wrong. The seeds you have sown will one day yield the bitter fruit of your actions. Boom. The hatred, as real as a substance, transformed into the purest fuel, causing the true flame tyrant bloodline within his body to boil completely. The smug faces of Shin Tianxiong and Shin Lan, standing high above, were twisted and deformed in the flames, and finally turned to ashes. Burn! Burn all of this to ashes. The next second. On the real-world arena. The fiery armor that was originally just protecting Shingu suddenly shot into the sky. A terrifying pillar of fire, several meters in diameter, instantly pierced through the dome of the stadium. Holy crap! What's going on? What kind of power is this? Everyone was stunned by what they saw, especially Qin Fei, who was closest to them. His smug smile vanished, replaced by terror. Although he is a first-level second-stage martial artist, his actual combat ability is not strong. Without the illusion, his strength is not even as good as a first-level first-stage martial artist. Before Qin Fei could react, a violent wave of fire surged from Shinji's body and engulfed him. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the arena. Qin Fei was thrown out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily off the stage. His clothes had long since turned to ashes, his skin was covered in burn marks, and he was emitting black smoke, looking extremely disheveled. The fire wave disappeared the instant Qin Fei fell off the stage. When the flames subsided, Shingu reappeared before everyone. At this moment, he was standing in the center of the arena, looking down at Qin Fei below. The referee stared blankly at Shingu, who was unharmed on the stage, and then at Qin Fei, who was unconscious and barely recognizable below the stage. It took him several seconds to react before he raised his trembling hand. Shingu wins. Jiangqing advances to the top three. The reporters below the stage went crazy, pointing their cameras and microphones at Shingu, practically shoving them right in his face. Quick! Record this. Jiang Chun, who had always been at the bottom, has made it into the top three this time? He said he wanted to get first place, and now it seems, he actually has a very slim chance. Mu Yuntao and Lu Lang exchanged a knowing glance, both seeing the surprise on each other's faces. Since the top 5 list was announced, both of them thought that Fengcheng, Luoyang City, and Yuying City would be the top 3 and gain the qualification to enter the Dragon Vein Secret Realm. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Chang actually wiped out Shadow City. Especially that Shingu, I really underestimated him. Meanwhile, in the high-level lounge, the generals, mayors, and leaders of various families were also astonished by what they saw. What kind of monster is this? With unwavering resolve, he remained completely unaffected by the illusion. He even broke through the illusion with his own strength. Is he really at the 7th level of awakening? If you said it was the 7th level of the first rank, some people would probably believe it. But ultimately, it's because that flame that can burn everything is too terrifying. What kind of talent is it? This is absolutely unbelievable. With this battle concluded, the list of the top 3 contenders in the Northern Tournament has been released. Phoenix City Team, Luoyang Team, Jiangqing Team. Now, let's begin the draw for the top 3. The 3-way competition consists of 2 rounds. The winner of the first round advances to the semifinals, while the loser and the third team compete for the other semifinal spot. As soon as the host finished speaking, Lu Lang took the lead on the stage. His imposing figure, even standing on the high platform, gave people an undeniable sense of pressure. He didn't even look at the lottery box, he simply reached in casually and took out a slip of paper. It's as if none of this matters. The referee did not open the draw immediately, but waited until Xingu and Mu Yuntao finished drawing before opening it together. Next match, Fengcheng vs Jiangcheng. They're here. Phoenix City vs River City. Mu Yuntao from Fengcheng is a genius known as the Little Sword Saint, and he has been famous for a long time. On the other hand, Jiangcheng is the biggest dark horse in this competition. It's really hard to say who will win. What's so hard to say? No matter how strong Xingu is, he's only at the 7th level of awakening. Can he fly to the heavens? Why doesn't he stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Xingu confidently stepped onto the ring. Mu Yuntao raised his chin, his tone as arrogant as ever. Xingu, I admit I underestimated you before, but your path will end here. You talk too much. Xingu finally spoke, her tone very calm, completely disregarding Mu Yuntao's provocation. Mu Yuntao's smile froze. The next moment, a streak of cyan sword energy attacked from behind Xingu, so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. Xingu didn't even turn his head. He raised his right hand, flipped his palm backward, and a ball of golden red flame appeared out of thin air, directly devouring the sword energy. Mu Yuntao's figure appeared on the other side of the arena, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Their reaction time wasn't slow. He reached behind him, grasped the hilt of the sword, and slowly drew the long sword. The sword was entirely blue, gleaming with a faint, cold light. The moment the sword was fully drawn, the temperature of the entire arena dropped by several degrees. However, do you think that just because you can withstand my probing, you can withstand my full power? As soon as Mu Yuntao finished speaking, his figure disappeared again. This time, it wasn't just about speed, he transformed into countless sword shadows, attacking Xingu from all directions. Each sword shadow carried a sharp sword intent and a powerful pressure. A gasp erupted from the audience. This is Sword Shadow, one of the Mu family's unique martial arts techniques, a top-grade 3rd-tier skill. I wonder if Xingu can hold on. Mu Yuntao once defeated a half-step martial artist when he was in the awakening realm using this move. Mu Yuntao's lips curled up, thoroughly enjoying the gasps of surprise from the audience. This is the greatest respect we can show to the prodigies. A mere 7th level of the awakening realm. A single, serious strike can crush them. However, Xingu whispered, Fire Cloud Technique. Golden red flames erupted from his body, instantly forming a suit of fire armor that enveloped his entire body. All the sword shadows struck the armor, emitting a piercing hissing sound, before turning into wisps of smoke and dissipating. Your martial arts skills are not bad, but it's a pity you haven't mastered them well enough. Xingu mocked. His fiery cloud technique had reached perfection, and with the true flame tyrant as a catalyst, his defense was naturally astonishing. Mu Yuntao's sword shadow technique has only reached the proficiency level at most, and is still far from perfection. Mu Yuntao looked as if a sore spot had been touched, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Is this your trump card? But you can't beat me with just this turtle shell. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword in Mu Yuntao's hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blue light. This is his innate talent, Sword Soul. It can imbue the weapons in your hands with a kind of spirit, achieving unexpected and decisive results. Countless streaks of azure sword energy emerged from the longsword in Mu Yuntao's hand, swirling in the air, ready to fall at any moment. Can you feel it? This is the power of the Sword Soul. Mu Yuntao looked at Xingu, you have been locked onto by my Sword Soul. With just one command, these sword energies can tear you apart at any time. Chapter 35 Vulcan Gun. Xingu raised her head and met Mu Yuntao's gaze. Yeah? The next second, even more terrifying flames erupted from Xin Ji's body. The golden red flames transformed into fire dragons, surging and roaring on the arena, completely incinerating Mu Yuntao's sword energy. Mu Yuntao's expression changed, and he retreated rapidly. But the flames relentlessly pursued him, quickly forcing him to the edge of the arena. Damn it! Mu Yuntao gritted his teeth and frantically circulated his internal energy. He gripped the sword with both hands and used all his strength to unleash a massive cyan sword aura, barely managing to cleave the fire dragon in two. But his robes had been burned with several holes, and his hair had turned black. The entire audience erupted in uproar. No way? Mu Yuntao is being suppressed? What exactly is Xin Ji's talent? Those flames are invincible. They seem capable of burning everything. The flames are so terrifying. Could it be the strongest S-rank fire attribute talent, Fire Spirit? Looking at the battle before him, Lu Lang frowned, recalling the information the Zhao family had given him. The information clearly states that Xingu possesses the cultivation level of the 7th level of Awakening, masters the 3rd tier top-grade martial skill Burning Heaven Palm, can instantly kill Zhao Li despite being of a higher level, and has combat power comparable to the 9th level of Awakening. However, the information didn't say that Xin Ji's talent was so terrifying, and that he even mastered the 3rd tier top-grade martial art, Fire Cloud skill. If he had encountered Xingu earlier, and had been careless and underestimated his opponent, he might have been severely injured by Xingu. Inside the high-level lounge, all the powerful figures stared intently at Xingu, wishing they could see right through him. Being able to burn away a 4th-tier martial skill released by a 1st-tier 2nd-level martial artist with the cultivation of the 7th level of Awakening is definitely not a simple case of talent suppression. Just like Yun Mushi possesses the top-tier S-level talent sword domain, she might be able to suppress Mu Yuntao with her talent and fight him to a standstill. But to exert absolute dominance like Xingu is absolutely impossible. Not to mention that Xingu is only at the 7th level of Awakening. Therefore, Xin Ji's talent must be much stronger than the strongest S-level fire attribute talent, Fire Spirit, and many times stronger. Thinking of this, all the powerful figures turned to look at Lin Zhan and Yi Yangkai, trying to glean some clues from their eyes. As a result, both of them looked shocked and bewildered. Meanwhile, Mu Yuntao, panting heavily on the field, looked at Xingu with a gloomy expression. "Xingu, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to take out this." Mu Yuntao took something out of his pocket, which shimmered with a faint golden light in the sunlight. It was a thin, soft armor, woven entirely from a special material, with intricate patterns carved on it. This is the Mu family's secret treasure, a 5th-tier fire-resistant armor. It can withstand all fire attacks. Even your golden red flames can't harm me in the slightest. Tier 5 armor? Upon hearing these 4 words, the entire audience erupted in uproar. So far in the Northern Tournament, the highest level of martial arts and armor that has appeared is only Tier 3. Mu Yuntao pulled out a Tier 5 armor, which perfectly countered Xin Ji's proud flames, and that basically ended the game. Shameless. Unscrupulous. Yun Mushi immediately cursed. Mu Yuntao's cultivation was already stronger than Xin Ji's, yet he still went and did this. No martial ethics. I strongly protest. The use of equipment and martial arts techniques of Tier 3 or higher is not allowed. The team members from Jiangchang were also outraged and protested one after another. Silence, the referee shouted. The competition rules allow competitors to use their own non-consumable equipment. Upon hearing this, everyone in Jiangchang deflated like punctured balloons. In fact, they knew in their hearts that the so-called grand competition was not only about talent and combat strength, but also about the family's heritage. When both are at the 1st level and 1st rank, whoever has higher grade martial arts skills and weapons will naturally be stronger. However, weapons of the 4th tier and above are priceless and are considered secret treasures by all the major families. They are not easily shown to others, so everyone tacitly uses 3rd tier weapons. Zhou laughed even harder backstage. "Ha, Lin Zhan, did you hear that? Within the rules, everything is part of strength. If your Jiangchang has no money and no heritage, then don't come out here and embarrass yourself." Lin Zhan's lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile that seemed to be waiting to see what would happen. Jiangchang really doesn't have much of a rich history, and he can't offer Xingu anything good. But Xin Ji's grandfather has a profound background. With a casual move, he unleashed a top-tier 5th-grade Vulcan spear. Since Mu Yuntao disregarded martial ethics and pulled out the fire-resistant armor first, it was only natural for Xingu to pull out the Vulcan gun. While everyone's attention was focused on Mu Yuntao, Xingu remained calm as she looked at him. "I thought you had some killer move up your sleeve? Turns out this is all you have? Kid, you're too arrogant." Mu Yuntao roared and drew his long sword from his waist. The sword rang out, and an invisible sword intent instantly enveloped the entire arena. The S-rank talent, Sword Soul, has erupted once again. Under this sword intent, many viewers with slightly weaker strength even felt their souls being torn apart. However, Xingu simply smiled lightly. The next second, a long spear, entirely made of crimson gold and burning with golden flames, appeared out of thin air in his hand. 5th-tier supreme divine weapon, the Vulcan Spear. The moment the spear appeared, an even more terrifying and domineering pressure than Mu Yuntao's sword intent swept across the entire arena like the arrival of a king. The golden flames exuded an aura that could incinerate everything. Mu Yuntao's proud sword intent crumbled instantly in the face of this oppressive force. Xingu gave Mu Yuntao no time to react. She gripped the Vulcan gun tightly, and in a flash, she was behind Mu Yuntao. Will your fire-resistant clothing be able to withstand its flames? The next moment, the spear drew a streak of light, carrying an irresistible force, and thrust towards Mu Yuntao. Mu Yuntao's face turned deathly pale in that instant. He tried to escape, but the oppressive aura held him firmly in place. That's impossible! He shouted. Put! A soft sound. Mu Yuntao was struck as if by a heavy blow, and he staggered back a step, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His fire-resistant robe, scorched by the golden flames, hissed under the strain, the runes on its surface flickering as if it might shatter at any moment. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned. How is that possible? What kind of weapon is that? 5th rank. At least the aura of a top-grade 5th rank. Just who is this kid? How does he possess such terrifying resources? Mu Yuntao was acting like a madman, staring intently at the Vulcan gun, his eyes filled with fear and greed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you, a powerless ant, possibly possess such a treasure? However, I haven't lost yet. He roared and poured all his true energy into his long sword, unleashing the Mu family's strongest sword technique. Heavenly Star Sword Technique. Countless dazzling sword lights, like a reversed galaxy, swept toward Xingu. This was his strongest attack, enough to instantly kill any opponent of the same level. Moreover, Xingu is just a piece of trash who hasn't even broken through to the martial artist realm. He firmly believed that he would win. However, Xingu simply handed the Vulcan gun forward casually. A simple movement, without any fancy moves. The spear tip, burning with golden flames, easily pierced through the sky full of sword light. Overwhelming and unstoppable. The golden spear tip pierced through Mu Yuntao's last defense in an instant, under his horrified gaze. The fire-resistant garment, which was said to be able to withstand all kinds of fire, was burned with a large hole in it by the Vulcan gun. The next moment, the hole burned by the Vulcan gun suddenly expanded. Tier 5 armor, fireproof suit, shattered. Before Mu Yuntao could react, Xingu closed the distance between them, and the unique fire attribute true energy of the true flame tyrant frantically condensed in his palm, causing the temperature of the entire arena to rise sharply. Burning the heavens. He condensed a powerful fire lotus in his palm and forcefully sent it into Mu Yuntao's body. Boom! Flames erupted from Mu Yuntao's body, and he howled and rolled on the ground. But he found that he couldn't extinguish the flames on his body no matter what he did. I surrender. I surrender. The so-called prodigy of the North, the so-called young master of the Mu family, the so-called little sword saint. At this moment, all the glory and pride were shattered. Chapter 36: The Final Battle. On the arena, Xingu retrieved the Vulcan spear. He didn't even bother to glance at Mu Yuntao, who had already been carried away, and coldly said to the remaining 4 contestants from Fengcheng, next. Even Mu Yuntao, the strongest prodigy in Luoyang, lost, and the remaining 4 contestants all looked ashen-faced. He walked shakily onto the stage, and the moment the referee shouted start, he immediately yelled, "I give up." Soon after, Fengcheng suffered a complete defeat. Jiangcheng, victory! The host announced loudly. Xingu returned to the team and was greeted by a burst of enthusiastic cheers. We won! We beat Fengcheng! We're in the finals! Am I dreaming? Someone slap me! Smack! Holy crap! You really did pull. But it hurts. This isn't a dream. The team members swarmed around Xingu, their faces filled with unbelievable joy. This is a glory that belongs exclusively to Jiangcheng. After being at the bottom of the class for so many years, this year we finally got to hold our heads high. Yun Mushi pushed through the crowd and rushed to Xingu. Her beautiful big eyes sparkled, filled with admiration and joy. I knew it. I knew you were the best. Ignoring the stares of those around her, she threw herself into Xin Ji's arms. Xingu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and gently patted her back. At this moment, the entire stadium was in complete uproar. This is insane. The world has gone completely mad. A contestant from Jiangcheng, the bottom-ranked city, actually defeated Mu Yuntao? Defeat? That's a crushing defeat. A complete and utter crushing defeat. The most terrifying thing is that he has only awakened to the 7th level. In the backstage viewing room, Zhou Zhen slumped into a chair, his face ashen. Others could only see the 5th-tier divine weapon, but he could see that Shen Ji's victory over Mu Yuntao was not solely due to that divine weapon. More than anything, there was the terrifying flame that burned everything. He was able to forcefully cross 4 minor realms and burn away Mu Yuntao's proud sword energy. You should know that Mu Yuntao's sword soul talent is also S-level. Although it is not as good as Yun Mushi's top S-level talent sword domain, it is still a genuine S-level talent that countless people envy. Jiangcheng has truly produced a young dragon. Zhou Jin was unwilling to admit it, but it was the truth. Awakening to the 7th level is enough to crush a first-tier 2nd-level opponent. When he advances to become a formal martial artist, he will likely be unmatched among those of the same rank. Lin Zhan looked at Zhou Jin beside him with a triumphant air. General Zhou, even the number 1 genius of your Fengcheng is nothing special. Zhou Jin's face darkened, and he immediately stood up and staggered away, his back view revealing his disheveled state. In the Lu family's viewing area, Lu Lang, sitting in the center of the crowd, was staring intently at Xinggu, his brows furrowed, feeling immense pressure. He has always regarded Mu Yuntao as his only rival. And now, Mu Yuntao has been defeated. And they lost so completely. Lu Zhenghao, the leader of the Lu family, clearly sensed the change in Lu Lang's emotions. He immediately pressed down on Lu Lang's shoulder with one hand and comforted him. Langer, Mu Yuntao was defeated because he was not proficient enough in his techniques. Otherwise, with the power of Sword Shadow and Heavenly Star Sword Art, he would have been able to tear Shen Ji's flame armor apart. But you are different. You don't rely on martial arts techniques. Close combat is your strength. Moreover, you have exotic beasts to assist you in battle. In terms of both quantity and quality, you are far superior to Xinggu. You must always remember that you are the true number 1 prodigy of the Northern Territory. Lu Zhenghao emphasized. Hearing him say this, Lu Lang felt much less pressure. That's right, Mu Yuntao is just a name without substance, and although Xinggu has some strength, he's not reliable. Only I am the true number 1 prodigy in the Northern Territory. Meanwhile, the match was still going on. After taking recovery potions and returning to their peak condition, the Fengcheng team immediately began their battle against the Luoyang team. The two teams were evenly matched, and it wasn't until Lu Lang took to the field that they secured a crushing victory. Ha! He's all talk and no action. I used to consider him my only rival. Now it seems he's not qualified. Overjoyed with his victory, Lu Lang looked down on everyone else. On the other side, the Yun family in Jiangcheng. The brothers Yun Tancheng and Yun Tianhao were also watching the live broadcast of the Northern Border competition. They had seen Yun Mushi defeat 4 opponents in a row, and then Xinggu appeared and defeated Qin Fei. The two brothers subconsciously assumed that Xinggu had gotten away with it. It wasn't until Xinggu defeated the renowned Little Sword Saint Mu Yuntao, achieving a 5-man victory, that they realized they had underestimated Xinggu. That's Mu Yuntao. The number 1 prodigy cultivated by the Mu family of Fengcheng with countless resources and efforts, in the entire Northern Territory, only the beast speaker Lu Lang can barely surpass him. The most terrifying thing is that Xinggu has only awakened to the 7th level. To possess such terrifying potential at such a young age, how monstrous would he be if he also had countless resources like the prodigies of various families? I'm afraid even the leading figures trained by those top martial arts families in the capital might not be a match for Xinggu. Based on this potential alone, he is already worthy of Yun Muyue. Oh right, the marriage invitation shouldn't have been sent to the Du family in Xuanwu City yet, right? A thought flashed through Yun Tiancheng's mind as he suddenly remembered this matter. It's been delivered. The Du family has agreed to the marriage alliance, and the betrothal gifts should be arriving in Jiangcheng soon, Yun Tian has said. Sigh. Yun Tiancheng sighed upon hearing this, feeling a pang of regret, realizing he had been a bit too hasty back then. If the Yun family wants to grow stronger quickly, relying on Yun Muyo alone is not enough. They must find a powerful ally. After much deliberation, they finally chose the Du family. The Du family is one of the dominant powers in the western region, with a profound foundation that far surpasses the likes of the Mu and Lu families, and they wield considerable influence in the capital. It is no exaggeration to say that the Yun family's marriage alliance with the Du family was a stroke of luck, as they had found a powerful patron. Patriarch, Xinggu does have great potential, but growth takes time. Are we going to make the Yun family stop and wait for him for 10 or even 20 years? We'll accept the betrothal gifts from the Du family for now. After Muyu gives birth, she can divorce her husband and marry into the Du family. As for Xinggu, we can have him marry into the family again and marry Mushi. Yun Tianhao suggested. Upon hearing this, Yun Tiancheng nodded in agreement. That's the only way. Time flies, and it's gone in the blink of an eye. The following day, the entire city of Beixian was deserted, with the main stadium packed to capacity and even the aisles overflowing with people. Everyone wanted to witness the most incredible showdown in the last decade. One of them is Lu Lang, the renowned #1 prodigy of Luoyang, a monster who cultivates both martial arts and exotic beasts. The other one is Xingu, the biggest dark horse who suddenly appeared in this competition and a rising star who has created miracles all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final match of the Northern Grand Tournament. The host's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, resonated throughout every corner of the stadium. His tone was impassioned. Today, right here on this arena, the supreme king of the younger generation of the Northern Territory will be born. And the champion team will receive 5 mid-grade Tier 3 Dragon Blood Vermilion fruits. Will Luoyang team successfully defend their title, or will Jiangqing team emerge as a dark horse and make history? Let's wait and see. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Dragon Blood Vermilion fruit. That's a treasure that can cleanse the marrow and greatly enhance one's cultivation. Wow! Tier 3 spiritual herbs. And one for each person. They're really going all out. Countless eyes gleamed with fervor, and the city leaders, generals, and leaders of various families were all deeply moved. Chapter 37: Killing Lu Lang. In the Lu family's viewing area, several young men were deathly pale. One of them even collapsed onto his seat, his legs giving way. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Brother Lang's trump card has been exposed just like that? Team leader Lu Zhenghao's body was taut, his eyes were bloodshot, and his aura was leaking out uncontrollably, crushing the luxurious seat beneath him into dust. On the other side, the powerful figures looked at Lin Zhan and Yi Yongkai with fawning eyes. Jiangcheng has produced a prodigy like Xingu. Then Jiangcheng is destined to rise. The title of the leading city among the 18 cities is likely to change hands. Mayor Yi, your Jiangcheng is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Yes, this Xingu is truly a prodigy. He is the future light of our northern territory. General Lin and Mayor Yi deserve immense credit for discovering such a promising talent. Faced with everyone's compliments, Lin Zhan and Yi Yongkai exchanged a knowing smile and responded to the crowd with tacit understanding. On the stage, Lu Lang's astonishment was finally replaced by anger. He let out a roar that sounded inhuman, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a madman. Xingu! I want you dead. I'll kill you. He suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the last remaining flame tiger. The flaming tiger let out a mournful cry, its entire body transforming into a ball of true energy that surged into Lu Lang's body. Human and animal as one. Lu Lang's body began to undergo drastic changes. Crimson tiger stripes emerged from under his skin, and his muscles bulged, tearing his shirt. His hands transformed into sharp claws, his height surged to nearly 3 meters, and his body was engulfed in raging flames. A terrifying aura far exceeding that of the second level of the first rank erupted with a thunderous roar. Roar! A tiger's roar reverberated throughout the entire arena. That was no longer Lu Lang, but a real humanoid beast. This is Lu Lang's strongest form. His strength is probably approaching the 3rd level of the first tier. This is terrifying. This is the true strength of Luoyang's #1 prodigy. That kid Jiangcheng is dead. In this state, no one can defeat Lu Lang. The Jiangqing team members, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, were instantly on edge again. As Lu Lang transformed into a ferocious beast, he stomped his legs out, and the arena made of special materials beneath his feet cracked instantly. With a force capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, he charged straight at Xingu. Faced with this devastating attack, Xingu did not retreat even a single step. This level of fire attack couldn't cause him any damage whatsoever due to his true flame tyrant physique. Xingu charged straight at the attack, thrusting the Vulcan gun in his hand forward with a sudden movement. There were no earth-shattering moves, nor any dazzling display of true energy. It was just a simple stab. The next instant, the spear tip and the sharp claws collided violently. Boom! With a deafening roar, a terrifying energy storm swept wildly outwards from the two of them. The stadium's protective shield was flashing violently, and it was about to burst under the weight. At the eye of the storm, Shen Ji's clothes remained perfectly still, not even a single strand of hair was disheveled. On the other hand, Lu Lang's sharp claws, which were capable of tearing everything apart, were firmly held back by the spear tip, making it impossible for him to move an inch. No! This is impossible! Lu Lang roared in anger. He couldn't accept that his ultimate trump card, the strongest form he had obtained at a huge cost, had been blocked so easily by his opponent. He frantically channeled the last bit of true energy he had left, wanting to advance further. Is that all you've got? Shin Ji's voice clearly reached his ears. Then it's time to end this. Shingo released the gun barrel with his left hand, spread his 5 fingers, and a ball of golden red flame suddenly lit up in his palm. The destructive aura on it was even more terrifying than the divine fire of the Vulcan gun. He looked at the flames on Lu Lang's body and a smile appeared on his lips. If he had fused with another kind of alien beast, it might have been a bit tricky, but coincidentally, he fused with a fire-type alien beast. His own true flame tyrant can suppress everything in the world related to fire. Burn the heavens! He struck out with his palm, directly imprinting it on Lu Lang's chest, which was burning with flames. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The raging flames on Lu Lang's body were extinguished the moment they came into contact with the golden red flame in Shin Ji's palm. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force of destruction penetrated his body. Puff! Lu Lang coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His human-beast hybrid form instantly collapsed, and he was sent flying backward. It slammed heavily onto the protective shield in the distance, then slid helplessly to the ground. Countless bones in his body were broken, and his dantian was completely shattered by that palm strike, rendering his cultivation useless. The entire room fell silent once again, all eyes fixed on Shingo. Did we win? They won just like that? Carrying the Vulcan gun, Shingo walked step by step toward Lu Lang, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. His steps were slow, but every step sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. That was killing intent. Undisguised killing intent. He's going to kill Lu Lang. Having ended his state of merging with Beast, Lu Lang was now paralyzed on the ground due to the backlash, unable to even muster a bit of true energy. He could only watch helplessly as Shingo walked towards him step by step. Stop! In the Luoyang viewing area, Lu Zhenghao let out a thunderous roar, and a terrifying pressure belonging to a 4th-tier battle king suddenly erupted. He transformed into a blur, smashing through the special glass as he lunged at Shingo on the arena. How dare you, you brat! However, the instant he made his move, someone else did too. Lu Zhenghao, in the ring, fists and feet have no eyes. If you're not as skilled, why make things difficult for a junior? Lin Zhan and Jiangcheng Mayor Yi Yangkai appeared in front of Lu Zhenghao at the same time, their equally powerful auras soaring into the sky and blocking him away. Boom! The clash of the auras of the 3 high-level experts caused the entire stadium to shake violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Just as the 3 sides were locked in a standoff high in the sky, Shingo had already walked up to Lu Lang. He looked down at this once arrogant and proud young man from Luoyang. In Lu Lang's eyes, the usual arrogant indifference was finally gone. No. You can't kill me. My Lu family is a prominent family in the Northern Territory. If you kill me, the Lu family will not let you off. My master is the Azure Dragon War God. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Shingo did not respond. The tip of the Vulcan gun reflected Lu Lang's despairing face. Put. The spear fell, piercing Lu Lang's heart with pinpoint accuracy. The eldest son of the Lu family in Luoyang, a prodigy with S-level talent, the most dazzling genius in the Northern Territory, suddenly trembled, and the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated. He died. Everyone in the room went completely blank. He really killed him? On the final stage, in front of all the important figures in the entire Northern Territory, he killed the heir of the Lu family? A madman. He's a madman. He has committed a heinous crime. The Lu family will never let him get away with this. That's Lu Lang. It's said that he's already been taken in as a personal disciple by the strongest 6th-tier war god in the Northern Territory, the Azure Dragon War God. This Shingo is doomed. High in the sky, Lu Zhenghao saw his most outstanding disciple being killed and let out a shrill roar. You little bastard. My Lu family and your Jiangcheng are sworn enemies. However, just as he was about to rush down regardless of everything, an indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if from the ancient times, suddenly descended. At this moment, the entire city of Beixian seemed to be gripped tightly by a giant hand. Inside the stadium, whether they were ordinary spectators or powerful warriors like Lin Zhan and Yi Yangkai, everyone felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Their legs went weak, and they even had the urge to kneel down on the spot. The sky had become dark without anyone noticing. A stern, indifferent, and emotionless question, like a divine decree, resounded in everyone's ears. Who killed my disciple? Chapter 38 Sixth Order War God. Shingu stood on the arena, while Lu Lang's corpse gradually grew cold at his feet. The blood dripping from the Vulcan gun gathered at the tip of the gun and fell to the ground with a soft dripping sound. The entire stadium was deathly silent. The extremely authoritative question still echoed in the air, each word weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. High in the sky, Lu Zhenghao heard this voice, his heart skipped a beat, and then he was overjoyed. It's the Azure Dragon War God. The Azure Dragon War God has arrived. He whirled around and roared at the sky, God of War. It's this little bastard from Jiangcheng. He killed Langer. You must avenge Langer. Lin Zhan and Yi Yankai's expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. Azure Dragon War God, one of the three great war gods of the Northern Territory, a super strong expert at the peak of the 6th rank. They had heard before that the God of War had taken Lu Lang as his disciple. I had only heard that the Azure Dragon War God had been in seclusion in recent years trying to break through to the 7th rank, but I never expected him to actually come to the competition. We're doomed. Yi Yankai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He turned to Lin Zhan, what should we do now? If a 6th tier war god gets angry, we. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth, and his aura suddenly surged. What should we do? Protect her. Even a 6th tier war god won't be able to touch Shingu under my nose today. No sooner had he finished speaking than a giant hand tore apart the dark clouds in the sky. A figure descended from the sky, carrying an overwhelming pressure, and landed heavily above the stadium. It was a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe, with a cold and stern face, and surrounded by a blue dragon-shaped aura. Just by standing there, the oppressive aura emanating from him made everyone present feel suffocated. Walking on air is something only a 6th tier war god can do. It's the Azure Dragon War God, he has descended. He looked down at Shingo on the arena, the killing intent in his eyes becoming tangible. It's you? You dare to kill my disciple? Shingo raised her head and met that terrifying gaze without flinching. On the arena, life and death are determined by fate. It is only right and proper for me to kill him. Upon hearing this, the entire audience gasped. He's insane. This kid is absolutely insane. That's the Azure Dragon War God. A genuine 6th tier war god. In a fit of rage, massacring the entire city was merely a thought in his mind. He actually dared to talk back? The majestic face of the Azure Dragon War God instantly darkened. Great. Excellent. Since you say that life and death in the arena are predestined, then today I will take your life on the arena. He raised his hand and waved it, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Shingu. Lin Zhan and Yi Yankai both unleashed their power, attempting to stop them. But as soon as they moved, they were suppressed by that oppressive force and could not get close at all. Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale. The gap is too big. There is an insurmountable chasm between a general and a god of war. Shingu. Yun Mushi screamed in terror from the audience, her beautiful face turning deathly pale with fear. The other Jiangqing team members also looked towards the ring in despair. It's over. This time it's really over. Just as the Azure Dragon War God's killing intent was about to land on Shingu, an equally terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Azure Dragon. A deep and authoritative male voice rang out. Are you trying to bully the weak? As soon as he finished speaking, a burly figure in a black military uniform appeared out of thin air on the arena and stood in front of Shingu. The person had his back to Shingu, so his face was not visible, but the aura surrounding him was in no way weaker than that of the Azure Dragon War God. The Azure Dragon War God's pupils shrank, not expecting the other party to actually come to this place. Baiming? How did you get here? The newcomer was none other than the Northern Army Commander, the god of war of the Northern Underworld. Both are peak 6th tier war gods, and he is also the supreme commander of the military in charge of the 18 cities in the entire Northern Territory. The god of war of the Northern Underworld spoke calmly, I will naturally attend the Northern Territory Grand Competition. I just never expected to see you be so shameless. A 6th tier war god attacking an awakening realm martial artist? If word gets out, where will you, Azure Dragon, put your face? The Azure Dragon War God's face turned ashen. He killed my disciple. My disciple has been killed. Should I, as his master, just sit idly by and do nothing? The Northern Darkness War God sneered, your disciple was outmatched and died on the arena. Who can he blame? Besides. He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold. Azure Dragon, don't you know what kind of person your disciple is? He had long harbored murderous intent. If Shingu hadn't been strong enough, he would probably have died at your disciples' hands long ago. Shingu is a member of my military. I haven't settled this score with you yet. The Azure Dragon War God's expression shifted constantly. He was naturally aware of the deal between Lu Lang and the Zhao family. But he didn't take it to heart at all, it was just killing an ant casually. I never expected that Bei Ming would get involved in this matter. So, you're going to protect him? The Northern Darkness War God coldly replied, he is a member of my Northern Border Military Department. If I don't protect him, am I supposed to protect your disciple? Azure Dragon, if you feel unhappy, you are welcome to come and find me. But if you want to touch him. His aura surged once again, and a black Xuanwu phantom appeared behind him. Then you'll have to get past me first. The auras of the two war gods collided high in the sky, causing the entire stadium to shake violently, dark clouds to roll in the sky, and thunder to roar. The Azure Dragon War God stared intently at the Northern Underworld War God for a long time before slowly suppressing his aura. Good. Bei Ming, I'll give you face today. But if I run into this kid somewhere else in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he gave Shingu a deep look, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. After finishing his business, the Northern Darkness War God coldly glanced at Lu Zhanghao, who was trembling in the corner. Lu Zhanghao, who was pressed to the ground by the oppressive aura and unable to get up, immediately stood up tremblingly and bowed repeatedly to the god of war of the Northern Underworld. The crisis is over. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang is the champion of this Northern Border competition. Just a few days ago, who would have imagined that Jiangcheng, the bottom-ranked city, could win the championship this year? This Shingu is too fierce. Lu Lang killed him without hesitation. To withstand 3 first-tier alien beasts with his awakened cultivation level, this Shingu is truly a monster. Yun Mushi rushed onto the stage and hugged Shingu tightly. You scared me to death. I thought you. Shingu smiled and patted her head. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The god of war of the Northern Underworld turned around, looked at Shingu, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Not bad, kid. That's pretty bold. Shingu cupped his hands and said, Thank you for saving me, Commander. The god of war of the Northern Underworld waved his hand. No need to thank me. You are from the Jiangcheng military headquarters, which is equivalent to my soldiers. It is only right that I protect you. Besides. He changed the subject, a smile appearing on his face. Your performance today was truly amazing. The champion of the Northern Tournament is well deserved. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a magnificent tray appeared out of thin air, on which were placed 5 spirit fruits that were completely red and had dragon-shaped patterns, as well as 5 jade bottles that exuded a rich fragrance of elixir. These dragon blood vermilion fruits are yours. The entire audience erupted in cheers once again. That's a 3rd-tier spirit fruit. Even the direct descendants of a large family might not be able to get one. Shingu accepted the reward and thanked him respectfully. He returned to the rest area in Jiangcheng, and as soon as he arrived, everyone cheered excitedly and surrounded him. Shingu first took out the championship reward he had just received on stage and handed it to everyone in the team. This is our championship prize. Everyone gets one. Let's share it. The group looked at each other, and no one reached out to take it. Shingu raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Nan Yutao spoke first, scratching the back of his head sheepishly, and said, I didn't contribute anything to this competition, so I won't take it. After Nan Yutao spoke, Zhang Xianchen, who also didn't reach for the reward, quickly followed suit, saying, I'll pass. I didn't put in any effort in those high-intensity matches at the end. I originally came to participate in this competition to make my mark on various universities and get their attention. Now that I've achieved my goal, I'll forget about these rewards. Not to mention Yun Mushi, this little rich girl, she couldn't wait to give Shingo her own cultivation resources. She didn't even glance at the champion's reward with her beautiful big eyes. You can have mine. This little bit of cultivation resource isn't even worth my time. Li Ziwei, who had been hiding in the corner, felt a surge of excitement, but seeing that no one else had taken any, he didn't dare to go up. Seeing this, Shingo didn't say anything more, so he stopped being coy and simply put away the rewards. Chapter 39 The Extra Rewards of the Northern Darkness War God. Standing in the center of the arena, the Northern Darkness War God turned to the entire audience, his majestic voice resounding in everyone's ears. In addition, the top 3 teams are all qualified to enter the Dragon Vein Secret Realm for cultivation. The Dragon Vein's secret realm contains the primordial power left behind by the ancient dragon race. 1 day of cultivation inside is equivalent to 10 days outside. Moreover, there is also a chance to obtain the dragon's inheritance. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Dragon Clan Legacy. In this world, dragons are the noblest of all mythical creatures. Even the lowest ranking dragons are at least equivalent to a 5th-tier battle lord among humans. At the same time, the dragon race is keen on collecting all kinds of treasures, including some of the 7th rank. If one could obtain a piece of dragon inheritance, even the lowest level, it would be enough to greatly increase one's strength. A fiery glint flashed in Shin Ji's eyes. He was now being targeted by a 6th-tier war god, and there were also many open and covert attacks behind his back. He needs to hurry up and improve his strength, and the Dragon Clan's heritage might be able to help him. The Dragon Vein secret realm will open in 3 days. I will personally take you there at that time. Prepare well. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. Cheers erupted again inside the stadium. The cheers in the stadium gradually subsided, and the Jiangqing team escorted Xingu out of the stadium. Soon, everyone returned to their lodgings. Just as they arrived at the hotel entrance, a staff member came up to greet them. Inform them that the organizers have arranged new accommodations for them, and ask everyone to take their luggage and head there. Upon seeing this, Xingu couldn't help but chuckle. This world truly is one where the strong rule. After checking into the new luxury hotel, Xingu washed up and tidied up before meditating and cultivating on the bed. My cultivation level is still a bit lacking. I'm only at the 7th level of awakening. I need to hurry up and break through. Before he could cultivate for long, he heard the sound of the door opening at the entrance of the room. Yun Mushi peeked out, her eyes sparkling. Xingu. She was wearing a light blue nightgown today, and her long, wet hair was still dripping with water, clearly indicating that she had just taken a shower. Can I come in and chat for a bit? Xingu immediately stood up and nodded, okay. With Shin Ji's permission, Yun Mushi immediately pushed open the door, slipped on her slippers, and came in with light steps. Upon entering the room, she sat directly on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs, her fair toes tracing arcs in the air. Xingu poured her a glass of water and handed it to her, then sat down in a chair himself. Is there something you need? Yun Mushi held the cup and sipped the water slowly. A moment later, she looked up, her eyes serious. Xingu, why do you think Lu Lang insisted on killing you? It seems that from the moment we first met him in the training room, he showed you an unusual hostility. Xingu didn't speak. He had been thinking about this question as well. Lu Lang had no grudge against him. In fact, this northern border grand competition was the first time the two of them had met. But the other party's killing intent was too obvious and undisguised. They were clearly there to kill him. Do you think it could be the Zhao family? Yun Mushi suddenly spoke up. You killed Zhao Li before, the Zhao family must hold a grudge against you. And I think I heard my dad say that the Lu family in Luoyang and the Zhao family in Jiangcheng have a good relationship. Could it be that the Zhao family paid someone to kill them? Shin Ji's eyes darkened slightly. This was highly likely. But not wanting Yun Mushi to worry too much, he changed the subject. Alright, don't think about these things. The person is dead, so there's no point in pursuing it further. Yun Mushi pouted, put the cup on the table, got up and walked to Xingu, bent down and put her hands on the armrests of the chair. The two were very close, and Xingu could clearly smell the fragrance of the girl's hair. Xingu, I know you're very strong. Yun Mushi stared into his eyes, but you should also be careful. You've offended too many people now, the Zhao family, the Lu family, and that Azure Dragon war god. What if they join forces? Xingu looked at the girl so close to him, her rosy lips glistening in the light. An inexplicable urge to get closer arose within Xingu, and he moved closer as if possessed. Upon feeling Shin Ji's movements, Yun Mushi blushed instantly. The powerful masculine aura emanating from him left her mind blank. Just as the two were about to kiss, Yun Mushi suddenly pushed Xingu away. No. You are my sister's husband now, we can't do this. You said you would marry me when you reached the 2nd tier. We'll wait until then. Xingu smiled, feeling neither disappointed nor teasing the already flushed girl any further. The two chatted for a while longer, mostly Yun Mushi talking and Xingu listening. As she was talking, she suddenly yawned. I'm not chatting anymore, I'm going back to sleep. Yun Mushi rubbed her eyes and obediently walked towards the door. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and winked at Xingu. Good night, Champion Shin. The door closed, and the room returned to silence. Xingu sat back on the bed, still thinking about Lu Lang. Just as he was about to close his eyes and begin his meditation, the doorbell rang again. Shingo got up, opened the door, and saw two figures standing at the door. Biming War God and Linjan. Commander, General. Shingo was taken aback, then immediately stood up and bowed. Biming War God waved his hand and sat down in the chair, while Linjan stood to the side. You really gave our military commander a lot of face this time. So I've decided to give you an extra reward. This is a top-tier third-order movement technique, Shadow Flame Step. It is extremely difficult to cultivate. It requires the cultivator to have a deep understanding of the fire domain. Once the cultivation reaches a certain stage, one can transform oneself into fire. Not only is the speed no less than that of a fourth-order movement technique, but it also has the effect of defending against enemies. Shingo took the booklet and turned to the first page. The paper has yellowed, but the writing on it is still clear. Thank you, Commander. Don't thank me yet. There's one last thing. The Northern Darkness War God pulled out a palm-sized token from his robes. The token is entirely black, with the words Zhangchuan engraved on the front, which is the name of the Northern Darkness War God, and the emblem of the Jiangcheng Military Department on the back. This is my private token. Seeing your order is like seeing me. If you encounter any trouble in the future, this token can help you once. Shingo took the token and felt the warmth emanating from it. General. Stop being so wishy-washy. The military commander stood up, patted Shingo on the shoulder, and then said, Now, I'll give you one last thing. What else? What is that? Shingo was bewildered. Battle intuition. What is combat intuition? Close your eyes, and you can sense the atmosphere around you without even looking. The god of war of the northern underworld stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly in front of Shingo. An invisible aura instantly enveloped the entire room. Shingo felt the air around her become heavy. Can you feel it? The voice of the Northern Darkness War God rang in my ears. This is the aura. Everyone's aura is different, and the strength of it varies. What you need to do is to rely on your instincts to perceive things in battle, not your eyes. Shingo closed her eyes and tried to sense the changes around her. At first, I couldn't feel anything. But gradually, he sensed two powerful auras in the room. A profound and steady aura emanated from the Northern Darkness War God. A fierce and domineering aura that was Lin Zhan. Good. The Northern Darkness War God nodded in satisfaction. You have great talent and high comprehension. As long as you can master the cultivation techniques, you will be able to master them completely very quickly. Then, the god of war of the northern underworld gently touched Shinji's brow again. The next moment, Shingo felt a surge of memories flood his mind, which contained a book of secrets. This is Shingo began hesitantly. These are my insights from many years of cultivation. Now I will pass them on to you. If you follow the secrets I have taught you, you can accelerate your cultivation process in this area. Shingo opened her eyes, her forehead already covered in fine beads of sweat. Thank you for your guidance, Commander. All right, we should go now. The god of war of the northern underworld turned and walked towards the door. Get some rest. See you in the Dragon Vein secret realm in 3 days. Before leaving, the god of war of the northern underworld turned back and glanced at Shingo. Kid, don't let me down. I will certainly not let the general down. Chapter 40 Dragon Group. Beiming War God and Lin Zhan did not return to their own rooms to rest, but instead went to the lounge on the upper floor. As soon as he entered, Lin Zhan asked the war god of the northern underworld curiously, Commander, aren't you being a little too nice to Shingo? Shadow Flame Step and combat intuition aren't particularly valuable. What is truly precious is the accumulated insights from decades of cultivation. You must know that he is the god of war of the northern underworld. A peak 6th tier expert. Many talented individuals wanted to become his disciples, but they were all turned away. He can give a few casual pointers that ordinary martial artists can benefit from for a lifetime, let alone those who have accumulated decades of cultivation insights. With these insights, Shinji's martial arts training will progress faster, and his understanding of various weapons, martial arts techniques, talents, and other things will become deeper. This is practically raising Shingo like his own son. Could this also be part of that important person's plan? After much thought, Lin Zhan felt that this was the only possibility. Upon hearing this, the Northern Darkness War God pondered for a moment, then looked out at the dark night outside the window. The Eastern Xia Kingdom may seem peaceful and prosperous now, but in recent years, the strange beasts have become increasingly rampant. However, the borders are well protected, so few people realize the severity of the current situation. But, what does this have to do with Shingu? He can't change the whole situation by himself. It can't be changed, but this kid is a descendant of that senior. That senior once did me a favor, and now that I've met his descendant, I naturally want to nurture him properly. Furthermore, I plan to recommend Shingu to the Dragon Group. Dragon Group? Even Lin Zhan, who is usually very knowledgeable, was puzzled when he heard the name, as he had never heard of this organization before. The Northern Darkness War God noticed Lin Zhan's confusion, smiled slightly, and said, "It's normal that you haven't heard of the Dragon Group. This is information that only those who have reached the 6th Order War God realm have the authority to know. The Dragon Group is the strongest line of defense in the Eastern Xia Kingdom. Its members are either exceptionally talented or have reached the War God realm to be qualified to enter." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's pupils dilated. 6th Order War God realm. This would be an absolute overlord anywhere, but in this Dragon Group, it's merely the entry threshold. The Eastern Xia Kingdom has always invested a lot of cultivation resources in the Dragon Group, in order to enable the geniuses within it to grow up quickly. Even so, I can't guarantee that he can enter the Dragon Group. After all, the assessment is too strict. In the end, everything depends on himself. After saying that, the god of war of the northern underworld turned around and walked towards the door of the restroom. As she passed by Lin Zhan, whose face was filled with shock, she gently patted his shoulder and said, "Get some rest. It all depends on his own fate." He then left the room, leaving Lin Zhan still sitting there, processing the information. Shingu sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the dragon blood vermilion fruit in his hand. The fruit is entirely red, emitting a faint warmth, and its surface is covered with golden veins. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and took a bite. The moment the juice burst open, a surge of scorching energy rushed into the body. Hiss! Shingu groaned, veins bulging on his forehead. Even with his true flame tyrant physique, it was still somewhat difficult for him to eat this grade of spiritual fruit raw. He immediately activated the true flame tyrant technique at full power, guiding the energy into his dantian. As energy gradually flows into the dantian, the 7th level of awakening begins to loosen. Half an hour later, a shockwave erupted from his body, ripping the bedsheets off the bed. Awakening to the 8th level. But Shingu did not stop, and took out a second dragon blood vermilion fruit to continue refining it. The third one, the fourth one. The priceless spiritual fruits that would be invaluable to the outside world were eaten by Shingu one after another, just like fruit bought from a roadside stall. When the energy of the 5th dragon blood vermilion fruit was completely integrated into his body, Shingu suddenly opened his eyes. A golden red flame flashed across his pupils. First-tier martial artist achieved. Shingu exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes flashing with excitement. We're one step closer to marrying Mushi. In Jiancheng, the Zhao family mansion was brightly lit. In the study, Zhao Lihan sat in the main seat, his face frighteningly gloomy. The screen in front of him displayed an image of Lu Jingde, the head of the Lu family. Lu Jingde was over 50 years old, but he was tall and strong with sharp eyes. He was slamming his fist on the table and roaring. "Zhao Lihan, what a mess you've made of me. My son is dead. He died at the hands of that little beast. You said he was just a useless 7th level awakening cultivator, and that my son could kill him like it was nothing. And what happened? My son died." Zhao Lihan lowered his head and did not refute. He hadn't expected Shingu to be this strong. "Brother Lu, please calm down." Zhao Lihan took a deep breath and explained, "I didn't know that kid was hiding so well, but we now have a common enemy, and Shingu must die." "He must die?" Lu Jingde sneered. "What do you have to do with him? He's the #1 prodigy in the Northern Territory now. Lin Zhan is protecting him, and the god of war of the Northern Underworld is on his side. To touch him is to go against the entire Northern Military Command." Zhao Lihan raised his head, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. This kid is arrogant and domineering. We will definitely get our chance to get revenge." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingde flew into a rage. "My son is dead, and you still want me to wait for a chance to take revenge? But it seems there's no other way." 3 days later. Shingu got up from the bed and walked to the window. The first level of the first tier has been completely stabilized, and today is the day the Dragon Vein Secret Realm opens. In these 3 days, he mastered the combat intuition taught by the Northern Darkness War God and, relying on the True Flame Tyrant's physique, cultivated the Shadow Flame step to perfection. The sky outside was already turning white, and sunlight was streaming into the room. Shingo raised his hand, and a golden red flame danced in his palm. The flames were more solid than before, and the pressure they emitted was even more oppressive. He could sense that even without the help of the Vulcan Spear and the True Flame Tyrant's suppression of fire attributes, he could now deal with both Lu Lang and Mu Yuntao at the same time, and even easily crush them. After experiencing the immense satisfaction brought by the brief increase in power, Shingo turned and headed towards the bathroom. I took a quick shower and changed into clean clothes. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Yun Mushi standing in the hallway. Shingo! You're finally out. Yun Mushi's eyes sparkled as she skipped over. I haven't seen you leave the house for 3 days. I was planning to go and call you in a little while. Shingo smiled and said, I lost track of time while cultivating. You broke through? When facing Yun Mushi, Shingo did not deliberately conceal his aura. Therefore, Yun Mushi easily noticed that the aura Shingo emitted was much stronger than before. Yes, I have also broken through to the first level of martial artist. So fast? Yun Mushi's eyes widened. It took me several whole days to break through from the 9th level of awakening to the martial artist realm, and you broke through 3 minor realms in one night? That's why I'm better than you. Shingo reached out and ruffled her hair. Yun Mushi blushed and quickly dodged away. Pa, you get all excited over a little sunshine. She tidied her hair and pulled Shingo downstairs. Hurry up, we'll be late if we don't go now. The two arrived at the hotel lobby, where the other team members were already waiting. When Shingo arrived, everyone greeted him warmly. Lin Zhan stood at the front of the group and nodded when he saw Shingo. Chapter 41 Snake transforms into a dragon. Everyone's here, let's go. The group followed Lin Zhan out of the hotel. Several military off-road vehicles were parked at the entrance, there to pick them up and take them to the Dragon Vein secret realm. Shingo and Yun Mushi sat in the same car as the convoy slowly drove out of the hotel and headed out of the city. Along the way, many teams that had been eliminated before reaching the top 3 watched from the roadside, their eyes filled with envy. Look, that's Jiangcheng's convoy. I never expected that Jiangcheng would actually qualify for the Dragon Vein secret realm this year. They're just incredibly lucky to have met Shingo, their powerful backer. They practically made it into the top 3 without even trying. I'm so envious. I wish I could enter the Dragon Vein secret realm too. Just a short distance outside the city, thick fog began to rise ahead. The crowd, still observing their surroundings, were filled with doubt. Looking at the driver ahead, they noticed that the driver, who had previously appeared no different from an ordinary person, now had a pale yellow light shining in his originally dark eyes. Seemingly unaffected by the fog, they continued driving methodically. On this road where the road was completely invisible, the convoy drove for more than 5 hours outside the city before finally stopping. Ahead lies a vast Gobi desert, and in the distance, a huge valley can be seen. The entrance to the valley is heavily guarded. A dozen or so third-tier martial grandmasters, exuding an aura of power, surrounded the entrance. In the shadows, Shingo even sensed the presence of a battle venerable observing the surrounding activity. Such a display was something no one had ever seen before. A martial emperor guarding the gate was something that would have been unthinkable before. But it actually happened right in front of them, which shows how much the Eastern Xia Kingdom values the Dragon Vein secret realm. Shingo got out of the car and looked up at the valley. A thin layer of mist hung in the air, giving it an air of mystery. The god of war from the northern underworld then descended through the air and arrived before the crowd. Listen up, everyone. The Dragon Vein secret realm is fraught with danger. A slight mistake could cost you your life. Furthermore, those who are second-tier martial artists or above will be rejected by the secret realm. In other words, once you enter, you will have to rely on yourselves. Even with the best opportunities, you still need to be alive to use them. Do you understand? Understood, everyone answered in unison. The Northern Darkness War God nodded in satisfaction. Very good, now follow me. Following behind the god of war of the Northern Underworld, everyone was filled with excitement. Finally, we're about to enter the Dragon Vein secret realm. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I've heard that the spiritual energy in the secret realm is abundant. I want to break through to the second level of the first rank there. Look at your pathetic self. You've already entered the Dragon Vein secret realm, you must be looking for spiritual herbs. There are second-tier spiritual herbs inside as plentiful as wild fruits. The Northern Darkness War God led everyone into the valley. The further in you go, the thicker the fog becomes. Shingo could sense an ancient aura permeating the air, the oppressive aura left behind by the dragon race. After walking for about 10 minutes, a curtain of light appeared ahead. The light screen was milky white, with golden runes flowing across it. This is the entrance to the Dragon Vein secret realm. The Northern Darkness War God stopped and turned to look at everyone. After entering, you will be teleported into the secret realm. The import and export are in the same place, so don't get lost in it. The exit of the secret realm will reopen in 5 days. As soon as the god of war of the northern underworld finished speaking, everyone stepped into the light screen. Shingu took Yun Mushi's hand and stepped into the milky white barrier together. Suddenly everything went white, and I felt dizzy and disoriented. When their vision cleared, they found themselves standing in a dense forest. The surrounding area is filled with ancient trees, whose branches and leaves block out the sun. This is the Dragon Vein secret realm? Yun Mushi looked around, her eyes full of curiosity. Shingu did not rush to set off. Instead, he closed his eyes and used the combat intuition taught by the Northern Darkness War God to perceive his surroundings. After a while, he opened his eyes. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the outside world, which will definitely nurture many high-level spiritual herbs. Then let's hurry and find the elixir. Yun Mushi excitedly pulled Shingu to walk deeper into the woods. But at that moment, Shingu reached out and stopped her. Mushi, don't rush. Huh? Why? Yun Mushi looked at him with some confusion. Shingu pointed into the distance. Through the gaps in the trees, he could see that the teams from Luoyang and Fengcheng were splitting up and searching in different directions. Let them look for it. Ah? The girl's eyes widened, still somewhat confused about what Shingu meant. Shingu dusted off his sleeves and said slowly, think about it, the secret realm is so vast, and we have limited time. How many spiritual herbs can we find if we search aimlessly? And what is the most precious thing in the secret realm? Shingu interrupted Yun Mushi, it is the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Yun Mushi paused for a moment, then nodded. Those spiritual herbs are precious, but they are far inferior to the Dragon Clan's heritage. Shingu continued, instead of wasting time wandering aimlessly in the woods, let's wait for them to finish searching, and then we can wait at the exit. Anyway, there's only one entrance and exit to the secret realm, so they can't escape. Upon hearing this, Yun Mushi finally understood Shinji's plan. You mean intercept them halfway? Otherwise what? This is called saving time and effort. Yun Mushi thought for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. That does make a lot of sense. So what should we do now? Shingu looked around, his gaze lingering for a moment on a distant mountain peak. Let's go find the Dragon Clan's legacy. As long as the inheritance is found, no elixir matters. Yun Mushi nodded in agreement. Then which direction should we go? Just as Shingu was about to speak, a huge fluctuation came from afar. It was an ancient and heavy pressure, and within it, Shingu could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. Dragon's might. Shingu immediately grabbed Yun Mushi and ran towards the direction of the fluctuations. Come with me. The two swiftly traversed the dense forest, and about half an hour later, a tremendous roar came from ahead. Rumble. The ground shook with the loud noise. What's going on? Yun Mushi's expression changed. Shingu stopped and raised her hand to signal her to be quiet. The two tiptoed and quietly approached the direction from which the sound came. Pushing aside the bushes, the scene before them made them hold their breath instantly. In a wide valley, two enormous creatures are locked in fierce combat. One of them was a giant python that was completely black and 100 meters long. However, unlike ordinary pythons, its scales had an unusual luster. Two small fleshy horns have already grown on its head, clearly indicating that it is at a crucial moment in its transformation into a dragon. Its opponent was a giant bear covered in rocky armor. With each swing of its paws, a powerful gust of wind howled, and each strike created a deep crater. With a flick of its tail, the giant python sent the bear flying dozens of meters. The giant bear roared as it rose and pounced on the giant python once more. Both of these beasts are at the mid-stage of Tier 1. Yun Mushi let out a soft gasp. Shingu nodded and lowered his voice as well, saying, that snake is about to transform into a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant python suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a black beam of light. The beam of light struck the giant bear's chest and pierced right through it. The giant bear let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground with a thud. His body convulsed a few times, then he stopped breathing completely. The giant python coiled up and let out a long roar. Roar! It's going back to its nest to heal its wounds. A hint of excitement flashed in Shinji's eyes. The snake transforms into a dragon, and the dragon transforms into a serpent. Ordinary snakes don't have the ability to transform into dragon snakes unless they obtain the inheritance of the dragon race. Chapter 42 The Nest. Yun Mushi turned to look at him. You mean? When it goes back to its den later, we'll quietly follow it. Upon hearing Shin Ji-e's plan, Yun Mushi felt a little worried. But what if we get discovered? Shingu smiled and pointed in the direction of the serpent. Don't worry, it's at its last gasp now. The serpent coiled its body, raised its head, and let out a long, drawn-out cry. The sound echoed through the valley, making the leaves rustle. Seeing this, Shingu spoke in a low voice. It's leaving. Sure enough, the serpent twisted its body and swam towards the depths of the valley. It moved extremely fast, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Come on, keep up. The two held their breath and followed closely behind the serpent. Shingu activated the True Flame Tyrant technique, suppressing the auras of the two to a minimum. The shadows of the trees swayed in the dense forest, and occasionally strange beasts would dart past. Sensing the oppressive aura of the serpent, they would immediately scatter in terror. The serpent swam extremely fast, and Shingu and Yun Mushi barely managed to keep up even with their best efforts. At this moment, Mu Yuntao was also attracted by the commotion and saw Shingu and Yun Mushi tracking the dragon snake. Although I don't know what you're trying to do, I will never let you have your way. His hand rested on the hilt of the sword, his fingertips applying slight pressure. A streak of cyan sword energy suddenly shot out from the side, heading straight for the serpent. The sword energy was extremely fast, grazing the body of the serpent and blasting a deep crater in the ground. The serpent suddenly turned its head, its pupils contracting sharply. It had just successfully transformed and was already extremely weak. It had no strength left to resist. In a moment of shock and rage, the serpent hissed, swung its body violently, and sped away into the deeper part of the dense forest. The speed is several times faster than before. Damn it! Shin Ji's face darkened. Originally, we could have found its lair simply by secretly following this serpent. Now that it has been disturbed, we may not be able to find its nest by following the clues. Then, Shingu looked in the direction from which the attack came out and saw a familiar figure. Mu Yuntao. Yun Mushi's expression also changed. Why is that mad dog here? Its speed is now comparable to that of a second-tier martial artist. I can't catch up with it. Just then, Shingu stomped his foot and transformed into a streak of fire, rushing out. With Shadow Flame Step unleashed at full power, Shin Ji's speed increased dramatically in an instant. Mushi, I'll catch up first. I'll leave a mark for you along the way, and you can follow the mark to find me. Yun Mushi was stunned when she saw Shin Ji's speed suddenly increase. No. Didn't the Northern Tournament force you to reveal all your cards? Or did you learn another high-level movement technique in the last 3 days? Regardless of which possibility it is, they're all so incredibly talented. Shingu was unaware of Yun Mushi's complex inner thoughts at that moment. He was focused on chasing after the serpent in front of him. The serpent fled frantically, leaving a long trail behind it. It ventured deep into the dense forest, its body moving nimbly among the trees. Shingu pursued closely, a hint of anxiety flashing in her eyes. We can't let it get away. We finally found this serpent. If it escapes, we might not have another chance to encounter such a good situation. After chasing for a long time, a huge mountain appeared ahead. The mountain's surface is covered with vines and moss, and a huge cave entrance can be vaguely seen. The serpent darted inside without hesitation. Shingu followed closely behind. The cave was extremely spacious, with crystals emitting a faint blue light embedded in the surrounding stone walls, illuminating the dim cave somewhat. In the dim light, countless snakes were coiled on the ground. There are at least several hundred of these snakes. Hiss hiss hiss. A moment later, Yun Mushi also arrived at the cave following the mark left by Shingu. Seeing this scene before her, her pretty face turned pale. Sensing the intruder's presence, the snakes raised their heads and hissed. So much? Shingu glanced at them and said in a deep voice, most of them are beasts that haven't reached the next level, and there are also a few at the first level of the first rank and the second level of the first rank. With so many of them, it will probably take some time to deal with them. Leave this to me. You go and chase after the serpent. Don't let it get away, and more importantly, don't let it recover, Yun Mushi said. Shingu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay, be careful. As soon as they finished speaking, countless snakes swarmed towards the two of them. Yun Mushi took a deep breath and drew her long sword. Sword domain. An invisible force instantly spread out, forming an independent domain within a 10-meter radius centered on her. Within the domain, countless sword shadows appeared. The sword shadows intertwined to form a net, slaying all the charging snakes. Seeing that Yun Mushi was handling things with ease, Shingu no longer hesitated. He took a step forward, his figure turning into a blur, and rushed into the depths of the cave. The further you go in, the deeper and darker the cave becomes. A stench filled the air, making one want to vomit. Shingu held her breath and continued deeper. Finally, at the deepest part of the cave, he saw the serpent. The serpent was coiled beside a huge skeleton, its scales gleaming faintly. It is desperately absorbing something. Shinji's gaze fell on the skeleton, and her pupils suddenly contracted. That was a complete dragon skeleton. It is tens of meters long, with a light golden color all over. Every bone on the dragon skeleton is extremely thick. Even though countless years have passed, it still exudes an ancient and powerful aura. Shinji's heart stirred. No wonder this giant python had the opportunity to transform into a dragon. It's absorbing the remaining energy from the dragon bones to heal its wounds. We can't wait any longer. Without hesitation, Shingu instantly produced the Vulcan spear in his hand, its tip flaming with golden red flames. Break! Shingu roared and used the flame shadow step, transforming himself into a fiery shadow as he thrust straight at the serpent. Sensing a deadly danger, the serpent abruptly turned its head, its eyes flashing with ferocity. Although it had just gone through a major battle, its body had not yet fully recovered. However, it was, after all, a mid-stage tier 1 beast, and having absorbed some of the dragon bone energy, it was no longer at its last gasp. The serpent twisted its body, and its scales shimmered with a pale golden luster. It is extremely confident in its physical defenses. This human was only at the first level of the first tier of cultivation. Even if the weapon in his hand had considerable power, it was impossible for him to break through its defense. The spearhead pierced the scales with a loud thud. Just as the serpent was about to retaliate, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its 7-inch spot. Scales shattered, and blood splattered. Roar! It let out a shrill cry, its body suddenly retreating backward, blood gushing from its wounds, looking extremely pitiful. Seeing that the serpent had lost its ability to fight, Shingu decided to continue the pursuit. He stomped his foot again, and his whole body transformed into a ball of fire. Shadow Flame Step. Just as Shingu was about to deliver the final blow to the serpent seemed to sense something, its body radiating a pressure several times stronger than before, and it opened its blood-red maw to bite at the phantom in the air. Upon seeing this sudden change, Shingu was startled, never expecting that this serpent would be so intelligent. It turns out that the serpent hadn't lost its fighting ability, it had deliberately lured him into attacking. At such a close distance, no ordinary person could possibly avoid it. However, Shingu possesses combat instincts and can unleash reactions beyond his own in critical moments. Before he could even think of the best way to deal with it, his body had already instinctively leaned back and dodged it. Then, he swung the Vulcan spear in his hand, and with a soft thud, it pierced through the head of the serpent. Golden red flames erupted instantly, completely incinerating the serpent's body. The serpent let out a shrill scream, its body convulsed violently a few times, and then it stopped breathing completely. Chapter 43: The Complete Dragon Bone. Shingu sheathed his spear, panting heavily. Killing the serpent was not difficult, but the pursuit had consumed a lot of his true energy. It's just that the true flame tyrant is too overpowered. Otherwise, a martial artist who has just entered the first rank would need to recover his true energy for half a day, let alone use a top-grade third-rank movement technique to travel. After making some additions, Shingu heard footsteps. Yun Mushi had also successfully dealt with the snakes at the cave entrance and arrived. Shingu, I've taken care of those snakes. Her words came to an abrupt halt, her gaze fixed blankly on the dragon bones before her. This is... Shingu smiled and said, Dragon bone. A complete keel. Upon seeing Shingu, she rushed over and touched the dragon bone, a look of shock flashing in her eyes. This texture is even harder than a third-tier weapon. Shingu nodded, the bones of the dragon race are inherently indestructible. Even after countless years, it remains as hard as ever. Yun Mushi's eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Shingu. Shingu, there is still energy in this dragon bone, you can absorb it. After you finish absorbing it, can I have the remaining dragon bones? Shingu was taken aback, what do you need this for? Forge it into a bone sword. Yun Mushi said excitedly, look how many dragon bones there are. There must be at least several hundred, right? Each one that is taken apart is equivalent to a tier 3 weapon. If I were to forge them into bone swords, combined with my sword domain talent, my combat power would at least double. After listening, Shingu remained silent for a moment, then smiled and nodded, okay, here you go. Anyway, I don't need it. Yun Mushi's eyes lit up, and she excitedly hugged Shingu. Thank you. Shingu patted her head, it was originally discovered by the two of us. I absorbed the energy of the dragon bone. These remaining dragon bones, you need them, of course they're yours. After saying that, Shingu walked to the dragon bone and placed his hand on the skeleton. A surge of immense power instantly flooded his body, pure dragon primordial power. His pupils contracted, and he immediately activated the True Flame Tyrant, frantically absorbing the power of the dragon race's origin, causing his internal energy to surge. The first level of the first stage is beginning to loosen. First order, second level. First tier, third level. In just a few minutes, Shinji's cultivation level broke through 2 levels. But soon, the light emanating from the dragon bones gradually dimmed. Shingu opened her eyes, her brows furrowing slightly. This dragon bone has existed for too long, and most of its power has long since dissipated. That serpent must have absorbed quite a bit, otherwise I could have broken through to the 4th level of the first tier. Although it's a bit of a disappointment, breaking through 2 levels in a row is already an unexpected delight. Seeing that Shingo had finished absorbing the dragon bone, Yun Mushi flashed her storage ring and put away the dragon bone that no longer had any energy. After resting in the cave for a while and recovering their inner energy, the two prepared to leave. Shingo led Yun Mushi back to the vicinity of the secret realm's exit. As soon as they arrived, they saw Nan Yutao and the others standing there in a disheveled state. They were all bruised and swollen, and their clothes were tattered. What's wrong with you all? Yun Mushi walked over quickly and frowned as she looked at the miserable state of the group. Nan Yutao covered his face, looking aggrieved. Captain, Miss Yun, you must stand up for us. Those bastards from Fengcheng and Luoyang stole all the medicinal herbs from us, and they even threatened us, saying that for every one we picked, they would steal one. Upon hearing this, Yun Mushi's face instantly darkened, and her little face puffed up with anger. They've gone too far. After listening, Shingo smiled. This world is a dog-eat-dog world, where strength reigns supreme. If you grab something without distinguishing right from wrong, you're bound to be criticized. Shingo was initially worried that if he robbed Fengcheng and Luoyang, it would damage the reputation of the Jiangqing military. In hindsight, my worries were completely unnecessary. The people of Fengcheng and Luoyang broke the rules first, so it was perfectly moral for Shingo to steal their spiritual medicine. Shingo, we can't let this go. Yun Mushi said angrily. Before Shingo could respond, Nan Ningtao stepped forward again, yes. That's right. We can't let this go. Besides, there's a perfect opportunity for revenge right now. What opportunity? Yun Mushi pressed. When we left, Fengcheng and Luoyang were simultaneously fighting over 1 or 3 top-grade spiritual herbs. They must be exhausted by now. We can go and reap the benefits. Hearing this, Yun Mushi's eyes lit up. She walked over to Shingo and tugged at his sleeve. 3rd-grade top-quality spiritual herbs are extremely rare. If we can snatch one, we'll have hit the jackpot. Shingo shook his head, his expression calm and unwavering. I won't go. Yun Mushi was stunned for a moment, looking at him with some confusion. Why? That's a top-grade 3rd-tier spiritual medicine. Shingo reached out and patted her head, saying calmly, we can just wait here. There's only one exit here. Once they've finished looting, they'll come right to us. Yun Mushi was still somewhat unwilling, and frowned as she said, what if they manage to snatch it and then refine it right there in the secret realm? Then we've waited for nothing, haven't we? The secret realm is fraught with danger, and there are other people eyeing it covetously. Would they dare to refine it? Shingu explained. With their cultivation levels, it would take them at least several days to refine a top-grade 3rd-tier spiritual herb. Who would dare to refine it directly inside? After listening, Yun Mushi suddenly realized what was going on. That's true. She nodded and sat down next to Shingo. Even Shingo, the strongest among them, said so no matter what other people had in mind, they could only keep quiet. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the morning of the 5th day. Shingo was leaning against a tree trunk, resting with his eyes closed, while Yun Mushi was idly fiddling with the sword in his hand. Just then, footsteps sounded in the distance. Shingu opened her eyes and looked in that direction. Then, Mu Yuntao led the Fengcheng entourage in a grand procession. He was beaming with pride, a smile playing on his lips, and his aura was several levels stronger than before. 1st tier, 3rd level. Shingo was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Mu Yuntao had gained quite a bit in the secret realm. Not only Mu Yuntao, but also the auras of the team members behind him have increased significantly. Everyone stepped onto the first level. Mu Yuntao walked to the vicinity of the exit, his gaze sweeping over the crowd present. When he saw Shingo, his expression stiffened. But then, as if realizing that he had broken through to the third level of martial arts, the smile on his face became even brighter. Hey, so those good-for-nothings from Jiancheng are still waiting here? His tone was full of mockery, and his eyes held a hint of provocation as he looked at Shingo. What? We stole your elixirs in the secret realm, and you've been hiding at the exit crying for days? Nan Yutao and his companions' expressions darkened, but sensing the aura emanating from the people of Fengcheng, they refrained from speaking. Yun Mushi, however, could not bear the mockery. She suddenly stood up and stared intently at Mu Yuntao with her beautiful eyes. Who are you calling trash? Mu Yuntao raised an eyebrow, a contemptuous smile on his face. I'm talking about Jiangcheng, what? You disagree? The Fengcheng team members behind him also laughed out loud, their eyes full of disdain. Exactly, if they can't even gather a medicinal herb, what are they if not good-for-nothings? How dare they wait here? If I were them, I would have slunk back long ago. Nan Yutao and his companions blushed crimson, but because they were no match for their opponents, they could only endure it. Yun Mushi took a deep breath and was about to speak when Shingo reached out and pressed down on her shoulder. Don't rush. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over Mu Yuntao and the team members behind him. That day you deliberately startled that serpent and stole my team members' elixirs. I won't hold these two things against you. Hand over all the spiritual medicines you have, and I'll let you go. After hearing this, Mu Yuntao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Shingo, you are indeed quite strong, but do you think you're worthy to fight me now? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura of a first-level, third-stage cultivator suddenly erupted. The team members behind Mu Yuntao also stopped suppressing their auras, and 4 auras of the first level of the first rank erupted. Chapter 40 for the terrifying Yun Mushi. The expressions of the people in Jiangcheng changed, and they involuntarily took a few steps back. 4 first-tier level 1 cultivators. And 1 first-tier level 3 cultivator. These people from Fengcheng have become so strong in just a few days. We couldn't even beat them before their breakthrough, let alone now that their cultivation has increased so much. Even if Shingo were to go, he might still. Shin Ji's lips curled up. Since you can't understand reason, then I also know a little about martial arts. Just as Shingo was about to make a move, Yun Mushi stepped forward first, saying, "Let me handle these scoundrels." Upon hearing this, Shingo nodded. Although Yun Mushi's cultivation level is a bit lower, with the support of the dragon bone, she may not necessarily lose. The girl took a step forward. Come on. Mu Yuntao looked at Yun Mushi with disdain on his face. You? A mere first-tier, first-level girl? You dare to challenge us? His eyes turned cold, and he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, activating his talent, Sword Soul. A cyan light burst forth from the sword instantly. Thanks to the enhancement of the third level of martial arts cultivation, the pressure emanating from the sword was much stronger than during the Northern Territory Grand Competition. At the same time, the 4 Phoenix City team members behind him also moved, displaying their full martial arts prowess without reservation. 5 figures blurred into afterimages, attacking Yun Mushi from different directions. Faced with this situation, any third-level martial artist would have no way to break the deadlock and would have to beg for mercy on the spot, let alone Yun Mushi, who was only a first-level martial artist. Captain, should we go up and help? The Jiangcheng people watching from the sidelines were extremely anxious. They could all feel the terror of that sword strike. Need not. Shingo stood still, her expression calm. After Mu Yuntao's breakthrough, he did become much stronger. With the cooperation of his 4 teammates, Yun Mushi would not have been able to break through the stalemate before. But now, she has obtained the Dragon Bone, and the Sword Domain, empowered by the Dragon Bone, is now far more powerful than before. The moment he finished speaking, Yun Mushi spoke softly, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Sword Domain. Open. The moment the words fell, a blinding white light erupted from Yun Mushi's body. An invisible force of domain power instantly spread out, and the space within a radius of 20 meters centered on her suddenly solidified. Countless dragon bones emerged in the domain. Unlike before, where there was only invisible sword energy in the sword domain, now they had all transformed into dragon bones radiating dragon might. This is the enhancement that the dragon bone provides to the sword domain. In terms of power alone, it's increased at least several times. What's this? Mu Yuntao's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel that the aura emanating from those dragon bones was actually suppressing his sword soul talent. Not only that, the 4 Fengcheng team members turned pale and their bodies froze in midair. They could feel a fear emanating from the depths of their blood spreading wildly. Dragon's might. These strange bones actually carried the oppressive aura of the dragon race. Yun Mushi's eyes turned cold, and she gently waved her slender hand. In an instant, hundreds of golden dragon bones shot out towards the crowd. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Mu Yuntao tried his best to parry with his sword, only to find that his long sword, enhanced by his proud talent, was completely unable to withstand the golden dragon bones. In just one exchange, the sword in his hand was knocked out of his grasp, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a large tree. The tree trunk was smashed, leaving a deep crater, and countless leaves fell down. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he propped himself up, he fell heavily to the ground again. The other 4 Fengcheng team members fared even worse, being directly struck by the dragon bone, each spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Yun Mushi put away her sword domain, walked up to Mu Yuntao, and looked down at him. Hand over the elixir. Mu Yuntao collapsed to the ground, the excruciating pain in his chest preventing him from straightening up. He looked up at Yun Mushi, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. A moment later, he struggled to take out a large pile of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and threw them on the ground. It's all here. Yun Mushi glanced around and looked at the Phoenix City team members lying behind Mu Yuntao. You lot, hand over all the medicinal herbs as well. The group exchanged glances, feeling extremely unwilling, yet unable to refuse. His fists were clenched so tightly that his teeth were practically grinding to powder, but he still reluctantly took out the spiritual material. The people of Jiangcheng were completely stunned. What was that just now? Why did I sense the aura of a dragon? It's only been a few days since we last met, and Miss Yun has already defeated a triple-level martial artist, while we're still being bullied. It's truly infuriating to compare ourselves to others. After Yun Mushi finished counting the spiritual materials, she looked at Xingu and said, Xingu, come and take a look. Xingu stepped forward, squatted down, and casually flipped through the pages. 2 third-tier spiritual herbs, 6 second-tier spiritual herbs, and more than 10 first-tier spiritual herbs. In the center of these spiritual herbs is a fire lotus that glows with light. This spiritual herb is the top-grade third-tier spiritual herb that Fengcheng and Luoyang are fighting over. This one plant alone is equivalent to several third-tier spiritual herbs. He was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that the people of Fengcheng had obtained so many medicinal herbs in just 5 days. Xingu turned to look at the Jiangcheng crowd. The spiritual herbs that were stolen from you before are also in here. Pick them yourselves and take back what was stolen. Nan Yutao and his companions were stunned for a moment, then excitedly rushed over and took away the stolen elixir. Thank you, Miss Yun. Thank you, Captain. I never expected to get these spiritual herbs back. My breakthrough to the first rank is finally in sight. Thank you so much. Joy appeared on their faces, and the humiliation in their hearts finally dissipated. Xingu nodded and turned to look at Yun Mushi, only to see the girl smilingly stuffing all the spiritual herbs back into Xinji's hands. These are all for you, I have no shortage of elixirs. You'd better hurry up and reach the second tier, or someone else will marry me. There are plenty of talented young men in the Northern Territory who are eyeing me. Xingu smiled upon hearing this, and reached out to wrap his arms around Yun Mushi's slender waist. You're mine. No one can take you away. Jiangcheng crowd. The people of Fengcheng. They were having a nice chat. Why did they suddenly start showing off their affection? We can't beat them even if we fight. You can't run away. I have to eat some dog food again. Just then, another set of footsteps came from afar. Xingu looked up and a cold smile appeared on his lips. It was the Luoyang team. Leading the group was Lu Yue, the deputy team leader from Luoyang, followed by 3 powerful team members. Each of them possessed a formidable aura, at least at the first level of the first rank. As Lu Yue approached, he saw the disheveled and bruised people of Fengcheng, and then looked at Xinji's meaningful smile, and instantly understood. Without Xingu saying a word, Lu Yue took out a large pile of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and respectfully placed them on the ground. Brother Xin, these are the spiritual herbs I gathered in the secret realm. I'm giving them to you. The team members behind him also took out their medicinal herbs and piled them on the ground. Xingu squatted down and casually flipped through the pages. That's all? Lu Yue nodded quickly. That's all, really that's all. Shingu smiled slightly, satisfied, and put all the spiritual herbs into his storage ring. With these 2 batches of spiritual herbs, I'll be able to break through 2 minor realms at once. Indeed, martial arts cultivation is not something that ordinary people can handle. In the past, Shingu lacked resources, and his cultivation progressed extremely slowly. Now that resources are plentiful, one's cultivation level can be increased by several levels at a time. No wonder those powerful families have been able to last for hundreds of years. They control most of the resources, and they can create a powerful figure just by using those resources. What's even more terrifying is that even if there are no geniuses in their clan, they can forcibly strip others of their talents. The people from Fengcheng and Luoyang felt a mix of emotions as they looked at the smile on Shinji's face. After working so hard in the secret realm for so many days, encountering all sorts of dangerous beasts, and fighting fiercely with other factions, almost losing my life, I finally managed to obtain this little bit of opportunity. As a result, someone else stole the peach just before I left. Rather than do that, they would rather not enter the secret realm. Chapter 45, The Du family takes a fact about Yun Muyue. Soon, the exit of the secret realm opened. The light screen flickered, and one by one, the people went inside. In a flash, when he opened his eyes again, he was back outside the secret realm. The Northern Darkness War God stood at the exit, followed by the generals of Jiangcheng and Fengcheng, as well as Lu Zhanghao, the leader of the group from Luoyang, watching the crowd emerge one after another. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Shingu. Sensing Shinji's cultivation level of the 3rd level of martial arts, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. They're all back. It seems you've gained quite a bit from this trip to the secret realm. The people of Jiangcheng bowed respectfully. Thank you, War God of the Northern Underworld. Almost simultaneously, Mu Yuntao and Lu Wei stepped forward, their faces showing grievance, and cried out to the War God of the Northern Underworld, Lord General, please do justice for us. We've been working hard to collect spiritual herbs in the secret realm for the past 5 days, but Shingu, relying on his superior strength, has taken all of them, leaving us with nothing. Fengcheng General Zhou Jin and Luoyang team leader Lu Zhanghao were stunned when they heard this. They're always the ones taking from others. This is the first time they've been taken from someone else. It's completely upside down. Zhou Jin immediately spoke up, Commander, Shingu is lawless. Please, Commander, uphold justice for my Fengcheng. Lu Zhanghao clasped his hands in a fist salute to the War God of the Northern Underworld and said, please, Commander, uphold justice. The Northern Darkness War God looked at Shingu and said calmly, is that so? Shingu remained calm and said, what? You're allowed to steal from others, but others aren't allowed to steal from you? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuntao stood up again, pointed at Shingu, and said, I admit that we were the ones who started it by stealing the spiritual medicine from your Jiangcheng. But now that the elixirs we stole have been returned to you, you should also return our elixirs to us. Shingu raised an eyebrow and sneered, do you have any evidence to prove which specific plant you picked? If so, I will return it immediately. Mu Yuntao's expression changed, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Why would the herbs they gather have any markings? It can't be proven at all. The Northern Darkness War God looked at them and said calmly, since it cannot be proven, then these spiritual herbs belong to Shingu. Do you have anything else to say? Zhou Jin and Lu Zhanghao exchanged a glance, their faces extremely grim. The last sentence from the God of War of the Northern Underworld clearly showed that he was biased towards Shingu. This time, we've completely failed. In an instant, their gazes toward Shingu became even more venomous. This little bastard had not only made them lose face in the Northern Territory Grand Competition, but now he had done something like this. Do you really think the Lu and Mu families are made of clay? One day, you will pay the price for this. After leaving Fengcheng and Luoyang, the Northern Darkness War God came to Shingu with a smile on his face. Shingu, you've gained a lot this time. Go back and cultivate diligently, he paused, then continued, by the way, the general has prepared a big gift for you. Shingu was taken aback. Lin Zhan had something else to give him? But he quickly composed himself, bowed to the God of War of the Northern Underworld, and then left with the group. Zhang Chang and his group arrived at the airport in military vehicles, preparing to return home. After half a day, everyone successfully returned to Jiangcheng. Standing at the airport in Jiangcheng, the people of Jiangcheng felt a complex mix of emotions. If someone had told them 2 weeks ago, when they set off, that Jiangcheng would win the Northern Territory Grand Competition, they would have thought that person was crazy. But this very thing, which I never dared to dream of, actually happened in reality. Everyone looked at Shinji's back with admiration. They knew that this man had accomplished such an impossible miracle with a single effort. Yun Mushi then moved closer to Shingu and gently nudged him. Shingu, I'm going to go into seclusion for a while after I get back to prepare for the martial arts college entrance exam. Shingu looked at her and nodded. Okay, good luck. Yun Mushi smiled and leaned on his shoulder. You should keep going too. I'm waiting for you to break through to the second tier. Shingu reached out and ruffled her hair. Yes, it will. As everyone walked out of the airport, the Yun family's car was already waiting outside. As Shingu walked beside Yun Mushi, she was surprised to find that it was Yun Tiancheng who had come to pick up Yun Mushi in person. Yun Tiancheng walked over, his face full of smiles. Shingu, come with me for a moment, I need to talk to you privately. Shingu raised an eyebrow, gave Yun Mushi, who was standing to the side looking worried, a reassuring look, and then followed Yun Tiancheng to a quiet spot on the side. Yun Tiancheng looked around and, after confirming that no one was there, the smile on his face vanished instantly. Let's get straight to the point. He pulled out an exquisite gift list from his pocket. The Du family has taken a liking to Muyu. Shingu took the gift list and glanced at it. Every item on it was quite valuable: 3 pieces of 5th tier armor, 10 4th tier spiritual herbs, and a large amount of resources below the 3rd tier. It's clear that the Du family values Yun Muyu very much. Furthermore, the Yun family also greatly appreciated these betrothal gifts. The betrothal gifts have arrived, and the Du family has given us a month to handle your marriage arrangements. The Du family is powerful, and the patriarch Du Zhangyang is a 6th level war god. Their eldest son, Du Mingxian, is 21 years old this year and has already stepped into the 2nd level heavy martial artist. He has a bright future. A family like that is more than a match for Muyu. Shingu raised her head, her eyes devoid of any emotion. So? Yun Tiancheng spoke in a flat tone, his eyes fixed on Shingu. So, a month later, you and Muyu divorced. Your talent is not bad, and I saw your potential in this Northern Territory competition, but compared to Du Mingxian, you are still a bit lacking. In martial arts training, besides talent, background and family history are even more important. Do you understand? Then, as if to comfort Shingu, Yun Tiancheng's tone softened. The Yun family will not treat you unfairly. As long as you are willing to divorce, the Yun family is willing to marry Mushi to you. Think about it, Mushi's talent is also S-level, and her future achievements won't be much less than Muyu's. If you marry her, the Yun family will also do their best to cultivate you. After listening, Shingu looked down at the gift list in her hand again. A moment later, he suddenly laughed. The Yun family head has a very clever plan. Yun Tiancheng's face darkened. Shingu, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Shingu casually tossed the gift list back. Muyu is my wife now, not an object for your Yun family to trade. Yun Tiancheng said angrily, your deal with Muyu is just a transaction, and now it's just a change of person. Shingu interrupted him, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Yun Tiancheng, I'll say it one last time. He said, word by word, Yun Muyu is my wife, and she will be for life. Your Yun family wants to use her to exchange for resources? No way. As for Mushi, I will marry her through my own abilities. I don't need your Yun family to exchange her with me. Yun Tiancheng's face turned ashen. Shingu, don't be so ungrateful. The Du family is not someone you can afford to offend. Can't afford to offend them? Shingu sneered. Then let them try. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Yun Tiancheng standing there alone, his expression uncertain. Chapter 46 Promotion to Squad Leader. After leaving the airport, Shingu went straight back to the military headquarters and plunged into the advanced training room. Yun Mushi was still a few months away from turning 20, so he had plenty of time to break through to the 2nd-tier martial arts master level. But now the Du family has suddenly appeared out of nowhere, forcing Shingu and Yun Muyu to break off their engagement in a month. This kind of thing is the result of an exchange of interests between two major forces, and it cannot be changed by individual will. It's no use whether Shingu agrees or Yun Muyu agrees. Even if Shinji's strength increases dramatically in a short period of time, giving him the power to crush Du Mingxian, it won't change the outcome. The Yun family valued not only Du Mingxian's talent and potential, but also his background. And this is precisely what Shingu lacks. Therefore, in addition to improving his strength, Shingu also needs to improve his status. Once he becomes the general commander of the Jiangcheng Military Command and the commander of the Northern Border Army, who will dare to underestimate him? Driven by an intense desire to become stronger, Shingu flipped his wrist and poured out all the gains from this Dragon Vein secret realm from his storage ring. With a whoosh, various herbs exuding rich spiritual energy piled up into a small mountain. The energy concentration in the entire training room instantly soared, almost turning into a tangible mist. At the very top of this pile of spiritual herbs, a top-grade third-tier fire lotus floated silently. It is entirely crimson, with petals that look like they were carved from red jade, and a cluster of golden flames dancing at its core. Even without touching it, a scorching wave of heat rushed towards me, causing the leaves of the surrounding low-grade spiritual herbs to curl slightly. For ordinary martial artists, this fire lotus would require a long period of refining to gradually absorb its violent energy. If you are too hasty, there is a risk of your body exploding and dying. But Shingu possessed the true flame tyrant, and directly grabbed the fire lotus and stuffed it into his mouth. The fire lotus melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into an extremely violent heat current that rushed down the throat and into the stomach. Stimulated by the true flame tyrant bloodline within his body, it began to operate autonomously, greedily devouring this foreign, violent energy. At the same time, he immediately drew upon the cultivation experience imparted by the Northern Darkness War God in his mind. His cultivation insights as a 6th-level war god made him adept at absorbing the energy from spiritual herbs. The fire energy, which had been running rampant and damaging the meridians, began to circulate regularly within the body under Shinji's guidance. Almost none of the energy in the elixir was lost, it was all transformed into true chi and sank into his dantian. The bottleneck was broken through by the violent medicinal power with almost no resistance, but this was only the beginning. Shingu immediately picked up the remaining medicinal herbs and stuffed them into his mouth as if they were free. In other words, he was the only one in the training room. If there were other people there, they would definitely stay far away, for fear that Shinji's blood would splatter on him after he exploded. The medicinal power surged continuously within Shinji's body, and his cultivation level steadily rose during this period. It wasn't until he broke through to the 6th level of the first tier that the medicinal power within his body finally subsided. In just a few days, he soared from the 7th level of awakening to the 6th level of the first tier. If word got out about this rocket-like speed of advancement, it would be enough to leave all the martial artists in Jiangqing speechless. This can no longer be explained by simply having sufficient resources. Does the Yun family lack this rare elixir? Does the Zhao family lack this magical medicine? They don't lack anything. The real problem is that ordinary martial artists have limited physical absorption and endurance capabilities and cannot absorb too much energy at once, otherwise they will explode and die. In addition, there is another very important point, which is the cultivation insights imparted by Zhang Chuan, the god of war of the northern underworld. It was through this insight that he was able to absorb all the power within the elixir without wasting a single drop. Otherwise, Shingu could only break through to the 6th level of the first tier at most. Feeling the surging power within him, Shinji's excitement eventually gave way to a furrowed brow. As one's cultivation level increases, the effect of first-grade spiritual herbs becomes negligible. To improve one's cultivation level more quickly, one still needs to find a way to obtain more third-grade or higher spiritual herbs. But a third-tier spiritual medicine is priceless. Shingu was in a dilemma. Even in such a top-tier competition as the Northern Territory Grand Tournament, only third-tier spiritual herbs are used as the champion's prize, which shows how precious third-tier spiritual herbs are. If purchased with money, a single low-grade third-level spiritual herb would cost at least $1 million. What does millions mean? The average monthly salary in Jiangchang is only a little over 4,000 yuan. Even if you save for 30 years, you might not be able to afford a low-grade third-level spiritual herb. Right now, there's no way to make money, so we can only kill more monsters to accumulate military merits, and then use those merits to exchange for resources. Shingu muttered to himself, then began to assess his own strength. First tier, 6th level cultivation. The perfected third tier Shadow Flame Step, Heaven Burning Palm, and Fiery Cloud skill. With the 5th grade top quality Vulcan Spear and the combat intuition that has just broken through to the proficient level, even if I encounter a 2nd grade martial artist, I should be able to put up a fight. Even if I am defeated, I can still retreat unscathed with the Flame Shadow Step. Shingu pushed open the door to the training room, about to walk out, when she found Lin Zhan standing at the door. You little rascal, you finally came out. Lin Zhan strode forward, but after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. He looked Shingu up and down, and his hand, which was about to pat Shinji's shoulder, froze in mid-air. You. Lin Zhan's voice was stuck in his throat. He sensed the fluctuations in Shinji's aura that had not yet been fully concealed. First tier, 6th level? Lin Zhan's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Before going in, he was at the 1st level, 3rd stage. After a period of seclusion, he came out and directly jumped 3 minor realms. Even a rocket wouldn't be this fast. Shingo looked at Lin Zhan's ghost-like appearance with a normal expression. I was lucky and gained some insights. Good luck? Lin Zhan almost choked on his saliva. What incredible luck! Many martial artists are stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make any progress for years, but this kid just says good luck and that's it? It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Shingo did not dwell on this topic. The general waited for me here specifically for more than just to praise me, didn't he? Lin Zhan then remembered his business, put away his surprised expression, and said seriously, I do have something to discuss with you. He pulled a dark gold badge from his pocket and tossed it over. Shingo raised his hand and caught it. The badge is shield-shaped, with 2 crossed swords engraved on it and a silver 5-pointed star below. This is your new rank. With his hands behind his back, Lin Zhan spoke with a hint of pride. In view of your outstanding performance in the Northern Territory competition and the honor you brought to the Jiangcheng Military Command, the High Command of the military has unanimously decided to promote you to the rank of squad leader. Shingo fiddled with the badge in her hand. The military ranks were strictly hierarchical: squad leader, platoon leader, centurion, chiliarch, marquis of 10,000 households, and above that was the general of a region, and the military commander who guarded a region. An ordinary soldier needs to accumulate at least 3 years of military merits to be promoted to corporal. As for squad leaders, they usually need to have first-tier strength and make significant contributions to have a chance to become one. He was a new recruit who had just joined the army, and he was promoted directly from squad leader to platoon leader, which was extremely rare in the history of the Jiangcheng military. Lin Zhan then continued speaking. The squad leader can receive a second-tier spiritual herb every month, as well as an independent advanced cultivation room and some judicial immunity. As Shingo listened, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. The monthly allowance of 1 second-tier spiritual herb is indeed quite good, and the independent advanced cultivation room is also decent. What truly surprised him was the partial judicial immunity. This is power. Real power. With the token given to him by Zhang Chuan, the god of war of the northern underworld, Shingo now has the right to disregard everyone in Jiangcheng. Chapter 47 Gilding Mission. Besides this, I have another task for you. Lin Zhan's expression turned serious. He took a sealed document bag from his briefcase and handed it to Shingo. Take a look. Shingo took the file bag, tore open the seal, and pulled out several documents inside. The photo shows a valley shrouded in gray fog, with faintly visible dark red lights flickering in the mist, creating an eerie scene. Blackstone Valley, 30 miles north of the city. Lin Zhan pointed to the red dot on the photo and said in a deep voice, in the past few days, the patrol team has detected abnormal energy fluctuations in this area, but because the fog is too thick, the drones cannot go deep, and we have not been able to figure out the source. Shingo picked up the photo and examined it carefully, but ultimately couldn't make out anything. What do you need me to do? Eliminate the source? No, your mission is only reconnaissance. Lin Zhan took out a palm-sized black device from the drawer and handed it to Shingo. This is a small energy collector. You just need to take it into Blackstone Valley, reach the core area where the energy fluctuations are strongest, collect enough data, and then you can retreat. After completing the mission, the military will reward you with a third-tier spiritual herb, as well as a large amount of military merit. Shingo took the instrument and weighed it in her hand. It was very light. High returns are often accompanied by high risks. A simple reconnaissance mission yielded a reward of third-tier spiritual medicine and a large amount of military merit, which is completely illogical. If anyone else had asked Shingo to carry out this mission, he would have been extremely wary, because there's no such thing as a free lunch. The person who was looking for him was Lin Zhan, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng military headquarters. That's quite intriguing. Lin Zhan, unaware of Shinji's thoughts, walked to the window, his back to Shingo, and said, Blackstone Valley has a complex terrain and is shrouded in poisonous fog all year round. Although your shadow flame step is strong, it is still somewhat dangerous. At this point, he turned around, his expression turning serious. Remember, it's just reconnaissance. No matter what you find inside, do not act rashly. Once you have the data, evacuate immediately. That is an order. Shingo stared at Lin Zhan for a while, then nodded and said, Understood, I guarantee I will complete the mission. He packed up the document bag and instruments, gave Lin Zhan a standard military salute, and turned to leave. Watching Shinji's departing figure, Lin Zhan's tense face finally relaxed a little. That kid's shrewd, he probably guessed some of it. This mission was arranged by the military leader to enhance his resume, so that he could be recommended to join the Dragon Group later. I wonder if this kid's talent would be considered top tier within the dragon group. Lin Zhan was thinking haphazardly, and without even realizing it, he had already implicitly accepted that Xingu could enter the dragon group. On the other side, inside the Zhao family's council hall, there was an eerie silence. Bang! A delicate blue and white porcelain teacup slammed against the wall and shattered into pieces. The scalding hot tea splashed all over the floor, steaming in wisps of white vapor. The core members of the Zhao family present were all terrified and dared not utter a sound. Zhao Lihong's chest heaved violently, his hands gripping the armrests of the armchair tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. Squad leader, what a squad leader! He's only been in the army for a few days, and he's already been promoted to platoon leader out of turn. Is Lin Zhan trying to elevate him to the heavens? Giving him this reconnaissance mission and rewarding him with a third-tier spiritual medicine is just blatantly giving him military merits. Just now, news came from the military headquarters that Xingu had been appointed as a platoon leader. Although this position is not high-ranking, it is an extremely important signal. This means that Xingu has officially entered the core vision of the Jiangcheng military headquarters and become a key person to be cultivated. Zhao Lihong slammed his fist on the table again, making the teaware clang. Shinji's growth rate was too fast, so fast that it frightened them. If we don't nip it in the bud now, the Zhao family will surely face annihilation in the future. Master, this might be an opportunity. The second elder, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. He stroked his graying beard and said in a sinister tone, Blackstone Valley is outside the defensive line and belongs to an uncontrolled area. It's perfectly normal for a few people to die there. Zhao Lihong's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood what he meant. You mean? Since Xingu dares to leave the city, he is courting death. The second elder sneered, with Lin Zhan protecting him inside the city, we can't touch him. But once you get outside the city, you're completely helpless. As long as we do it cleanly and disguise it as a monster attack, even if Lin Zhan suspects it was us, without evidence, he can't do anything to us. These words immediately stirred the minds of everyone in the hall. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But who should we send? Some people raised the question, the military attaches great importance to Xingu, so they must be keeping a close eye on our Zhao family. If they send an elder-level expert, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Xingu was able to defeat even Lu Lang from Luoyang, so I doubt even a regular first-tier cultivator could do anything to him. Holy crap! A deep voice came from the corner. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a burly middle-aged man stand up. He was dressed in a black, tight-fitting outfit, his muscles bulging out of his clothes, exuding a fierce aura. It's Zhao Liyuan, Zhao Lihong's younger brother. Liyuan? Zhao Lihong was somewhat surprised. You're going to take action personally? Zhao Liyuan strode into the hall, and the ground trembled slightly with each step he took. I watched Xiao Li grow up. His voice was low and filled with hatred. When he was little, he loved to ride on my shoulders and act spoiled. I would get him whatever he wanted. Now that he's been murdered, without even a proper body left, I must avenge him. By the end, veins were bulging on his forehead, clearly indicating he was genuinely enraged. Zhao Lihong was all too aware of his younger brother's abilities. Although Zhao Liyuan's talent was average, and he had only reached the 8th level of the first rank for many years, his foundation was very solid. During the years when his cultivation had stagnated, he constantly honed his true chi and martial arts skills, gaining extremely rich practical experience. Even ordinary first-tier 9th-level martial artists might not be his match. With him taking action, dealing with a mere first-tier, 3rd-level kid would be a sure thing. It's impossible for him to be so monstrous as to be able to defeat an 8th-level martial artist who was far superior to others in the same realm, even though he is 5 realms above him. Good. Zhao Lihong nodded heavily, with you taking care of it, I can rest assured. Although Xingu has some unorthodox methods, his level is ultimately too low. You are at the 8th level of the first rank, which is 5 minor realms higher than him. Crushing him is as easy as crushing an ant. Zhao Liyuan grinned maliciously, his hands clenching so tightly they cracked. Don't worry, brother, I'll twist his head off and offer it as a sacrifice to Xiao Li's spirit in heaven. Although he had full confidence in his younger brother, the ever-cautious Zhao Lihong decided to take an extra precaution. He turned to the steward beside him and said, contact the Lu family in Luoyang immediately and have them send someone over as well. Lu Lang was the heir of the Lu family, but he died in Shinji's hands. Those lunatics in the Lu family must want to kill him even more than we do. The butler accepted the order and left. Zhao Lihong stood up, walked to the window, looked in the direction of the military headquarters, and a smug and cruel smile appeared on his face. Shingu, let's see how you run away this time. Chapter 48: The Spider's Nest. Outside Blackstone Valley, thick fog blanketed the area, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Shingu stopped in her tracks, her nostrils twitching slightly, a faint, sweet, fishy smell mingling with the air. It is poisonous miasma. If it weren't for his special constitution, he would have been eroded by the poisonous gas long ago. Lin Zhan is right, this place is indeed not a place that ordinary people can come to. He muttered to himself, pushed off with his feet, and darted into the fog. The deeper they went, the stronger the fishy smell became, and the red light on their energy detector flashed faster. It's just ahead. Shingu parted a patch of withered vines, revealing a dark, life-sized opening. A few strands of grayish-white spider silk hung from the edge of the cave entrance. He reached out and twirled them with his fingers. They were extremely resilient and could not be broken without force. A sense of vigilance rose in Shin Ji's heart. The spider-like beast that could build its nest in this location was definitely not a benevolent creature. He concealed his breathing and disappeared into the cave. The cave extends downwards, becoming wider and wider as you go, and the temperature rises accordingly. After walking about 200 meters, the view suddenly opened up ahead. This is a huge underground cavern, filled with a dark red light. Shin Ji's pupils contracted slightly. The cave floor, walls, and even the ceiling were covered with countless oval-shaped eggs, at least tens of thousands of them. Each egg is the size of a fist, and beneath its translucent shell, a dark red larva is curled up. In the very center of the cave stands a giant egg, 2 meters tall, which emits visible red energy with each pulsation. Such intense fluctuations clearly indicate that the egg is on the verge of maturing and about to hatch. Shingu felt a slight chill run down her spine as she looked at the scene before her. This is the blood jade demon spider. And they're almost ripe. He had seen an introduction to this creature in the military's encyclopedia of exotic beasts. It was a mobile natural disaster. Blood jade spiders reproduce extremely quickly. Even the most common spider can lay hundreds of eggs at a time, while some can lay tens of thousands. That's not even the scariest part. The most terrifying thing is that once the blood jade demon spider hatches, even the weakest one is at least tier 1. Moreover, this kind of beast is extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. It increases its strength by devouring the blood and chi of its targets. As long as it kills enough, it can easily break through to the 2nd or 3rd tier. This place is only 30 miles away from Jiangcheng. Once all the blood jade spiders hatch, the consequences will be unimaginable. No wonder the abnormal energy was detected. It turns out it was nurturing so many blood jade demon spiders. Shingu stared at the giant egg in the center. The mission was merely reconnaissance. He had already obtained enough information to retreat and report back to the military headquarters, requesting them to send a large force to annihilate the enemy. Reason told him that this was the safest option. But it would take at least a day for the message to be sent back and for the troops to assemble and set off. Can we wait another day for these blood jade spider eggs to hatch? Once these spider swarms hatch successfully and leave the nest to forage, eradicating them will be more than 10 times more difficult and will cost countless lives. Suddenly, a series of hissing sounds rang out. Shingu looked toward the source of the sound and saw that a small number of blood jade spiders had already hatched from their eggs. This means that the remaining ones will all hatch within half a day at most. At that time, Jiangcheng will be in grave danger. Shin Ji's expression was solemn, and his brows were furrowed. He now has only 2 choices: either protect himself and immediately return to the military to report the situation, or immediately burn the insect eggs, but that would put him in danger. After much deliberation, Shingu finally chose the latter. He didn't claim to be a savior, he just couldn't get over his own conscience. A hint of madness flashed in Shin Ji's eyes. He circulated his internal energy, and blazing flames instantly covered his entire body. Sizzle! Several golden red fire dragons roared out and pounced on the densely packed insect eggs all around. The insect eggs exploded upon contact with fire, turning into plumes of foul-smelling black smoke, and the entire cave instantly became a sea of fire. Countless larvae screamed in agony inside their eggshells, only to be burned to ashes before they were even born. Just then, thump! The giant egg in the center suddenly contracted violently, and a terrifyingly violent aura erupted from it. Click! Numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Oh no, they hatched ahead of schedule. Shingu reacted extremely quickly, retreating rapidly. Boom! The giant egg burst open, and a giant spider, as big as a truck and entirely blood red, emerged from the slime. Its 8 compound eyes flashed with a venomous red light, locking onto Shingu. A terrifying pressure emanated from its body. It was clearly a first-tier, 8th-level alien beast. This level of cultivation is considered top tier among newly hatched blood jade spiders. Hiss. The piercing screech made Shinji's eardrums ache. The next second. Whoosh. 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 3 blood-red spider silk threads, each as thick as a child's arm, shot straight toward Shingo with lightning speed. A large net followed closely behind. These spider silks glowed with an eerie green light, clearly indicating that they contained a potent poison. Even an ordinary martial artist would instantly lose their fighting ability upon contact with them. At this distance, an ordinary person simply wouldn't have time to react. Even if you react and manage to dodge the 3 spider silk threads, there's still a large net following behind. If you're not at the second level, you'll be helpless if you get covered by this net. All these factors combined mean that in the current situation, certain death is inevitable. But in Shinji's eyes, all of this was played in slow motion. Combat intuition, intense warning. He could even clearly see the trajectory of the spider silk spinning in the air, as well as the subtle ripples. The body reacted to the evasive action before the brain could react. Turn to the side and bend over. 3 strands of spider silk flew past the tip of his nose and embedded themselves in the rock wall behind him. Sizzle. The hard rock was instantly eroded into 3 bottomless black holes. Such a potent poison. Shingo broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't honed his combat instincts to a proficient level in the past few days, he would have been dead just now. Immediately, the large net arrived, and a fierce glint flashed in the blood jade demon spider's eyes. This human reacted so quickly. But what are you going to do with this net now? However, right under the blood jade demon spider's gaze, the large net was instantly covered by a ball of golden flame and burned to ashes. Shingo looked at the demonic spider and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The true flame tyrant could easily deal with the spider web. Seeing that all its methods had failed to subdue Shingo, the blood jade demon spider became even more ferocious, leaping its massive body high into the air and pouncing towards Shingo. 8 long, sharp, spear-like legs blocked all of Shinji's escape routes. You beast, you're asking for death. Instead of retreating, Shingo advanced, and with a flash of fire in his hand, the 5th-tier divine weapon, the Fire God Spear, appeared out of thin air. The true flame tyrant bloodline within his body boiled completely, and golden red flames coiled around the gun, distorting the surrounding air. Your spider silk is afraid of fire, so your shell must be afraid of it too. Shingo roared, his spear lashing out like a dragon, piercing straight into the demon spider's abdomen. That's its softest spot. The blood jade spider seemed to sense the threat and tried to spit silk for defense, but the ordinary spider silk was instantly burned to ashes when it encountered Shinji's ultimate true flame. Put. The Vulcan spear pierced through the spider's abdomen without any resistance, and the violent fire elemental true energy surged into its body along the spear shaft. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded inside the spider's body. Its massive form convulsed violently a few times, and its 8 long legs went limp. Dark red blood gushed from the wound, evaporating in the high temperature before it even hit the ground. Dead beyond dead. Shingo drew his spear and shook off the blood and grime from the tip. Call. He exhaled a breath of stale air and looked at the mess in the cave. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, or if he hadn't possessed the flames that could suppress the spiderwebs, he would be the one lying on the ground right now. Just as he was about to rest for a while before leaving, the ground shook violently. Shingo stumbled, and before he could regain his footing, an undisguised aura emanated from above him, erupting violently within the cave. Large rocks fell and crashed into the sea of fire below, stirring up clouds of smoke and dust. Thump! A dull, rumbling sound came from deep underground, like the beating of the heart of some enormous creature. Shinji's back tensed instantly. He felt that the intense sense of impending death was 10 times stronger than when he faced the poison network earlier. Chapter 49 Run! Run! The moment the thought crossed his mind, the ground in front of him suddenly exploded. Jagged rocks pierced the sky, stirring up dust that swept through the entire cave like a giant wave. In the murky smoke and dust, a giant arthropod covered in bristles stomped heavily on the ground. Then came the second one, the third one. A massive blood jade spider was forced out of the ground. It was enormous. The half of its body that was exposed above ground was 3 stories high, making the once spacious underground cavern feel incredibly cramped. 8 scarlet compound eyes hung high on the cave ceiling, staring intently at Shingo, who looked as small as an ant in front of him. As Shingo sensed the aura emanating from the blood jade demon spider before him, cold sweat poured down his back. This is a 4th-tier beast. Shingo was greatly shocked and immediately activated the flame shadow step, preparing to escape. Just as he was about to reach the cave entrance, the light suddenly went out. A burly figure blocked the only way out. The newcomer was dressed in Zhao family attire, with a face full of scars and eyes full of malice. By the dim light, Shingo recognized the person as Zhao Liyuan, Zhao Lihan's younger brother. Shingo had previously attended his wedding with the Zhao family, so she had some impression of him. But Shingo seemed not to see the other party at all. Instead of slowing down, he sped up, trying to pass him directly and rush out of the cave. The fourth-tier beast following behind him was watching him closely, so he had no time to waste on Zhao Liyuan. He looked at the sea of fire inside the cave and Shingo, who was frantically fleeing, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He made no attempt to conceal his aura, which was comparable to that of a 9th-level martial artist, and hurled it at Shingo. Shingo, didn't expect this, did you? Zhao Liyuan stepped into the cave, a machete in his hand. I've caught you today. With Lin Zhan protecting you inside the city, it's not convenient for us to make a move. But in this desolate wilderness, let's see who can protect you. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why do you run away like a stray dog when you see me? Let me tell you, no matter how hard you try to escape, it's useless. I'm an 8th-level martial artist, you're dead. Before Zhao Liyuan could finish speaking, he saw a blur before his eyes, and Shingo, who had been standing not far from him, suddenly disappeared. The next second, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards us. What? Zhao Liyuan was shocked and didn't see Shinji's movements clearly at all. Instinctively, he wanted to raise his knife to block. But it was too slow, a hand burning with golden red flames rapidly enlarged in his pupils. The moment his palm touched the blade, he actually melted the weapon. Without the blade to parry, the flaming hand slammed into his head. Zhao Liyuan didn't even have time to scream before his face was instantly deformed and his head was turned 180 degrees around his neck. His burly body flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing heavily against the rock wall before sliding limply down. Even in death, his eyes remained large and filled with disbelief. He had clearly cultivated for decades, and with the Zhao family's resources supporting his growth, how could he be instantly killed by a mere brat? Wasn't it said that Shingo was at the 3rd level of the 1st tier? He's at the 6th level. The 6th level of the 1st rank. How could he cultivate so quickly? Shingo withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground. To him now, being at the 8th level of the 1st rank is no different from being an ant. Boom! Suddenly, the entire underground cavern began to shake violently, with rocks falling from above. Another terrifying aura of a 4th-tier blood spider erupted from the depths of the earth. Shinji's movements suddenly froze, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Combat instincts screamed warnings in my mind. Extremely dangerous. The ground in front of them suddenly exploded. A giant arthropod covered in black hair burst forth from the ground like a battering ram. Put! Zhao Liyuan's body was instantly trampled into a pile of minced meat. Another enormous blood spider emerged, and Shinji's pupils constricted, his hair standing on end. Even he, who was usually calm, was in a state of confusion at this moment. A 4th-tier blood jade demon spider has appeared. It might be the Spider King. The appearance of 2 4th-tier blood jade demon spiders means that a 5th-tier blood jade demon spider king is also hidden here. In the entire Jiangcheng, the strongest Lin Zhan was only at the peak of the 4th rank. The most important thing now is to get the information out of this place so that Jiangcheng can prepare its defenses as soon as possible. Hiss! The newly emerged 4th-tier demon spider discovered Shingo, the culprit who destroyed the nest. It sensed the tragic scene of its kin being burned, and its mouthparts rubbed together violently. The next instant, it opened its mouth and emitted several strands of spider silk. Without the slightest hesitation, Shingo turned and ran. His internal energy circulated wildly, and the shadow flame step was pushed to its limit. He transformed into a fiery shadow and rushed back to the passage he had come from. Whoosh! 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 Shingo was somewhat relieved that while the cave was suitable for the hatching of insect eggs, it also greatly restricted the movement of the 2 large creatures. They cannot move through the narrow opening like Shingo, otherwise the cave will collapse in no time, and the unhatched ovaries will disappear. But that doesn't mean they can't send attacks. Several streams of dark green venom shot out from the spider's mouth, sealing off all of Shinji's escape routes. These venoms are extremely corrosive. Even a single drop can turn bones to ash. At the critical moment, his combat instinct kicked in again, and Shingo felt his body twist at an incredible angle, sliding several meters along the ground. Sizzle! The venom flew over his head, landing on the rock walls on both sides of the passage, emitting puffs of white smoke. That was close. Shingu dared not linger for a moment, pushing his flame shadow step to its limit as he rapidly traversed the narrow passage. A glimmer of light appeared ahead. We'd reached the exit. He flashed out through the hole. The moment he saw the light of day again, he didn't dare look back. He set his sights on Jiangcheng and ran wildly. From the depths of Blackrock Valley, the resentful roar of the demonic spider echoed through the mountains and forests. Shortly after, at the Jiangcheng military headquarters building, on the top floor, in the general's office, Lin Zhan was buried in a mountain of documents, his brow furrowed. The activity of strange beasts near the city has become more frequent, and warning signals have been received from several outposts. Bang! The office door was violently pushed open from the outside, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. Lin Zhan's pen suddenly stopped, leaving a long ink mark on the document. He looked up, about to lash out, but then he saw the intruder's face. Shingu was covered in dirt, with several charred spots on his combat uniform, and he exuded a strong smell of gunpowder and blood. He had been using the flame shadow step, which was extremely taxing, all in order to get back to the military headquarters as quickly as possible and deliver this earth-shattering news. What happened? Lin Zhan's expression turned serious. He had never seen Shingu so disheveled. Shingu rushed to the desk and slammed the black energy collector onto it. Something terrible has happened. His voice was a little hoarse, and he spoke very quickly. Below Blackstone Valley is a huge cavern, filled with the eggs of blood jade spiders. There are over 10,000 of them. Lin Zhan suddenly stood up. Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Shingu took a breath and continued, some of the insect eggs have already started to hatch, and they will all hatch within a day at most. He paused for a second, then dropped the bombshell. Moreover, I encountered 2 fourth-tier demonic spiders inside. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's mind went blank, and the pen in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground, spilling ink everywhere. But he paid no attention to it, still processing the news Shingu had brought. 2 fourth-tier, that means. Lin Zhan seemed to have thought of the most terrifying situation, and his face instantly turned ashen. That means the Spider King is very likely a 5th-tier spider. Shingu picked up where he left off. There is something deep underground. The sound of it turning over almost collapsed the entire cavern. I suspect it's that 5th-tier Spider King. 5th rank. These 2 words resounded like thunder in the office. Lin Zhan grabbed the red internal telephone on the table, his fingers gripping it so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Sound the highest combat alert. All officers on leave, rank of colonel and above, assemble in conference room 1 within 10 minutes. Latecomers will be court-martialed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhan grabbed the military cap from the table, put it on his head, and strode outside. Take your dashcam and come with me. Chapter 50 Supreme Conference. Military Headquarters Building, Top Conference Room. A suffocating atmosphere filled the air. On the huge tactical display screen, the video that Shingu brought back was frozen in time, with a massive black shadow, as large as a mountain, appearing and disappearing in the underground cave. At the conference table, all of Jiangcheng's most powerful people were present. Shingu glanced at the people around the table. Mayor Yi Yangkai sat in the first seat on the left. He hadn't smoked for many years, but the cigarette between his fingers had burned out, and long ash fell onto his expensive suit trousers, but he didn't seem to notice. Opposite him were the heads of the 4 major families. Yun Tiancheng's face was ashen as he stared intently at the screen. The heads of the Zhang and Li families were also restless, with fine beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. Sitting at the end, Zhao Lihong had been in a state of extreme tension ever since he entered the room and saw Lin Zhan standing unharmed behind him. Shingu naturally knew what he was thinking. With the crisis imminent, he couldn't care less about personal grudges. Regardless, Zhao Lihong is one of the few 4th-tier martial kings in Jiangcheng, and now is not the time to break off relations. Everyone, Lin Zhan tapped the table, the dull sound drawing everyone's attention back. This is the situation: 2 4th-tier spiders, a spider king that is suspected to be a 5th-tier spider about to awaken, and tens of thousands of insect eggs that are currently hatching. He looked around and announced, a distance of 30 miles will only take half an hour for the beast horde. It's too late to ask for help from other cities. Now we can only rely on ourselves. After he finished speaking, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence, with only the faint sound of the projector running. General Lin. Yun Tiancheng broke the silence first, unbuttoning his collar as if to make it easier for him to breathe. Is the information reliable? Could it be a misjudgment? 5th-tier alien beast. That's a terrifying existence equivalent to a human general. In the entire city of Jiangcheng, there is no one who can stand against him alone. This is the first-hand intelligence that Xingu risked his life to bring back. Lin Zhan pointed to Xingu behind him. If you don't believe me, you can go to Blackstone Valley and see for yourselves. But let me be clear from the start, I can't guarantee whether I'll come back. Yun Tiancheng choked for a moment and awkwardly shut his mouth. He certainly didn't dare to go and confirm it himself. Although he was also a 4th-tier beast, there were not only 4th-tier beasts there, but also 5th-tier ones. Going there would be suicide. What, Patriarch Yun doesn't believe me? Xingu stepped forward and pulled down the collar of his blood-stained combat uniform, revealing the red marks on his neck caused by the poison gas. I just crawled out of there. 2 4th-tier creatures are guarding the cave entrance, while the larger one below is waking up. If Patriarch Yun thinks I am lying about military intelligence, he can send someone to Blackstone Valley to take a look right now. Look at your Yun family, how many of them will come back alive? Yun Tiancheng's face turned pale and then red, he snorted heavily, sat back down in his chair, and said nothing more. Lin Zhan glanced around and noticed that after Xingu finished speaking, all the doubts that had been on everyone's faces had vanished. He immediately got to the point, pointing to the huge, dark red shadow on the screen. The situation is worse than expected. Conventional artillery barrage is effective against low-level alien beasts, but its effect is limited against alien beasts of level 4 and above. Their carapace is extremely hard, and under full defensive conditions, they can withstand bombing. If the shelling fails to kill them, and they lead their swarms of spiders to desperately charge into the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mayor Yi Yongkai stubbed out his cigarette and asked in a deep voice. What are General Lin's plans? Lin Zhan took a deep breath and slowly uttered 2 words, decapitation. We 6 people formed a commando team. Lin Zhan pointed at each of the people present with his finger. I am Mayor Yi, and the 4 of you family heads. We are the strongest fighters in Jiangcheng. We must be the ones to penetrate deep into the lair and kill those 2 4th-tier spiders and the awakening 5th-tier Spider King in the shortest possible time with swift and decisive action. After successfully decapitating them, bombard the spider swarm. Then, all martial artists of level 1 and above in Jiangcheng will enter the arena to eliminate the remaining demonic spiders. What? The head of the Li family was so shocked that he stood up abruptly, not even noticing the chair behind him had fallen over. Should we go in and fight a 5th-tier beast to the death? The head of the Zhang family shook his head repeatedly, his face deathly pale. General Lin, this is too dangerous. Although we are also at the 4th level, we haven't fought in many years. Our combat experience is nowhere near that of the soldiers in the military headquarters. Fart. Lin Zhan's eyes widened in anger, and he immediately swore. How much of Jiangcheng's resources have you 4 families taken? Don't you know? Now that it's time to fight to the death, are you all trying to be cowards? He grabbed the head of the Li family by the collar and lifted him up by force. The highest-ranking soldiers in the military are only at the 3rd rank. Sending them to fight a 5th-rank Spider King is like sending them to their deaths. If you don't go, who will? Yun Tiancheng wanted to argue further. But. No buts. Yi Yongkai stood up and stood next to Lin Zhan, making his stance clear. If Jiangcheng falls, no one will be spared when the nest is overturned. Your family's foundation and vast wealth will all vanish into nothingness. Either fight us now and risk your lives for a chance to survive, or wait here to die, waiting for the monsters to break through the city and chew up and swallow your whole family. Yi Yongkai's words were more penetrating than Lin Zhan's roar. The 4 family heads looked at each other, their faces extremely grim. They knew they had no way out. Seeing that no one objected, Lin Zhan quickly spread out a military map of Blackstone Valley. Xingu, you mark the specific entrance and general internal structure of the nest. Xingu stepped forward, picked up a red marker, and quickly circled points on the map. This is the main entrance. The first level of the cave is 100 meters down. 2 4th-tier demonic spiders are guarding this floor. His pen continued to extend downwards, drawing a long red line on the map. 300 meters down should be the core incubation chamber, where the 5th-tier Spider King is most likely located. As Xingu drew, he explained in detail the terrain features inside the cave, where it was narrow, where it was open, and where poisonous miasma might gather. His calmness and professionalism secretly alarmed several 4th-tier battle kings. To be able to escape such a dangerous situation and still remember so much crucial information. Is this really the mindset a teenager should have? Even Zhao Lihong, who hated him to the bone, had to admit that this kid was indeed a prodigy. After listening to the report, Lin Zhan nodded and looked at Chen Ping, the instructor who had brought Xingu into the army, who was standing in the corner. Chen Ping! Arrive! Chen Ping strode forward and gave a standard military salute. Lin Zhan took a bright red signal flare out of his pocket and solemnly handed it to him. You will lead the artillery regiment to stand by outside the valley. Once we get inside and succeed, I will fire this signal flare. Open fire immediately upon seeing the red signal ascend. Don't worry about sparing ammunition now, just plow through the entire Blackrock Valley. Don't release a single insect. Chen Ping took the signal flare with both hands and shouted loudly. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. After arranging everything, Lin Zhan looked at the 4 family heads. You have 10 minutes to explain the current situation to your families. After 10 minutes, set off immediately. Chapter 51 The War Begins. The people in the meeting room gradually dispersed, each going to contact their families to gather manpower and equipment. Zhao Lihong walked at the back and paused slightly as he passed Xingu. He spoke in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Kid, you better pray that Li Yuan is still alive. Otherwise, even if you survive this beast tide, I will never let you go. Xingu didn't even look up, continuing to organize the maps on the table. Instead of threatening me, Patriarch Zhao, you should bring a few more bottles of antidote. The blood jade demon spider's poison doesn't discriminate based on whose patriarch you are. You! Zhao Lihong, feeling rebuffed, snorted coldly and stormed off. Lin Zhan watched Zhao Lihong's departing figure, walked to Shen Ji's side, and patted him on the shoulder. I'm sorry to have troubled you. He knew about the deep-seated feud between Xingu and the Zhao family. At such a time, he was able to consider the bigger picture and not turn against Zhao Lihong on the spot. This forbearance is truly rare. There's nothing to feel wronged about. Xingu folded the map and handed it to Lin Zhan. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. I understand this principle. We can settle the score with the Zhao family once we're alive. Lin Zhan nodded approvingly. You've got the makings of something big. You've done a great job this time. When I get back, I'll ask you to take the top credit. After saying that, he put on his military cap and strode out of the conference room. Xingu watched his departing figure, her fists clenching slightly. He really wanted to go with them, not only for military merit, but also to protect the city behind him. But he was well aware of his own abilities. In battles of that level, a tier 1 level 6 is not even cannon fodder. Going there would only be a burden. Become stronger. Shen Ji's desire for power intensified only by becoming stronger could he take control of his own destiny in the face of true crisis. The piercing alarm shattered the tranquility over Jiangcheng. Unlike previous air raid drills, this time the sirens were piercingly loud. Level 1 combat readiness. This is the 3rd time in the history of Jiangcheng that the highest level of alarm has been sounded. The last time was during a massive beast tide 20 years ago. Hurry! 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 1st Battalion, head to the East Gate. 2nd and 3rd Battalions, go up the city wall. Heavy firepower team, bring out all your weapons. Don't hold back. The corridor was filled with the officers' hoarse shouts. Countless military trucks, fully loaded with heavily armed soldiers, sped out of the camp, kicking up clouds of dust. The massive city defense fortifications slowly rotated, their dark muzzles pointing towards Blackstone Valley. Within just 10 minutes, the entire city of Jiangcheng entered a state of combat readiness. Xingu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the military headquarters building, looking at the scene below. His fingers, gripping the windowsill, turned slightly white from the force. This is war. There was no mercy shown, only a suffocating sense of oppression. Scared? A deep voice sounded behind him. Xingu turned around and saw that Lin Zhan had changed into a black alloy battle armor at some point. The armor was covered with crisscrossing scratches, medals left from countless life or death battles. He carried a 2-meter-long heavy battle sword in his hand, and his whole being exuded an aura as steady as a mountain. No. Xingu shook his head, his gaze resolute. I was just thinking, if I were a little stronger, maybe I wouldn't have to wait here. Lin Zhan gave him a deep look. It's enough that you have this intention. This stage is ours. Your task now is to watch carefully and see how we slaughter those beasts. After saying that, he strode towards the tarmac. There, a black special transport plane had already started up, and the wind generated by its rotors made the surrounding gravel tumble wildly. Yi Yangkai and the 4 family heads were already waiting there, all of them dressed in full armor, their faces solemn. As Lin Zhan boarded the plane, just before the cabin door closed, he looked in Shen Ji's direction and punched his chest hard. The transport plane took off and sped towards Blackstone Valley, shrouded in thick fog outside the city. Shingo watched them leave, then turned and walked down the stairs. He can't just sit here and wait. 10 minutes later, at the north gate of Jiangqing City Wall. This is directly facing Blackrock Valley, which is also the place where the beast tide is most likely to hit next. The wide city walls were already filled with soldiers standing ready for battle. The air was filled with a strong smell of gun oil and a faint smell of sweat. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles white, their breathing heavy. Shingo found an empty spot, took out the Vulcan gun, and held it by his side. The dark red gun barrel did not reflect sunlight instead, it seemed to absorb the surrounding light. Dude, that gun of yours is pretty cool. A new recruit next to Shingo, who looked about the same age as him, swallowed hard and tried to ease the tension by chatting with him. His hands were trembling, and even the weapon in his hands was making a slight clinking sound. Shingo turned to look at him. First time on the battlefield? The recruit nodded, managing a smile that looked worse than a grimace. I just enlisted a month ago. I've only ever killed strange beasts before, under the supervision of my elders. This is the first time I've ever seen a real one. He looked out at the desolate wilderness shrouded in thick fog, his voice trembling slightly. Do you think the general and his men can win? That's a 5th-tier item. For ordinary people, a 5th-tier beast is a synonym for a natural disaster. We can win. Shen Ji's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange penetrating power, causing several tense soldiers around him to involuntarily look over. General Lin never fights a battle unprepared. And he gripped the Vulcan gun tightly, a faint golden red flame flickering at the tip. Even if they fail, we still have them. The new recruit stared blankly at Shingo. For some reason, even though this boy looked about the same age as me, standing next to him, the fear that was about to overflow in my heart miraculously subsided a lot. Deep within Blackstone Valley, the thick fog had long since been torn to shreds by the raging true energy. On the dark red earth, 6 figures were locked in a fierce battle with 3 enormous creatures. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing. Lin Zhan's heavy battle blade slammed into the 5th-tier Spider King, sparks flying everywhere. That powerful strike, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, left only a white mark on the Spider King's jet-black carapace. Instead, the enormous recoil caused Lin Zhan's tiger's mouth to split open, and blood dripped down the hilt of the knife. He was blasted away and crashed heavily into the rock wall behind him. The falling pebbles buried half of his body. Cough cough. Lin Zhan struggled to crawl out, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. That's incredible. This is the terrifying power of a 5th-tier beast. Even though she had just awakened and was in a weakened state, she was still beyond the ability of a few 4th-tier martial artists to contend with. Beside them, Mayor Yi Yangkai and the 4 heads of the family were in no better condition. Yun Tiancheng's left arm was twisted in a strange way, clearly indicating that it was broken. The heads of the Li and Zhang families were both covered in injuries, their true energy depleted, and their faces were ashen. Zhao Lihan, however, remained on the edge of the battlefield, and thanks to his agility, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Damn it! Its shell is too hard, there's no way to seriously damage it. Yun Tiancheng clutched his arm and cursed through gritted teeth. If this continues, we'll all die here. In the center of the battlefield, the 5th-tier Spider King, whose body was as large as a small mountain, let out a piercing screech. 8 compound eyes flashed with a savage red light, staring intently at the tiny humans before them. Beside it, 2 4th-tier magic spiders firmly protected it in the middle. What's even more disheartening is that the insect eggs on the surrounding rock walls suddenly started hatching at a faster rate. Click, click. The dense sound of eggshells cracking echoed through the cave, sending chills down one's spine. Tens of thousands of fist-sized spiderlings surged out like a tide, rapidly spreading in all directions. Although they are not strong individually, their numbers are simply too great. If they were allowed to escape from Blackstone Valley, it would be an absolute catastrophe for the ordinary people of Jiangcheng. Lin Zhan felt a chill run through him as he watched the scene. The decapitation operation failed. They overestimated their own strength and underestimated the terror of the 5th-tier Spider King. If they continue this entanglement, not only will they fail to kill the Spider King, but these 6 of Jiangcheng's strongest fighters will likely perish here. And once they die, Jiangcheng will truly be finished. Chapter 52, Facing Death with Unwavering Spirit. Lin Zhan reached into his robes and touched the cold signal flare. His movements paused for a moment, then became incredibly resolute. Everyone, heed my command. Lin Zhan's voice resonated throughout the entire cavern through his true energy, carrying a resolute tone. Move closer to me. Prepare for full defense. Although the other 5 people didn't understand why, they still instinctively gathered around him. When they saw the bright red signal flare in Lin Zhan's hand, everyone's expression changed. Lin Zhan, what do you want to do? Zhao Lihong was the first to scream, his voice shrill with fear. That's a request for artillery fire. Are you crazy? The head of the Li family also panicked. General Lin, calm down. We're still inside. Although a 4th-tier martial artist can withstand missiles, under such high-density artillery fire, with no cover and having to deal with combat at the same time, even a 5th-tier martial artist could die from artillery fire. We're all going to die. Upon hearing this, the other 3 family heads hesitated slightly. Nobody wants to die. They came here to try their luck, not to die. Lin Zhan ignored their questions and stared intently at the Spider King, who was preparing to launch a new attack. This is exactly the effect I want. We'll tie down these 3 beasts, preventing them from defending themselves. Under this level of artillery fire, we'll wear them down until they're dead. He pointed to the swarm of spiderlings that was spreading rapidly. Look at your feet. Hundreds, even thousands, of demonic spiders are hatching every second. If even one person manages to escape and enter the city, it will be a catastrophe for ordinary people. What are we going to do with the ordinary people? Lin Zhan's voice wasn't loud, but it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. We are the last line of defense for Zhangcheng. If we can't hold our ground, who will protect the millions behind us? Today, I, Lin Zhan, will die here. Either they all perish, or I die. Yi Yangkai took a deep breath, looked at Lin Zhan, and said in a deep voice, Old Lin, you're right. After being the mayor for so many years, it's time to risk our lives for the people of Zhangcheng. Yun Tiancheng gritted his teeth, a ruthless look appearing on his face. Damn it, I'll risk it. My roots are all in Zhangcheng. If the city falls, I'll be nothing but a stray dog. I might as well die here and be done with it. The heads of the Li and Zhang families exchanged a glance, and although fear was still in their eyes, they nodded emphatically. They are the beneficiaries, but they are also the foundation of Zhangcheng. If the roots are severed, no matter how lush the leaves are, it will not live long. No. Absolutely not. Zhao Lihong shook his head frantically, his steps unconsciously taking a step backward. Go ahead and die. I'll never die with you. I am the head of the Zhao family. I cannot die here. Lin Zhan suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhao Lihong. There was no anger in his eyes, only coldness. Zhao Lihong, have you forgotten the pledge you made before you set off? Anyone who deserts in the face of battle shall be executed. Zhao Lihong was intimidated by his imposing presence, and his body stiffened for a moment, but the instinct for survival quickly overwhelmed everything. Screw your military order. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Lihong suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of true energy, but his attack was not directed at the Spider King, but at the rock wall beside him. Boom! The rock face collapsed, sending debris flying and temporarily blocking the view of others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Lihong used his movement technique, turning into a blur as he frantically fled towards the exit. His speed was astonishing. He had clearly used some kind of escape technique that overdraws his potential. Asshole! Yun Tiancheng was so angry that he cursed loudly. No one expected that Zhao Lihong, who was also the head of one of the 4 major families, would be so shameless. With one less 4th-tier combatant, their situation became even more difficult. The Spider King seemed to have noticed the decrease in prey and let out an angry roar. Its massive body suddenly sprang up and pressed down on the group, while 2 4th-tier demonic spiders simultaneously flanked it from both sides, blocking all escape routes. Damn it! I've lived my whole life for the Yun family, and I never thought I'd end up being a hero of the entire Zhangcheng. Yun Tiancheng cursed angrily, pulled out a handful of pills from his pocket, and stuffed them into his mouth without even looking at them. As the medicine took effect, his previously depleted true energy surged instantly, a result of overdrawing his life force in exchange for a brief burst of power. Lin Fengzi, don't hesitate. Yun Tiancheng roared and took the initiative to meet the 4th-order demonic spider that pounced on him. Hurry up and set off that damn firework. I want to take a few more of them down with me before I die. The heads of the Zhang and Li families exchanged a glance, both seeing the despair and resolve in each other's eyes. There's no escaping now that things have come to this. Let's give it our all. Kill. At this moment, the 5 fourth-tier powerhouses unleashed their final brilliance. They no longer held back, no longer cared about getting injured, and fought with their lives on the line. For a time, they actually managed to withstand the combined attack of 3 high-level alien beasts. Lin Zhan's eyes welled up slightly as he watched the scene. Without further hesitation, he raised the signal flare high in his hand. "Friends, let's travel together on the road to the underworld." Click. The fuse is pulled. A blinding red light shot into the sky, piercing straight into the heavens. Inside the military headquarters command center, everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant display screen on the wall. Chen Ping's fingers hovered above the control panel, his knuckles turning slightly white from excessive force. On the screen, a red flare drew a blinding trail in the air, and everyone present knew exactly what it meant. "Prepare for artillery fire." Chen Ping's voice boomed from the communication device. "Target area, Black Rock Valley. Coverage scope, indiscriminate coverage." After a brief silence, the unified response from the artillery regiment's battalion commanders came from the other end of the communicator. "1st Battalion, ready. 2nd Battalion, ready. 3rd Battalion, ready." Chen Ping closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, there was no hesitation in them. "Everyone has one. Target, Black Rock Valley. Fire." No sooner had the words been spoken than dozens of heavy artillery pieces on the artillery positions on the outskirts of Jiangcheng simultaneously spewed out intense flames, and deafening artillery fire echoed over Jiangcheng. The shells ripped through the sky, leaving long trails of flame as they crashed toward Black Rock Valley. On the city wall, everyone heard the intense cannon fire. Xingu looked up into the distance, where the Black Stone Valley, shrouded in thick fog, was now illuminated by countless flames. The roaring sounds rose and fell, causing the city walls to tremble slightly. 10 minutes later, Chen Ping's tired voice came through the communication channel. "The first wave of shelling has ended. Attention all combat units. From now on, proceed with the clearing operation as planned. All martial artists, enter the arena immediately." The moment the words left his mouth, a deafening battle cry suddenly erupted from below the city wall. Chapter 53 5th Order Spider King. Chen Ping also left the command room and came to the city gate, standing at the forefront of the warriors. More than 1,000 warriors poured out of the city gate and rushed toward Blackstone Valley. Without hesitation, Xingu leaped off the city wall and landed steadily on the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, golden red flames exploded from beneath his feet. Shadow Flame Step, activate. The next second, Shen Ji's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was at the very front of the group, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Ping. The other martial artists were all shocked when they saw this. "What kind of movement technique is that? So fast." "It's Xingu." Xingu, the champion of the Northern Border competition. Someone recognized Xingu and immediately called out. Xingu ignored the commotion behind him. All his attention was focused on the sea of fire in front of him. It's 3 kilometers away from Blackstone Valley. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. When he was less than 500 meters from Black Rock Valley, he finally saw the scene before him clearly. The valley, once shrouded in thick fog, has now become a living hell. Everywhere there were burning flames, scorched earth, and mangled spider corpses. Tens of thousands of blood jade spiders were reduced to charcoal under the barrage of artillery fire, and the air was filled with a strong, pungent smell of burning flesh, making people want to vomit. Xingu and Chen Ping were at the forefront, and as they went deeper, they felt more and more uneasy. According to the plan, after the general and his men successfully decapitated the enemy, they would release a signal flare and then withdraw from the battlefield. Now that the bombing is over, why haven't we seen them yet? Could something have happened? Just then, Shen Ji's focused mind suddenly detected a familiar aura rushing towards the outskirts of Black Valley, in the opposite direction from theirs. It's Zhao Lihong. Why is he the only one here? Xingu was greatly shocked. Something must have happened to the general and the others. He hurriedly turned around and shouted to Chen Ping, "Instructor Chen, something's wrong. We need to charge in right now." Chen Ping was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't understand what had happened, seeing Shen Ji's expression, his heart jumped. Good. Just as they were about to move forward, the ruins ahead suddenly exploded. Several enormous figures burst forth from the ground, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at Xingu. Those are 3 blood jade demon spiders at the peak of the first tier. They had clearly escaped the artillery fire and were now taking advantage of the chaos to try and break out of the encirclement. With bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes, he pounced on Xingu madly. The distance between Xingu and them was not long. If it were an ordinary first-level martial artist, he would hardly have time to react and would be pounced on by these 3 blood jade demon spiders. The outcome would be obvious. However, they chose the wrong target. Shinji's eyes were icy cold. The Vulcan gun trembled in his hand, and the patterns on the gun suddenly lit up. Burn! With a low shout, golden red flames erupted from the tip of the spear, transforming into 3 pillars of fire that accurately struck the 3 demonic spiders. Flames erupted from within, instantly tearing their bodies apart. The 3 peak-level first-tier demonic spiders were burned to ashes before they could even scream. The surrounding martial artists stared in disbelief. What kind of power is this? 3 peak tier 1 beasts. And they were wiped out just like that. Chen Ping was so shocked by what he saw that he was speechless. He was the one who took Xingu with him when he enlisted, back when he wasn't even at the Awakening Realm. In just 1 month, it has grown to this extent? That's terrifying. Xingu ignored their shock and continued to move forward. His senses told him that a more powerful aura existed deeper within these ruins. Among those auras, there were a few that he recognized. Lin Zhan, Yun Tiancheng, Yi Yangkai. And that 5th-tier Spider King. Xingu suddenly quickened his pace, unleashing the full power of his shadow flame step. His figure flickered back and forth in the sea of fire, moving so fast that he was almost invisible. Finally, after passing through a burning ruin, Xingu saw the entrance to the huge cave. At the entrance of the cave, more than a dozen charred spider corpses lay scattered about. Deeper inside, he could feel those familiar auras subtly fluctuating. They're not dead yet. Xingu was even faster, rushing directly into the cave. The temperature inside the cave is even higher, with molten lava and burning flames everywhere. The power of artillery fire was amplified infinitely in this enclosed environment, turning the entire cave into a furnace. Xingu continued deeper into the sweltering heat, and soon he saw the figures lying on the ground. Lin Zhan, Yi Yangkai, Yun Tiancheng, and the 2 family heads, Li and Zhang. All 5 people were seriously injured. Their clothes had been blown to shreds, revealing their charred skin underneath. But their chests were still rising and falling, clearly indicating they hadn't died yet. Not far from them, the 5th-tier Spider King, as large as a small mountain, was lying on the ground. Its shell was covered in cracks, 3 of its 8 long legs had been blown off, and there was not a single intact part of its body. Just as Xingu was getting a clear look at the scene before him, Chen Ping arrived. Upon seeing the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That's a 5th-tier Spider King. Xingu nodded. It seems that the general and his men realized they couldn't kill this Spider King, so they chose to perish together with it. Fortunately, the general and the others were only seriously injured and their lives are not in danger. However, this 5th-tier Spider King doesn't seem to be dead either. As the 2 were talking, several powerful military officers, all of whom were at the 3rd rank, arrived from behind. Just then, Lin Zhan, who was lying on the ground, actually spoke up. Hurry up and do it. This beast is no longer capable of fighting. Otherwise, it will be troublesome once it recovers. Upon hearing this, everyone's true energy surged, and just as they were about to make a move, the Spider King's 8 compound eyes flashed with a dark red light, and an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. The air became viscous under this oppressive force, making it difficult to breathe. In an instant, everyone present seemed to be frozen in place by a raging flood, their bodies stiffening, unable to even lift their hands. Intimidation. An oppressive force as real as physical pressure. Is this the strength of a 5th-tier beast king? It seemed that if you took just one more step forward, you would be torn to shreds by this Spider King. The group exchanged glances, each seeing the hesitation in the other's eyes. Damn it! I'll fight it. Chen Ping gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and raised his leg to charge forward despite the oppressive force. Whoosh! Just then, a fiery figure flashed past him. It was Xingu. Golden red flames erupted suddenly, revealing the domineering nature of the true flame tyrant physique. The suffocating pressure was instantly incinerated the moment it touched the flames. He took a step forward, and his entire body transformed into a streak of fire, rushing straight towards the Spider King. Roar! The Spider King let out an angry roar, and with its remaining 5 long legs exerting force, its massive body sprang up. Despite being severely injured, the 5th-tier beast was still incredibly fast. It opened its gaping maw and sprayed out a stream of viscous venom. Chapter 54. Zhao Lihong's panic. Shen Ji's pupils contracted, his combat instincts screaming a warning. Flames exploded beneath his feet again, and he shifted 3 meters to the side, narrowly avoiding the venom. Go to hell! Shin Ji's eyes flashed with killing intent, and all the patterns on the Vulcan spear lit up. He charged towards the Spider King again, this time faster and with more intense flames. The Spider King tried to dodge, but with 3 legs missing, it moved slowly, and Shingo was extremely fast. Boom! The Vulcan spear pierced the Spider King's abdomen, and golden red flames surged wildly into it. Roar, roar, roar! A giant fire lotus bloomed inside the Spider King's body, burning away its already damaged internal organs from the inside. The Spider King's struggles grew weaker and weaker, and its 8 compound eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, the 5th-tier Spider King lost all its life force, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Shingo released the Vulcan gun, collapsed to the ground, and gasped for breath. We won! The Spider King is dead. How dare he go up there? He's got some nerve. A 1st-tier warrior facing a 5th-tier warrior head-on without any fear. In contrast, we 3rd-tier warriors are hesitant and indecisive, truly making a fool of ourselves. Lin Zhan, lying on the ground, witnessed the scene and a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. I knew I hadn't misjudged this kid. Then, completely exhausted, he fell into a coma. The massive body of the 5th-tier Spider King crashed to the ground. Shingo retrieved the Vulcan spear from his hand, collapsed to the ground, and gasped for breath. The Spider King's corpse sank slowly down the collapsing cave, revealing the area that had been hidden. There, a strangely shaped plant suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. There, a bright red medicinal herb was growing quietly. The herb was about half a foot tall, with a bright red stem, 9 leaves with flame-like patterns, and a fist-sized fruit at the top. A faint glow of fire seemed to emanate from the fruit. A 5th-grade spiritual herb. The crowd gasped in surprise. No wonder the Spider King had so much energy to hatch so many eggs. It turns out that this 5th-tier spiritual herb is providing it with energy. You should know that a 5th-grade spiritual herb is truly priceless. Even a 6th-tier war god like the Northern Darkness war god usually uses 4th-tier spiritual herbs for cultivation, only using 5th-tier ones when he needs to break through. Shingo quickly stepped forward and carefully observed the condition of the medicinal herb. The land around the elixir had been eroded and riddled with holes, clearly indicating that the Spider King had absorbed a large amount of the elixir's energy during its egg-laying and recovery process. The fruit, which should have been plump and round, was now somewhat shriveled, having lost most of its internal energy. What a pity! Shingo shook his head. If it were a complete 5th-tier spiritual herb, its value would be immeasurable. However, the energy of this spiritual herb has now been consumed by 70%, making it at most equivalent to a 4th-tier spiritual herb. The officers stared intently at the 5th-grade spiritual herb in front of Shingo. At this moment, Shin Ping took a step forward and looked back at the crowd. Shingo killed the Spider King this time, so he deserves the most credit. It was because he killed the Spider King that this spiritual herb was discovered, so this spiritual herb belongs to Shingo. Everyone opened their mouths, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Indeed, logically and emotionally, this medicinal herb should belong to Shingo and has nothing to do with them. Seeing this, Shingo also picked the spiritual herb and put it into his storage ring. At this time, Lin Zhan and the others had already been put on a transport plane and were urgently returning to Jiangcheng. Everyone, listen up. Shen Ping's voice came through the communicator. The cleanup operation is nearing its end. Each squad, finish up the outer perimeter and make sure no blood spiders remain. After half a day of wrapping up, the martial artists began to retreat in an orderly manner, and Shingo followed behind them. On the way back, everyone's emotions were complicated. On the one hand, they successfully prevented a disaster that could have destroyed Jiangcheng. On the other hand, the cost of this operation was too high. The general and the mayor were seriously injured, and one of the 4 major families even deserted during the battle. Fortunately, Lin Zhan and the others were only seriously injured and have been sent for treatment. They will recover soon. Shingo, Shin Ping walked over. You've done a really great job this time. We discovered the blood jade spider's nest, destroyed it ahead of time, disrupted the blood jade spider's hatching process, killed the Spider King, and rescued the general and the others. Any one of these items is a major achievement. Just wait to receive a commendation from the military. Shin Ji's lips curled up. She was indeed somewhat looking forward to it. The general and others were still recovering from their injuries, and the commendations wouldn't be issued anytime soon. So, after bidding farewell to Chen Ping, Shingo went to the advanced cultivation room to refine the 5th-order spiritual herb. Even though most of its energy has been lost, the aura emanating from this spiritual herb still stirs the soul. Shingu sat cross-legged and placed the elixir in front of him. Golden red flames rose up, enveloping the elixir within. The moment Shingu touched the elixir, he felt an extremely vigorous energy burst forth from it. He frowned, greatly alarmed. He hadn't expected the energy in the 5th grade spiritual medicine to be so great even the true flame tyrant might not be able to withstand it. Forcibly devouring it will only have one outcome: the body will not be able to withstand the energy and will explode on the spot, resulting in death. It can only be devoured after advancing to the 2nd tier. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng. Have you heard? Tens of thousands of blood jade spiders are hiding beneath Blackrock Valley. That's right. If we hadn't discovered it early, Jiangcheng would be finished. It is said that a young martial artist named Shingu discovered it, and he was the champion of the Northern Territory Grand Competition. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Not only did they discover the spider nest, but they also personally killed the 5th-tier Spider King. Great. Jiangcheng is alright. It's alright. The entire street was filled with discussions about the incident. Shin Ji's name resounded throughout Jiangcheng at this moment. Everyone's faces were filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. They hadn't expected that such a large-scale beast tide could be resolved so easily. Under the deliberate blockade by the military, no one knew about Zhao Lihong's desertion, and everyone was celebrating the victory in Jiangcheng. However, the atmosphere inside the Zhao family's council hall was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Zhao Lihong sat in the main seat, his face terribly dark. Patriarch, Lin Zhan and the others have returned alive. The second elder rushed in, his voice filled with barely concealed panic. Zhao Lihong suddenly stood up and slammed his hand heavily on the table, causing it to crack. How could they have survived? Moreover, that 5th-tier Spider King isn't so easy to kill at most, it will be severely injured like Lin Zhan and the others. The second elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I heard that it was that kid Shingu who finally killed the Spider King. Although Lin Zhan and the others were seriously injured, they all survived. Zhao Lihong swayed and almost lost his balance. It's over, completely over. His original plan was that after the shelling, the Spider King would be either dead or crippled. With Lin Zhan and the heads of the other 3 major families not around, he could completely dominate Jiangcheng with his 4th-level cultivation. After looting Jiangcheng for several days, they left with the Zhao family. But who knew that Lin Zhan and the others were still alive? Moreover, it seems that no one in Jiangcheng knew about his desertion. But the calmer things were, the more uneasy he became. The military didn't send a single person to the Zhao family to inquire about the situation. How could this be normal? Chapter 55: The Only Chance. Master, what do we do now? The third elder also came in, his face filled with anxiety. Zhao Lihong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Go find someone. Use every connection you can. The second elder said with a wry smile, Patriarch, I've already tried. The Li and Zhang families refused to meet with us, and the Yun family wouldn't even let us in the door. Zhao Lihong's expression turned even uglier. Those opportunists. They used to fawn over each other like crazy, but now they're all keeping their distance. Zhao Lihong slammed his fist against the wall, and blood trickled down between his fingers. Patriarch, although you haven't said what happened, judging from your expression, it must be something very serious. The second elder lowered his voice. Although Lin Zhan and the others are seriously injured, their lives have been saved. Once they recover, the first person they will hold accountable is you. Zhao Lihong shuddered. He knew all too well the rules of the military. Desertion in the face of battle will result in the loss of one's cultivation at best, and death at worst. Is there any other way? The third elder hesitated for a moment. There is a way, but it's very risky. Speak. I'll do anything to save me. The third elder looked around and, after confirming that there were no outsiders, spoke, the Lu family of Luoyang. Zhao Lihong was taken aback. The Lu family? The third elder nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. The Lu family just gave us a choice: kill Shingu, and they will guarantee the safety of our Zhao family. The Lu family has connections in the capital, and there is a 6th-level war god standing behind them. As long as we help the Lu family kill Shingu, the Lu family's power can indeed protect us once. Zhao Lihong's breathing became rapid. Kill Shingu? This idea has crossed my mind before, but now that Shingu has Lin Zhan and the god of war Beiming backing him up, who would dare to touch him? But the third elder interrupted him. Patriarch, do you have a choice? If Shingu doesn't die, you will. Rather than sit and wait to die, we might as well take a gamble. Zhao Lihong remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Tell the Lu family that I agree to the deal. I will take action personally. Lin Zhan and the others are all seriously injured now. There is no one in the entire Jiangcheng who can be my match. Killing this little bastard will be a piece of cake. Seeing that Zhao Lihong had made up his mind, the third elder continued. Patriarch, although there are no martial artists in Jiangcheng with a higher level than you now, if Xingu continues to hide in the military headquarters, you cannot force your way in and kill him. Should we find an excuse to get this little bastard out, and then? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lihong looked at the third elder as if he were a fool. They stormed the military headquarters. What a niche term. If he really does that, there will be no place for him in the Xia kingdom. Let alone one Lu family, even if 10 Lu families were combined, they still couldn't protect him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhao Lihong. He immediately took out his communication device, paused for a moment in the contacts list, and finally dialed Yun Tianhe's number. The phone rang for a moment before being answered. Patriarch Xiao, what is it? A wary voice came from the other end of the line. Although the military did not make Zhao Lihong's desertion public, the top leaders of the 4 major families were well aware of it. Lin Zhan is still recovering from serious injuries, Mayor Yi Yangkai and other family heads are also recuperating, and there has been no movement from the military for the time being. But once they recover, the first person they'll hold accountable is Zhao Lihong. In this situation, it's natural to keep a certain distance from him. Zhao Lihong took a deep breath, trying to make his tone sound calm. Second Master Yun, I'd like to ask you for a favor. What kind of help? Help me arrange to meet Xingu. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Yun Tianhe leaned back in his chair, his brows slightly furrowed. Asking Xingu out? The Zhao family and Xingu have a long-standing feud. They're probably up to no good by inviting Xingu to meet now. As long as Second Master Yun agrees, after the matter is completed, my Zhao family will give you a 4th-grade spiritual herb as a token of our gratitude. Zhao Lihong immediately escalated the situation, then played the emotional card, saying, my Zhao family is now the target of everyone's criticism. Looking across Jiangcheng, only Xingu can help the Zhao family break out of this predicament. As long as Xingu is willing to help, all past grievances will be wiped clean, and my Zhao family will also offer 3 4th-tier spiritual herbs and a 4th-tier martial arts manual. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone before Yun Tianhe's voice came through. Okay, I can help you make an appointment. But let me be clear from the start, Shen Ji's status is different now, and I can't guarantee whether he'll be willing to see you. As long as Patriarch Yun is willing to help, I will figure out the rest myself. Zhao Lihong's voice was filled with gratitude. Thank you very much, Second Master Yun. After hanging up the phone, Yun Tianhe got up and walked to the window. Outside the window, the city of Wuhan was still bustling with traffic, showing no trace of the life or death crisis it had just experienced. He picked up his phone and found Shen Ji's number. He has been stuck at the peak of the 3rd tier for many years, unable to break through. If I can really get that 4th tier Heavenly Mountain Red Lotus from the Zhao family, I will definitely be able to step into the 4th tier and become a battle king within half a year. As for Zhao Lihong's intentions in meeting Xingu at this time, Yun Tianhe was too lazy to guess. Anyway, Xingu is no longer the same as before. He has the general of Jiangcheng, the chief of Jiangcheng, and the commander of the northern border army standing behind him. If Zhao Lihong still can't distinguish between the big and small kings and dares to lay a hand on Xingu, then he's really asking for trouble. On the other side, Xingu was just about to emerge from seclusion after half a day when his phone rang. Hello? Little Shen, it's me, Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xingu raised an eyebrow. Yun Tianhe? He hadn't forgotten that name. He remembered clearly how this person had humiliated him and Yun Muyue before the wedding. What's up? Xingu spoke coldly, her voice tinged with detachment. Yun Tianhe sensed the coldness in his tone, but didn't care. Xiao Shen, I apologize for disturbing you. Yun Tianhe's tone was very low, completely different from his previous arrogant manner. This time, thanks to you, we were able to get through the Blackstone Valley incident. If you hadn't discovered the spider nest in time, Jiangcheng would have been in danger. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, Xingu said coldly. Is there something I need to discuss with you? Do you have time now? Can we meet up and talk? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Yun Tianhe quickly added, Mushi will be there too. Even if you don't give me face, at least give Mushi some face. Xingu was about to refuse, but when he heard that Yun Mushi would also be going, he raised an eyebrow and finally spoke. Okay, what time? It's at Yunlai Pavilion in the south of the city, at 7 o'clock tonight. Yun Tianhe's voice was filled with laughter. I'll be waiting for you there. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xingu put it away. He wanted to see what Yun Tianhe was really up to this time. It was evening. On the busiest commercial street in Jiangchang, Yunlai Pavilion is brightly lit. It is one of the most upscale restaurants in Jiangchang, and those who dine here are either rich or noble. When Xingu arrived, Yun Tianhe was already waiting at the door. Xingu, you've arrived. Yun Tianhe greeted him with a broad smile, adopting an extremely humble posture. Xingu glanced at Yun Tianhe, said nothing, and walked straight inside. Yun Tianhe quickly followed, showering him with compliments along the way, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Upon entering the private room, his gaze swept around and found that he did not see Yan Mushi, but instead saw Zhao Lihong sitting alone inside. He raised an eyebrow and instantly understood what was going on. Yun Tianhe's meal was indeed for a specific purpose. Shenji's hands hung naturally at his sides, his inner energy already circulating in secret, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. He didn't believe that Zhao Lihong had come simply to have a meal. Chapter 56 Showing its fangs. Seeing this scene, Yun Tianhe naturally knew that he could no longer hide it from brother Xingu, and quickly spoke up. Xiaoshen, this is my fault. I took it upon myself to ask you out in Mushi's name. But I had no choice. After all, the misunderstanding between you and Patriarch Zhao runs quite deep. As Yun Tianhe spoke, he winked at Zhao Lihong, who immediately understood, smiled broadly, and got up to walk over. Xingu, it's been a long time. His attitude was excessively humble, completely unlike his previous arrogant demeanor. Xingu didn't move, she just stared at him coldly. Yun Tianhe quickly tried to smooth things over. Brother Shen, please don't misunderstand. Patriarch Zhao genuinely wants to clear up the misunderstanding with you this time. Zhao Lihong took over the conversation. Yes, Xingu, I was such a jerk before. I've figured it out now. You're the real genius. My son is far inferior to you. As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his pocket. This is a 4th-tier spiritual herb. Although it's just a small thing to you, it's still a token of my appreciation. Yun Tianhe chimed in from the side. Patriarch Zhao is truly repentant this time. Brother Shen, we'll see each other again soon, there's no need to make things too awkward. After all, he only made a mistake, and it's good that he can admit his mistake and correct it. Xingu sneered, while simultaneously raising his alertness to its highest level, ready to make a move at any moment. Can one admit their mistakes and correct them? Is deserting one's post and abandoning the people of Jiangcheng considered making a mistake? There were also several assassination attempts. Xingu and he are sworn enemies, how could they possibly make peace? No need. Xingu turned and left. My score with the Zhao family can't be settled with a single herb. Zhao Lihong's smile froze. He suddenly looked up, a ruthless glint in his eyes. The moment Xingu turned around, Zhao Lihong moved. The true energy of the 4th-tier Battle King erupted instantly, and he turned into a blur as he struck Xingu in the back with a palm. This palm strike contained all of his power, even a 3rd-tier martial artist would be killed on the spot. But just as the palm strike was about to touch Xingu, Xingu was prepared and suddenly shifted his body half a step to the side. Combat instinct. Golden red flames exploded from his body as he unleashed his fire cloud technique at full power, forming a thick layer of armor. Bang! Zhao Lihong slammed his palm heavily onto the flame armor. The true energy and the flames collided violently, producing a piercing roar. Xingu let out a muffled groan. Even though it was just a hasty defense, the full-force attack of a 4th-tier Battle King still injured him. But that's all. His combat instincts saved his life. If he hadn't moved or deployed his defenses beforehand, that palm strike would have been enough to kill him. Yun Tianhe's expression changed drastically. Zhao Lihong, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that we were just going to talk? Zhao Lihong slowly withdrew his hand, his face no longer showing any humility. Talk? What is there for me to talk to him about? Yun Tianhe, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If this little bastard doesn't die, I will. He must die here today. Yun Tianhe's pupils contracted sharply. He never expected that Zhao Lihong would actually dare to kill Xingu in Jiangcheng. Xingu casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Zhao Lihong, his eyes filled with cold killing intent, not fear. Really? I knew it, you were up to no good. Zhao Lihong sneered, good intentions? I'd give you, you bastard, good intentions? If it weren't for you, you little bastard, how would I have ended up in this state? As he spoke, his inner energy surged once again. The temperature in the entire private room plummeted, and the pressure of the fourth-tier Battle King was released without reservation. Zhao Lihan looked at Yun Tiancheng and said coldly, Yun Tianhe, you'd better not interfere. This is a feud between me and this little bastard, it has nothing to do with you. Yun Tianhe stood still, his expression constantly changing. Zhao Lihong is a fourth-tier Battle King, while he is only at the peak of the third tier, making him completely unable to fight Zhao Lihong. At most, it will give Xingu a chance to escape, but he himself will definitely face Zhao Lihong's retaliation later. Is it worth risking being viciously retaliated against by a fourth-tier Battle King to save Xingu? Thoughts raced through his mind as he clenched his teeth. Let's give it our all. If Xingu dies here today and he stands idly by, then he is an accomplice. The god of war of the northern underworld will not let him go, nor will Lin Zhan. The Yun family will also be implicated as a result. But if he saves Xingu, he can not only erase the past grievances, but also repair his relationship with Xingu. A genius valued by the god of war of the northern underworld, capable of slaying a fifth-tier Spider King, is worth the gamble. Yun Tianhe took a deep breath, a resolute glint in his eyes, and took a step forward, blocking Shen Ji's path. His true energy, at the peak of the third rank, erupted from his body. Although it was not as powerful as Zhao Lihong's, it was still formidable enough. Zhao Lihong, I'll protect Xingu, you can leave now. Seeing this, Zhao Lihong's face darkened. Are you really going to fight me to the death for this little bastard? I've thought it through. I'm a fourth-tier cultivator. Yun Tianhe did not answer, but silently circulated his true energy. His choice had already explained everything. Xingu looked at Yun Tianhe, who was blocking her way, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. He hadn't expected Yun Tianhe to choose to protect himself at this time. Zhao Lihong was so angry that he laughed instead. Good, very good. Since you both want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a blur and pounced on Yun Tianhe. The speed of a fourth-tier Battle King is astonishing. Yun Tianhe gritted his teeth, pushed out both palms, and his true energy transformed into an invisible barrier. Boom! The two men's internal energy collided in mid-air, instantly turning the tables and chairs in the entire private room into dust. Yun Tianhe staggered back 3 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The difference is too big. Although he was at the peak of the third tier, he was still no match for a fourth-tier Battle King. But he still did not back down. Xingu, let's go, he roared. I can't hold him off for long. Xingu did not hesitate. Staying here would only be a burden to Yun Tianhe. Golden red flames exploded beneath his feet as he unleashed the full power of Shadow Flame Step. He transformed into a streak of fire, smashed through the window of the private room, and rushed out. Zhao Lihong wanted to give chase, but Yun Tianhe desperately stopped him. Get out of my way. He struck Yun Tianhe with his palm. Yun Tianhe took the blow head-on and was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. But he still struggled to his feet and stood in the window. A murderous intent surged in Zhao Lihong's eyes. Court death. He held back no longer and unleashed the full power of a fourth-tier Battle King. Yun Tianhe fought back with all his might, but still suffered repeated defeats. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his injuries were getting worse. But he persisted, believing that if he could buy a little more time, Xingu could escape. Zhao Lihong finally lost his patience. He struck Yun Tianhe with a palm strike, sending him flying, and then leaped out of the window. In the darkness, he saw a streak of fire moving rapidly in the distance, having already traveled a great distance. Chapter 57: Destroying the Zhao Family. Zhao Lihong stood in the night, gritting his teeth as he looked at the distant, almost vanishing flame. How can this little bastard be so fast? It was clearly only a first-tier warrior, yet it managed to escape from the pursuit of a fourth-tier Battle King like myself. As the flames disappeared completely from sight, Zhao Lihong stopped, his face grim. Damn it! He punched the wall next to him, and the entire wall collapsed. How could we not kill this bastard when we had such a good opportunity? It's all Yun Tianhe's fault. If he hadn't risked his life to stop him, causing him to waste some time, that little bastard Xingu would definitely not have escaped. But soon, the anger in my heart gradually faded, and what replaced it was endless fear. Previously, all actions against Xingu were carried out in secret, so no one could find any evidence against him. This time, there were many witnesses. The Zhao family's desertion in the face of battle has already made them the target of public criticism. Now, they have openly broken ties with Xingu. With both old and new grudges combined, the military will definitely not let him and the Zhao family off the hook. Furthermore, given the failure of this assassination attempt, the Lu family is unlikely to use their connections to protect the Zhao family. It seems we've reached a dead end. Zhao Lihong stood there, his mind racing, but he couldn't come up with a good way to break the deadlock. He could only go back to the Zhao family to discuss the matter further. On the other side, when Xingu rushed into the military headquarters gate, she almost bumped into Chen Ping, who had just come out of the training ground. Xingu? Chen Ping was stunned for a moment, then noticed the marks on Xin Jiyi's body. Her clothes were disheveled, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. His expression changed, and he quickly asked, "What happened?" Xingu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice icy. "Zhao Lihong wants to kill me." "What?" Chen Ping's voice suddenly rose, startling several soldiers around him. They looked over, but when they saw it was Chen Ping, they looked away. Xingu briefly recounted what had just happened. Chen Ping's face turned ashen after hearing this. He didn't expect Zhao Lihong to be so bold. The military hadn't even settled accounts with him for deserting his post, yet he wanted to take action against Xingu first. "That bastard," he cursed, then asked, "Xingu, what do you want to do?" "The most urgent task is to seal off the Zhao family's residence to prevent Zhao Lihong from returning and causing a complete rout." Chen Ping nodded. He had thought the same thing just now, then frowned. "Although I am temporarily acting as the commander-in-chief, I do not have the authority to directly blockade one of the 4 major families." Upon hearing this, Xingu pulled out a token from his pocket. "I can." Chen Ping glanced over instinctively, and the moment he saw the token, his pupils contracted sharply. "This is the token of the Northern Darkness War God." Xingu nodded, his voice calm. "Seeing this order is like seeing the god of war of the northern underworld. In the name of this token, I hereby order the immediate sealing off of Jiangcheng and the encirclement of the Zhao family, leaving no one who escapes." Chen Ping swallowed. Although he knew that Xingu was someone valued by the god of war of the northern underworld, he did not expect that the other party would actually give him the token. The power represented by this token is even greater in Jiangcheng than that of a general. "Yes." Chen Ping immediately saluted and turned to rush towards the command room. Less than 5 minutes later, the alarm sounded again in Jiangcheng. But this time the frequency is different from before. It's not a beast tide alert, but a city lockdown alert. All the city gates closed simultaneously, and the massive alloy gates crashed down. Pedestrians on the street stopped in their tracks, looking up at the patrolling drones in the sky with puzzled expressions. What happened? Wasn't the beast tide just dealt with? Could there be other strange beasts? No, this is a city lockdown alert, not a beast tide alert. Discussions rose and fell. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, 3,000 fully armed soldiers were assembling. Chen Ping stood at the front of the line, holding a megaphone. "Everyone, listen up. Target, the Zhao family. Set off. The Zhao family." Inside the council hall, all the elders gathered together, their faces filled with fear. What's going on? Why is the city suddenly under lockdown? Is the beast tide not over yet? No, I just sent someone to inquire. It's not a beast tide. Why is that? Just then, the butler rushed in a panic. Something terrible has happened. The military is heading towards our Zhao family. What? The second elder suddenly stood up. What are the military doing here? I don't know. But there are a lot of people, at least several thousand. The council chamber fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, everyone's eyes turned to the person in the main seat. But the place was empty. Zhao Lihong was not there. "Where is the patriarch?" the third elder roared. "Why hasn't the patriarch returned yet? Did he fail in his mission? How is this possible? The patriarch is currently the only 4th-tier battle king in Jiangcheng. How could he fail to defeat a 1st-tier martial artist?" No one answered, because everyone already knew the answer in their hearts. Zhao Lihong has indeed made a mistake. It's over. The second elder slumped into his chair, his face deathly pale. The patriarch failed, and it looks like things have been exposed. The Lu family will definitely not protect us now. Xingu is someone favored by the war god of the northern underworld. Our Zhao family is doomed today. Before he finished speaking, the sound of synchronized footsteps came from outside. The heavy boots pounded on the ground like war drums, striking everyone's heart. The Zhao family's gate was smashed open, and Chen Ping led his men in. The soldiers behind him quickly dispersed and surrounded the entire Zhao family compound. Everyone, stay put. Chen Ping's voice echoed above the Zhao family compound. By order of the Northern Darkness War God, seal off the Zhao family compound. No one is allowed to leave. The Zhao family members looked at each other, some wanting to resist, but when they saw the powerful aura emanating from the martial artists, they obediently stopped. And in a corner not far away, unnoticed by everyone. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lihong, who had been concealing his presence, had his last shred of hope shattered. It seems the Zhao family can't go back. He took a deep breath, turned around, and sped off towards the outskirts of the city. Let's go. We have to go. As long as you live, there will always be a chance for revenge. Xingu, you little bastard, you've made me suffer so much. One day, I'll skin you alive and tear your tendons apart. Inside the council hall, the second elder slumped in his chair, his face ashen. It's over, it's all over. His voice was filled with despair. The third elder suddenly stood up, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. No. We still have a chance. What do you mean? You're trying to resist? The military is outside, how could we possibly escape? The third elder gritted his teeth and said, it's not resistance, it's begging for mercy. If we back down and shift all the blame onto Zhao Lihong, we might be able to save our lives. After all, they have no evidence to prove that we were also involved. Although the military is very capable, they still have some concerns. If we stick to our guns, they will never take action against us. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside. Chapter 58 The Ultimate Reward. Chen Ping led his men into the council hall, followed by dozens of fully armed soldiers. Everyone, stay still. The third elder took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with the Zhao family members beside him, and stepped forward with a stiff upper lip. Instructor Chen, there must be some misunderstanding here. Our Zhao family has always been law-abiding and has never done anything illegal. The second elder also stood up, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Yes, Instructor Chen, what's wrong with you? Our Zhao family has always had a good relationship with the military. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake by bringing so many people here all of a sudden? Chen Ping sneered, a mistake? Your patriarch, Zhao Lihong, attacked Xingu at Yunlai Pavilion, attempting to kill her to silence her. You were unaware of this? The third elder's expression stiffened, but he continued speaking. This is impossible. How could the patriarch, how could he do such a thing? Chen Ping frowned. He understood that the old man in front of him was certain that the military had no evidence and was trying to dodge the question. Just then, a young figure walked into the council chamber. When the Zhao family members saw this figure, their expressions changed drastically, and fear flashed in their eyes. It's Xingu. He stood beside Chen Ping, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. Take them all. Whether guilty or innocent, the first trial will tell. Upon hearing Shen Ji's order, the soldiers immediately stepped forward and surrounded all the elders. The second elder tried to struggle, but seeing the weapons in the soldiers' hands, he eventually gave up. Sergeant Shen, we really don't know what happened. We are innocent. The third elder also shouted in response. Yes, we know nothing. Sergeant Shen, the one with whom you have a conflict is our family head. Why are you attacking us? Chen Ping stopped and turned around. Innocent? No snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. If Zhao Lihong could do something like this, don't you elders bear any responsibility at all? The third elder opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but ultimately said nothing. Zhao Lihong dared to attack Xingu because he was indeed supported by these elders. After all, seeing Xingu, who had a feud with the Zhao family, gradually rise in strength and status, they became increasingly uneasy. Moreover, Xingu is not the kind of person who would hold back. He dared to kill Sanglong War God's disciple in front of him and order the arrest of them, the Zhao family members, which is nothing to him. It's over, it's really over. Xingu didn't look at them again. He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to take the Zhao family members away, and then turned and walked out of the council hall. From this day forward, the entire Zhao family will be completely removed from Jiangcheng. The city of Jiangcheng was shaken in an instant, and everyone was talking about it. That's one of the 4 major families that have dominated Jiangcheng for nearly a century. Who exactly has such great power? Who else has such great courage? Meanwhile, after dealing with the Zhao family's affairs, Chen Ping and Xingu returned directly to the military headquarters. Just as I turned the corner, I bumped into a group of people. The leader was a burly man with a commanding presence. He was none other than Zheng Chuan, the war god of the northern underworld. Behind him were Lin Zhan, Mayor Yi Yangkai, and the heads of the Li and Zhang families. Although the others looked tired and had bandages wrapped around their bodies, their breathing had become much more stable, indicating that their injuries were recovering well. Xingu? Lin Zhan was the first to see him, and then everyone's eyes turned to him. Zhang Chuan also stopped, his deep eyes falling on Xingu, a hint of relief in them. I'm back. Xingu nodded in response, He wasn't too surprised to see Zhang Chuan. After all, with such a large-scale beast tied in Jiangcheng, he, as the commander of the Northern Army, would definitely come. The eyes of the other family heads behind him kept shifting between Xingu and Zhang Chuan. You have to understand, Xingu just used Zhang Chuan's token to seal off Jiangcheng. Zhang Chuan couldn't possibly be unaware of something this big. However, Zhang Chuan seemed to have no intention of asking any further questions about the Zhao family, and turned to walk towards the highest-level conference room. The silence at the scene was deafening. No matter what serious crimes Zhao Lihong committed, the Zhao family is still one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, and this treatment will have a huge impact. But the God of War didn't mention it at all. This tacit approval carries more weight than any explicit statement. Moreover, if they can destroy the Zhao family today, they can destroy the Li family, the Zhang family, and the Yin family tomorrow. Thinking of this, the head of the Li family felt his heart leap into his throat. He clearly remembered that the Li family and Xingu had a history of conflict. As the group entered the conference room, the heavy doors slowly closed, completely isolating the conference room from the outside world. The meeting room was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was unusually solemn. Zhang Chuan sat in the main seat, with Lin Zhan and Yi Yangkai sitting on either side. The 3 family heads, Yun, Li, and Zhang, sat a little further away, looking rather reserved. Xingu casually found a seat and sat down, while Chen Ping stood to the side, not daring to sit down. The Blackstone Valley incident was handled well. Although the process was somewhat bumpy, the result was good. I won't waste any more words, let's get straight to rewarding those who have contributed. Zhang Chuan paused for a moment, then continued, General Lin, Mayor Yi, Patriarch Yun, Patriarch Li, and Patriarch Zhang, you fought bravely and made great contributions in this decapitation operation. The military has decided to give each of you 2 top-grade 4th-tier spiritual herbs. Thank you, God of War. The 4 were overjoyed and immediately stood up to salute. Zhang Chuan waved his hand and his gaze fell on Xingu. As for Xingu, he discovered the spider nest, killed the 5th-tier Spider King, and rescued Lin Zhan and the others. This achievement is enough to warrant a promotion to Centurion. Centurion! Upon hearing this, the heads of the 3 major families tightened their grip slightly under the table. In the military, it is already a great achievement for a first-level martial artist to become a squad leader, while a centurion requires at least the cultivation of a second-level martial artist and several years of experience. Unexpectedly, Xingu was able to reach this position at such a young age with such experience. At this rate of development, the worst he can achieve is a general-level position. In addition, there are 10,000 military merits and 3 4th-grade spiritual herbs. A soft hiss echoed in the conference room. 10,000 military merits, plus such a large quantity of high-grade spiritual medicine, are enough to transform an ordinary martial artist, or even turn them into a second-tier martial master. Even those who are usually well-informed and arrogant are somewhat envious of these rewards. However, this is not the end. Zhang Chuan gestured to his adjutant, who immediately carried a long, rectangular black and gold wooden box to Xingu. The wooden box was opened, and inside lay a uniquely shaped, dark red longbow. The bow is covered with natural flame-like patterns, as if lava is slowly flowing within it, radiating a scorching heat. This bow is named Blazing Flame, a top-tier 4th-grade weapon. Its most distinctive feature is that it does not require physical arrows. As long as you are a fire attribute martial artist, you can directly infuse your own true energy or bloodline power into it, transforming it into a flaming arrow and shooting it out. The meeting room fell completely silent, everyone staring intently at the bow. Tier 4 Supreme Weapon. It is a special weapon that can perfectly match the user's abilities. This is no ordinary reward, this is tailor-made training. Yin Tiancheng looked at the bow, then at Xingu, whose face remained expressionless, and felt somewhat relieved that the Yin family had not offended Xingu to the point of death. Otherwise, the Zhao family's current situation will be the Yun family's future fate. As everyone's thoughts raced, Zhang Chuan took out another crimson jade slip. This is a 4th-tier top-grade martial skill, Explosive Flame Annihilation. A gun-fighting technique, combined with your Vulcan gun, can take the power to another level. If the flaming bow inspires envy, then this 4th-tier top-grade martial skill is enough to drive people mad. 4th-tier top-grade martial arts techniques are priceless and unavailable. Even these family heads only cultivate 4th-tier high-grade martial arts techniques passed down through their families. Xingu is only a first-level martial artist, yet he can cultivate martial arts skills of this level. The heads of the Li and Zhang families exchanged a glance, both seeing the other's thoughts in their eyes. After this matter is over, we absolutely cannot let those good-for-nothing sons in the family offend Xingu. Xingu took the flaming bow and the jade slip, which were warm to the touch. Thank you, God of War. He could feel the weight behind these rewards. Zhang Chuan was not just rewarding him, but paving the way for him with the best resources. Chapter 59 Farewell to Yun Mushi. Please sit down. Zhang Chuan waved his hand. Everyone sat down again, but the atmosphere in the meeting room had completely changed. If people were wary of Xingu before, now they are in awe. A sense of awe for the key figures under the wings of a powerful force. Zhang Chuan looked around, taking in everyone's reactions, before finally speaking slowly. That concludes this reward ceremony. You may now leave. Xingu, stay for a moment, I have something to tell you. After everyone left the conference room, Zhang Chuan had a slight smile on his face. Xingu, the Battle of Blackstone Valley exposed our gaps in high-end combat capabilities. The speed at which these alien beasts evolve far exceeds our imagination. Therefore, I have decided to recommend you to the Dragon Group. Get ready, you'll be going to participate in the Dragon Group's assessment tomorrow. Dragon Group? What's this? A look of bewilderment crossed Shen Jiyi's face. He had never heard of this name before. As if sensing Shen Jiyi's confusion, Zhang Chuan walked to his side and patiently explained the existence of the Dragon Group to him. A moment later, after listening to Zhang Chuan's account, a look of shock flashed in Shen Jiyi's eyes. Using the full power of the Eastern Xia Kingdom to cultivate prodigies? 6th-tier beings are everywhere inside? This Dragon Group seems to be quite formidable. If he could pass the assessment and enter the Dragon Group for training, his strength would definitely be several times faster than he is cultivating alone now. At that time, we will have the confidence to confront the Shen family and the Du family. Xingu nodded emphatically. Thank you for your recommendation, God of War. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Zhang Chuan's usually expressionless face broke into a smile. He patted Shen Jiyi's shoulder heavily before leaving the conference room. As soon as Xingu stepped out of the conference room, she found the doorway crowded with people. Lin Zhan, Yi Yangkai, and the heads of the Yun, Li, and Zhang families, none of them left. Everyone was speculating that Zhang Chuan had left Xingu behind alone because he had given him some resources, and resources that far exceeded the previous rewards. They stood silently at the door until Xingu appeared, breaking the deathly silence. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Xingu. The atmosphere became somewhat strange for a moment. The heads of the Li and Zhang families, in particular, exchanged a glance and practically jogged over to greet them, their faces beaming with smiles. Centurion Shen. The Li family head rushed forward, bowing slightly to Xingu, his posture extremely humble. Congratulations, Centurion Shen. Such talent at such a young age is truly a blessing to Jiangcheng. My son was ignorant before and had a minor disagreement with Centurion Shen. He was blind to my greatness. I'll break his legs when we get back. I hope that Commander Shen will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. As he spoke, he almost bowed to Xingu. Not to be outdone, the Zhang family patriarch quickly chimed in. Centurion Shen not only led my son to victory in the Northern Territory Grand Tournament, but he also turned the tide and saved the entire Jiangcheng. He is our Zhang family's benefactor. Our Zhang family will definitely prepare generous gifts and pay a visit to express our gratitude another day. The two of them switched their tune so quickly that even Qin Ping, who was standing next to them, was somewhat taken aback. Once upon a time, these high and mighty patriarchs would never have taken a young man seriously. But now, they are as humble as servants in front of Xingu. Seeing everyone's attitude, Xingu naturally had no reason to keep up appearances. Having one more friend was far better than having one more enemy. So he responded politely to the heads of the families. A moment later, the two family heads took their leave and left. Yun Tiancheng nodded to Xingu, said nothing more, and turned to follow them. Yi Yangkai and Chen Ping also left closely behind. Soon, only Lin Zhan and Xingu remained in the corridor. The atmosphere immediately lightened up considerably. Lin Zhan turned around, his tiger-like eyes scanning Xingu up and down, his satisfied expression undisguised. He raised his hand and patted Shen Jiyi's shoulder heavily. Good lad. Well done this time. I knew I was right about you. Xingu smiled modestly and replied, it's all thanks to the general. Without your selfless sacrifice, the Spider King wouldn't have been so badly injured and on the verge of death, and I wouldn't have had that opportunity. Lin Zhan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to hear such polite words. Seeing that the people around him had already walked away, he moved closer and lowered his voice. Did the commander-in-chief tell you about the dragon group? Others might not be able to guess why the general kept Xingu around, but he knew perfectly well. Xingu nodded. Yes, the general told me to go and take the assessment tomorrow. Great. Lin Zhan slammed his fist into his palm, his excitement overflowing. Xingu, you have to work hard and try to join the dragon group. I will. After giving a few more instructions, Lin Zhan and Xingu left together and soon arrived at the dormitory building. Xingu said to Lin Zhan, General, please get some rest. Lin Zhan nodded with a smile, then turned and went into the dormitory. Xingu did not follow them back to the dormitory, but instead headed towards the gate of the military headquarters. Before leaving Jiangcheng, there was one more person he wanted to see. On the other side, the Yun family mansion was brightly lit. When Xingu appeared at the door, the guards were more respectful than ever before. The story of this young sergeant now a centurion, has already spread among the upper echelons of Jiangcheng. One person alone sealed off the Zhao family. With such skill and courage, no one dared to regard him as an ordinary first-level martial artist anymore. I'm looking for Yun Mushi. Shin Ji's words were very calm. Yes, Centurion Shin, I'll go report right away. The guard jogged into the inner courtyard. Not long after, a graceful figure emerged lightly from behind the moon gate. Yun Mushi wore an elegant white dress, and the moonlight shone on her, giving her a soft glow. When she saw Xingu standing at the door, a smile instantly bloomed in her bright eyes. Great hero, what brings you to my place? She walked up to Xingu in a few steps, tilted her head to look him over, and looked at him with a playful expression. Shouldn't they be receiving awards at the military headquarters, busy getting promoted and making money? Looking at her bright smile, Xingu felt the heaviness and gloom that had accumulated over this period of time unconsciously dissipate. The matter is settled. I may have to leave Jiangcheng for a while. Yun Mushi's smile faltered slightly. A fleeting hint of disappointment crossed those expressive eyes. But that emotion only lasted for a moment before she quickly concealed it, and she put on a bright smile again. Oh? What kind of secret mission are we going to carry out again? That's perfect. What's just right? Xingu was somewhat puzzled. It just so happens that I'm leaving too. I don't want to be bored in Jiangcheng by myself after you leave. Yun Mushi, with her hands behind her back, twirled in front of Xingu like a proud little peacock. The martial arts college entrance exam is about to begin, and I'm going to Kyoto to take it. Upon hearing this, Yun Mushi's previous slight disappointment vanished, and she radiated confidence. Xingu remembered this event, which was the most important event for the younger generation in the entire Dongsha kingdom. Yun Mushi nodded and held up 3 fingers. With my abilities, I can at least get into the top 1,000, but my goal is to get into the top 300 nationwide. That way, I can definitely get accepted into Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. When she mentioned Dragon Soul Martial Arts University, her eyes were filled with longing. Xingu was well aware of the significance of this university, which was the university Yun Muyue was heading to. That was the most prestigious martial arts academy in the Eastern Xia Kingdom. Those who could enter were all exceptional talents. To be able to break into the top 1,000 out of tens of millions of test takers is an extremely rare feat. Her goal is to be in the top 300. This girl was never a pretty face who needed to hide behind someone else. She has her own pride and her own goals. I believe you. Shin Ji's answer was simple and affirmative. He had witnessed Yun Mushi's strength firsthand, especially after obtaining the Dragon Bone and the Dragon Vein secret realm. Her sword domain had undergone a qualitative change, and this goal was not out of reach for her. Yun Mushi was even happier to receive Shin Ji's affirmation. Of course. She raised her chin. Once I get into Dragon Soul Martial Arts University, you'll have to work hard to catch up, otherwise the gap will be too big, and I don't want a weak and frail boyfriend. So, let's meet in Kyoto. Her words contained a promise for the future, and also a silent encouragement. A warm feeling washed over Xingu. He knew that Yun Mushi was telling him in her own way that no matter where he went, she would be waiting for him at an even higher peak. Okay, see you in Kyoto. Chapter 60, Peak of the 9th level of the First Order. The atmosphere of parting didn't seem as sad as I had imagined. Both of them harbored hopes for the future and looked forward to their reunion. As night deepened, the air grew quieter. Yun Mushi suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xingu. You're leaving now. Before you go, You have to listen to a few words from me. Her expression suddenly became serious, and her big eyes stared straight at Shingu. First, you are not allowed to have affairs outside, especially with those who are good looking. Second, if you encounter someone you can't beat, run away. Don't try to be a hero. Your life is mine. Third, you must think of me at least 3 times a day, in the morning, at noon, and at night, without fail. She counted on her fingers, one by one, and her serious expression made Shingo want to laugh. Did you remember? I've got it. Shingo nodded in agreement. That's more like it. Yun Mushi was satisfied, but she did not step aside. She suddenly waved to Shingo and lowered her voice. Come a little closer. What's wrong? I have one more crucial secret to tell you, but it must not be heard by anyone else. She had a mysterious expression on her face. Shingo didn't understand, but she still bent down and put her ear close to his as instructed. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into my nose. Just when he thought Yun Mushi was about to whisper something, a soft, warm touch gently pressed against his lips. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Shinji's body stiffened for a moment. Yun Mushi had already retreated quickly, 2 beautiful blushes rising on her fair cheeks, but the smile in her eyes was cunning and smug. That's the most important secret. You mustn't forget. After saying that, she stopped looking at Shinji's reaction, turned around, lifted her skirt, and almost ran into the moon gate, leaving only a light and graceful figure behind. Shingu stood still, subconsciously raising her hand and gently touching her lips with her fingertips. The soft touch and warm scent seemed to still linger on it. He looked down at his empty fingertips, and then slowly smiled. This girl. He turned around, and his figure quickly disappeared into the night. The road ahead may be full of unknowns and dangers, but the warm concern in my heart is enough to dispel all the gloom. After saying goodbye to Yun Mushi, Shingu returned to the military headquarters. In the quiet room assigned by the military, Shingu sat cross-legged. Several items floated in front of him, a longbow that was dark red and covered with natural flame patterns, and a crimson jade slip that recorded martial arts techniques. There are also 3 4th-tier spiritual herbs that exude tremendous energy. He first picked up the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual power. Explosive flame finishing move. A massive flood of information rushed into my mind. This is not a complex shooting technique, but a single move. This move concentrates all the body's true energy and bloodline power into a single point, unleashing a powerful killing blow through the Vulcan spear. Simple, pure, and extremely destructive. Shingu opened his eyes, and the Vulcan gun was already in his hand. He didn't get up, but instead repeatedly rehearsed the circulation route of his true energy in his mind. An hour later, he had completely mastered this 4th-tier top-grade martial art. Then, he looked at the 3 4th-tier spiritual herbs. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it all. Boom! A violent burst of fire energy erupted within his body. His skin instantly turned crimson, and steam rose from his body, causing the temperature in the entire quiet room to rise rapidly. Energy washed over his limbs and bones, tempering every inch of his muscles and flesh. The bottleneck of the 6th level of the 1st tier was broken almost instantly. 7-fold. Yay! 9-fold. His cultivation level advanced rapidly, eventually reaching the peak of the 9th level of the 1st tier, just 1 step away from becoming a 2nd-tier martial artist. Shingo slowly exhaled a breath of hot white air. He could feel that the true flame tyrant bloodline within him was becoming increasingly pure, and every move he made exuded the power to burn everything. Now, he has the blazing flame bow for long-range battles, which can condense his energy into arrows to kill enemies from thousands of miles away. In close combat, with the Vulcan Spear and the explosive flame annihilation, a single strike is enough to kill a 2nd-tier martial artist. With the addition of the Shadow Flame step at its perfect level and his proficient combat intuition, his overall combat strength is no less than that of any mid-stage 2nd-tier expert. After taking stock of his current strength, he suddenly thought of Yun Mushi. He had never forgotten the promise that he would marry her once he broke through to the 2nd tier. There's also Yun Muyue, who's far away in Kyoto, and the Du family from the western regions who wanted to force her into marriage. Meanwhile, Jollyhon, who had fled like a stray dog, was hiding in the shadows, ready to pounce and bite at any moment. All of this requires even greater strength. Joining the dragon group is now the fastest way for him to improve his strength. Shingo took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the quiet room. It was already daylight, and a soldier was waiting at the entrance. Led by the soldier, Shingo arrived at the helipad where he had previously gone to participate in the Northern Border Grand Competition. At that moment, a military transport plane was already waiting there. The Northern Darkness War God stood with his hands behind his back in front of the cabin, his figure as upright as a pine tree. Upon seeing Shingu arrive, he didn't offer any words of encouragement, but simply looked at him calmly. Go ahead, just do your best. The Dragon Group's assessment is just the beginning. Shingu nodded solemnly and stepped onto the transport plane. The cabin door closed, the plane took off, and disappeared into the horizon as a black dot. After an unknown amount of time, the plane landed smoothly. Shingu followed an officer through layers of checkpoints to an enormous conference room. The conference room is spacious and has a tiered layout, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. At this moment, nearly 300 people were already seated inside. Each person exuded composure and vitality, clearly selected from top talents across the country. An invisible tension permeated the entire space, a tension woven from the arrogance of countless geniuses. The moment Shingu stepped inside, a malevolent gaze fell precisely on him. The gaze was cold and sharp, carrying undisguised scrutiny and hostility. Shingu, now fully aware of the hostility, looked in the direction of the gaze. In the center of the front row of the conference room, a young man dressed in fine clothes and with an effeminate demeanor was coldly staring at him. Shingu frowned. He didn't recognize the person. After glancing at him, he calmly looked away and casually found a seat at the back. Just as he settled down, a fat young man leaned over and lowered his voice. Bro, you're awesome. How did you manage to offend that young master do from the western region so soon after arriving? Shingu turned her head and glanced at him. Young master do? You don't know? The fat man pointed at the young man in white, looked around, and continued after making sure no one was paying attention to them. Du Mingxian, the eldest son of the Du family in Xuanwu City, western region. S-level talent, second tier, third level, and his mastery of the Xian Tian water technique makes him one of the top candidates for this assessment. Xuanwu City, the Du family. These words made Shingu pause for a moment. It was him. That guy who wanted to make a move on Yun Muyue. A chill ran through Shinji's heart, but he remained outwardly calm. That shouldn't be the case. This young master Du is always arrogant and haughty. I've never seen him like this before. The fat man muttered something to himself, then asked with great interest, what exactly did you do to offend him? Have no idea. Shingu replied with 2 words indifferently. Chapter 61 Dragon Group Assessment. The fat man, unfazed by the rebuff, continued in a familiar manner, my name is Zhou Zhang, and what's yours, brother? Shingu. Shingu. Zhou Zhang muttered the name, then seemed to remember something and moved even closer. You're Shingu, the champion of the Northern Territory Tournament, who killed the 5th-tier Spider King in Jiangcheng. Shingu did not answer, which was taken as tacit agreement. Holy crap! It really is you. Zhou Zhang's voice suddenly became louder, attracting the attention of several people around him. He quickly covered his mouth, looked around furtively, and then whispered, wow, amazing. I heard you're only at the 1st rank, right? You managed to kill a 5th-rank Spider King and even went head-to-head with a 6th-rank War God. You're inhuman. Your participation in the Dragon Group's assessment, isn't that a done deal? Shingu didn't react to his flattery, but instead asked, are all the people here to participate in the assessment? Of course. Zhou Zhang immediately perked up. See this formation? Nearly 300 people, each one a genius, a rising star in the military, or a prodigy from a prominent family. Moreover, there are 5 conference rooms of this size in total. 5? That's nearly 1,500 people. Those who can sit here are not ordinary people. First of all, you have to have a clean family background and pass the Dragon Group's notoriously strict political vetting process. Otherwise, even if you're the king of heaven, you won't be able to get in. Then there's strength and potential. Look over there, sitting in that corner is Mad Blade from the East Sea military region. He's almost 40 years old, at the peak of the 3rd rank, all for the chance to join the Dragon Group. We are the young and promising talents, and the assessment content is different from that of those older and stronger individuals. Zhou Zhang spoke with great enthusiasm, clearly knowing all the inside information. Brother, do you know what the biggest advantage of joining the Dragon Group is? He asked mysteriously. Resource? That's only one factor. Zhou Zhang held up 2 fingers. It's about having renowned teachers and connections. Let me put it this way, once you join the Dragon Group, the organization will assign you a master. Your master might be a 7th-tier transcendent being, which is an opportunity that most people would have in a lifetime. Moreover, your master's master might be a 9th-tier being. And his senior and junior brothers are at least 6th tier war gods. From now on, when you go out and see a 6th tier expert, you can go up and call them Uncle Master. Just imagine the prestige that would be. Moreover, the status and authority of Dragon Group members are frighteningly high, even more impressive than getting into Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. Once you have the Dragon Group's identity token, even if you go to the military headquarters, the commander-in-chief will have to treat you with utmost respect. Zhou Zhang became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already joined the Dragon Group. Xingu listened quietly, somewhat shocked. The entire nation mobilized to cultivate them, they received unlimited resources, and they had an extensive network of connections. The Dragon Group is indeed a platform that can elevate someone to the top in one step. Zhou Zhang continued talking incessantly, spitting as he spoke, showing no sign of stopping. Look, those guys around Du Mingxian are all second-level martial artists, his staunch followers. And that guy in black, he's a loner, a tough guy from the southern military region, his name is something like Ghost Hand, he's incredibly skilled with hidden weapons. As Shingo listened, his gaze casually swept across the room, roughly memorizing the auras of these people. Each and every one of them can be called a genius. Just then, that cold gaze fell upon them again. Du Mingxian saw Shingo and Zhou Zhang chatting animatedly, pursed his lips, and said nothing. I didn't expect this country bumpkin to be such a snob. He just arrived and immediately sided with that guy from the Zhou family. Zhou Zhang noticed it too. He shrank his neck and muttered something under his breath. This guy is too arrogant, and I've never liked him. Shingo looked away, not taking the other party's provocation to heart. There's no need to pay attention to a barking dog. The calmer he was, the more intense the nameless fire in Du Mingxuan's heart burned. Why should a country bumpkin from the north be recommended by the god of war of the northern underworld, marry Yin Muyue, and sit in the same room as me? How dare you ignore me? He stood up and walked directly in front of Shingo, looking down at him, just as he was about to teach him a lesson. Squeak! The dull thud instantly silenced the noisy discussion inside, and everyone's eyes turned to the doorway. A middle-aged man wearing a black uniform with gold dragon-patterned epaulets on his shoulders walked in. His face was resolute, his jawline was distinct, and his eyes were devoid of any emotion as he calmly surveyed the entire room, making everyone in the conference room feel an invisible pressure. The geniuses, who had previously carried a certain arrogance, all unconsciously sat up straight. Ladies and gentlemen, the examiner began, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Welcome to the Dragon Group Reserve Assessment Base. I am your examiner, my name is Qin Chuanzhou. I know that you are all elites selected from all over the country, geniuses in your respective fields, and the hope for the future. Qin Chuanzhou's tone suddenly changed, becoming cold. But to me, you are nothing. The Dragon Group has no need for trash. There are a total of 452 people in this assessment. Qin Chuanzhou paused for a moment, then held up 3 fingers. In the end, only 3 people will remain. What? Over 450 people, only 3? How is this possible? The crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the number. The elimination rate was frighteningly high. Those who come here to participate in the selection process have all gone through layers of screening. This is no longer a selection process, it's like panning for gold in the sand, and using the most stringent sieve at that. Du Mingxuan's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure, a hint of arrogance playing on his lips. The more brutal the situation, the more his excellence is highlighted. Zhou Zhang's chubby face fell, and he whispered to Shingo, it's over, this is even worse than I thought. The examiner ignored the reactions of the crowd and continued to announce in his monotone voice. The first test is the illusion trial. My talent is related to illusions. I will now pull each of you into my illusion. Each of you will encounter 100 opponents in the illusion who are at the same level as you. Kill them all within the allotted time to pass. Those who fail to complete the task within the allotted time will be eliminated. These words immediately reignited the previously subsided discussions, even more intensely than before. 1 against 100? And at the same level? Are you kidding me? Let alone 100, even fighting 10 of the same level would be difficult. This is simply an impossible task. Even Du Mingxian, at this moment, could hardly contain his arrogance. Those were 100 opponents at the same level. Even with his S-rank talent, he couldn't be 100% certain of victory. Shingo raised an eyebrow, not expecting that the first round of the Dragon Group selection would be so unusual. A young man from a powerful family couldn't help but stand up. Examiner, this is unreasonable. When attacked by 2 people of the same cultivation level, both true energy and physical strength will be exhausted. This is not a battle, it's suicide. The examiner's gaze fell on the young man. Are you questioning the Dragon Group's evaluation criteria? The young man felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet as he was stared at by that gaze. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. In the end, he could only slump down and sit down. Now, the assessment begins. The examiner announced, ignoring the crowd. Chapter 62 1 against 100. Instant kill. The moment he finished speaking, Shingu felt the scenery before her eyes distort. The next second, he was no longer in that spacious conference room, but standing on an endless gray wasteland. All around him, 100 figures with the same aura as him slowly coalesced into shape. Each one had a blurred face, but they all exuded a powerful aura of a peak first-tier 9th-level cultivator. 100 powerful auras intertwined, forming an immense pressure that crushed towards Shingu in the center. Any martial artist of the same level would probably lose their composure and all fighting spirit just by facing this aura. Just then, the 100 figures moved. They moved in perfect unison, charging towards Shingu simultaneously. Fist wind, palm shadow, blade light, sword energy. 100 different attacks blocked all of Shinji's escape routes from all directions. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Shingu remained calm and did not even move an inch. The moment he saw these martial artists, he knew he wouldn't lose. The 100 martial artists in front of me, who are at the same level, are just empty shells with the level but no martial arts skills or talent. It would be very difficult for the average person to pass. However, for Shingu, 100 martial artists who were only at the 9th level of the first rank were nothing more than easy prey in front of his true flame tyrant. The strongest fire attribute king in the world, invincible among his peers, is not just an adjective, but a manifestation of his power. Let alone just 100, even 1,000, can still be killed instantly. As the thought flashed through his mind, the true flame tyrant bloodline within him was fully activated. Boom! A golden red halo of flames suddenly spread outwards from him. The flames started as a ripple, but in the instant they spread, they transformed into a raging sea of fire. There were no screams, no struggles. Those 100 menacing first-tier, 9th-level peak martial artists turned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the golden red flames. All their attacks, along with the flames, vanished without a trace in this sea of fire. One move. Just one move. The entire wasteland was now quiet. The gray world before my eyes shattered inch by inch. Shingu opened her eyes and found herself still sitting in the chair in the conference room, as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. He glanced at Zhou Zhang beside him. The man's eyes were still closed, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. In the huge conference room, he was the only one who was awake at that moment. Ahead, the examiner, who had remained impassive throughout, was now staring intently at him. A flicker of emotion finally appeared in the examiner's eyes, a complex mix of shock and curiosity. It's over? How long has it been since the assessment began? Less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds to defeat 100 opponents of the same level? But soon, the shock in his eyes faded, replaced by admiration. This year's Dragon Group assessment has finally produced a monster. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhang, who was next to Shingu, suddenly trembled, gasped for breath, and opened his eyes. Shingu glanced at Zhou Zhang with some surprise, not expecting him to complete the assessment so quickly. This chubby kid seems to be something special. No wonder he knows so much about the inside story of the assessment. Zhou Zhang's face was full of relief at surviving the ordeal. He turned his head and saw Shingu sitting there leisurely. Holy crap? Bro, you. Before Zhou Zhang could finish speaking, he covered his mouth, because he saw the examiner looking in their direction. Immediately afterwards, the third figure also broke free from the illusion. It was Du Mingxian. His breathing was slightly rapid, but his expression remained arrogant. However, when he saw that Shingu and Zhou Zhang had finished their assessments and were sitting there peacefully, his arrogance froze instantly. His pupils contracted. How could this be? It's one thing for that fat guy to be faster than me, after all, that guy comes from a prominent family. But how could that bumpkin from the north be faster than me? And judging from his nonchalant demeanor, it was as if he hadn't exerted any effort at all. That's impossible. A strong sense of humiliation welled up in Du Mingxuan's heart. His facial muscles twitched, and his gaze toward Shingu was filled with resentment. Time passed second by second. One by one, more than a dozen people broke free from the illusion, but each of them was in a sorry state, their true energy exhausted, and they were slumped in their chairs, unable to move. Time's up. The examiner's cold voice rang out. The first assessment is over. The conference room, which was originally full of 300 people, now has less than 20 people still awake. Congratulations to everyone who remains. First test passed. The hundreds of seats that were once bustling with people are now more than 90% empty, making the space feel empty and deserted. Of the fewer than 20 people who remained, most were exhausted, with only a handful remaining relatively calm. Not bad. Examiner Qin Chuanzhou spoke, his gaze shifting from the light screen to sweep over everyone present. Passing the first test proves that you all possess the combat power to take on 100 opponents among your peers, making you true elites. There was no hint of praise in his words, they were flat and straightforward, like a statement of fact. Zhou Zhang slumped in his chair, his obese body still trembling slightly. He lowered his voice and spoke to Shingo beside him. Damn, that scared me to death. I almost died in there. Dude, how did you do that? You're acting like nothing happened. Just lucky, Shingo replied calmly. Du Mingxian, who had been keeping a close eye on Shen Ji's movements, could no longer suppress his thoughts upon seeing Shen Ji's calm and composed demeanor. What incredible luck, Du Mingxian muttered to himself, a remark that was just loud enough for the people around him to hear. In the next round, you can't just get by luck. His henchman immediately chimed in, that's right, the real test is just beginning. Qin Chuanzhou ignored their petty actions and continued his announcement. Now, let's move on to the second assessment. The content of this assessment is very simple. Qin Chuanzhou extended one finger and uttered 3 words. Survive. The crowd was confused and didn't know what Qin Chuanzhou was talking about. You will enter the illusion again, and this time, you will only have one opponent. A pursuer whose level of skill far surpasses yours. What you need to do is find the only exit from the illusion while he is chasing you, and escape successfully. Time limit, 1 hour. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet atmosphere in the room became a little more lively. Everyone present was a prodigy, and challenging opponents of higher levels was commonplace for them. A higher level opponent doesn't seem as stressful as the endless siege of 100 people in the first round. One of Du Mingxuan's henchmen chuckled, I thought it was something serious, but it's just a cat and mouse game. Far beyond? How far beyond? Crossing 2 or 3 minor realms, it'll just take a little more effort to kill them. Many people shared this thought, and the tense expressions on their faces relaxed. Some even started to move their hands and feet, preparing to show their skills in the second round and regain the face they lost in the first round. Only Zhou Zhang's chubby face remained furrowed. He leaned close to Shen Ji's ear and whispered, something's not right, brother. This Dragon Group examiner is cunning, he definitely didn't finish what he was saying. Sure enough, an impatient young man stood up and asked loudly, Examiner, is there a specific definition for far exceeding? Surely we're not being sent to our deaths? Qin Chuanzhou's face, which never changed, remained expressionless. He simply looked at the young man who had asked the question, in your opinion, what level constitutes suicide? His question startled the young man, who instinctively replied, it can't be more than 4 minor realms, right? Any higher, and it won't be an assessment anymore. That's right, for minor realms are already the limit. Ordinary geniuses can only go 2 levels beyond their limit, we can go 3 levels beyond, but 5 levels is an insurmountable barrier. Everyone echoed their agreement. Qin Chuanzhou listened to their discussion and waited until the room quieted down again before slowly speaking. Your opponent, he paused, then clearly uttered a few words, will surpass you by 5 minor realms. Chapter 63, Crossing 5 Minor Realms? Instant kill. The group, who were brimming with confidence just a moment ago, discussing how to utterly crush their opponents, suddenly froze. 5 minor realms? What does that mean? At the peak of the 9th level of the first tier, he will be facing a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the second tier. Du Mingxian, a second tier, 3rd level cultivator, is about to face a second tier, 8th level expert. This is no longer a challenge against someone of a higher level, there is absolutely no chance of winning. This is impossible. The difference between 5 minor realms is like heaven and earth in terms of the depth of one's true chi. How could one possibly survive? This is not a test at all. It's a massacre. Zhou Zhang's chubby face fell again. Oh no, this is going to be a death sentence. Qin Chuanzhou ignored the crowd's discussions and emphasized each word, I'm reminding everyone. This assessment will test your judgment, insight, and adaptability in dire situations. The assessment now begins. The moment the words fell, the surrounding scenery distorted and peeled away once again. Shen Ji's consciousness went haywire for a moment, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dark and damp alley. A light, cold rain was falling from the sky, and towering buildings blocked out the sunlight, giving the whole world a depressing, gray hue. Just as Shingo was about to take a step, an incredibly powerful and suffocating aura descended from the end of the alley. That aura was tyrannical and domineering, filled with an aura of destruction. His entire body was shrouded in heavy black armor, obscuring his face. Only 2 points of crimson light could be seen shining through the gaps in his helmet. With each step he took, a faint ripple of true energy would be left on the ground. Second tier, 6th level. Although it was just an energy body simulated by an illusion, the pressure it exerted was genuinely from a mid-stage 2nd tier cultivator. Moreover, unlike the Shadow Warriors who only possessed realms but lacked martial arts skills and weapons, the aura emanating from this pursuer was at least that of an S-rank talent. Furthermore, Shingo initially judged that the armor he was wearing and the weapon in his hand were at least at the 2nd tier level. Prey, spotted. The heavily armored warrior emitted a muffled synthesized sound. Begin, clear. Without any unnecessary words, he raised an arm, spread his fingers, and pointed it at Shingo. The air vibrated violently, and an invisible energy gathered in his palm, transforming into a thick black beam of light that shot towards Shingo. Wherever the beam of light passed, the air was torn open with dark cracks, and the ground was plowed with a deep trench. Shingo instinctively launched his attack, exerting force with his feet and unleashing the shadow flame step to its fullest extent. His figure transformed into a blurry afterimage, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom! Where he had been standing, the entire wall was instantly pierced, leaving a smooth, circular hole that seemed bottomless. Such destructive power. Shingo stopped dozens of meters away, turned his head to look at the smooth, round hole in the wall behind him, which seemed bottomless. The destructive power is indeed astonishing. The power of this attack has exceeded the level of a typical mid-stage 2nd tier cultivator. If he were to withstand it with his 1st tier 9th level cultivation, his fate would not be much better than that of the wall. The examiner Qin Chuanzhou's words still echoed in my ears. This was a battle that could not be won, and the only way out was to escape. We had to use the complex urban terrain to maneuver, delay, and find the only way out. Now it seems to be the only solution. But that's for the other geniuses. Shingo possesses the 4th tier top grade martial skill, explosive flame kill, and the 5th tier top grade divine weapon, the fire god spear. As long as he can hit the heavily armored warrior with a full force attack, he may well win the battle. Even if they are no match for heavily armored warriors, they can still escape using the 3rd tier, top grade flame shadow step. More importantly, Shingo wanted to use it to test his current combat strength and see just how far he had come. At the same time, the heavily armored warrior, seeing that his first attack had missed, showed no emotional fluctuation and raised his arm again, the black energy in his palm gathering at an even faster speed. However, just as he was about to launch his second attack, Shingo made a move that even Qin Chuanzhou, a one who had been observing the area, could not have predicted. He stopped his movement as he prepared to continue dodging. Shingo raised her head and met the 2 crimson lights. The Vulcan gun instantly appeared in his hand, its golden red barrel gleaming with a scorching light in the dark alley. For the first time, a hint of human-like doubt appeared in the synthesized voice of the heavily armored warrior. Instead of fleeing, this small prey pulled out a weapon? What does he want to do? The next second, he got the answer. At this moment, Shinji's true energy, along with the bloodline power of the true flame tyrant, surged into the fire god spear without reservation. At the tip of the spear, a point of golden red light compressed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the temperature of the entire alleyway began to rise wildly. The rainwater on the ground evaporated into white mist before it even fell. Threat level, reassess. Judgment, fatal. For the first time, the heavy armored warrior's muffled synthesized voice carried a sharp warning tone. It abandoned its previous playful attack methods, and the black heavy armor plates all over its body began to reassemble. Beneath the armor, it was no longer a simple convergence of energy, but rather the activation of a much larger energy source. Activate. Annihilation mode. An even more terrifying aura erupted from the heavily armored warrior's body, and the armor on its chest slid open to reveal a constantly spinning black energy ball. The sphere resembled a miniature black hole, sucking in all the surrounding light, air, and even drifting dust. The stone slab beneath Shinji's feet, unable to withstand the force, shattered into a spiderweb-like pattern. He raised his head, and in his dark eyes, a point of golden red flame was reflected. Explosive flame annihilation. Shingo flashed into flames and appeared in front of the heavily armored warrior, thrusting the Vulcan spear forward with all his might. A dazzling, hair-thin golden red ray of light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The crimson light in the heavily armored warrior's eyes flickered violently. It sensed an unprecedented and deadly threat. It wants to hide, it wants to defend itself. But that golden red ray of light had already traversed the distance of space and imprinted itself directly on its breastplate. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out. A fine crack appeared in the thick armor that was strong enough to withstand missile bombardment. Immediately afterwards, cracks spread like a spider web across his entire body. Boom! A devastating force exploded within the heavily armored warrior's body. Golden red flames shot into the sky, forming a massive pillar of fire that pierced through the heavens and earth. That arrogant second-tier martial artist, along with all the buildings within 100 meters of him, were completely burned to ashes by this pillar of fire. The dark clouds in the sky were dispersed, and the continuous cold rain came to an abrupt end. The entire gray and desolate world shattered inch by inch, turning into countless points of light and dissipating. Chapter 64, From 4 to 3, One-on-One with Du Mingxian. Inside the meeting room. Xingu opened her eyes and found herself still sitting in the same chair. The surroundings were quiet, and everyone was still trapped in the illusion. Has he cleared the game? Xingu was stunned. He had originally planned to find the exit after defeating the pursuers, but he didn't expect that defeating the pursuers would also count as passing the level. On the high platform ahead, Qin Chuanzhou froze in place. 30 seconds. The assessment has begun, 30 seconds remaining. It's over? For a moment, Qin Chuanzhou's mind went blank. What had he just seen? He saw that the boy named Xingu, when faced with a mid-stage second-tier pursuer, not only did not run away, but instead chose to confront him head-on. Then, one shot. Just one shot. The pursuer, who was enough to make even a second-tier martial artist despair, was instantly killed. The entire illusion was forcibly shattered by the terrifying energy contained in that single shot. What does this mean? This Xingu. He didn't even use his full strength in the first test. For the first time, Qin Chuanzhou's breathing became somewhat rapid. He pulled up Shen Ji's information again and his gaze fell on the words peak of the 9th level of the First Order. He was becoming more and more interested in this kid. Time passed second by second, and it was almost an hour. Apart from Xingu, no one else left the illusion. At the 59th minute, the stopwatch on the wall began its countdown, ticking away. Zhou Zheng's body trembled violently, and he abruptly opened his eyes. His obese body slumped in the chair, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. His face was covered in sweat, and he looked relieved to have survived a disaster. Immediately afterwards, Du Mingxian and Ghost Hand also broke free from the illusion. Du Mingxuan's breathing was also a little rapid, and fine sweat seeped from his forehead, but he still sat upright, maintaining the demeanor of a scion of a prominent family. Ghost Hand was also panting heavily, his heart filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to successfully find the exit at the last moment. At that moment, no one noticed that Xingu was sitting calmly next to them. Time's up. Those who fail, leave in turn. Qin Chuanzhou's emotionless voice rang out again. As soon as the words were spoken, the examinees who were still in the illusion with their eyes closed opened them. Each of them was filled with terror, clearly still immersed in the fear of being hunted down, and had not come to their senses for a moment. A moment later, the failed examinees came to their senses and subconsciously looked around. Their gazes swept over the tired faces, clearly indicating that everyone had experienced similar things in the illusion. But when they landed on Xingu, everyone's eyes froze. Why is this guy acting like nothing happened? Then, as if they had thought of something, their gazes toward Xingu turned disdainful. To be able to act as if nothing happened while being pursued by a martial artist who was so much higher in cultivation level, there is only one explanation: this guy must have given up at the very beginning of the illusion. Once Zhou Zheng had recovered, he took advantage of the moment when everyone left to glance at Xingu, who was calm, and immediately gave him a look of utter disbelief. Brother, were you killed by the pursuers and exited the illusion early, or did you complete the game sooner? I've already completed it. How long does it take? 30 seconds. Hiss. Zhou Zheng was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. Shen Ji's luck was just too good. It came out in 30 seconds. What else could have happened but the exit was smeared on his face? It's impossible for someone to kill a pursuer who is 5 minor realms higher than themselves in 30 seconds and then emerge. You'd be better off believing he's the leader of the dragon group than believing this. Even with these thoughts in her mind, she still confided to Xingu with lingering fear, those pursuers were 5 realms above us. I used up all my trump cards just to barely find an exit and escape. Thank goodness. Du Mingxuan's hearing was incredibly sharp. He heard Zhou Zhang's whisper, and when he saw Shen Ji's calm demeanor, the nameless anger in his heart surged up again. It's that feeling of being overshadowed again. How did a country bumpkin who got through the first round by luck manage to survive the second round as well? And you're still pretending to be so calm? He concluded that Xingu must have used some trickery or had extremely good luck to arrive near the exit right at the start. True strength cannot be like this. All right. Qin Xuanzhou spoke from the high platform, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Congratulations to the four of you for passing the first two tests. Being able to stand here proves that each and every one of you is the elite of the elite. Because there is one more person than planned, we will now conduct the final assessment. Qin Xuanzhou's gaze swept over the four people, finally lingering on Xingu for a few more seconds. The rules are simple. He picked up a sealed wooden box from the table in front of him. There are 4 slips of paper inside, 2 red and 2 black. The 2 who draw the red card will have a duel. The winner will become a prospective member of the Dragon Group. The loser is eliminated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang's chubby face immediately fell. You want to fight again? Du Mingxian and the young man in black didn't react much. They knew very well that the selection of the Dragon Group would ultimately depend on strength. Qin Xuanzhou added, to ensure fairness, if the cultivation levels of the two sides are unequal, the one with the higher cultivation level must suppress their own cultivation to the same level as their opponent. Apart from that, there are no other restrictions. You can use weapons and any martial arts skills you have mastered. Now, come up and draw lots. The 4 walked to the front of the platform. Qin Xuanzhou opened the wooden box, inside which lay 4 slips of paper. Choose. Du Mingxian was the first to step forward. He glanced at it, it was black. Next was the young man in black, who picked up a red card. When it was Zhou Zhang's turn, he put his hands together in prayer and took out a black slip of paper. Instantly, a look of joy appeared on that chubby face. Black. This means he can enter the Dragon Group directly without having to compete. With only 1 slip left, there was practically no suspense. Xingu picked up the last red slip of paper. The result is obvious. Xingu versus Ghost Hand, whoever loses will be eliminated. Zhou Zhang and Du Mingxian, on the other hand, did not need to compete and directly entered the Dragon Group. Just then, Du Mingxian suddenly spoke to Ghost Hand, can you switch with me? His finger pointed directly at Xingu. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Zhang's eyes widened, and Ghost Hand frowned. Du Mingxian ignored the others and looked at Qin Xuanzhou. His attitude was not exactly respectful, but it was not provocative either. Examiner, I want to fight him. Qin Xuanzhou looked at him expressionlessly, reason? I just don't like him. Du Mingxuan's answer was simple and direct, filled with undisguised arrogance. Is that reason enough? Zhou Zhang's mouth dropped open. He hadn't expected Du Mingxian to be so arrogant. Qin Xuanzhou was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly nodded. Can. His answer surprised both Zhou Zhang and Ghost Hand. But they soon realized that the Dragon Group only ever valued results and absolute strength. Rules are not inflexible in the face of the strong. Qin Xuanzhou looked at Ghost Hand. Do you have any objections? Ghost Hand glanced at Qin Xuanzhou, his face lighting up with joy. What could he possibly object to? This was a direct admission. No, no. Very good. Qin Xuanzhou's gaze finally fell on Xingu. So, what about you? All eyes were on Xingu. Du Mingxian crossed his arms, looking down at him with a playful sneer. He wanted to use this method to trample this country bumpkin from the north under his feet in front of everyone. He wanted everyone to know that some people were born to be looked down upon by him. At the same time, he also wanted Yun Muyue to see clearly that only he, Du Mingxian, was worthy of her. Xingu raised her head and met Du Mingxuan's provocative gaze. He only said one word, okay. The word was spoken lightly, yet it made all the sarcastic remarks Du Mingxian had prepared get stuck in his throat. The other person's calmness made him feel like he had punched a cotton ball. Chapter 65 Water Overcomes Fire? Very good. Du Mingxian squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, and the azure true energy around him began to fluctuate uncontrollably. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. Qin Xuanzhou didn't give them any more time to waste and led them to a fighting arena. Before going on stage, Zhou Zhang suddenly leaned close to Xingu and whispered, Brother, be careful. Du Mingxian has an S-level Xian Tian Shui talent. His water-based techniques are ruthless and vicious, and he specializes in breaking through protective true qi. Don't go head to head with him. Furthermore, as the young master of the Du family, he also possesses a fourth-tier divine weapon, the sea-splitting fork. That weapon is even more insidious. Last year in the western region, a foolish second-tier martial artist offended him and was crippled by this weapon, leaving him lying in bed. The worst part is that you have fire attribute true chi, and water overcomes fire. That's an ironclad rule. He deliberately provoked you because he wanted to trample you underfoot in public. Don't get carried away, don't fight him head-on. Just use your agility to wear him down and drag it out. If you can draw the fight, that's a victory. Seeing Zhou Zhang's genuine concern, Xingu felt a warmth in her heart and patted him on the shoulder. Nu. Xian Tian Shui? Water overcomes fire? The true flame tyrant bloodline within Shen Ji's body actually emitted a faint sense of excitement. Just as the two were talking, Du Mingxian took the lead and stepped onto the arena. With each step he took, a circle of light blue true energy rippled out from under his feet. He stood in the center of the field, his gaze fixed on Xingu, his eyes full of arrogance. Come on, you country bumpkin. Let me see what skills you, this bug from the north, have left besides luck. Xingu walked into the arena without saying a word. His calm demeanor completely ignited Du Mingxuan's anger. Court death. Du Mingxian gave a low shout and stopped talking nonsense. He raised his hand, and the moisture in the air quickly gathered, forming a crystal-clear water whip in his palm. Snap! With a crisp sound, the water whip sliced through the air and lashed toward Shen Ji's face. This lash was vicious and cruel, clearly intended to disfigure the victim. A faint flash of light appeared. The water whip struck empty air, carving a deep groove into the hard arena. Xingu had already appeared 10 meters away, completely unharmed. Du Mingxuan's attack failed, and his movements faltered. Ghost Han and Zhou Zhang, who were watching from below the stage, were both stunned by what they saw. Such speed and reaction time. All you can do is hide like a rat? Du Mingxian sneered, his hands quickly forming hand seals. Then let's see where you can hide. Mysterious water technique, monstrous waves surged to the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, the surging azure true energy around him soared into the sky, transforming into surging waves in mid-air. The waves weren't moving in one direction, but rather they were converging on Shen Ji's location from all directions. Each wave contains an extreme, chilling power. This is an area of effect attack, there's no way to avoid it. It's all over. Zhou Zhang, sitting down in the audience, lost his balance and bounced up, his voice changing. It's the Du family's raging waves, specifically designed to counter opponents with good agility. Once trapped, the water's energy will continuously seep into your protective inner energy, making you feel like you're stuck in a quagmire there's no way to escape. Ghost Han leaned forward slightly, clearly paying close attention to the aftermath of this attack. As an expert in stealth assassination, he understood better than anyone what this all-encompassing, comprehensive blockade meant. There is no way out. On the high platform, examiner Qin Chuanzhou's gaze also lingered on the light screen, and he made a judgment in his mind. With a cultivation level of the 9th level of the first rank, he used his true chi to such an extent that he created a sense of pressure in the field similar to that of a second-rank martial artist. The Du family's unique skill has been nearly perfected in Du Mingxuan's hands. This talent is truly top-notch. Now, it remains to be seen how that boy named Xingu will break this deadlock. Seeing Xingu completely surrounded by his attacks, a cruel sense of pleasure appeared on Du Mingxuan's face. It's over. Just as the waves were about to engulf Xingu, a layer of golden red flames emerged from Shen Ji's body and quickly condensed into a magnificent suit of flame armor. Fiery cloud skill. Boom! The raging waves crashed against the fiery armor, but the expected piercing and shattering did not occur. The moment the water and fire came into contact, they produced a piercing hissing sound, and large plumes of white steam rose up, obscuring everyone's vision. As the steam dissipated, Xingu remained standing still, his fiery armor shimmering with light, unharmed. Not even the hem of his clothes got wet. What? Du Mingxuan's smug smile froze completely. Zhou Zhang's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. Condensing flames into armor? What kind of technique is this? He muttered to himself, his mind racing. And, it actually managed to completely block Du Mingxuan's profound water technique? He knew how insidious Du Mingxuan's Shen Shui true chi was, as it was specifically designed to wear down and corrode the body's protective true chi, and almost no one of the same level could withstand it head-on. But Xingu blocked it just like that. Ghost Han sat up straight again, his gaze toward Xingu filled with solemnity and apprehension. On the high platform, Qin Chuanzhou's pupils dilated slightly. He saw more than others. Shantian water is no ordinary water, it contains extremely yin energy. There are very few flames that can restrain Shantian Shui. Could it be the true flame tyrant? Qin Xuanzhou was unable to make a judgment for a moment. After all, the true flame tyrant was too rare, and even he had never actually seen one. I've only ever heard of the true flame tyrant, a top-tier fire attribute physique that can subdue all fire and burn all water. You! Du Mingxuan's pride was dealt an unprecedented blow, his features contorted with rage. You've successfully angered me. I'll show you what a real gap is. He suddenly patted the storage bag at his waist, and a three-pronged fork, entirely blue and engraved with intricate wave patterns, appeared in his hand. A low-grade, fourth-tier divine weapon, the sea-splitting fork. With the appearance of the sea-splitting fork, the aura emanating from Du Mingxian was several times more terrifying than before. Even a second-tier, first-level martial artist could be easily killed by him. The moment the weapon appeared, a powerful wave of water-based energy spread out, enveloping the entire area in mist. You should feel honored that you forced me to use the sea-splitting trident. Du Mingxian gripped the long fork with both hands, pouring all his true energy into it without reservation. Die! Raging waves crush. He thrust the sea-splitting trident forward with all his might, and from the tip of the trident spewed out 3 jets of water as thick as buckets, which intertwined and swirled in mid-air, forming a huge, high-speed rotating waterspout. The waterspout, carrying an unparalleled sense of oppression, swept towards Xingu. Everyone held their breath. Zhou Zhang's eyes were filled with solemnity, its raging wave slaughter, a fourth-tier martial skill of the Du family. I didn't expect Du Mingxian to have learned this move. The Du family kept it a secret so well that they even kept our Zhou family's intelligence network in the dark. A fourth-tier divine weapon combined with a fourth-tier martial skill, and one that perfectly matches one's own attributes, the effect is greater than the sum of its parts. It seems that Xingu is going to lose again this time. Standing on the high platform, Qin Xuanzhou narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Xingu. If it really is the true flame tyrant, Xingu won't lose. Chapter 66 The Hysterical Du Mingxian. Faced with this devastating blow, Xingu finally raised his head. He watched the waterspout getting closer and closer without the slightest panic. He extended his right hand. The next second, a spear with golden red patterns wrapped around its shaft and an ever-burning flame at its tip appeared out of thin air in his hand. Fifth-tier divine weapon, the Vulcan Spear. The moment the Vulcan Spear appeared, an aura far more ancient, noble, and domineering than the sea-splitting fork descended upon the entire arena. The rapidly spinning waterspout seemed to be suppressed by some natural enemy, and its rotation speed slowed down. Du Mingxian felt it most clearly. The water-based energy emanating from his sea-splitting fork was actually groaning and retreating in front of the long spear opposite him. How is that possible? What is that? Zhou Zhang rubbed his eyes, staring intently at the spear in Xinji's hand. He came from an extraordinary background and had seen many treasures, but he had never seen a weapon that could exude such terrifying pressure. Ghost Hand sprang up from the chair, his eyes fixed on the Vulcan gun, unable to look away. On the high platform, Qin Xuanzhou, the examiner who had maintained a calm and composed demeanor, froze in place. His breathing stopped. He stared at the golden red spear on the screen, a look of horror appearing in his eyes for the first time. It's a Vulcan rifle. A Vulcan rifle. Xingu is a descendant of that senior. No wonder. No wonder. In the arena, Xingu gripped the Vulcan rifle, feeling the familiarity and longing emanating from the gun. He didn't use any martial arts techniques, he simply poured all his true energy, along with the bloodline power of the true flame tyrant, into the gun. A thin, golden red spear light shot out from the spear tip and disappeared into the waterspout. The next second, the raging waterspout, starting from its core, was tinged with a golden red color. Immediately afterwards, boom! The entire waterspout exploded from the inside, turning into a sky full of burning flames. Du Mingxuan's prized Shantian water was like dry wood, easily ignited, in front of Xinji's true flame tyrant, which could burn everything, and the fifth-tier divine weapon, the fire god spear. Before he could react, the flames from the Vulcan gun rushed straight at him. Du Mingxian had no time to react and was sent flying, crashing hard into the edge of the ring. Zhou Zhang stared blankly at Xingu, who stood quietly in the center of the field holding a Vulcan rifle, and then looked at Du Mingxian, who was seriously injured in the distance. Did we win? Just like that, they won? He swallowed hard, and his gaze toward Xingu shifted from shock to awe. A fifth-tier divine weapon, and a first-tier martial artist, even the top geniuses in the capital. His voice grew softer and softer, until it became a silent, overwhelming sound. Ghost Han looked at Xingu, then at his own proud hands, and after a long while, shook his head self-deprecatingly. On the arena, Du Mingxian lay amidst the shattered stone slabs, panting heavily, each breath causing excruciating pain in his chest. His azure true energy had dissipated, and the sea-splitting fork in his hand had dimmed and fallen to the ground not far away. Shame. An unprecedented sense of shame filled his heart. He, the eldest son of the Du family in the western region, and the owner of the S-level Xin Tianshui talent, actually lost. And he lost to a country bumpkin he had never taken seriously. I didn't lose. Du Mingxian struggled, propping himself up with his arms, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at Xingu. How could you, a lowly vermin, possibly defeat me? He roared, and an aura several times more violent than before erupted from his body. Oh no! Zhou Zhang, watching from below the stage, was so shocked he cried out, he's released his cultivation suppression. All around Du Mingxian, the azure true energy transformed into a visible tidal wave, soaring into the sky. His cultivation, which was originally suppressed at the 9th level of the first rank, broke through the shackles instantly and rose steadily. Second order, first level. Second order duality. Finally, it came to a steady stop at the second order third level. Oh no! Zhou Zhang's face turned completely pale, devoid of any color. The peak of the 9th level of the first tier and the third level of the second tier are 4 minor realms apart. This is not even a battle of the same magnitude. This is no longer a competition, it's a complete rout. On the high platform, Qin Chuanzhou suddenly stood up, and an even more powerful aura locked onto the arena. Du Mingxian, what do you want to do? For the first time, his words carried a stern, questioning tone. However, at this moment, Du Mingxian was completely blinded by anger. He completely ignored Qin Chuanzhou's warning, focusing all his attention on Xingu, his face filled with madness and resentment. I want you dead. He let out a beastly roar, his figure transformed into a blue light, and the sea-splitting trident in his hand lit up again. This time, although he no longer had enough true energy to use his martial arts, he still possessed the cultivation of a second-tier, third-level martial artist. The speed was incredibly fast. Its power is extreme. Zhou Zhang was forced to retreat repeatedly by that imposing aura, and could not see Du Mingxian's movements at all. Ghost Han's pupils also constricted, and his body instinctively tried to retreat. That's too fast. He couldn't withstand the attack, and he couldn't even muster the thought of dodging it. Qin Chuanzhou knew that Xingu should be able to withstand Du Mingxian's attack, after all, he could even kill his pursuers. But he still channeled his inner energy, ready to protect Xingu at any moment. Du Mingxian's figure had already appeared in front of Xingu, the tip of the sea-splitting fork less than half a meter away from Xinji's heart. A ferocious, twisted smile had appeared on Du Mingxian's face. He could almost see Xingu being pierced through by his fork and pinned to the ground. However, Xingu did not move. He didn't even try to dodge. Just as the sea-splitting trident was about to touch his chest, he raised his head. There was not a trace of panic in those dark eyes, only indifference. He gently raised the Vulcan rifle in his hand. Explosive flame annihilation. At the tip of the spear, a single, exquisitely brilliant, hair-thin golden red dot of light suddenly shone. Then, it vanished in a flash. That golden red ray of light disregarded spatial distance, arriving before it could reach its destination. It was printed directly on Du Mingxian's chest as he charged forward with his fork. Du Mingxian's sinister smile froze. He looked down at his chest. There, on the armor he wore, which was strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a second-tier martial artist, a tiny, almost imperceptible red dot appeared. He couldn't understand why the opponent's attack was so fast. He couldn't understand why the shield formed by his full power of cultivation hadn't provided any resistance whatsoever. The next second. Click. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Centered on that red dot, spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered his entire armor. Immediately afterwards. Boom! A burst of fire erupted from his body. Du Mingxian's armor instantly shattered into countless fragments, and he was sent flying backward. His azure true energy was completely burned away by a domineering golden red flame. However, the golden red spear light did not dissipate. After defeating Du Mingxian, its momentum remained undiminished, transforming into an even faster streak of fire that chased after the flying Du Mingxian, its target being his brow. This strike is meant to be a complete and utter kill. Chapter 67. He is the true flame tyrant. Stop. Qin Chuanzhou finally arrived, and his roar finally rang out. An invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere in front of Du Mingxian. Bang! The golden red spear light slammed into the barrier, producing a dull thud. The barrier trembled violently, with ripples spreading across it, but it ultimately managed to block the attack. Even so, the terrifyingly high temperature that emanated from it still burned Du Mingxuan's hair and eyebrows to ashes. Du Mingxuan's body crashed heavily to the other end of the ring, his entire body charred black, with a gaping, bloody hole in his chest, deep enough to expose the bone, and he was completely unconscious. Upon seeing this scene, a look of shock flashed in Qin Chuanzhou's eyes. This kid is truly ruthless and decisive. It's important to know that Du Mingxian is no ordinary prodigy. He is the eldest son of the Du family in Xuanwu City of the Western region. His father is a 6th-order war god, and his grandfather is a 7th-order transcendent. He has connections that reach the heavens. If he dies, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhou Zhang and Ghost Hand were completely petrified. They looked at Du Mingxian, who had fainted and whose fate was unknown, and then at Xingu, who stood in the center of the field holding a gun, his body spotless. A chill originating from the depths of their souls spread throughout their limbs and bones. Did we win? Facing Du Mingxian, who had released his cultivation suppression and unleashed the power of the 2nd-tier 3rd level. Xingu, a martial artist at the 9th level of the 1st rank. Instead of being crushed, he was killed instantly with a single shot? This has exceeded their understanding of martial arts and genius. Xingu slowly lowered the Vulcan gun, and the golden red light at the tip of the gun gradually faded away. Looking at the dying Du Mingxian in the distance, he nodded almost imperceptibly. It seemed that the combination of explosive flame annihilation and the Vulcan spear had an effect far beyond his expectations. A 5th-tier divine weapon and a 4th-tier cultivation technique, when combined, already have an effect that vaguely resembles the power of a 6th-tier cultivation technique. He felt that even against Du Mingxian in his prime, he could hold his own against him with this move, let alone against Du Mingxian in his current terrible state. Qin Chuanzhou looked at Xingu with a complicated expression, and after a long while, he slowly spoke. The assessment is now over. Xingu, Ghost Hand, Zhou Zhang. Congratulations on becoming prospective members of the Dragon Group. The announcement that the assessment was over echoed around the spacious arena. The moment Qin Chuanzhou finished speaking, Zhou Zhang and Ghost Hand almost simultaneously let out a long breath, their tense bodies relaxed, and they slumped down. It passed. Zhou Zhang's obese body trembled slightly as he looked at the figure standing silently with a gun in the center of the field, his eyes filled with even greater awe. Judging from Shen Ji's move just now, the reason he was able to pass the second test so quickly was not because of good luck as he imagined, but because he directly killed the pursuers in the illusion. At the other end of the ring, Du Mingxian regained a sliver of consciousness amidst excruciating pain. He heard Qin Chuanzhou's words, the assessment was over. Xingu, Ghost Hand, Zhou Zhang. His name is not listed. Regret and resentment turned into a sweet, metallic taste in his blood, which surged up from his throat. He had already passed, so why did he actively seek out Xingu for a match? He lost not only a competition, but also the reputation of the Du family in the Western region, everything he had always been proud of, and that golden opportunity to rise to the top and enter the Dragon Group. All of this is because of that country bumpkin from the north. Yes. It's all his fault. This kind of trash should just obediently wait to die. He has no right to resist. His fingers clawed helplessly at the rubble, his nails curled and bleeding, yet he felt no pain. A more profound and intense hatred began to fester in his heart. Qin Chuanzhou didn't look at Du Mingxian again. The Dragon Group would never accept an examinee who violated the rules and had a poor character. He waved his hand, and medical staff immediately came forward and carried Du Mingxian, who had fainted again, away. You three, come with me. Qin Chuanzhou led Xingu, Zhou Zhang, and Guisho through a long corridor to a spacious and bright lounge. Please wait here for a moment. Your master will be here soon. After saying that, Qin Chuanzhou turned and left, leaving the three of them looking at each other in bewilderment. Master? Zhou Zhang was the first to react, his small eyes shining. Yes, my grandfather said that once you join the Dragon Group Reserve Force, you'll be personally mentored by a big shot from the Dragon Group. He moved closer to Xingu, lowered his voice, and spoke with great excitement. Brother, this is an incredible opportunity for us. The masters of the Dragon Group are all at least 6th-tier war gods. A few pointers from them will be enough to benefit us for a lifetime. Ghost Hand remained silent, but his slightly straightened back revealed his inner excitement. Only Xingu calmly found a place to sit down, put the Vulcan gun back into his storage ring, and silently meditated. At the same time, the Dragon Group headquarters, inside a circular council chamber surrounded by countless light screens. Several figures, some clear and some blurry, were sitting around a round table. They are the true pillars of the Eastern Xia Kingdom, the highest level of the dragon group. Each and every one of them is a top-tier expert capable of guarding a region. On the screen, the final battle of the assessment was being played clearly. From the moment Du Mingxian was defeated by Shen Ji's single shot, to his release of cultivation suppression and frantic counterattack, to Shen Ji's counterattack that came after him and completely annihilated him with explosive flame annihilation. It plays over and over again, on a loop. The council chamber was completely silent. After a long silence, an elderly man with an air of otherworldly wisdom, dressed in a Taoist robe with the 8 trigram symbol, stroked his beard and spoke. It's a pity that the Du family of the western region has the talent of Xian Tian Shui. He was originally a rough gem, but his character was too bad, and he ruined his future. No sooner had he finished speaking than a burly, rugged-looking middle-aged man beside him said in a deep voice, "What's there to regret? Even if this kind of sore loser joins our dragon group, he'll only be a menace in the future. But that chubby boy named Zhou Zhang, isn't he the son of that old Zhou family's kid? He's got some connection with me, so he's mine now." The burly man spoke without any politeness and immediately reserved a spot. The old man in the Taoist robe smiled and did not refute. "Since you've chosen Zhou Zhang, then I'll be the one to teach the other little guy, Ghost Hand." A person sitting in the corner, whose figure was almost blending into the shadows, spoke in a dry voice. "His talent is very suitable for me to carry on his legacy." In just a few words, the fates of Zhou Zhang and Ghost Hand were decided. Inside the council chamber, everyone's gaze fell unanimously on the boy standing with a gun on the screen. Shen Gu. As for this last person, the old man in the Taoist robe pondered, seemingly considering his words. This child's flames are extraordinary, they can easily burn Xian Tian water. Their grade is probably higher than S rank. The burly man nodded and added, "It is indeed the flame tyrant." Upon hearing these 4 words, everyone present fell into a brief silence. They were all powerful individuals above the 6th rank, with incredibly broad perspectives. Lower-level martial artists might not be able to see the clues, but they recognized the true nature of the golden red flames at a glance. That's the legendary physique of the Lord of 10,000 Fires. Chapter 68, Paying Homage to Master. Moreover, he is also that person's grandson. The other powerful figure, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke. This news made the atmosphere even more delicate. The true flame tyrant's physique, coupled with that identity, suddenly elevated Shen Ji's value and importance by several levels. Teaching an ordinary genius is a completely different concept from teaching a boy with the true flame tyrant physique and an unfathomable background. Who will be his mentor has become a problem. Ordinary fire-type powerhouses simply cannot suppress the domineering flames of the true flame tyrant. Forcibly teaching him might even result in a backlash. Just as everyone was pondering this, boom! The door to the council chamber, which was strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from an 8th-tier domain-level expert, was kicked open from the outside. A fiery red figure, accompanied by a scorching heat wave, walked in. The newcomer had long, fiery hair, an exquisitely beautiful face, and an imposing, heroic air. Her well-tailored red combat uniform perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Luo Qinghuan, one of the 5 deputy leaders of the Dragon Group, is a top-tier 8th-level expert. What's all this noise about? Luo Qinghuan looked around, her voice clear and melodious, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. You all look like you haven't woken up yet. I heard it all from outside just now. She walked straight to the round table, her gaze fixed on Shingo on the light screen, her eyes flashing with excitement. I want that kid named Shingo. My flame venerable body, though not as powerful as the true flame tyrant, is still a king among flames. Here, apart from me, no one's flames can suppress him. None of the powerful figures attending the meeting spoke. What Luo Qinghuang said was true. Although there were many powerful people present, no one could surpass her in terms of control and affinity with flames. She was the only one most suitable to be Shen Ji's guide. The burly man laughed heartily, breaking the deadlock. All right, since Qinghuang has taken a liking to him, then this kid is yours. But I must remind you, this kid is not just the true flame tyrant, he is also the grandson of old Master Shen. You should be careful when you teach him. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuang paused in her actions. She looked at the boy in the light screen again. His young yet resolute face seemed to gradually overlap with a blurry figure from her memory. So it was his grandson. She muttered to herself, but quickly regained her assertive demeanor. Old Master Shen's grandson is just right to be my apprentice, Luo Qinghuang. It's settled then. She left those words behind, turned and walked towards the door, her fiery red hair tracing a dazzling arc in the air. I'll go pick him up myself. Assessment rest area. The door to the lounge was pushed open, and 3 figures walked in. The leader was a burly, rugged-looking middle-aged man whose every step caused a slight tremor in the hard ground. Beside him was a person whose figure was almost blending into the shadows of the corner, and whose face was not visible. The last person was Luo Qinghuang, who was dressed in a fiery red combat uniform, with a tall and straight figure and an exquisitely beautiful face. The moment she appeared, the temperature in the entire room seemed to rise several degrees. Zhou Zhang and Ghost Hand both stopped breathing the moment they saw the 3 of them. Although they didn't know who it was, the oppressive aura emanating from the level of life itself made it difficult for them to even stand. These are the strong members of the Dragon Group. That is the goal they will strive to catch up with in the future. The burly man's gaze swept over the 3 men, finally settling on Zhou Zhang. Your name is Zhou Zhang? The burly man spoke in a deep, booming voice. Yes, senior. Zhou Zhang jolted awake, straightened his back, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Not bad, you're sturdy enough. Come with me. The burly man nodded in satisfaction and said in a way that left no room for argument. Zhou Zhang's obese body trembled. He looked at Xingu, then at the burly man, and finally nodded with wild joy. Yes, master. Although he didn't know who the other party was, anyone who could come here to take on disciples must be at least a 6th-tier war god level being. This is already an incredible opportunity. Almost simultaneously, the person who had been standing in the shadows also offered a dry comment. You with the dagger, I can teach you your way. Ghost Hand shuddered and bowed deeply to the dark figure. Thank you, master. For a moment, only Xingu and Luo Qinghuang remained. Although Zhou Zhang and Ghost Hand had already found their partners, their eyes still involuntarily drifted towards Luo Qinghuang. There's no other reason than that this woman's aura was simply too powerful. She simply stood there quietly, yet she became the center of the world, captivating everyone's gaze. Only by becoming a disciple of such a powerful figure can one truly ascend to heaven. Luo Qinghuang didn't look at the other 2. Her fiery eyes were fixed on Xingu the whole time. She strode up to Xingu and asked, You're Xingu? His voice was clear and resonant, carrying a natural air of authority. Yes, Xingu replied calmly, looking directly into the other person's eyes. Not bad, you've got some guts. From today onwards, you are my disciple, Luo Qinghuang. Any objections? Although it was said to be an inquiry, Luo Qinghuang's tone was more like a notification. Xingu didn't speak, but simply clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. Disciple Xingu greets master. Very good. Luo Qinghuang nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Zhang, who was standing to the side, could no longer contain his excitement. He moved closer to Xingu and lowered his voice. Xingu, you're amazing. This must be Lord Yenzun, one of the 5 deputy leaders of our dragon group, a top-tier 8th order expert. My grandfather said that being favored by Lord Yenzun is an immense blessing. As Zhou Zhang spoke, he quickly pulled out his phone. Brother Shen, let's exchange contact information. If you encounter any problems you can't handle in the Eastern Territory, just give me a call. My dad's in the Eastern Territory, so he'll be a good help. Xingu nodded, took out his phone, and the 2 exchanged numbers. Please feel free to contact me anytime if anything comes up, Zhou Zhang said sincerely. He knew that from this day forward, the gap between him and Xingu would only widen. However, befriending such a future top expert would be of immense benefit to him and his family. Ghost Hand also came over. He didn't say anything, but just nodded to Xingu and then silently added her contact information. Luo Qinghuang watched this scene without urging anyone on. She didn't speak until they had finished doing all that. They're gone. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Shinji's shoulder. Xingu felt a blur before his eyes, and the next moment, he had left the lounge and appeared on a helipad. A jet-black, futuristic-looking fighter jet hovered silently in mid-air. Luo Qinghuang led him into the cabin. The fighter jet made no sound, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. On the fighter jet, Luo Qinghuang did not teach Xingu any martial arts techniques or provide him with any resources. Luo Qinghuang simply sat in her chair, closing her eyes to rest. Xingu didn't ask any more questions. Although it was only the first contact, he could tell that his new master was decisive and efficient, and definitely not someone who dragged things out. The fighter jets were moving at top speed, and the clouds outside the window were stretched into streaks of white. After an unknown amount of time, the fighter jets began to slow down. Below, a bustling city appeared. The northern border, Luoyang. The fighter jets did not land at the airport, but hovered directly in the city center, above a vast, luxurious estate. The Lu family. Shen Ji's pupils contracted slightly, and he instantly understood Luo Qinghuang's intention in bringing him onto the fighter jet. State your identity. Support. Chapter 69 Backing you up. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from the fighter jet, enveloping the entire Lu family manor. Inside the manor, countless members of the Lu family were stiff and unable to move under this oppressive aura, while the weaker ones knelt on the ground, their faces filled with fear. Who dares to be so insolent in my Lu family? A furious shout came from the depths of the manor, and several powerful auras soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, an elderly man dressed in a brocade robe with white hair and beard appeared in mid-air, followed by several core members of the Lu family. The old man was the pillar of the Lu family, a 6th-tier war god. He was initially furious, but when he saw the black fighter jet and the fiery red figure stepping out of the cockpit, all his anger turned into boundless horror. Lord Yen. Lord Yen? The old man's voice was trembling, and his body swayed precariously in mid-air. The high-ranking members of the Lu family behind him were even more ashen-faced. Deputy leader of the Dragon Group, Flame Lord Luo Qinghuang. How could this evil spirit suddenly descend upon their Lu family? What did the Lu family do to offend this person? Luo Qinghuang ignored them and stepped aside. Shen Ji's figure appeared in the sight of the Lu family members. The moment the elder of the Lu family saw Shen Gu, his pupils contracted, his heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood what was happening. Lord Yenzun, this is a misunderstanding. Luo Qinghuang looked down at them from her high position. Her voice was not loud, but it carried throughout the entire Lu family. If you're not as skilled as your peers in a fight, you deserve to die, I don't care. But what if some shameless old man dares to play dirty tricks behind people's backs? Her voice paused, and an even more terrifyingly hot aura erupted. I will wipe out your entire Lu family. His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable will. Cold sweat poured down the forehead of the 6th-tier war god from the Lu family. He had no doubt that, given Yenzun's fiery temper and terrifying strength, he was absolutely capable of both saying and doing. No, absolutely not. He quickly bowed and made his promise, adopting an extremely humble posture. That idiot Lu Jingde, I'll personally teach him a lesson. We will never let him cause trouble for young Master Shen again. Luo Qinghuang then withdrew her oppressive aura. As if remembering something, she casually asked, by the way, there was a guy named Zhao Lihong in Jiangcheng who deserted during the battle. Where is he now? The Lu family members were taken aback. One of the well-informed senior members quickly replied, reporting to Lord Yenzun, Zhao Lihong contacted us a few days ago, seeking refuge, but we refused. He should still be wandering within the northern territory. Very good. Luo Qinghuang took out a special communicator and gave the order directly. Issue my order, in the name of the Dragon Group, issue a nationwide warrant for the arrest of Zhao Lihong, a 4th-tier martial king. Anyone who provides clues will be rewarded with 10,000 military merits. Those who knowingly fail to report, or who harbor or conceal such individuals, are guilty of treason. After the order was given, the entire Lu family manor fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned into silence by Luo Qinghuang's swift and decisive actions. This is the power of the deputy leader of the Dragon Group. A single word can determine life or death. With a single decree, the message can reach the entire world. Shengu, this is going to reach the heavens. Luo Qinghuang looked at the scene before her and nodded almost imperceptibly. She certainly couldn't protect Shengu forever, nor would she do so. After all, only by experiencing countless dangers can one become a true strongman. But this time, she came to the Lu family for 2 reasons. Firstly, to warn the Lu family, who had the deepest grudge against Shengu, and secondly, to use the Lu family to spread the news that Shengu was her disciple, Luo Qinghuang. When the time comes, those old fogies who want to bully the weak and make a move against Shengu will have to think twice about the consequences. After doing all this, Luo Qinghuang didn't even glance at the Lu family members again, and returned to the fighter jet with Shengu. The fighter jets restarted and disappeared without a trace. Only the terrified, survivors of the ordeal were left standing bewildered in the wind. The fighter jet streaked across the sky, leaving only a fleeting afterimage that was almost impossible to capture. Shengu sat in the cabin, looking at Luo Qinghuang, who was resting with her eyes closed beside her, and felt at ease. This master's style of doing things was domineering and direct, but it also gave him a feeling he had never experienced before. It feels really good to have someone backing you up. He looked at the domineering woman in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Master, where are we going now? Luo Qinghuang shifted her gaze from the window to Xingu, Yanyu Mountain. Although Xingu wasn't quite sure what they were going to do at Yanyu Mountain, she didn't press the matter further. Luo Qinghuang must have her reasons for doing this. After an unknown amount of time, the fighter jets began to slow down. The view outside the window was no longer the rapidly receding clouds, but a shocking expanse of crimson earth. The air was distorted, and the heat wave was intense. On the ground, barren mountain ranges stretch out in waves, their bodies riddled with cracks, through which dark red magma slowly flows. This place is barren, like a living hell. Arrive! Luo Qinghuang opened her eyes and stood up. The hatch slid open silently, and a wave of heat, hot enough to melt the fighter jet instantly, rushed out. Shenji's true flame tyrant bloodline activated automatically, isolating him from the heat wave, and he only felt a comfortable warmth. Luo Qinghuang stepped off the fighter jet, her fiery red combat suit standing out even more brightly in this crimson world. She glanced back at Xingu, and seeing that he was unharmed, nodded. It truly is the true flame tyrant. Even with a physique as strong as the flame venerable, she still had to rely on her cultivation's true energy to insulate herself from the high temperatures here. Only the strongest fire attribute physique, the true flame tyrant, could disregard cultivation and make no difference between being in this place and being in other places. Keep up. Xingu followed her and set foot on this scorching land. The rocks beneath our feet were scorched red hot, and they made a slight sizzling sound when we stepped on them. This is Yanyu Mountain, the largest lava field in the Northern Territory. Luo Qinghuang explained casually as she walked, the fire energy here is more than 100 times that of the outside world, and it is extremely pure. For other martial artists, this is a dead end, but for people with our physique, this is a holy land. The two continued walking deeper into the mountains. The further in you go, the higher the temperature gets. Gradually, a faint red light emanated from Luo Qinghuang's body, isolating the excessively violent flame energy. She noticed that Xingu still looked calm and collected, so she couldn't help but ask a question. You don't feel anything? It's a bit hot, Xingu answered honestly. The heat felt more like the comfort of soaking in a hot spring, making every cell in his body relax. Luo Qinghuang paused for a moment, then looked him over a few more times. As expected of the true flame tyrant, he's truly monstrous. She asked no more questions and continued walking deeper into the area. Finally, the two stopped in front of a huge underground lava lake. Golden magma churned in the lake, and with each burst of a bubble, it spewed out devastating heat. Standing here, even Luo Qinghuang must constantly circulate her true energy to protect herself. This is it. Luo Qinghuang stopped and turned to face Xingu. You have the physique of the true flame tyrant, but you don't know how to use it to its fullest potential. All the previous moves had wasted at least 30-40% of their power. Xingu listened quietly, knowing that what his master said was true. After all, it has only been 2 short months since they obtained the true flame tyrant. How to use it was something he learned through trial and error in battle, so naturally it was limited. Chapter 70 Yun Mushi is in trouble. Watch closely. Luo Qinghuang stretched out her right hand and gently clapped her palm towards the churning lava lake in front of her. In an instant, the entire lava lake froze. Immediately afterwards, streams of golden magma began to surge from the inside out, eventually converging into a massive jet of magma that shot into the sky. It's the heaven-burning palm. Xingu watched Luo Qinghuang unleash this familiar move, his heart filled with amazement. He could sense that when Luo Qinghuang used the burning heaven palm, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation to the 9th level of the 1st rank, which was the same as Shenji's cultivation. However, even on this basis, the power of Luo Qinghuang's burning heaven palm was far greater than that of Xingu. In fact, the burning heaven palm she unleashed had already surpassed the scope of a 3rd-order technique and was clearly a 4th-order technique. Flame is not only for burning and exploding. True mastery of fire is to make every bit of its power work for you. As Luo Qinghuang spoke, her loosely clenched right hand suddenly opened wide. The giant flaming sword in the air suddenly disintegrated, turning into a rain of fire, but just before it fell into the lava lake, it reassembled into countless tiny flaming birds, circling and dancing around the two of them. This exquisite control over the energy of the flames opened Shinji's eyes. Your Vulcan spear was previously a 9th-tier divine weapon. Although it is damaged, it can still unleash power far exceeding that of a 5th-tier weapon. Take it out. Xingu did as instructed and summoned the Vulcan gun. Pour all your true energy and the power of your bloodline into it. Don't treat it as a weapon, treat it as an extension of your body, a part of your arm. Shingu followed her instructions and began to try. Golden red flames surged down his arm and into the Vulcan spear. The gun began to hum, and the previously dull tip of the gun once again lit up with a dazzling golden red light. That's not right. Luo Qinghuang rebuked directly. Your power is too scattered. It should flow in, not pour in. Imagine the flames within you are a river, and the Vulcan gun is the riverbed. Let it flow naturally, feel its veins, its breath. Shingu calmed herself down and tried again and again. He gradually stopped thinking about how to activate the power and instead began to feel the flow of the flames. After an unknown amount of time, an unprecedented sense of fusion emanated from his palm. The Vulcan spear in his hands suddenly trembled. The ancient patterns on the gun body lit up section by section, and an aura far more powerful and domineering than before emanated from the gun. Nourished by the pure flame energy of Flame Prison Mountain and the ultimate true energy of the True Flame Tyrant, the Vulcan spear began to slowly repair itself. This is getting interesting. Luo Qinghuang nodded. There's one more thing. Your Heaven Burning Palm and Fiery Cloud technique are of too low a grade. However, the root of any martial arts technique lies in the method of utilizing energy. She flicked her finger, and 2 streaks of fire entered Shinji's brow. In an instant, countless more ingenious variations and application methods of the Burning Heaven Palm and Fiery Cloud skill flooded into his mind. This is an advanced version deduced by Luo Qinghuang based on his True Flame Tyrant physique. From now on, you will stay here. I'll come out again when I break through to the second tier. Luo Qinghuang left after saying those words. Yes, master. Shingu bowed respectfully. Luo Qinghuang's figure quickly disappeared, leaving only Shingu by the huge lava lake. He sat cross-legged, sensing the vast, ocean-like flame energy around him, and began to circulate his cultivation technique according to the methods taught by Luo Qinghuang. The pure earth fire energy surged wildly into his body. After being transformed by the bloodline of the True Flame Tyrant, it became the most primal golden red true energy, surging through the meridians in his body. His bottleneck at the peak of the 9th level of the first tier began to loosen under the impact of this enormous energy. Time passed by, bit by bit. Shingu was completely immersed in cultivation. I don't know how much time passed. The circulation of his internal energy reached its peak. A crisp cracking sound came from within his body, and the final bottleneck of the first stage was violently broken through by the raging torrent of true energy. Second tier martial artist. An aura several times stronger than before emanated from his body. All the bones, meridians, and flesh in the body are undergoing transformation under the nourishment of the newly generated second-level true qi. Shingu didn't stop. After stabilizing his realm, he took out a jade box directly from his storage ring. Upon opening the jade box, a 5th-tier spiritual herb, entirely blood red, lay quietly inside. It was the spiritual herb obtained after slaying the 5th-tier blood jade demon Spider King. Previously, he dared not refine the energy easily because it was too violent, but now, he is a second-level martial artist and is in the core of this Flame Prison Mountain. This is the perfect time to refine it. Without hesitation, Shingu swallowed the entire medicinal herb. Boom! An energy 100 times more violent than magma exploded within his body. That energy surged wildly, threatening to burst his body. Shingu grunted and focused all his energy on circulating his cultivation technique, guiding this massive energy. The golden red True Flame Tyrant bloodline began to operate at an unprecedented speed, frantically devouring and transforming the medicinal power. His cultivation level began to rise at an alarming rate. Peak of the first level of the second tier. Second-order duality. Finally, after all the medicinal power was fully absorbed, his cultivation level steadily stopped at the second level of the second tier. Shingu slowly opened his eyes, and a golden red light flashed in his eyes. Shingu clenched his fist, feeling the powerful true energy flowing through his body, which was several times stronger than before. The energy from that 5th-tier spiritual herb, combined with the unique environment of this place, made his breakthrough a natural and solid achievement. He stood up and took out a communicator from his storage ring. Since entering Yanyu Mountain to cultivate, he has completely turned off his communicator, isolating himself from all external interference. The screen lights up as the communicator is activated. The next second, a flood of backlogged messages and missed call notifications came rushing out. On the screen, a name was being refreshed continuously at an astonishing frequency. Yun Tianchang, 137 missed calls. Shinji's heart sank suddenly. He knew Yun Tianchang's personality very well. Unless something extremely serious had happened, he would never contact him, let alone make so many phone calls. Something's happened. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately dialed the number back. The call was answered almost instantly after it was dialed. Shingu. Shingu heard Yun Tiancheng's hoarse voice coming through the receiver, and she could hear the undeniable exhaustion on the other end of the line. It's me. What happened? Shin Ji's voice remained calm, but beneath that calmness lay a taut nerve. Mushi is in trouble. Yun Tiancheng's words were urgent. Chapter 71 Arrival at Devil's Island. Shin Ji's mind went blank for a moment. Don't rush, tell me slowly, what exactly happened? He forced himself to calm down. It was precisely in times like these that he couldn't afford to panic. Yun Tiancheng took a few deep breaths on the other end of the phone, seemingly trying to calm himself down, but his voice still trembled uncontrollably. It's a martial arts college entrance exam. This year's martial arts college entrance examination in Dongxia Kingdom has brought all candidates together on an island for a unified assessment. Tens of millions of test takers are on that island. Just yesterday, as the assessment was nearing its end, that island suddenly collapsed. At this point, Yun Tiancheng lost control of his emotions again. The entire island shattered into hundreds of pieces, and countless strange beasts surged out from the surrounding seas. The examinees are trapped on those broken islands, and their lives are in danger at any moment. Shin Ji's breath hitched for a moment. Tens of millions of examinees were trapped, surrounded by strange beasts. This is absolutely the most serious security incident in the history of the Eastern Xia Kingdom. Where is the military? Have they gone to provide assistance? They've gone. The 4th Military Region sent people there immediately. Yun Tiancheng said urgently. But the situation on site was too complicated, and the rescue team could only conduct a carpet search of the island piece by piece. There was no way to prioritize anyone. Shingu raised an eyebrow and asked in return, with such a big incident, didn't the Yun family send anyone to search for them? No. All 4 sea areas are sealed off. Except for the military's rescue team, no one else can enter. Yun Tiancheng's words conveyed a deep sense of powerlessness. He could understand the military's decision to blockade the sea area. After all, there were tens of millions of examinees there. If the forces behind each examinee rushed in to look for someone, the scene would be even more chaotic than it is now. The chaos is only on the surface. If someone takes the opportunity to settle personal scores and hunt down the talents of the opposing camp, then the trouble will be much greater. While he could understand it, he was more worried about Yun Mushi's safety. I also contacted Muyu, hoping she could use her connections at Dragon Soul Martial Arts University to try and find a solution. But ever since that girl entered Dragon Soul Martial Arts University, she's often in seclusion, and we can't get in touch with her at all. Shingu, you are now a rising star in the military and are also valued by the god of war of the northern underworld. Your status is extraordinary. Yun Tiancheng's voice carried a hint of pleading. You must have a way, right? If what happened before still causes you to hold a grudge, I apologize to you here. Please, I beg you, save Mushi. Hearing Yun Tiancheng's almost collapsing pleas on the phone, Shingu remained silent. The image of Yun Mushi's quirky and pretty face, and that last warm kiss, floated into my mind. He had promised her that he would wait for her in Kyoto. Patriarch Yun, Shingu spoke again, his voice calm yet reassuring, send me the coordinates of the island. I will bring her back safe and sound. After saying that, Shingu hung up the phone. He doesn't need anyone's request. Yun Mushi is his woman. She was in danger, so it was only natural for him to rescue her. Almost the instant he hung up the phone, a precise location coordinate was sent to his communicator. Devil Island in the Eastern Sea. Shingu looked at the coordinates, put away the communicator, and without pausing, turned around and walked towards the outside of Yenyu Mountain. The second-level true energy surged through his meridians, and he used the shadow flame step to its fullest extent, leaving a trail of afterimages amidst the crimson mountains. When Shingu reappeared on the shore of that huge underground lava lake, a fiery red figure was already waiting there. Luo Qinghuang stood with her back to him, watching the golden lava churning in the lake, seemingly never having left. What is it? She didn't turn around, her clear voice echoing in the empty cave. It's because you didn't even have time to fully stabilize your cultivation level before you rushed out like this. Shingo walked to her side and bowed. Master. He raised his head and looked directly at Luo Qinghuang's profile. This disciple has a request. Luo Qinghuang finally turned around, her fiery eyes scrutinizing Shingo. Explain. In the Eastern Sea, an accident occurred at the examination site for the martial arts college entrance examination. The entire island collapsed, and tens of millions of candidates were trapped. Shengu explained the situation succinctly. Luo Qinghuan listened without even raising her beautiful eyebrows. So what? Every year, various accidents happen in Dongxia Kingdom, and countless geniuses die. Such matters are handled by the military and relevant departments. Her reaction was exactly what Shengu expected. The Dragon Group is the pillar of the Eastern Xia Kingdom, dealing with crises affecting the entire kingdom, not regional disasters targeting a select few. My fiancé is trapped inside, Shengu said, emphasizing each word. Luo Qinghuang's scrutinizing gaze lingered on his face for a moment. She didn't ask who the woman was, nor what their relationship was, she only asked one question: is it absolutely necessary to save her? Yes, they absolutely must be saved. Good. Luo Qinghuang uttered a single word crisply and decisively, then grabbed Shen Jiyi's shoulder. The next moment, the two appeared inside the jet-black fighter jet. Coordinate. Devil's Island in the Eastern Sea area. The fighter jet started up silently, transforming into a streak of light too fast for the naked eye to see, soaring into the sky and tearing through the clouds. The speed was several times faster than when we went to Luoyang. Shengu sat by the window, watching the mountains and cities rushing past below, feeling a vague unease in her heart. In less than half an hour, the fighter jets began to slow down. Shengu looked out and saw a vast ocean below. At the edge of the field of vision, one can see a sea area blocked by countless warships. Further away, the outline of a huge island is broken, with hundreds of fragments of varying sizes floating on the sea. Thick black smoke rose from some island fragments, and the chaotic atmosphere could be felt even from a distance. Without pausing, the fighter jets passed directly through the military's blockade and hovered above an aircraft carrier serving as a temporary command center. Lord Yenzun, a middle-aged general with a stern face and a star on his shoulder, rushed out of the command room with several staff officers. When he looked up and saw the familiar fighter jet, he immediately saluted. Luo Qinghuan led Shengu out of the cabin and landed directly on the aircraft carrier's deck. How is the situation? Luo Qinghuan asked directly. The general's face was etched with exhaustion and gravity, reporting to Lord Yenzun, the situation is extremely bad. The cause of the island collapse is still under investigation, but preliminary judgment suggests it is related to abnormal ground movement. It has been confirmed that more than 12 million test takers are trapped on more than 300 islands, and the activity frequency of strange beasts in the surrounding waters is more than 30 times higher than usual. He pointed to the huge electronic sand table in the command room. We have deployed 70% of our forces in the Eastern Theater for blockade and rescue operations, but there are too many islands and the candidates are too scattered, making the rescue extremely difficult. Chapter 72 Power. Luo Qinghuan walked straight into the command room, where a huge electronic sand table was covered with countless flashing dots of light. The vast majority are green, representing life signals, but many have turned gray, representing the disappearance of those signals. I'm looking for someone. Shen Jiyi's voice rang out. All the busy officers in the command room stopped what they were doing and looked at the young man following behind Yenzun. The general looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw the centurion's insignia on Shen Jiyi's shoulder insignia, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. When did such a young centurion appear in the military? And he was brought by Lord Yenzun? They had heard that this Lord Yenzun always kept to herself and no one had ever seen her with anyone else. This is the first time. The general instinctively wanted to refuse, even though checking a student's information wouldn't take much time or delay the rescue process. However, this is still against regulations. If we make an exception today, and word gets out, other major powers will also be looking for information about their own members. Wouldn't that create chaos? Excuse me, this. Yun Mushi, a candidate from Jiangcheng. Luo Qinghuang's aura emanated subtly, causing the general's expression to change. He swallowed the words he was about to say and immediately turned to a technical officer, ordering, "Can you find any information about this examinee?" The technical officer immediately started tapping on the control panel, but soon he turned around, looking troubled. "General, we have this candidate's information in our database, but our life signal monitoring system can only locate coordinates, not identify his identity." He pointed to the tens of millions of green dots on the sand table. "We don't know which of the points of light is Miss Yun Mushi. Finding someone here is no different from finding a needle in a haystack." Shingo slowly clenched his fist at his side, knowing that what the other person said was true. Knowing something doesn't mean you can easily accept it. He had witnessed firsthand how critical the situation was. With every second that passed, Yun Mushi was in greater danger. Just then, Luo Qinghuang's voice rang out, not loud, but clearly carried throughout the entire command room. Pass on my orders. All eyes shifted from Xingu and focused on her again. From now on, all rescue teams shall inquire about Yun Mushi's whereabouts immediately after rescuing any examinee. The general was stunned, but still nodded. Since Lord Yen has given such an order, they will naturally obey. After giving her instructions, Luo Qinghuang remained silent and stood quietly to the side. Xingu stood in front of the sand table, silently gazing at the broken archipelago that represented a desperate situation. Time passed second by second, and new gray dots of light kept appearing on the sand table. After an unknown amount of time, a communications soldier suddenly rushed in, his face showing a mixture of urgency and hesitation. Report. Speak. Just now, among the group of examinees rescued from Island 134, someone said she knows Miss Yun Mushi. Shin Ji's body jolted, and she turned her head. The communications soldier didn't dare look Xingu in the eye. He lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. That candidate said she was with Miss Yun Mushi when the island collapsed. During a violent tremor, a huge crack appeared in the ground. Miss Yun Mushi fell down herself while trying to save another classmate beside her. The communications soldier's voice grew fainter and fainter. Below is lava. The entire command center was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Xingu, and they could feel the oppressive aura emanating from him. Shin Ji's chest heaved violently, but quickly calmed down. He walked up to the communications soldier, patted him on the shoulder to reassure him, and asked in a calm tone, the exact coordinates of the crack you fell into. Meanwhile, deep underground, the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. All around was an endless crimson, and scalding lava flowed slowly in an underground river not far away. Each tumble brought up a scorching heat wave, baking the cave walls until they were glowing red. Yun Mushi leaned against a relatively flat rock, her face pale. As she fell through the crevice, she exhausted her last bit of inner energy to protect her classmates. Her body was cut in many places by sharp rocks, and the blood had already congealed. Around her sat 5 or 6 other equally disheveled candidates, and an atmosphere of despair permeated the crowd. They could only pray that rescuers would find them. If they arrived even a little later, they would all die there. Just then, a figure emerged from a cave entrance on the opposite bank of the lava river. He walked with ease, seemingly unaffected by the high temperature. He was a tall, thin young man wearing a specially made combat suit, surrounded by a faint halo of flames that kept out the deadly heat. When everyone recognized the figure, they were overjoyed. This person was quite famous in this year's college entrance examination and was a hot candidate to break into the top 100. Huo Qi, from the Hua family of Yen City, is at the second level of cultivation and has awakened an S-level fire talent. It is precisely for this reason that he is able to move freely in this place. Earlier, Huo Qi had fallen down with them, and because of his talent, he went out to scout out the surrounding area. Now that they're back, they must have found a way out. Huo Qi's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Yun Mushi. His undisguised greed was nauseating. Do you want to live? He spoke slowly, his voice echoing in the empty cave. In an instant, all the candidates who were slumped on the ground raised their heads, and a glimmer of light rekindled in their dim eyes. Young Master Hua. You found a way out? You must have a way to get us out of here, right? A boy who had been rescued by Yun Mushi from the falling rubble struggled to his feet and shouted excitedly. Of course there's a way. Huo Qi thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of having others' lives in his hands. He strolled in front of the group, glancing furtively at Yun Mushi, before finally speaking slowly and deliberately. However, why should I save a bunch of trash like you? Everyone's faces froze. They never expected Huo Qi to say such a thing. Huo Qi ignored them, stretched out a finger, and pointed in the direction of Yun Mushi from a distance. Of course, I'm not an unfeeling person. I'll give you a chance. If you can persuade Yun Mushi to spend a night with me, I might consider rescuing you as well. The cave fell silent instantly, and everyone held their breath. They looked at Yun Mushi, then at Huo Qi, and the scales in their hearts began to sway violently. Although Yun Mushi had indeed protected them before, their lives were now in Huo Qi's hands. Is it worth giving up your own chance to live for someone else? This multiple-choice question doesn't seem to be that difficult for them. Yun Mushi leaned against the rock wall to her feet, looking coldly at Huo Qi. You're dreaming. Chapter 73. Huo Qi of the Hua family. Huo Qi shrugged indifferently and spread his hands. It's okay if you don't dream. Then you can all stay here and wait to be roasted in lava. Think about it, one person's life for the lives of 5 of you, what a worthwhile deal. His words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. The group could no longer hold on. Yun Mushi. The first to speak was the boy who had been saved by Yun Mushi. He stared directly into Yun Mushi's eyes and said confidently, "Young Master Hua, what he said makes sense. We can't all die here." "Yes, Yun." Another girl quickly chimed in, her voice trembling with tears. "Just bear with it. We'll all be grateful to you. We'll definitely make it up to you once we get out of here. We're all classmates, you can't be so selfish. Do you want to see us all die with you? You've exhausted all your inner energy saving people. Even if you get out, you'll be a cripple. You might as well use your last bit of value to help those of us with bright futures." Each word of persuasion turned into questioning and coercion. In order to survive, they have abandoned all morality and conscience. Yun Mushi's heart sank little by little. She looked at the classmates she had just saved, but now their faces were even uglier than the demons of the underworld. "I would rather die than let you have your way." "Then it's not up to you." The boy's expression hardened, and he stopped pretending. What she watched with his arms crossed, his smile growing wider. "This kid is smart enough. After it's all over, we can let him have a taste too, and then kill Yun Mushi." He wanted these people to become accomplices. Only in this way would they be willing to keep his dirty secret because of their dishonest deeds after they got out. "Do it," Hua Chi commanded calmly. "Tie her up and bring her here, and you'll live. Whoever brings him here, let that person have a taste of me too." Upon hearing this, several boys glanced at Yun Mushi's stunning face, their eyes burning with desire. With a low roar, they unleashed their reserved inner energy and charged towards Yun Mushi first. They surrounded Yun Mushi from different directions, completely cutting off her escape route. Yun Mushi wanted to fight back, but she was already seriously injured and her true energy was exhausted. How could she be a match for these classmates who were conserving their strength to survive? She slowly closed her eyes and bit her tongue hard. Even if she dies, she will not let these beasts succeed. But I never imagined that would be the last time I saw Shingu. Just as the boy's hand was about to grab Yun Mushi's shoulder. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the top of the cave. The solid rock wall was blasted open from the outside by an indescribable force, creating a large hole. Gravel and dust flew everywhere as a figure descended from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. As the smoke and dust cleared, the figures of the newcomers were revealed. Shingu stood there, his combat uniform was somewhat torn, and his body was covered in dust, but he stood ramrod straight. The first thing he saw was Yun Mushi, who was about to be attacked and knocked to the ground. He saw her pale face, the blood at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes filled with despair and stubbornness. A violent current of air emanated from him and spread outwards. "Hey! Another unlucky guy fell down." The boy who was about to attack Yun Mushi was completely unaware of the impending danger. When he saw Shingu, he thought she was a new companion. "Brother, you've come at the perfect time. Come and lend a hand. This girl is too disobedient. Let's subdue her together and hand her over to young Master Hua, then we can survive." He kept shouting to himself, completely unaware that the temperature of the entire cave had become less scorching because of Shinji's appearance. Even the lava churning not far away slowed down. Shingu did not respond to him. He simply started walking, step by step, towards Yun Mushi. "Hey! Are you deaf? I called you over to help," the boy shouted impatiently. Shingu stopped and looked up. He looked at the boy and calmly asked a question. "What do you want me to help you with?" The voice was soft, yet it carried a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. "Of course, it's to help us catch her." Before the boy could finish speaking, he met Shinji's gaze. What kind of eyes were those? The golden red flames burning within sent shivers down one's spine at first glance. The boy's words caught in his throat, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally realized that he seemed to have provoked someone 100 times more terrifying than Hua Chi. "What did you just say you wanted to do to her?" Shingu asked again, her voice devoid of any emotion. The more he acted this way, the more terrified the boy became. I. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. But Shingu didn't give him another chance to speak. His figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the boy, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him off the ground. Well. The boy struggled desperately, his feet off the ground, but he couldn't budge the hand an inch. The other people who were rushing towards Yun Mushi had already turned around and scrambled back to a distance, their faces ashen. Huo Chi's relaxed demeanor changed. He straightened up, stared at the suddenly appearing Xingu, and frowned. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Xingu. He could vaguely sense the fire talent within him, and when facing Xingu, he even felt a sense of wanting to submit to him. "Speak," Xingu said, carrying the boy as she slowly walked up to Yun Mushi. "How do you want to die?" Yun Mushi froze, staring at the figure descending from the sky. It was Xingu. I never expected him to come when she was at her most desperate. The heart that had sunk into the icy sea found support again the moment it saw him. She didn't cry or shout, she just looked at him. It was as if he was the only person left in the whole world. Xingu slowly shifted his gaze from the boy he had lifted into the air. He landed on Huo Chi's face. Huo Chi tensed up, sensing a kind of physical suppression emanating from this newcomer. Even her own S-rank fire talent was trembling in fear in front of this man. "You are Huo Chi?" Xingu asked. "So what if it is?" Huo Chiqiang tried to remain calm. "Friend, this is not a place for you to run wild. If you know what's good for you, put him down. Maybe I can take you out with me." Xingu ignored him. He applied slight pressure to his hand. Click. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed in the silent cave. The boy's head drooped down at an odd angle, and his struggling body went limp instantly. Xingu casually tossed the body aside. He did all this as if he had simply dusted off a bit of dust from his clothes. Chapter 74: Regeneration and Mutation. The remaining candidates who were about to rush towards Yun Mushi turned pale, their legs trembling, and they even forgot to retreat. He killed someone. A madman. He's a madman. Huo Chi's pupils also contracted slightly. He hadn't expected Xingu to be so decisive. But he quickly regained his composure and even laughed. "See that? This guy is a ruthless killer." Huo Chi shouted at the few terrified examinees. "He's killed Wang Tao now, and you're next. Do you think he'll let you go? He'll kill everyone who saw this. Our only chance of survival now is to join forces and kill him. He's all alone. Let's go." His shout caused a flicker of madness to rise on the faces of the despairing candidates. Yes, they just tried to attack Yun Mushi, and this man definitely won't let them get away with it. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight. Let's fight him. Kill him, and young Master Huo will save us. Driven by their survival instincts, the group unleashed their remaining inner energy and charged toward Xingu from different directions. Yun Mushi was about to speak up to remind him when she saw that Xingu didn't even turn his head. He just kept walking towards her. The attack from those examinees was about to land on his back. Boom! An even more terrifying roar came from the nearby underground river of lava. The entire underground space shook violently. The scalding golden magma surged upwards, exploding dozens of meters high. A giant lava serpent, its entire body engulfed in flames and as thick as a water bucket, burst forth from the lava river. Its appearance raised the temperature inside the cave several levels again. The examinees who rushed towards Xingu were so startled by this sudden turn of events that they stopped in their tracks. The lava python's scarlet vertical pupils swept across the entire area, finally locking onto Xingu, who was closest to it. The giant python was far larger than anyone had imagined. It coiled in the lava river, with half of its body protruding above the water, reaching the top of the cave, causing rocks to fall down in a flurry. Golden magma patterns flowed between the gaps in its scales, and a high temperature, enough to melt gold and iron, swept outwards. This is at least a Tier 2 beast. The candidates who had just been clamoring to fight Xingu to the death had all lost their madness, replaced by a deathly pale expression. The protective aura shields on their bodies had become ineffective under the intense heat. The thoughts of attacking Xingu had faded somewhat. Facing such a powerful beast, preserving their own lives was the most important thing. Huo Chi stood at a distance, arms crossed, a look of surprise flashing across his face. In his view, this second-tier, low-level lava python, combined with the high-temperature environment underground, was enough to make any second-tier, third-level martial artist flustered. He hadn't figured out where this kid who had just fallen was from and was afraid of something going wrong, but he never expected to encounter such a second-tier beast. When the time comes, this guy will definitely fight the giant python to a standstill. Then he will step in to clean up the mess, not only winning the heart of the beauty, but also receiving commendation from the military. What a perfect plan! However, what happened the next second completely froze the smug look on his face. Faced with the oncoming pillar of lava, Xingu did not dodge. He didn't even glance at the giant python, he simply continued walking towards Yun Mushi. Just as the magma was about to touch his body, an invisible aura spread out from within him. Golden red flame armor appeared out of thin air, firmly protecting him. The raging pillar of lava struck the armor without making a sound, vanishing silently into sparks that dissipated into the air. He blocked the lava? How is that possible? The few surviving candidates could hardly believe what they were seeing. No one else could withstand such an attack without being hurt. Huaqi's body tensed up as well. This guy was no ordinary person. Shingo walked up to Yun Mushi as if no one else was there, squatted down, and gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek. "I'm late." His voice was soft, tinged with apology. Yun Mushi shook her head, unable to say anything, and just stared at him. Just then, the candidates who had recovered from their shock, at Huaqi's prompting, mustered their courage once again. They didn't know where this guy came from, but they knew about Huaqi's abilities and had witnessed them before. Huaqi possesses a very rare flying skill, and only he can take them out. Attack together. He'll have to spare some attention to protect that woman, and with the beast watching him, we have a chance. Kill him. Otherwise, we'll all die. The will to survive overcame the fear. The group unleashed their inner energy once more and pounced on Shingo from behind. At the same time, the lava python also felt the provocation. It roared and its huge tail, carrying scalding magma, swept towards Shingo. A smile returned to Huaqi's lips. "We're attacking from both sides, let's see how you handle this." Shingo didn't even turn around to look. Boom! A wave of golden red fire swept outwards from him in all directions. The candidates who rushed behind him didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes in the flames. The massive serpent tail that swept across the battlefield broke apart inch by inch the moment it came into contact with the wave of fire. In the end, the entire enormous body was engulfed by the flames, leaving not even a single bone behind. This process was as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. It was a pure crushing on a power level. Shingo is now a second-level martial artist, and the bloodline of the true flame tyrant has been tempered and sublimated to the extreme in Flame Prison Mountain. Let alone a group of already weak first-tier examinees and a low-level second-tier beast. Even if a second-tier, fifth-level martial artist were here, he could kill them with a flick of his finger. The smile on Huaqi's face froze completely. His blood ran cold, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Run! That was the only thought in his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled his inner energy, and in the next moment, a pair of fiery red wings appeared out of thin air on his back. Shingo was taken aback, not expecting that this guy in front of him would actually possess a very rare flying-type martial skill. "You're very strong. But that's all for now. I'm leaving first. Once I'm out, I'll have plenty of ways to deal with you." Huachi laughed loudly, his wings flapped suddenly, and he soared into the sky, flying towards the cave entrance at the top. Shingo only glanced at him and did not chase after him. The most important thing right now is to protect Yun Mushi. He bent down and gently carried Yun Mushi on his back. "Hurry up." Yun Mushi wrapped her arms around his neck, buried her face in his back, and felt that familiar warmth, feeling both at ease and worried. "Shingo, why did you come down? These rock walls are so high without flying skills, you can't get back up after you come down." Shingo laughed heartily. "You're not married to me yet, how could I possibly abandon you? Don't worry, I'm here, we'll get up there." After saying that, he came to the bottom of the cave wall, looked up at the nearly 100-meter-high cave entrance, bent his legs slightly, and then exerted force. He leaped more than 10 meters into the air, his hands firmly gripping the rough rock face, and began to climb upwards. The rock face was steep and scorching hot from the intense heat, but he didn't care at all. Or rather, in front of the true flame tyrant, this temperature was nothing. Shinji's movements were steady and powerful. With each exertion, he could climb upwards by a significant amount. Just when he had climbed halfway up the mountain, a figure appeared at the edge of the cave entrance, blocking the light from above. Huachi looked down at Shingo, who was climbing, and said, "Didn't expect that, did you? I'm back." He did escape, but he didn't go far. Just as he emerged from the cave, he suddenly realized that if Shingo wanted to get out, he would definitely have to carry Yun Mushi out. At this moment, he was using both hands to cling to the rock wall and had no way to fight back. This is a chance to kill Shingo without leaving a burial place in one move. Chapter 75: Killing Huachi. Go to hell. Huachi roared and poured all his inner energy into his arms, unleashing his strongest martial skill. Flaming Dragon Break. A giant dragon made of pure flames roared as it burst forth from his hand, crashing violently into Shingo below. the climbing motion came to an abrupt halt. Shingu gripped the scorching rock face with one hand, while the other hand steadily supported Yun Mushi on his back, remaining completely still. Yun Mushi felt the intense heat emanating from above. She struggled to lift her head, and after just one glance, her heart sank to the bottom. A dead end. Shinji's hands were used to support the weight of the two of them, leaving him no free hands to defend himself. It was her she became his burden. Shingu, let me go. Yun Mushi suddenly began to struggle, using all her strength to try to slide off his back. Let go. Walk away yourself. Her clear and melodious voice was now somewhat hoarse, with a sobbing tone. She would rather fall into the lava below herself than have him die here because of her. Don't move. Shinji's voice was very soft, it rang in her ear, and it made her stop all her struggles. Yun Mushi stopped moving. She looked at Shinji's resolute profile and his calm, unwavering eyes, as if what had fallen from the sky was not a fatal attack, but an insignificant firework. Why, even at this point, isn't he afraid at all? Or has he already given up? Tears finally became uncontrollable and slid down from the corners of my eyes, only to be instantly evaporated by the high temperature. All her resentment, regret, and love ultimately turned into a whisper in his ear, using up her last bit of strength. Shingu, if there's a next life, you must be the first to find me. You must live well. After saying that, she resolutely released her arms from Shinji's neck, leaned back, and fell downwards. At this distance, even Yun Mushi, who was already a first-level martial artist, would surely die if she fell. Upon seeing this, Shinji's heart skipped a beat. He almost instinctively rolled over and caught Yun Mushi, who was falling, in mid-air and pulled her back into his arms. At the same time, the Vulcan gun in his other hand pierced fiercely into the rock wall beside him. The Vulcan gun carved a long groove in the hard rock wall, finally stopping the two from falling. At that moment, Huaqi's attack was already upon them. Shingu held Yun Mushi in his arms, gripping the Vulcan spear with one hand, and poured all his true energy into the fire cloud technique. Flame armor appeared out of thin air, covering Shingu. Compared to the tangible armor generated by the fire cloud technique before, Shinji's flame armor was now much more solid. It can be considered a mid-grade 4th-tier defensive technique, with defensive capabilities several times stronger than the previous 3rd-tier technique. Boom! The fiery dragon crashed heavily into the fiery armor. The violent explosion shook the entire rock wall. But Shingu only let out a muffled groan. He wasn't injured at all. Are you all right? Huaqi stared at the scene in disbelief, then his face lit up with an even more frenzied expression. Let's see how many times you can withstand this. He channeled his inner energy once more, and another giant fiery dragon roared down. Shingu did not dodge. Instead, he used one arm to pull the Vulcan spear out of the rock wall and then threw it upwards. The Vulcan spear transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself deeply into the rock face higher up. At the same time, holding Yun Mushi, he used the power transmitted from the Vulcan spear to leap upwards and firmly grasp the spear shaft. Boom! The second attack landed on him, but still did not cause him any damage. And so, Huaqi continued to launch attacks from above, while Shingu, carrying Yun Mushi, climbed upwards little by little in this clumsy but effective way. Huaqi was completely stunned. He had exhausted most of his internal energy, but the man below was still enduring his attacks with his fiery armor, showing no signs of damage. However, what he didn't know was that after the fire cloud technique was upgraded under Luo Qingwang's guidance, with Shinji's current cultivation level and the blessing of the true flame tyrant, even if he stood still and let Huaqi attack him, Huaqi might not be able to break through Shinji's defense even after exhausting his true energy. Huaqi stared at Shingu as she drew closer, his eyes filled with fear. What kind of monster is this? When did such a freakish thing appear in this year's martial arts college entrance examination? Even the most prodigies from the top families in the capital are no better than this, right? Huaqi stared at the figure approaching from below, his dizziness from excessive energy depletion intertwined with extreme fear. He completely lost his composure. We can't fight anymore. If the fighting continues, he will die here. Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. Huaqi took one last look at the man who was holding Yun Mushi and climbing up little by little, his eyes filled with terror. He turned around, and the fiery wings on his back burst forth with even greater light than before. He transformed into a streak of fire and charged toward the cave entrance without looking back. He has flying skills, so Shingu definitely can't catch up with him. Once he gets outside, his grandfather will probably be waiting there, and then he'll have a chance to survive. Grandpa, save me. The ground was a scene of utter devastation. The makeshift medical camp was filled with surviving test takers, and military rescue personnel were busy providing treatment and comforting them. Not far away, an elderly man dressed in a magnificent robe, exuding a powerful aura, stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently at the bottomless crack. He was Huozhan, the patriarch of the Hua family in Yen City and a sixth-order war god. Upon hearing that familiar cry for help, Huozhan's tense body suddenly relaxed, and an uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Still alive. His beloved grandson is indeed still alive. The next second, a figure rushed out of the crack in a disheveled state. It was Huiqi. Qi'er. Huozhan shouted excitedly and was about to step forward. However, at that moment, another figure leaped out of the crack and landed steadily on the ground. It's Xingu. He gently put Yin Mushi down from his back, and after confirming that she was all right, he slowly stood up, raised his head, and looked at Huiqi, who was preparing to escape in mid-air. Huiqi also saw Xingu, and the relief on his face turned into a ferocious expression. So what if you can get out? This is Hua family territory. My grandfather is a sixth-tier war god. You're dead. He was shouting wildly, as if that could dispel the fear in his heart. Xingu ignored his shouts, and with a flash of fire, a longbow surrounded by flames appeared in his hand. This is the fourth-tier top-grade flame bow that the Northern Darkness war god had previously rewarded him with. The aura of a fourth-tier divine weapon wafted out faintly. The true energy within Shinji's body, along with the power of the true flame tyrant bloodline, surged wildly into the blazing bow. An arrow made entirely of golden red flames gradually took shape. Then, it was released from the bow. Fast, a speed that cannot be captured by any of the senses. Huiqi, still in the air, had not yet lost his arrogance. He only saw a glimmer of golden red light. Then, that point of light rapidly magnified in his field of vision. He tried to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. The flaming arrow had already pierced through his chest. Huiqi froze in mid-air. He looked down at the bowl-sized, perfectly smooth hole in his chest. He could feel his life force rapidly slipping away. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only exhaled a puff of black smoke mixed with fragments of internal organs. In the end, all that remained in his mind was endless astonishment and resentment. Boom! Huiqi's body exploded into a dazzling firework in mid-air before completely dissipating, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Chapter 76. The Domineering Luo Qinghuang. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stopped moving. Those students who had just been rescued, those soldiers who were busy at work, and those high-ranking officials from various factions who were observing from a distance. Everyone's gaze was focused on the young man holding a longbow, his face expressionless. No! A heart-wrenching roar shattered the deathly silence. Huozhan's eyes instantly turned blood red, and a world-destroying pressure erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire area. The wrath of a sixth-tier war god caused the sky to change color and the earth to tremble violently. Everyone present, whether martial artists or ordinary people, felt an irresistible force pressing down on them, and for a moment they even stopped breathing. Some candidates with lower cultivation levels even suffered blood from their mouths and noses and collapsed to their knees. Little beast! You dare kill my grandson! Huozhan's figure vanished instantly, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Xingu, a giant hand burning with terrifying flames slamming down toward Shinji's crown. This single palm strike is enough to level a mountain. Just as the giant hand was about to fall, a fiery red figure silently appeared in front of Xingu. Luo Qinghuang raised her hand and lightly met Huozhan's attack with her slender, fair palm. Bang! A muffled thud. When their palms met, there was no earth-shattering explosion. All the energy was perfectly contained within 3 feet. Huozhan's devastating attack was blocked just like that. Luo Qinghuang didn't even flinch. Luo Qinghuang. Huozhan recognized the person and his bloodshot eyes were filled with rage. You want to stop me? Luo Qinghuang did not answer him, but turned her head to look at Xingu behind her. Are you all right? It's all right, master. Xingu answered respectfully. That master caused a buzzing in the minds of everyone around who heard it. The young man who publicly killed the Hua family's prodigy was actually Yenzun Luo Qinghuang's disciple? Huozhan's anger momentarily subsided, but the grief over his grandson's tragic death quickly overwhelmed his reason. Luo Qinghuang. Even if he is your disciple, he must die today. He killed my only grandson in front of everyone. This is a blood feud. Tens of thousands of eyes witnessed it. No matter how powerful you, Yenzun, cannot distort the truth and disregard the laws of Dongxia Kingdom. Huazhan's roar, carrying the oppressive aura of a war god, resounded in all directions. Many people nodded subconsciously. Indeed, they all witnessed Xingu kill Huaqi with an arrow. A life for a life, that's only right and proper. Luo Qinghuang finally turned around and faced Huazhan. Her fiery eyes calmly gazed at the enraged old man before her. Am I distorting the truth? I disregard the law? She suddenly smiled. Huazhan, aren't you mistaken about something? My people, if I want them to live, they will live. If I want them to die, they can only die by my hand. Who do you think you are, to even dare to touch a hair on his head? You! Huazhan was so angry that he trembled all over. Just then, Xingu stepped out from behind Luo Qinghuang. He first bowed to Luo Qinghuang, and then looked at Huazhan, recounting everything that had happened in the underground cave. From how Huaqi coerced and lured others, to how he instigated others to take action, and then to how he tried to kill himself and Yun Mushi. There was no embellishment, just a calm statement of the facts. A low murmur arose from the surrounding crowd. If what Xingu said is true, then Huaqi deserves to die. Nonsense! Huazhan interrupted angrily. My grandson is exceptionally talented and of pure heart. How could he do such a despicable thing? You're deliberately fabricating lies to exonerate yourself and smear a dead person. Although he said that, Huazhan's heart sank. He knew better than anyone what kind of person his grandson was. He is humble and polite in front of outsiders, but arrogant, domineering, and lawless in private. Huaqi is absolutely capable of doing the things Xingu mentioned. You call it a lie? Luo Qinghuang sneered. If my disciple says it's true, then it's true. She took a step forward, and an aura far more terrifying than Huazhan slowly rose up. Now, not only have you lost your grandson, but you've also lost all sense of reason. Are you still going to make a move? Huazhan's body stiffened. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Luo Qinghuang. Although he is a 6th-order war god, Luo Qinghuang is an 8th-order one. That's someone who stands at the very top of the entire Dongxia. He was no match for Luo Qinghuang. He wouldn't even last a minute. If a real fight broke out, he would be the one to die. Huazhan's chest heaved violently, and the bloodshot in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a deep-seated resentment. He stared at Xingu and said, enunciating each word clearly, good, very good. Luo Qinghuang, I'll give you face today. But the Hua family will remember this debt. Let's go. Smack. A crisp slap echoed through the sky. Huazhan's words were interrupted. He was sent flying dozens of meters by the slap, rolling several times on the ground before stopping, with half of his cheek swollen high. Everyone was stunned. Luo Qinghuang appeared at the spot where Huazhan had just been standing, and slowly withdrew her hand. She looked at Huazhan on the ground and spoke calmly. Did I let you leave? And another time, if you dare to say something like that again, it won't just be a slap that comes down your way. Roll. Huazhan lay on the ground, covering his face, completely dumbfounded. He, a dignified 6th-level war god and the patriarch of the Hua family in Yan City, was actually slapped away in front of so many people. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and anger welled up inside me. He suddenly leaped up from the ground, his body transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards the sky without looking back, and disappearing in an instant. He didn't dare leave a single polite word and slunk away. Silence returned to the world once more. All eyes were fixed on the fiery red figure, their eyes filled with awe and fear. In the end, all eyes fell on the young man beside Luo Qinghuang. They all knew that from today onwards, there was another name among the most untouchable young generation in the Eastern Xia Kingdom. Xingu. The wind blew across the messy ground, stirring up dust, but it couldn't take away the oppressive feeling that lingered in the air. No one expected things to end this way. Huazhan fled, in a humiliating way that no one expected. A 6th-tier war god, the Lord of Yan City, was slapped away by Luo Qinghuang in front of tens of thousands of people, and then fled in a sorry state, not daring to leave behind a single harsh word. The tens of thousands of surviving examinees, the fully armed military soldiers, and the high-ranking figures representing the major powers of the Eastern Xia Kingdom, hidden in various places, were all deeply moved and unable to calm down for a long time. All eyes were focused on the same place. That fiery red figure, and the young man standing beside her holding a bow. Chapter 77. A battle is inevitable sooner or later. Among the crowd, several figures, quite different from the other candidates, were also watching all of this. A young man dressed in a silver-white combat uniform, with an outstanding demeanor, was looking at Xingu in the distance. He is Xiahou Yuan, from the Xiahou family in Kyoto, and is also the most popular candidate to win the martial arts college entrance examination. Huo Qi is dead. A companion beside Xiahou Yuan said in a low voice, his voice still filled with lingering shock. They deserve to die. Xiahou Yuan's answer was very bland. A guy like Huo Qi is arrogant because he has a bit of family background. It's only a matter of time before he dies at the hands of a strong person. His gaze never left Xingu. I just never expected that such a person could emerge from a place like the North. A second-tier, second-level cultivation, possessing a physique no weaker than that of the Flame Venerable, and a collection of high-level martial arts techniques and divine weapons. Most importantly, his master is Yenzun Luo Qinghuang. With each title Xiahou Yuan uttered, his companion's body involuntarily tensed up a little more. Any one of these conditions would be enough to make a young martial artist domineering. Now, they are all concentrated on one person. Now, those guys in the capital are probably going to have trouble sleeping. Xiahou Yuan said one last thing and then fell silent. Elsewhere, a tall, short-haired woman carrying a heavy sword was also watching Xingu. Wu Shui, from the southern military region, is known for her wild and domineering fighting style and is another favorite to win the championship. She didn't speak, but gently stroked the hilt of the heavy sword behind her with her thumb. Her body was slightly warm, not from fear, but from excitement. As a pure martial artist, she sensed an extreme destructive power from the arrow Xingu had just shot. That was the power she craved to challenge. In the center of the crowd, a young man dressed in black brocade robes with the character Shin embroidered in gold thread on his chest was staring intently at Xingu. If Xingu looked in this direction right now, he would definitely recognize this person. Shin Ao is a direct descendant of the Shin family in the capital. At this moment, Shin Ao's face was full of shock. When he first saw Xingu, his first reaction was disbelief. That good-for-nothing who was stripped of his talent and expelled from his family should have died long ago in some unknown corner, right? How did he end up here? How could he still possess such immense power? How could he possibly be worthy of standing beside Yenzun Luo Qinghuang? An uncontrollable surge of jealousy and anger rose from the depths of Shin Ao's heart. These things should belong to the direct descendants of the Shin family. This intense emotion, transformed into a tangible killing intent, traversed hundreds of meters and landed precisely on Xingu. Yun Mushi had fallen into a coma due to the severity of her injuries and the extreme emotional fluctuations. Xingu was checking Yun Mushi's injuries, his back to the crowd. But the moment that murderous intent touched his body, he still sensed it. He slowly straightened up, turned around, and looked in that direction. Through the throng of people, his gaze met Shin Ao's in mid-air. Shin Ao's body tensed, and he could barely control the urge to strike. But at that moment, Luo Qinghuang, who had been standing in front of Xingu, suddenly glanced at him casually. With just one glance, Shin Ao felt an unprecedented aura of death envelop him. He would die on the spot if he made the slightest move. That overwhelming killing intent vanished instantly. Shin Ao awkwardly looked away, not daring to look a second time. Xingu looked away. He naturally recognized Shin Ao, but he was somewhat surprised. After all, this year's college entrance examination is a national event, and it was quite a coincidence that I ran into someone from the Shin family. But I didn't pay any attention to that clown. I will personally return to the Shin family in the future and settle accounts with them slowly. No one will escape. He walked to Luo Qinghuang's side and bowed, saying, "Master, let's go back." Luo Qinghuang nodded, and with a wave of her hand, a gentle force lifted the unconscious Yun Mushi, allowing her to float steadily in mid-air. She led Xingu and Yun Mushi toward the black fighter jet. Wherever it passed, the crowd automatically parted to both sides, clearing a path. No one dared to stop them, and no one even dared to breathe loudly. Until the fighter jet silently took off and disappeared into the horizon as a black dot. The tense atmosphere at the scene finally began to loosen. My God, was that really Lord Yenzun just now? Slapping a 6th-tier war god away with one slap. Is this the strength of an 8th-tier expert? Just who is this Xingu? How could Lord Yenzun accept him as a disciple? Haven't you heard? He's the champion of the previous Northern Border competition. He single-handedly defeated both the Phoenix City and Luoyang teams. That's not all. I've also heard that he quelled the beast tide in Jiangqing a while ago. Even a 5th-tier Spider King died at his hands. Really? How old is he? That record is terrifying. Although this year's martial arts college entrance examination was forced to be suspended due to this sudden disaster. But one name spread throughout the entire Eastern Xia Kingdom in a way that was even more shocking than winning the championship. Shen Gu, the only direct disciple of Yan Zun Luo Qinghuang. He killed Huaqi, the pride of Yan City, in public. This forced Huizhan, a 6th-tier war god, to flee in humiliation. After this battle, he became famous throughout the world. Inside the fighter jet, all was quiet. The sound of the wind was completely cut off, with only the steady hum of the engine in the background. Shingo sat on a soft chair, with the unconscious Yun Mushi lying beside him. He reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, confirming that her breathing was steady and that she had simply fallen asleep due to exhaustion of her inner energy and the great mental shock. A fiery red figure appeared silently opposite him. She's fine, just exhausted. She'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Luo Qinghuang spoke, breaking the silence. Shingo nodded without saying anything. Today, you killed Huaqi, and I helped you force Huizhan to retreat. Luo Qinghuang stared at him. After this battle, your name will spread throughout the entire Eastern Xia Kingdom overnight. But at the same time, it will also put you in the eye of the storm. Shingo was certainly aware of this. Today, there are not only tens of thousands of examinees present, but also spies from various powerful forces in the Eastern Xia Kingdom. His act of publicly killing Huaqi, along with Luo Qinghuang's domineering protection, was enough to make countless people pay close attention to him. The Hua family is just one example. Luo Qinghuang continued. Those who truly want you dead are far more than just them. For example, the Shin family in the capital. Shingu paused for a moment, surprised that Luo Qinghuang knew about his background. But he quickly realized that Luo Qinghuang was a person who needed to know everything about him before accepting a disciple. Master, I will inevitably clash with the Shin family sooner or later, there's no escaping it. Luo Cheng hummed in agreement. Chapter 78 The Divine Pearl of Annihilation. I know your path is difficult, and your enemies are far more powerful than you imagine. I need to leave for a while, there are some things I need to take care of. Before I leave, there are 3 things I want to give you. After Luo Qinghuang finished speaking, she opened her palm. Above her palm floated a bead the size of a pigeon egg, completely black. This bead has no energy fluctuations, it is simple and unadorned, just like an ordinary stone. This is the Death Pearl. It is formed from the compression of high purity energy, and my attack is sealed inside. Remember, it can only be used once. Luo Qinghuang flicked her finger, and the black bead flew to Shingo and hovered quietly. Don't use it unless it's a matter of life and death. But once it is used, a 6th-tier war god will die upon contact. Shingo reached out and grasped the seemingly ordinary bead, which contained terrifying power, in his hand. He could feel the heavy weight of the bead. This is not only a life-saving trump card, but also a token of the master's goodwill. Thank you, master. Luo Qinghuang ignored his thanks and took out a second item. It was an ancient-looking jade pendant, seemingly formed from flames, with a phoenix depicted on it, its wings outstretched as if about to take flight. This is my keepsake. When faced with an insurmountable danger, crush it. Luo Qinghuang also handed over the jade pendant. No matter where I am, I will arrive within half an hour. But you must remember, the Dragon Group has its own rules. As the deputy leader, I cannot interfere in outside affairs at will. There won't be a second time like today. This life is your own, whether you live or die ultimately depends on yourself. Shingo took the jade pendant and carefully put it away. He understood what Luo Qinghuang meant. Protection is ultimately just an external force. True strength comes from within. The third thing. Luo Qinghuang's expression finally changed slightly. Her body leaned slightly forward, and a focused look appeared in her eyes, which burned with fire. Your use of fire has improved, but it is still at a relatively primitive stage. Having power, but unable to fully control it. Shingu listened quietly. He knew that this was the key point today. Luo Qinghuang suddenly raised her right hand, and a wisp of golden red flame danced at her fingertips. The flames shifted and changed before him. First, it coalesced into a lotus bud, with the texture of each petal clearly visible. Then the lotus flowers dispersed, and the flames formed a butterfly with fluttering wings, as thin as cicada wings, as if it might ride the wind away at any moment. Shingo can do these things too. His true flame tyrant can also conjure all things. But he also knew that what he conjured up only had form, not substance. However, Luo Qinghuang's actions the next moment completely overturned his understanding. The flame in her palm changed once again. This time, the flames condensed into a small wineglass, crystal clear, as if carved from the finest ruby. Luo Qinghuang picked up her wine glass and tapped it lightly on the corner of the metal table next to her. When? A crisp metallic clang echoed through the cabin. This sound could not possibly be produced by a mere collision of illusory energy. That wine glass is a physical object. Shingo stared at the flaming goblet, speechless for a moment. The practice you are practicing is essentially shaping. And what I'm going to give you next is creation. With a flick of her wrist, Luo Qinghuang caused the flaming wine cup to vanish into sparks. She placed a book with an antique cover, made of neither gold nor jade, in front of Shingu. On the cover of the manual, 3 large characters were written in a flamboyant style. The Myriad Fire Technique. This is a 7th level cultivation technique, divided into 9 levels. Once you have mastered it, the flame in your hand will no longer be an illusory energy, but the fundamental particles that constitute all things. You can use it to conjure real wings and soar through the heavens. It can condense the strongest energy shield to resist attacks. You can even use fire to create living beings. Luo Qinghuang's voice was filled with anticipation. Your true flame tyrant physique makes you the best candidate to master this technique. Once you've mastered the first level, you can try to repair your Vulcan gun. Upon hearing about the Vulcan gun, Shinji's spirits lifted. Repair the Vulcan rifle? That's right. Luo Qinghuang nodded. Your Vulcan Spear's spirit is damaged, and its grade has dropped. To repair it, you need a special rare and precious material. 9 Netherworld Iron. This material is produced in only one place, the Abyss of 10,000 Burials in the north. When you have enough strength, go there and retrieve the Netherworld Iron. By using the Myriad Fire Technique as a guide, the spear's soul can be reforged, allowing the Fire God Spear to recover and even surpass its peak power. Shingo kept those words firmly in mind. The Netherworld Iron, the Abyss of 10,000 Burials. This is his next goal. Now, a powerful enemy is lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Only by improving our strength as soon as possible can we protect ourselves and those around us. As soon as he finished speaking, the fighter jet began to slowly descend. Luo Qinghuang stood up. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I'll be waiting for you in Kyoto. I hope you won't disappoint me then. After she finished speaking, she didn't look at Shingu again, and her figure flashed and disappeared into the cabin. The cabin door opened, revealing a heavily guarded military airfield. Shingu carried the still unconscious Yun Mushi off the fighter jet. He stared in the direction where Luo Qinghuang had disappeared for a long time before turning his gaze away. He looked down at the Myriad Fire Technique in his hand. He touched the cold, silent divine pearl in his pocket and the warm phoenix jade pendant. Although he hadn't known his master for long, the master had already paved the way for him and cleared away all obstacles. The rest is up to him to figure out. He will not disappoint this expectation. Shingu carried Yun Mushi and strode towards the airport exit. His silhouette appeared exceptionally resolute in the night. The fighter jet landed smoothly at Jiangcheng Military Airport. The hatch opened, and Shingu carried the still sleeping Yun Mushi down the gangway. The night breeze, carrying the unique dampness of Jiangcheng, brushed against my face. The airport exit was brightly lit. Yun Tiancheng, along with a group of core members of the Yun family, stood in the most conspicuous position, anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Shingu, Yun Tiancheng relaxed completely and quickly led his men to greet her. His demeanor was completely different from when he last met Shingu at the airport. At that time, he was aloof and spoke with a condescending tone. Now, his back was slightly bent, and his face was covered with enthusiastic compliments. Young Master Shin, you're back. Mu Shi. Yun Tiancheng's question came to an abrupt end. Because he saw that Yun Mushi, who was on Shinji's back, had her eyelashes trembling slightly. The next second, those beautiful eyes slowly opened. A hint of confusion flashed in the girl's eyes at first, but after seeing the familiar profile in front of her, all her bewilderment turned into a gentle smile. She didn't get down immediately. Instead, like a kitten, she rubbed her cheek against Shinji's back. Where am I? She asked softly, in a voice only the two of them could hear. Jiangcheng. Shinji's answer was concise and clear. Chapter 79 The Yun Family's Choice. Oh. Yun Mushi drawled out, then asked, Am I dreaming? That must be true, otherwise how could there be a peerless hero in front of you? Put. Yun Mushi couldn't help but laugh out loud. She reached out her finger and gently poked Shinji's cheek. Glib-tongued. I saved you, and this is how you repay me? Shingu turned his head and looked at her. Yun Mushi's eyes darted around, and she leaned close to his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. Then, great hero, I have nothing to repay you with but my body. What do you say? Her intimate gestures, observed by Yun Tianchang and the elders of the Yun family who were not far away, made them appear somewhat uneasy. In the past, Yun Tianchang would have already reprimanded him. But now, he simply cleared his throat and pretended not to see it. Shingu gently put Yun Mushi down. After the girl regained her balance, she was still a little weak and swayed slightly, but Shingu caught her. Shingu, thank you so much for saving my daughter. The entire Yun family is deeply grateful. Yun Tianchang stepped forward quickly, his tone sincere. If there's anything you can do to help the Yun family in the future, just let us know. The elders of the Yun family behind him echoed his sentiments. Yes, we will always remember young Master Shin's kindness to Mushi. Shengu did not respond to their polite remarks. His attention fell on Yun Tianchang. Yun Tianchang felt a little uneasy under his gaze and unconsciously straightened his back. Just then, the most composed elder of the Yun family suddenly trembled. He looked at Shingu, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Young Master Shin, your cultivation level. As soon as he spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Yun Tianchang immediately circulated his true energy to sense it, and the next moment, he froze on the spot. The aura that naturally emanated from Shin Ji's body was calm and profound, far surpassing that of a first-level martial artist. Second tier. Martial master? As soon as he finished speaking, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the Yun family's ranks. Second order. That's a second-tier martial artist. How long has Shingu been cultivating? Less than 2 months. In just 2 months, he broke through from the awakening realm to the second-tier martial master. Throughout the entire Eastern Xia Kingdom, reaching the second tier signifies truly stepping into the threshold. Not only will their status undergo a dramatic change, but more importantly, according to the laws of the Eastern Xia Kingdom, martial artists of the second rank or above are allowed to marry 2 wives. The Yun family members exchanged glances, and they instantly understood. Shingu has now broken through to the second level, and his relationship with Yun Mushi is so close, so the purpose of his trip is self-evident. Yun Tianchang's heart began to beat faster and faster uncontrollably. This is a tremendous boon for the Yun family. Getting close to Shingu is equivalent to getting close to Yenzun Luo Qinghuang. The problem is that Shingu had previously made it clear that he would not give up on Yun Muyue, and the Yun family had already accepted the betrothal gifts from the Du family. For a moment, my heart was filled with bitterness. If I had known that Shingu would be accepted as a disciple by Yenzun, why would I have agreed to the Du family's request in the first place? Even so, Yun Tianchang still forced himself to speak. Young Master Shin, you are truly a genius. His voice trembled slightly. I have come here today to tell you something, Shingu said, glancing around at the Yun family members before finally fixing his gaze on Yun Tianchang. I want to marry Mushi. It is an honor for the Yun family that you are willing to marry Mushi, and it is also a blessing for Mushi. Yun Mushi, standing next to him, blushed deeply. She secretly glanced at Shingu, then quickly lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. However, I will not divorce Yun Muyue. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianchang let out a long sigh. As expected, it came. Only Shingu knew about Yun Muyue's attitude, and he had not told anyone in the family. The elders, who were unaware of the situation, spoke up tremblingly upon hearing this. Young Master Shin, this is absolutely unacceptable. As you know, we have already agreed to Muyu's marriage to the Du family of the Western Territory. Another elder added eagerly. Yes. We have already accepted the betrothal gifts from the Du family. To back out now would be to slap the Du family in the face in public. With the Du family's power in the Western region, our Yun family cannot withstand their wrath. The Du family is a top-tier power on par with, or even surpasses, the Hua family of Yen City. If they offend them, the Yun family will never have a peaceful day in Jiangcheng again. Enough! Yun Tianchang, who had been silent until now, interrupted everyone's complaints and nodded to Shingu. Shingu, it was our Yun family that was wrong in this matter. You should go back first. We will give you an explanation in a few days. Shingu glanced at Yun Tianchang, nodded, took Yun Mushi's hand, and turned to leave. Yun Tianchang looked at Shin Ji's retreating figure, his eyes filled with regret. On one side is a rising star, with the new elite of the Flame Lord standing behind him. On the other side are the deeply entrenched and vengeful powerful families of the Western frontier. It seems like a dead end no matter which side you choose. Let's go back first. Yun Tian sighed, his face ashen, and got into the car without saying a word. The remaining elders of the Yun family, each with their own concerns, filed in one after another. Back in the council hall of the Yun family mansion, the doors and windows were tightly shut. Yun Tiancheng sat in the main seat, tapping his fingers on the table. Tell me your thoughts, how should we handle this? Silence. A deathly silence. After a moment, an elder slowly spoke. This Shingu is now a centurion-level officer. He has remarkable potential and broke through from the awakening realm to the second level in less than 2 months. What's even more concerning is that he's Yen Zun's disciple. Everyone knows how protective Yen Zun is of his own people, and our Yin family can't afford to offend him now. His words expressed the sentiments of most people present. Shingu is now in a superior position with unlimited potential, and is someone that the Yun family cannot afford to offend. But we can't afford to offend the Du family. Another elder said. They are one of the top families in the entire western regions. If we return their betrothal gifts, it would be a slap in their face. If we offend the Du family, we can forget about doing business in the western region. We can't afford to let them send even a single powerful expert. Silence fell once again in the council chamber. This multiple choice question is too difficult. Master, you should make a decision. All eyes were focused on Yun Tiancheng. Yun Tiancheng stopped tapping on the table, raised his head, and looked around at everyone. Regarding Muyu, I was the one who wronged Shingu first. Back then, I accepted the betrothal gifts for the benefit of the Yun family and to curry favor with the Du family. This is the worst decision I, Yun Tiancheng, have ever made in my life. His words were filled with regret. Chapter 80 The Old Sword Saint. And now, isn't this an opportunity to mend your relationship with Shingu? Yun Tiancheng stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the night outside. Shingu would rather risk offending the Du family than give up Muyu this his loyalty and affection. As long as our Yun family does not betray him, he will never betray our Yun family. Yun Tiancheng turned around and said, word by word. I'll handle things with the Du family. Return double the betrothal gifts they sent. Make the gesture and show the proper etiquette. The Du family also has its pride. They won't completely break ties with Yen Zun's disciple over a marriage that hasn't even taken place yet. I've decided to grant Shin Ji's request. From this day forward, the Yun family and Shingu will share both glory and ruin. His words carried weight and authority. The elders looked at each other, and finally, they all sighed and bowed. I will obey the patriarch's orders. Meanwhile, in Yun Mushi's courtyard, Shingu did not return to the military headquarters, but was instead pulled back to the Yun family by Yun Mushi. In Yun Mushi's courtyard, the moonlight was as clear as water, quiet and peaceful. Shingu helped Yun Mushi sit down on the stone bench. Just as he was about to say something, the girl spoke first, raising her slightly fair face. What? Are you afraid I'll blame you for making such a big fuss? Yun Mushi asked with a grin, showing no sign of the panic that comes with surviving a close call. I'm just afraid I'm too late. It's not too late, not at all. Yun Mushi shook her head, then stretched out her hand in front of Shingu, palm open. Look, I've gained something too. The next moment, a powerful aura rose from her body. I'm also at the 7th level of the first tier now. Yun Mushi stood up, walked up to him, and stood on tiptoe. I haven't fallen too far behind you. First rank, 7th level? Shingu was indeed taken aback. Humph. Ever since my sister went to the capital, all the family's resources have been poured into me, and I've also had a lot of opportunities on Devil's Island. You can only be envious. Yun Mushi said, her head held high, her words brimming with arrogance. So, are you confident you can get into Dragon Soul Martial Arts University this year? Shingu asked again. For me, it's a piece of cake. Not only will I get into Dragon Soul Martial Arts University, but I'll also become the Old Sword Saint's apprentice. One day, I will become the most powerful female sword cultivator in the world. Yun Mushi spoke with a firm tone, her eyes revealing a spirit of never giving up. She didn't want to lose to either her sister or Shingu, so she had to work harder and harder to become stronger. Okay. Shingu nodded encouragingly. Just then, the Yun family's senior management finished their meeting. As soon as Yun Tiancheng stepped out of the conference room, he saw Shingu sitting next to Yun Mushi and immediately walked over. Xiaoxin, do you have time now? Regarding the matter you mentioned before, our Yun family has a result. Shingu met Yun Tiancheng, whose demeanor was even more respectful than at the airport. Our Yun family has already discussed and decided to return the betrothal gifts to the Du family. Yun Tiancheng handed over a list. These are the betrothal gifts that the Du family sent back then. We have prepared double the gifts and will soon send someone to the Du family in the Western Territory to dissolve Muyu's engagement. Xingu took the list, glanced at it, and casually placed it on the table. No need for double. His words were very calm. Yun Tiancheng was stunned. Young Master Shin, what do you mean? Just return what they sent, as is. Xingu stood up and looked down at Yun Tiancheng. As for the Du family, I will go with you to resign. If there are any problems then, you can talk to me in person. Yun Tiancheng stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. This is way too domineering. This is not an attitude of reconciliation at all, it is a blatant slap in the face to the Du family. For some reason, Yun Tiancheng felt not worry, but rather a strange excitement. This is the confidence of the strong. Perhaps he made the right bet. Just then, an indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The entire Yun family mansion trembled under this oppressive force. The flowers and plants in the garden were instantly pressed flat against the ground. Yun Tiancheng groaned, knelt on one knee, and his face turned deathly pale. Xingu stepped forward and shielded her behind him. The power of the true flame tyrant's bloodline erupted from his body, forming a golden red barrier that kept the oppressive aura out. This oppressive aura can only be emitted by those at least at the war god realm. Xingu immediately took out the annihilation pearl from his storage ring. If the visitors were hostile, he would first ensure the safety of Yun Mushi and himself. Who goes there? Xingu looked up at the sky. An elderly man in a green robe, carrying an ancient sword and exuding an air of otherworldly elegance, had somehow appeared in the center of the courtyard. He simply stood there quietly, yet he seemed to be the center of this world. The guards and elders of the Yun family rushed out from all directions. But the moment they saw the old man, everyone froze on the spot, unable to move. Everyone's face was filled with horror. The aura emanating from this old man is terrifying. As high-ranking members of the Yun family, they had seen powerful warriors at the God of War realm before, but even so, they had never felt such a powerful aura. That's at least level 7. Or even higher. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my Yun family's property? Under immense pressure, Yun Tiancheng managed to speak with difficulty. However, the old man in the green robe didn't even glance at him. His gaze passed through the crowd, past Xingu, and landed directly on Yun Mushi. A hint of approval flickered in those calm, still eyes. Not bad, a promising talent, the old man said. Girl, would you be willing to become my disciple? These words shocked everyone present. Yun Tiancheng's mind went completely blank. What's going on? A powerhouse of this caliber has come to take on disciples? Senior. Xingu stepped forward, protecting Yun Mushi even more tightly. Who are you? The old man finally turned his gaze to Xingu, and when he saw the golden red flames flowing over Xinji's body, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. True flame tyrant? No wonder that crazy woman Luo Qinghuan took you as her disciple. He actually knew his master. Xinji's heart stirred, and he suppressed his hostility, bowing respectfully. Junior Xingu greets Senior. May I ask how you should be addressed? I am Jiang Taishu. The old man said calmly. One of the vice principals of Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. Jiang Taishu. Old Sword Saint. This name is a legend throughout the entire Eastern Xia Kingdom. Legend has it that he can split mountains with one sword and cut rivers with one sword. He is a top expert who is on par with Yun Muyu as master and another vice principal of Dragon Soul Martial Arts University. Upon hearing this name, Yun Tiancheng and the other elders of the Yun family trembled with excitement. An incredible opportunity. This is an incredible opportunity. Yun Muyu had already entered Dragon Soul Martial Arts University, and now Mushi is about to be accepted as a disciple by the Old Sword Saint. With two prodigies in one family, the Yun family is about to rise to prominence. Chapter 81 Innate Sword Embryo. Jiang Taishu looked at Yun Mushi and spoke again. I've seen your performance in the martial arts college entrance exam. With an S-rank talent, sword domain, a resilient mind, and composure under pressure, he is a born swordsman. I am currently lacking a close disciple. Are you willing? Yun Tiancheng was so excited that his body was trembling. He looked at Yun Mushi, then at Xingu, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Jiang Taishu ignored the shock of the crowd, his gaze remaining fixed on Yun Mushi. Girl, I'm asking you a question. Will you, or not? Yun Mushi was stunned by this sudden turn of events, and she subconsciously glanced at Shingu in front of her. For her, becoming an apprentice of the old sword saint was her dream come true, but she never expected it to happen so suddenly. Shingu was also looking at her and nodded slightly. For Yun Mushi, being able to become a disciple of the old sword saint was an unimaginable opportunity. With Shinji's affirmative signal, Yun Mushi felt reassured. She cleared her throat, met Jiang Taishu's calm and collected gaze, and spoke in a crisp voice. I do. Without the slightest hesitation, she gracefully bowed to the old man before her. Junior Yun Mushi wishes to become a disciple of Senior. A faint smile finally appeared on Jiang Taishu's usually impassive face. Good. He uttered only one word, yet it made Yun Tianchang and the other elders of the Yun family tremble with excitement. Jiang Taishu turned his gaze to Yun Tianchang. T. O. T. Coming right away. Yun Tianchang suddenly realized what was happening and rushed off to prepare it himself. Soon, a steaming cup of fragrant tea was respectfully served. Yun Mushi took the teacup, walked to Jiang Taishu, and solemnly knelt down. Master, please have some tea. The girl's voice was no longer as lively as before, but was filled with solemnity and seriousness. Jiang Taishu took the teacup, took a small sip, and then placed the teacup back on the tray. Get up. From this day forward, you will be my last disciple, Jiang Taishu. The simple ceremony announced a momentous event that would shake the entire Eastern Xia kingdom. From then on, the Yun family became connected with the Sword Saint. In the courtyard, everyone in the Yun family stood up straight, feeling that the future of their family was bright. Jiang Taishu looked at Yun Mushi in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Your talent is unparalleled in my life. You shouldn't waste your time in this small Jiangchang. Go back and pack your things, then come back to Kyoto with me immediately. Starting tomorrow, I will personally guide your spiritual practice. Back to Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianchang and the others' faces lit up with even greater joy. This is an incredible opportunity. With the opportunity to train alongside the Sword Saint, Yun Mushi's future is limitless. Everyone thought that Yun Mushi would agree without hesitation. However, the girl shook her head. Master, your disciple cannot go with you for the time being. The moment these words were spoken, the air in the courtyard froze. Yun Tianchang's smile froze, and he was so anxious that he almost spoke up on the spot. My little darling. Do you know what you're saying? This is an invitation from the Sword Saint. An opportunity that countless people would kill for, how can you refuse? Jiang Taishu's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. He looked at Yun Mushi and asked. Reason. Yun Mushi glanced at Shingu beside her, a blush rising on her cheeks, but her words remained firm. I need to get the wedding done here first. She didn't mince words and just said it directly. Jiang Taishu didn't look at the petrified Yun family members. His gaze shifted from Yun Mushi's face to Shingu. Good. Then I will take my leave first and wait for you in Kyoto. When Yun Mushi saw that Jiang Taishu was not staying to attend the wedding, her gaze darkened. She had just mentioned the wedding to Jiang Taishu, but she also had another thought in mind. She wanted the old Sword Saint to stay. With the old Sword Saint backing her up, who would dare to cause trouble at the Yun family? It's a pity that Jiang Taishu doesn't seem to be involved in this matter. As Yun Mushi's thoughts were racing, Jiang Taishu flicked his finger, and a smooth, white jade pendant flew to her. This is my sword token. After the marriage, you may take this decree and go to the sword pavilion in Kyoto to find me. He put his hands behind his back, and an invisible force spread out, pushing Yun Tianchang and the rest of the Yun family members outside the courtyard. All of you, step back. I have a few words to say to this young man alone. Although the force was gentle, it carried an irresistible majesty. Yun Tianchang and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally could only bow and retreat helplessly. In the courtyard, only Shingu, Yun Mushi, and Jiang Taishu remained. You go out too, Jiang Taishu said to Yun Mushi. No. Yun Mushi immediately refused. What are you whispering about that you have to do behind my back? Shingu patted her hand and said softly, Go ahead, I'll talk to my senior. Yun Mushi glanced at Shingu, then at Jiang Taishu. Although reluctant, she obediently left the courtyard, mouthing be careful to Shingu before leaving. In the courtyard, only Shingu and Jiang Taishu remained. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. You're quite lucky, kid, Jiang Taishu said first, breaking the silence. You flatter me, senior, Shingu said neither humbly nor arrogantly. I'm asking you, do you like this girl? Jiang Taishu stared intently into Shin Ji's eyes. I like it, Shingu answered without the slightest hesitation. Do you want her to become stronger and stand at the pinnacle of martial arts? Think. Very good. Jiang Taishu nodded, seemingly satisfied with Shingu's answer. He strolled slowly to a osmanthus tree. This girl's talent, sword domain, is a top-tier S-rank talent, 1 in 10,000. But that's not enough. Jiang Taishu turned around, his expression becoming serious. To become a true sword master, having the sword domain is not enough. She is still missing one thing. Shingu listened quietly. In the Eastern Xia Kingdom, there is an extremely rare and special physique called innate sword embryo. People with this physique are born for the sword. Their understanding and affinity for the sword are unmatched by any genius. If we could transplant this innate sword embryo into Mushi's body, and combine it with her sword domain talent. Jiang Taishu didn't finish speaking, but Shingu already understood. That would be an unimaginable transformation. Yun Mushi's future is limitless. But his heart sank little by little. Transplant? How could something like this possibly be done with the other party's consent? What you mean, senior? Shin Ji's voice was a little hoarse. Find the person who possesses the innate sword embryo. Jiang Taishu's tone was flat and emotionless, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Take away her constitution and infuse it into Mushi's body. This is what I ask of you. You are also the one who gives me the opportunity to prove how much you love her. Chapter 82 Turbulent Times. Shin Ji's body tensed up. Looking at the legendary powerhouse before him, revered as the old sword saint, he felt a deep-seated sense of rejection for the first time. How is forcibly seizing another person's physical body any different from those evil demons and heretics? Previously, his S-level talent was forcibly taken away from him in the Shin family, so he naturally strongly resented such a thing. What if I don't agree? You will agree. A mysterious smile appeared on Jiang Taishu's lips. Why? Jiang Taishu did not answer, but simply looked at Shingu quietly. Shin Ji's attitude was firm. I can't do such a crooked and evil thing. Jiang Taishu's smile deepened. Kid, remember what you said today, you'll find out soon enough. After saying that, he ignored Shingu and disappeared from the spot in a flash. 100 miles outside of Jiangchang, atop an unnamed, solitary peak. Space distorted, and Jiang Taishu's figure appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, a languid female voice came from behind him. Senior Jiang, has the matter been resolved? Jiang Taishu turned around and saw a fiery red figure. Luo Qinghuang was leaning against a withered tree, arms crossed, watching him with a leisurely air. She walked slowly over and circled around him once. Don't blame me for forcing you to take on a disciple. That girl has good talent. You should thank me for having such a disciple. Besides, she's my apprentice's future wife, so she's the perfect match for your apprentice. Jiang Taishu nodded. Although he was indeed forced by Luo Qinghuang to take on a disciple, the girl's talent was indeed quite good, and she was very suitable to inherit his mantle. But soon, a look of doubt appeared on his face. Luo Qinghuang, aren't you being a little too nice to that kid named Shingu? Luo Qinghuang's face remained calm, without any change in expression, and she replied indifferently, I only have this one disciple, so it's only right that I give him more. Jiang Taishu's face twitched. He had expected Luo Qinghuang to be protective of her own, but he hadn't expected it to come to this. That girl has already become my disciple, and I will teach her. He left these words behind, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot again. At the summit of the solitary peak, only Luo Qinghuang remained. After gazing in the direction of Jiangcheng for a moment, she also disappeared from the spot. A few days later, on the main road leading from Jiangcheng to the western border, a large convoy was slowly moving forward. Several heavy trucks fully loaded with goods lined up in a long line, with escort vehicles bearing the Yun family flag at the front and back. This is the convoy that the Yun family sent to return the betrothal gifts to the Du family. In the lead car, Yun Tiancheng personally accompanied them, his face showing cautious respect. Xiaoshun, look, isn't this setup pretty good? It will definitely show those people in the western region the sincerity of our Yun family. He spoke of his sincerity, but inwardly he was filled with apprehension. Shingu insisted on returning the betrothal gifts intact, without adding a single item as an apology. This is not an apology, it is clearly a declaration of sovereignty and a slap in the face to the Du family. Shingu leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes to rest, and didn't reply. Yun Mushi, who was beside him, was very excited, like a little girl going on a long trip for the first time, looking curiously at the scenery outside the window. Are we really going to the western frontier? I've never been that far before in my life. She nudged Shinji's arm. Hey, do you think the Du family will be so angry they'll jump up and down if they see us? Shingu opened his eyes, looked into her bright eyes, and said cooperatively, maybe. They might even prepare 800 axemen, just waiting for us to enter. That's perfect. Yun Mushi waved her little fist. This heroine will show them the power of the S-rank talent, sword domain. Seeing her lively demeanor, Shingu felt much of the gloom in her heart dissipate. No matter what lies ahead, he will protect her. Yun Tiancheng listened to their conversation from the side, sweat beading on his forehead, and could only smile awkwardly. He's now completely pinned his hopes on Shingu, hoping this guy won't go too far and ruin the Yun family. The convoy was impressive, heading straight for Xuanwu City in the western border. The movements of this convoy had already spread to the desks of major powers in the eastern Xia kingdom through various channels. Beneath the calm surface, undercurrents began to surge. The northern border, the Lu family. Lu Jingde looked at the intelligence report, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Shingu, is he going to the western border to break off the engagement with the Du family? That's interesting. Back in the Dragon Vein secret realm, Lu Yue's attempt to curry favor was met with Shinji's merciless slap in the face. Later, Luo Qinghuan even personally visited the Lu family to issue a warning, causing the entire Lu family to lose face. They had been holding their breath. Patriarch, this is an opportunity, an elder whispered. The Du family isn't pushovers either. Being publicly rejected like this, they'll definitely make a move. Perhaps we should. Lu Jingde raised his hand, stopping him from speaking. To take direct action would be too stupid. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Go, contact our people in the west and tell them they can find some fun. Let's muddy the waters, then kill that little beast Shingu there, and make the Du family take the blame. Yen City, Hua family. Inside the underground palace, Hua Zhan was healing his wounds. Luo Qinghuan's slap not only injured his body, but also shattered his dignity. Patriarch, Shinji's convoy has left Jiangcheng and is heading to the western territory. One of his men knelt down to report. Hua Zhan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with barely suppressed hatred. Luo Qinghuan. He murmured the name. He didn't dare to retaliate directly, but he was willing to cause Shingu some trouble. Send Shadow on a trip. He spoke coldly. Tell him I want Shingu to die there, and to do it cleanly, so that the fire doesn't spread to our Yen city. Yes. The subordinates accepted the order and withdrew. Inside the underground palace, only Hua Zhan's heavy breathing could be heard. Meanwhile, in a dark and damp underground sewer, Zhao Lihong was wolfing down a moldy bread. Since being wanted nationwide by the Dragon Group, he has become a pariah, forced to hide in this dark and shadowy place. His aura as a fourth-tier martial king had long since decayed, and he looked like a homeless man. Suddenly, an old light screen on the wall flickered and a news article popped up. Shingu, the champion of the Northern Territory Grand Competition and a personal disciple of Yen Zun, is escorting the Yun family's caravan to the Western Territory. Zhao Lihong stopped moving. He stared intently at the two characters Shingu on the screen, his eyes bloodshot. This person ruined everything for him. He destroyed the Zhao family, turning him from a high-ranking family head into this wretched state. He. He suddenly burst into laughter, which grew louder and louder, echoing through the empty sewers and sounding particularly eerie. Shingu. Do you think you've won? You shouldn't have left Jiangcheng. You shouldn't have left the protection of the military. A frenzied killing intent erupted from him. He slammed the remaining bread onto the ground and shot out of the sewer like an arrow. This time, he's going to give his all and perish together with Shingu. Chapter 83 Departure to the Western Frontier. Western Border, Xuanwu City. The atmosphere in the Du family's council hall was so heavy it seemed to drip water. This is outrageous. What is the Yun family? They begged us for a marriage alliance back then, and now that they've climbed the social ladder, they want to kick us aside? They even went so far as to send the betrothal gifts back in such a grand manner. Are they afraid that others won't know that our Du family has been jilted? This is like throwing our Du family's face on the ground and stomping on it. The hall was filled with applause. Du Yuanshan, the head of the Du family, sat in the main seat with a somber expression and remained silent. In the corner, Du Mingxian lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't doing it for the sake of the Du family's reputation, but because he hadn't been able to get Yun Muyue. On one hand, Yun Muyue was stunningly beautiful, and he was captivated at first sight. On the other hand, she possessed the constitution of the Ice Lord, and being able to unite with her would make his future cultivation twice as effective. Now, everything has vanished. "Shut up, all of you." Du Yuanshan finally spoke, and his roar, which contained a powerful aura, instantly silenced the entire hall. He glanced around and said coldly, "What? Does anyone want to argue with an 8th-tier flame venerable? Or do you think our Du family has more backbone than Huizhan of Flame City?" One sentence silenced everyone. Yes, the person standing behind the other party is Luo Qinghuang. A terrifying being capable of sending a 6th-tier war god flying in public. Trying to reason with her? That's suicide. So we're just going to put up with this?" someone asked unwillingly. "Endure?" Du Yuanshan sneered. "My Du family has been established in the western regions for hundreds of years. When have we ever suffered such a loss?" His gaze fell on a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar in the hall. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" The middle-aged man, referred to as Mr. Su, bowed slightly and said slowly, "Patriarch, we absolutely cannot touch anyone. Neither Xingu nor anyone from the Yun family can be harmed, otherwise it will give Luo Qinghuang an excuse to take action." He pushed up his glasses. "For our Du family, getting married now is definitely impossible. The most important thing now is to preserve the reputation of our Du family. If Xingu leads the Yun family to publicly reject the engagement, where will the Du family put their face in the future? Since we can't move the people, we'll intercept the betrothal. When the betrothal gifts are lost and the Yun family arrives empty-handed, we can reprimand them, and then the annulment of the marriage will be a matter of course. In this way, our Du family saved face, while making the Yun family and Xingu lose face in public." Du Yuanshan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Good. What a brilliant scheme to shift the blame eastward. He looked at Du Mingxian. "Mingxian, I'm leaving this matter to you. Remember, find the cleanest people to disguise themselves as the most notorious bandits in the western frontier. Everything can be destroyed, but absolutely no one in the caravan can be harmed. I want Xingu to arrive in Xuanwu City without being able to offer anything in return." "Yes, father." Du Mingxian accepted the order, but a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. As he turned and left, an invisible net was quietly closing in on Xinji's convoy from all directions. On the other side, the convoy entered the western borderlands, where the surrounding scenery presented a completely different landscape from that of the north. The rolling green hills and fertile soil were completely left behind, replaced by an endless sea of yellow sand. The scorching sun hung overhead, the air was scorching hot, and the rolling heat waves distorted the distant scenery. "Wow, it's so hot here." Yun Mushi lowered the car window a crack, and a gust of dry, hot air rushed in. She quickly rolled the window back up. "It's like a giant furnace." She stuck out her tongue. Xingu leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and didn't seem too uncomfortable with the environment. His true flame tyrant bloodline gives him an innate affinity for flames, so this level of heat is about the same as room temperature to him. The convoy continued on, but its speed noticeably slowed down. Because on the main road leading to the main city of the Western Territory, there were a large number of vehicles of all kinds, and even martial artists walking on foot. Everyone seemed to be heading in the same direction. What's going on? Is there a temple fair in the Western region? There are so many people. Yun Mushi looked around curiously. Yun Tianchang, sitting in the front row, turned around with a fawning expression on his face. "Xiaoshen, Mushi, this is because there have been some strange phenomena in the Western Desert recently." He cleared his throat and explained, "It is said that in the depths of the desert, sunflowers bloomed overnight. They are a kind of spiritual medicine that can only grow in places of extreme yang and absorb the essence of the sun. They are of great benefit to martial artists who cultivate yang or fire attribute techniques. Therefore, people from the entire eastern Xia kingdom, and even neighboring countries, flock to try their luck." "The flower of the sun?" Xingu opened her eyes. He vaguely remembered seeing it in some ancient book. This elixir is indeed rare, but not enough to cause such a sensation. There's probably more to this than meets the eye. The convoy traveled at a stop-and-go pace until nightfall, finally arriving at a city built on an oasis, Sanxi City. Because of the Sunflower Festival, this small border town is currently overcrowded, and all the hotels have put up fully booked signs. It took Yun Tiancheng a great deal of effort to finally manage to book an entire floor of the best hotel in the city, thanks to the Yun family's reputation and a large sum of money. After parking the truck loaded with the betrothal gifts, which was guarded by layers of Yun family guards, the group wearily entered the hotel. Shinji-I's room is at the end of the corridor. He had just finished washing up and was about to sit down for meditation when he heard a series of furtive footsteps outside the door. The footsteps were deliberately kept very light, but because of the owner's guilty conscience and lack of skill, they became even more noticeable. Then came the sound of the doorknob being carefully turned, followed by a soft creak as the door was pushed open a crack. A little head peeked in, its bright eyes scanning the room before finally settling on Shingu by the bedside. Shingu didn't even lift his eyelids. "You're already inside, why are you still peeking around?" Hey. Yun Mushi stuck out her tongue, tiptoed in, and closed the door behind her. She was wearing a cute cartoon pajama set and was barefoot. She darted to Shinji-I's bed in a few steps and sat down cross-legged. "How did you know it was me? In the entire hotel, besides you, who else would dare to enter my room without knocking, and walk like a thief?" Shingu glanced at her. Yun Mushi didn't care about his teasing at all. Instead, she came closer and stared at him with her bright eyes. "I can't sleep, so I came over to chat with you. What should we talk about?" "Let's talk about our marriage." The girl's voice lowered, her cheeks flushed slightly. "My father has already agreed. When do you plan to hold the ceremony?" "Before your master takes you to Kyoto," Shingo replied. "So, does that mean we'll be living in Kyoto from now on?" That's great." Yun Mushi rolled around on the bed happily. "I've wanted to go to Kyoto for so long. I heard it's so bustling there." She rolled over, lay face down on the bed, propped her chin up with her hand, and looked up at Shingu. "Hey, great hero. You saved me that day, and I am eternally grateful, with no way to repay you." She drawled, her eyes sparkling, "So I've decided to repay you with my body tonight." After saying that, she pounced on Shingu. Chapter 84 Assassin. Shingu naturally pulled her into his arms, and the girl exuded a fresh scent after her bath. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room quickly heated up. However, at that moment, Yun Mushi's body suddenly went limp, and she collapsed into Shinji-I's arms, losing consciousness. Shingu stopped moving. "Mushi?" He called out twice, but the girl in his arms did not respond. He immediately checked her pulse. It was steady and strong, and her breathing was even, not like she had suffered internal injuries. His senses spread rapidly, and he immediately noticed the unusual situation in the room. A colorless and odorless fine gas is being continuously blown out of the air conditioner vent. Neurotoxins. It's enough to make martial artists below the third rank faint instantly. However, for Shingu, who possesses the bloodline of the true flame tyrant and is immune to all poisons, this level of toxicity is no different from breathing fresh air. Almost at the same time, the roar of a truck engine starting up came from downstairs. Shingu carried Yun Mushi and walked a few steps to the window. Downstairs at the hotel, several heavy trucks that had been parked neatly were being driven out of the convoy and sped off towards the outskirts of the city. The car was loaded with the betrothal gifts that the Yun family was preparing to return to the Du family. The Yun family's guards lay sprawled on the ground, clearly having also been hit. A chill rose within Shinji-I's body. He gently placed Yun Mushi on the bed and covered her with the blanket. The next second, he turned around and, without the slightest hesitation, smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window and jumped off the 10-story building. Boom! Shingu landed, creating a shallow crater in the hard stone floor. Just as he was about to give chase, a dark figure darted out from the shadows beside him and blocked his path. It was a person completely shrouded in black, whose appearance was obscured, but the aura emanating from him was exceptionally powerful. Without saying a word, the man in black slapped Shingu with his palm. Shingu immediately activated the fiery cloud technique, and the enhanced flame armor appeared out of thin air. The black-clad man's attack collided with the armor, producing a muffled thud. He immediately realized that the opponent was not weak, but strangely, this person was not very aggressive. Every move he makes is intended to hinder and delay, not to kill. "Get out of my way." Shingu didn't want to get entangled with him, so he unleashed the power of the true flame tyrant's bloodline, with golden red flames covering his entire body, and threw a punch. The man in black seemed somewhat surprised, but reacted extremely quickly, twisting his body at an incredible angle to avoid a fatal blow, while simultaneously using the momentum to drift backward. In that short delay, the trucks had already disappeared at the end of the street. Seeing this, the man in black stopped fighting and immediately withdrew, disappearing into the night in a few flashes. Shingu stood still and did not chase after him. He simply watched the direction the truck disappeared in, his face showing no anxiety. He raised his hand, and on his fingertip, a tiny metallic particle was shimmering with a faint red light. Unexpectedly, the miniature locator that I had personally placed in the betrothal gift box as a precaution actually worked. Shingo did not chase after the man in black who was blocking him. He stood there, raised his hand, and the tiny metallic particle on his fingertip, which was flashing with a faint red light, was particularly clear in the night. The direction the man in black left in has been determined, so there's no need to rush. He needs to go back to the hotel now and tell Yun Tiancheng about this. With his own strength, he couldn't have taken back the betrothal gifts from the man in black, but with Yun Tiancheng at the 4th level, it was a completely different story. However, as he turned around to return to the hotel, another figure silently blocked his way. This person was also dressed in black, but unlike the guy who had deliberately concealed his aura, the killing intent emanating from him was almost tangible, coming at you without any attempt to hide it. It was a murderous intent mixed with madness and resentment. Shingo stopped in his tracks. He didn't even need to discern the other person's appearance, he was all too familiar with that oppressive aura. Zhao Lihong. That wanted fugitive, who should have been hiding like a rat in the street. I never expected him to dare show up here. Shingu. A hoarse roar came from under the black clothes. Zhao Lihong ripped off the black cloth covering his face, revealing a distorted and deformed face. His cheeks were sunken, his eyes were bloodshot, and the demeanor of the former head of the Zhao family was gone, leaving only a beastly madness. You ruined everything I had. Today, I'm going to make you die here. Zhao Lihong's aura surged, and the power of a 4th-level martial king erupted without reservation, rushing straight towards Shingo. But at the very moment he made his move, two completely different and powerful auras erupted simultaneously from two other directions on the street. I want this man's life. A burly man in black rushed out of the alley on the left, his voice deep and rugged, with a distinctive northern quality. Almost simultaneously, a slender, ghostly figure floated down from the roof on the right, his voice high-pitched and chilling. What a coincidence, I'm here to take this kid's life too. 3 men in black, from 3 directions, surrounded Shingu in a triangular formation. They didn't know each other, but at that moment, they both felt a strong killing intent emanating from each other. Their goals were remarkably aligned. They're all Shingu. The burly man in black carried the unique energy fluctuations of the Lu family's martial arts that Shingu had used when facing Lu Lang. The slender figure reminded Shingu of the aura emanating from Hua Qi, whom he had just killed a few days ago. It seemed to be a member of the Hua family of Yen City. Shingu never expected it to be so lively today. All the people who wanted him dead had gathered together. The Lu family, the Hua family, and Zhao Lihong. Of the 3, only Zhao Lihong was at the martial king realm. The other 2 were actually war god realm experts. They really think highly of themselves. Shinji's body tensed up, and the bloodline of the true flame tyrant began to surge within him. Meanwhile, out of the sight of the 3, he took out the annihilation bead from his storage ring, ready to use it at any time. 2 6th-tier war gods, plus a 4th-tier stray dog. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people surrounding him in a triangular formation, his tone calm. You all really think highly of me just to kill a 2nd-tier martial master like me. The burly man in black on the left chuckled and took a step forward. The road beneath his feet groaned under the weight of his footsteps, leaving a deep footprint. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Shingu, it's an honor for you to die like this. On the roof to the right, the tall, thin man in black squatted on the eaves, his voice shrill. Why waste words with him? We're all here to take his life. Let's finish this quickly to avoid causing trouble. What's the rush? The burly man cracked his neck, making a series of crisp sounds. This area is completely sealed off by our people. Not even a fly can get out. Let our flame venerable disciple die a little slower. That's a small act of mercy on his behalf. Zhao Lihong stood directly in front, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Shingu, his chest heaving violently. He couldn't wait any longer. The little bastard who had brought him to this state was right in front of him, and every second of waiting was torture. He grinned maliciously, his spiritual energy surging around him. Although his aura was mixed and impure, it was genuine 4th-order power. Then he charged towards Shingu. Chapter 85 The Trump Card. Seeing Zhao Lihong make a move, the other 2 men in black exchanged a glance and said nothing more, immediately locking their auras onto Shingu. In this situation, any martial artist below the 4th rank would probably have collapsed to the ground in fear. 2 war gods plus 1 martial king are enough to destroy a small city in an instant. Using them to surround and kill a martial master is an exaggeration. Just as the 3 rushed towards Shingu, Shingu showed no panic in the face of these 3 auras. He simply opened his right palm, revealing a black bead. The Annihilation Divine Pearl. It can kill a 6th tier war god. This is his biggest trump card, and his only chance of survival. He didn't want to use this trump card, but given the current situation, he had no other choice. Just as the three were about to unleash their new combined attack, Shingu suddenly stopped. He stopped dodging, raised his hand, and in his palm, a jet black bead engraved with intricate patterns emitted a dazzling white light as he channeled his true energy into it. Ha! What's that? Not good. The war gods of the Lu and Hua families were both seasoned warriors. The moment they saw the Annihilation Divine Pearl, a fear originating from the depths of their souls froze the blood in their bodies. They wanted to back out, but it was too late. Shingu poured all the remaining true energy in his body into it without reservation. All of you, die. The patterns on the Nirvana Pearl suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. An aura of destruction, indescribable in words, erupted from that tiny bead. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Immediately afterwards, a pure, all-consuming light burst forth from Shinji's center. No! Zhao Lihong only had time to let out a desperate roar before his body evaporated and disappeared the moment it came into contact with the white light, leaving not a trace. The two War God Realm experts immediately activated their full body defenses, even at the cost of burning their life essence. But faced with that devastating power, their defenses were as fragile as paper. Puff! Puff! Both men coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time, their bodies blasted away by the force, crashing into a row of buildings in the distance and being buried under the rubble. A moment later, two disheveled figures rushed out of the ruins. Without even glancing at Shingu, they transformed into two streaks of light and fled frantically into the distance without looking back. Their auras had weakened to the extreme, clearly indicating that they had suffered severe injuries. As the light faded, the streets were left in a mess. Centered on Shingu, a huge crater with a diameter of over 50 meters appeared on the ground, and all the surrounding buildings were reduced to dust. Shingu stood in the center of the deep pit, panting heavily, his face pale. The power of the Annihilation Divine Pearl exceeded his imagination. Just then, a window of the hotel was smashed from the inside. Yun Tianchang, accompanied by several Yun family guards, jumped down from the building. They were clearly awakened by the earth-shattering noise they had just witnessed. When they saw the apocalyptic scene before them, and the empty parking spaces at the end of the street, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Who were those three people just now? Yun Tiancheng looked at the huge crater in front of him, then at Shingu who was unharmed, and finally turned his gaze to the tire tracks left by the trucks that had been driven away. The betrothal gifts. Our betrothal gifts are gone. One of the guards screamed in terror. Yun Tiancheng's face turned deathly pale. Xiao Shun, what is going on? He could barely speak properly. If the betrothal gifts were lost, how could they withstand the wrath of the Du family? Shingu did not answer him immediately, but raised his hand. At his fingertip, a miniature light screen popped up with a flashing red dot that was moving rapidly. Before the three of them arrived, a man in black appeared, drove me away, and took the betrothal gifts. But that person didn't intend to kill me. On the contrary, it seemed like he was afraid of hurting me and only wanted the betrothal gifts. The red dot on Shinji's fingertip danced on the light screen, moving at an extremely fast speed, and had already darted several kilometers away. Yun Tiancheng came closer, his forehead covered in sweat and his hands trembling. Xiaoxin, what should we do? If the betrothal gifts are lost, what will we bring to the Du family tomorrow? If we go to annul the engagement empty-handed, that old fox Du Yuanshan will definitely accuse us of lacking sincerity and use this as an excuse to make trouble. Then the reputation of our Yun family in the western region will be completely ruined. Shingu put away the light screen, didn't even glance at the ruins on the ground, and turned to walk towards a relatively intact SUV parked by the roadside. What's the panic? He opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and looked through the lowered window at Yun Tiancheng, who was still standing there in a daze. Get in the car. Yun Tiancheng didn't dare to delay and quickly opened the passenger door and got in. Before he was even settled in, he started rambling on. These three assassins from earlier were definitely working together. This is a classic case of luring the tiger away from the mountain. They sent people to kill you while simultaneously stealing your things. These people are incredibly cunning. Shingu gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the dark road ahead, before slowly speaking. Of those three, one was Zhao Lihong, and the other two were at the War God realm. Which of these three would be interested in the Yun family's betrothal gifts? Shingu turned the steering wheel, and the car drifted across the sand, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. Besides, if they were really in cahoots, they wouldn't have driven the car away before those three made their move. That mad dog Zhao Lihong would love to tear me to pieces. He doesn't care about the dowry at all. Yun Tiancheng gripped the handrail on the roof of the car, trying to steady himself, his mind a complete mess. Then, who was it that stole the betrothal gifts? Could it really have been a bandit who just happened to be passing by? What a coincidence. They put sleeping gas in the hotel room just now. That's a professional method, not the kind of violent approach. One side wants your life, and the other side wants your goods. Xingu paused for a moment before revealing the most crucial deduction. If the betrothal gifts are lost, who will be the happiest? Yun Tiancheng was stunned. Having been immersed in the power struggles of large families for many years, he could immediately understand this kind of intricacies. The Du family. Yun Tiancheng slapped his thigh hard, gritting his teeth. The betrothal gifts were lost in our hands. When we arrived in Xuanwu City, we couldn't return them. The Du family could then stand on the moral high ground and accuse the Yun family of incompetence, or even say that we embezzled the betrothal gifts and deliberately humiliated the Du family. In this way, they will not only avoid the humiliation of being jilted, but they can also turn the tables and make our Yun family unable to hold their heads high in front of the entire Dongsha kingdom. Xingu slammed on the gas pedal, and the car accelerated dramatically. But what they didn't know was that I had already placed a tracking device in the car. Meanwhile, deep in the desert, in a secluded sand valley surrounded by huge rocks, several heavy trucks were parked haphazardly, and the Yun family flags on the trucks had been roughly torn off and thrown on the ground. A dozen or so men dressed in bandit attire sat around a campfire, their faces beaming with barely suppressed elation. Chapter 86: Retrieving the Betrothal Gifts. Boss, are we really going to sell these things? The Du family ordered us to destroy them all. A more cautious-looking bandit asked the scarred leader in a low voice. Destroy? Scarface downed the liquor in the bottle in one gulp and spat it out. Are you fucking out of your mind? This is a whole truckload of treasure. Any one of these items would be enough for us brothers to live a carefree life for the rest of our lives. He kicked open a half-open wooden box, scattering neatly stacked jade boxes of medicinal herbs all over the ground, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. The Du family is rich, they don't care, but we do. But, what if the Du family finds out, we... Screw what? Scarface interrupted him, his eyes filled with greed. We'll sell the stuff on the black market, then fly far away. Who the hell can find us? We'll split the money and be set for life. Hurry up. Don't just stand there, open the boxes and see what good stuff is inside. A group of bandits cheered and rushed forward, beginning to roughly pry open the beautifully sealed boxes. Holy crap! This is a Tier 3 spirit condensation jade. Over here. This is the pelt of a 4th tier spirit beast. We're rich. We're fucking rich. Hurry up and put it away. This job alone is enough to feed a Tier 1 character up to Tier 3. Just as everyone was immersed in ecstasy, a calm voice drifted over from the entrance of the sand valley. Good eye, these are indeed good things. All the bandits froze in their tracks. They turned around abruptly and saw several figures slowly walking towards them in the moonlight at the entrance of the valley. Leading the group was a tall, upright young man, followed by a middle-aged man with a stern face and a dozen or so burly guards. It was Xingu and Yun Tiancheng's group. Xingu? How did you find us so quickly? Scarface sobered up halfway instantly. He grabbed the long knife beside him, looking fierce but actually weak, and pointed it at Xingu. Do you know we're from Black Sandstorm? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Black Sandstorm? I, Yun Tiancheng, have lived for so many years, how come I have never heard of such a person? I think you're all tired of living. A violent shockwave suddenly exploded outwards from him, sending sand and gravel flying several meters high. The pressure of a fourth-order martial king poured out without reservation, like a mountain crashing down on the heads of the dozen or so bandits. Thump! Thump! Apart from the scarred man with third-tier strength who was still stubbornly holding on, the other dozen or so people all knelt down on the ground, their knees sinking deep into the sand, unable to even let out a scream. This is what we call hierarchy suppression. In the martial arts world, the first rank is a world unto itself. A fourth-rank martial king facing a group of second- or third-rank nobodies is a dimensional reduction attack. Scarface's face drained of color, and he finally realized what a tough nut to crack he had kicked. Xingu ignored the fear on people's faces and slowly walked up to the scarred man without saying a word. Who sent you? Scarface's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Shingu raised his hand and gently tapped one finger on his shoulder. A wisp of extremely thin, golden-red flame traveled from his fingertip and into Scarface's body. Ah! A piercing scream, so shrill it was almost inhuman, shattered the silence of the night. Scarface collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. He felt his meridians and bones being burned by an indescribable force, a pain 10,000 times worse than death. I'll tell you everything. He only lasted for less than 3 seconds before completely collapsing. It's the Du family. Mr. Su from the Du family of Xuanwu City sent us. Shingu withdrew her finger, and the burning sensation slowly subsided. Continue. He gave us a large sum of money to disguise ourselves as bandits, intercept the Yun family's caravan, and destroy all the betrothal gifts. Scarface shouted, tears streaming down his face. He said that this would make the Yun family and that guy named Shingu lose all face in front of the entire western region. Shingu took out a communicator, turned on the recording function, and threw it in front of him. Say what you just said again, right in front of this person. Including how you contacted each other, the location of the transaction, what tokens he gave you, every detail, not a single word can be omitted. Looking at the communicator flashing a red dot, Scarface knew this was his only chance to survive. He dared not hide anything and explained everything clearly. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the reassembled convoy once again set off for Xuanwu City. The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat strange. Yun Tiancheng sat in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at Shingu in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He is now completely convinced of Shin Ji's methods. This young man is not only incredibly strong, but also ruthless and decisive in his methods. Having that video recording is equivalent to having leverage over the Du family. But what does he intend to do next? Do we really want to break ties with the Du family, the overlords of the western region? Yun Mushi didn't have as many concerns as her father. She slept very well all night. When she woke up and heard about what happened last night, she was not scared at all. Instead, she was so excited that her face turned red. She moved closer to Shingu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and gently nudged him with her elbow. Hello. Shingu opened her eyes. We have evidence now. What are you going to do when we get to the Du family? The girl's eyes sparkled. Is it going to be that the video is shown directly in front of everyone? I can already picture their faces looking like they've eaten dirt. Ha ha ha. Yun Mushi laughed so hard she almost fell over, and then she poked Shin Ji's arm. How come you're not excited at all? This is a direct slap in the face. Don't you feel great? Shingu found it somewhat amusing to look at her carefree and happy appearance. Yeah, that felt pretty good. That's it? Yun Mushi puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. You're so cool. Would it kill you to say a few more words? At least give me some response. Smile, you must look really good when you smile. She suddenly felt playful and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch Shin Ji's cheeks, forcibly pulling them apart. Come on, give me a smile. Otherwise, I won't let go. Shingu grabbed her mischievous little hand. It felt warm and smooth to the touch. He didn't say anything, but just looked out the window. A colossal city stands amidst the endless yellow sands. Xuanwu City, we've arrived. Xuanwu City, the Du family. The atmosphere in the council hall was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. A man who looked like a butler knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, and gave a detailed account of everything that had happened in Sanxi City. The betrothal gifts, the Yun family has taken them back. All the people we sent confessed. In addition, 3 unidentified powerful individuals surrounded and attacked Shingu in Sanxi City last night. One of them was Zhao Lihong, and the other 2 were suspected to be at the War God realm. However, Shingu repelled them all with a secret treasure, and Zhao Lihong died on the spot. Chapter 87 Arrival at the Du family. As messages arrived one after another, the Du family members in the hall had different thoughts. Du Mingxian, sitting in the corner, clenched his fists tightly. It failed. The family's meticulously planned attempt to intercept the marriage not only failed to embarrass Shingu, but also handed the Du family leverage over them. What made him even more frightened was that there were actually others who wanted to kill Shingu, and they even chose that time to do so. This is clearly an attempt to pin all the blame on the Du family. If Shingu really died last night, then the Du family is completely finished. Luo Qinghuan's rage was enough to burn the entire western region to the ground. Father! Du Mingxian stood up. He was unwilling to let it go like this. Shut up, all of you. Du Yuanshan, who was in the main seat, finally spoke. He was not angry, but his calm words contained a chilling aura that made people tremble. He glanced around at his resentful clansmen. Don't you understand yet? From the moment we decided to deal with Shingu, we were already pawns on the chessboard. Some people want to use us to get rid of Shingu, and some people want to use Shingu to get rid of us. Du Yuanshan leaned back in his chair, looking utterly exhausted. We've already lost because we failed to intercept the contract and they found fault with us. He waved his hand. Pass down the order to prepare for the reception, and to adopt a humble attitude. The engagement is off. Father. Du Mingxian couldn't accept this outcome. You just accept it like this? What about the reputation of the Du family? Face? Du Yuanshan interrupted him, laughing self-deprecatingly. Compared to the survival of the family, face is nothing. He has fully grasped the situation. The Du family is now like meat on a chopping board. Any resistance could bring about their annihilation. Seeing his father's resigned expression, Du Mingxian felt the fire in his heart burn even brighter. He can't admit it. Yun Muyue was the woman he had his eye on, and more importantly, she was the vessel for him to break through to a higher realm. He couldn't just hand her over like that. He still has a chance. As long as I can trample that Shingu under my feet in front of everyone. As long as he proves he's stronger than Shingu, he can take everything back. Just then, a servant rushed in. Master. The Yun family's convoy has arrived. Du Yuanshan stood up and straightened his robes. Let's go and welcome our distinguished guests from the west. Du Mingxian followed behind the crowd, gritted his teeth, straightened his collar, and walked out with everyone. The convoy slowly drove into Xuanwu City. Yun Tiancheng looked at the magnificent Du family mansion in front of him, his palms sweating profusely. Xiao Shun, look. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Shingu ignored him, simply pushed open the car door, and got out first. Yun Mushi followed closely behind and affectionately took his arm. Du Yuanshan, along with a group of core family members, were already waiting in front of the Du family's gate. Upon seeing Shingu get out of the car, Du Yuanshan immediately put on a warm smile and quickly went to greet her. He completely ignored Yun Tiancheng beside him and directly cupped his hands to Shingu. Mr. Shin, it is an honor to have you here. Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly. This action stunned Yun Tiancheng, who was following behind. The head of the Du family, the local tyrant of the western region, actually greeted Shingu first, leaving him, the head of the Yun family, out in the cold. You're too kind, Patriarch Du, Shingu replied indifferently. Du Yuanshan then turned to Yun Tiancheng, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, but his enthusiasm was noticeably less. Master Yun, you must be tired from your journey. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone was ushered into the Du family's council hall. Guests and hosts were seated separately, and servants served fragrant tea. The atmosphere inside the hall was even stranger than outside. Shingu picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it. Instead, she gently stirred the tea leaves with the lid. Master Du, let's not beat around the bush. He put the teacup down with a soft thud. We're here today for only one thing. Return the betrothal gifts, and your Du family should not have any further improper thoughts. His words were crisp and to the point, without any hesitation, directly breaking through the barrier. Yun Tiancheng straightened his back nervously. Du Yuanshan paused for a moment while holding the teacup, but quickly resumed his normal motion. He put down his teacup and let out a long sigh. Well, since Mr. Shin is so straightforward, will not beat around the bush either. He looked heartbroken. Initially, my Du family intended to arrange a marriage with the Yun family to bring about a union, but we never expected that Miss Muyue had already found a good match. Naturally, my Du family should not interfere with your marriage to Miss Yun. This matter is not appropriate for the Du family. After he finished speaking, he prepared to instruct his servants to handle the follow-up matters. But just then, a discordant voice rang out from the side. Wait a moment. Du Mingxian suddenly stood up, staring intently at Shingu. Father. This matter cannot be left like this. Du Yuanshan frowned. Mingxian. You have no right to speak here, sit down. No. Du Mingxian was completely resigned to his fate. He pointed at Shingu, his expression full of provocation. He took a few steps forward and stood in the center of the hall, emanating a powerful aura. Shingu. Do you dare to fight me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have Yen Zun backing you up. In this western region, in my Xuanwu city, it's all about who has the strongest fist. You win. I, Du Mingxian, will never again covet Yin Muyue, and I will give you all those betrothal gifts. If you lose. His words were laced with undisguised malice. You'd better tuck your tail between your legs and get out of the West. And once you get back, divorce Yin Muyue immediately. Du Mingxuan's provocation froze the air in the entire council hall. The breaths of everyone in the Du family stopped for a moment. Mingxian. Sit down. Du Yuanshan finally realized what was happening? He slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Du Mingxian. Do you even have the right to speak here? Get back here. All he wants now is to calm this matter down as soon as possible and get rid of Xingu, this plague. But Du Mingxian was already carried away, and his father's reprimands did not calm him down. Instead, they seemed to add fuel to the fire. He ignored her completely, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Xingu. What? You're scared now? Aren't you the champion of the Northern Territory tournament? Didn't you slay the 5th-tier Spider King? Why did you turn into a coward once you got to my Xuanwu city? Or are you saying that without your master's protection, you are nothing? Provocative words echoed through the hall. Yun Tiancheng was so nervous that his hands and feet were ice cold. He looked at Xingu, afraid that he would be provoked and actually agree. Yun Mushi also gripped Xin Ji's arm tightly, her face full of worry. Xingu calmly watched Du Mingxian, who seemed to be going crazy. He slowly removed Yun Mushi's hand, patted the back of her hand, and told her to relax. Then he stood up. Chapter 88, Another Crushing Strike. Good. In short, it was decisive and efficient. The moment those words were uttered, Du Yuanshan's face turned completely pale. It's over. His worst fears came true. Ha ha ha. Good. You've got guts. Du Mingxian burst into wild laughter when he saw Xingu accept the challenge. Father. Elders. You all heard it. He promised it himself. Life and death are preordained, and the Du family cannot be blamed. As he spoke, his aura began to surge wildly. Second order triple. Second order, 4th level. Second tier, 5th level peak. The entire hall was enveloped by this powerful aura, and the tables and chairs began to creak under the weight. The pressure of the second level 5th stage poured out, and some of the Du family disciples with lower cultivation levels turned pale and could not stand up under this pressure. Even some of the 3rd tier elders sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Du Mingxian. Du Yuanshan rushed over, trying to stop him. Stop. You unfilial son. Do you want to destroy the Du family? However, Du Mingxian simply waved his hand, and a surge of powerful water-based true energy sent Du Yuanshan back several steps. Father, you can't stop me. Du Mingxuan's face became distorted due to the excessive exertion of power. Today, I will not only win, I will also kill him here. I want everyone to know that I, Du Mingxian, am the strongest among the younger generation. Yun Muyue can only be my woman. Before he finished speaking, he took out a blood-red pill from his storage ring and swallowed it without hesitation. The secret method of burning blood. An elder of the Du family cried out in terror. Mingxian. You're insane. That's a forbidden technique that burns your lifespan to gain power. Stop right now. You'll die. However, it was all too late. After the pill entered his stomach, all of Du Mingxuan's blood vessels became prominent, and an even more terrifying aura erupted from his body. His hair turned from jet black to gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. His once handsome face was now covered in wrinkles, making him look more than 10 years older in an instant. But contrary to his aged appearance, his power had surged to its limit. His aura had already broken through the barrier of the 6th level of the 2nd tier, reaching a level that made everyone present feel suffocated. 6th level. He actually reached the 6th level of the 2nd tier. Yun Tiancheng felt the oppressive aura, and his legs went weak. Everyone looked at Xingu as if he were a dead man. A 2nd tier, 2nd level being faced off against a madman who burned through his lifespan to forcibly break through to the 2nd tier, 6th level. This was not a duel at all. This was a one-sided crushing defeat. Du Mingxian felt an unprecedented surge of power within his body, and he opened his arms in ecstasy. Did you see that? Xingu. This is the difference between you and me. He raised his hand, and the sea-splitting fork appeared in his palm. The violent water energy gathered and transformed into a ferocious water dragon, swirling and roaring. Today, I will use your life to wash away the shame of my Du family. With a wave of his arm, the water dragon formed from Xian Tian water surged toward Xingu with an aura of destruction. Faced with this devastating attack, Xingu simply made a simple movement. He raised his hand. The Vulcan gun appeared out of thin air. Without using any martial arts techniques, he simply poured all the true energy in his body, the power of the true flame tyrant's bloodline, into it without reservation. A wisp of extremely condensed, pure golden red flame lit up on the tip of the spear. The flames were small, even tiny, without any earth-shattering roar or scorching heat. It burned quietly, yet it caused the temperature in the entire hall to drop, as if all the heat was being swallowed up by that single point of golden red light. This is Luo Qinghuan's guidance on the most fundamental control over flames. It is absolute cohesion and domination. Before that ferocious, roaring, and enormous water dragon, the tiny golden red spear tip appeared as insignificant as a firefly. However, at the moment the two come into contact, the whole world fell silent. There was no violent explosion, no clash of energy. The fierce water dragon, upon touching the spear tip, was like snow meeting a branding iron. Not even a wisp of water could rise before it was directly swallowed up and annihilated by the golden red flames, ultimately turning into nothingness. Unstoppable. Completely destroying everything in its path. The golden red spear light, after devouring the water dragon, continued forward without stopping, growing larger and larger in Du Mingxuan's eyes, which were filled with shock and confusion. Puff! The spear pierced his chest. Du Mingxuan's body trembled violently. He looked down and stared in disbelief at the Vulcan gun that had passed through his body. The full force attack he gained by burning his lifespan, comparable to that of a third-tier martial grandmaster, was just gone? He couldn't even get the other person to back down an inch. The golden red flames spread along the gun barrel, entered his body, and frantically damaged his meridians and dantian. Xian Tianque's talent was utterly useless against such extreme flames. Instead, it became fuel that helped the fire burn. Restraint. This is absolute, an overwhelming and restraining force from the very source of blood. No. It's impossible. Du Mingxian spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, and his aura rapidly deteriorated like a punctured balloon. That force that had been forcibly drawn up was shattered by a single shot. His aged face first showed confusion, then despair, and finally turned to ashes. His heart for martial arts was shattered. Xingu drew his Vulcan gun and flicked it to shake off the bloodstains. If it were the old him, encountering Du Mingxian, who was burning his lifespan, might have been somewhat troublesome. However, after receiving guidance from Yan Zun, he has gained a deeper understanding of the use of flames. In his eyes, this level of confrontation was basically as easy as crossing the street. With the terrifying qualities of the true flame tyrant, coupled with his current control over flames, Xingu is confident that he can fight Du Mingxian, who possesses the Xian Tian water, even if Du Mingxian is only 4 minor realms higher than him, or even 6 minor realms higher. Du Mingxuan's body went limp and fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, where he lost consciousness completely. The entire council chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the members of the Du family were frozen in place, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. One shot. Just one shot. A prodigy who had burned through his lifespan and unleashed the power of the 6th level of the 2nd tier was easily and instantly killed by a martial artist at the 2nd level of the 2nd tier. Who the hell is the lunatic here? Yun Mushi was the first to react. She ran to Shinji's side and nervously looked him up and down. Are you alright? Fine. Xingu put away the Vulcan gun and looked at the Du family patriarch, whose face was ashen, sitting in the main seat. Master Du. Can we continue talking about Muyu now? Chapter 89. Lei Yunxiao. Du Yuanshan slumped into the armchair, instantly aging more than 10 years. The son on whom the Du family placed high hopes and was willing to burn his lifespan to forcibly increase his strength was now lying on the ground like a dead dog, with blood bubbles still oozing from the blood hole in his chest. We lost completely. They lost not only because they were weaker, but also because of their lack of talent and the despair-inducing suppression of their bloodline. Patriarch Du. Xingu's voice was soft, but it pulled Du Yuanshan back from his daze. I'm still waiting for your reply. Du Yuanshan shuddered and looked up at the young man who was slowly wiping the blood off his hands. There was no anger in Shinji's eyes, only indifference. It was a kind of indifference, like a dragon looking down at an ant, as if what it had just pierced was not a top genius of the western regions, but a piece of weed that could be destroyed at will. Du Yuanshan was a man who had seen many storms. He knew very well that if he did not back down today, Luo Qinghuan, the Flame Lord standing behind Xingu, would definitely fulfill her promise to wipe out the entire Du family. Even Huizhan, a 6th-tier war god, was slapped in public, so how could the Du family be an exception? I accept it. Du Yuanshan squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Ming Xian's skills are inferior, and he has only himself to blame. An uproar erupted in the hall. Those Du family elders who had been hoping the family head would stand up for himself all lowered their heads now. Even the head of the family has backed down, what else can they do? Yun Tianchang stood aside, too shocked to speak. Is that all there is to it? This is the Du family, the overlords of the western region. They were actually overwhelmed by a young man in his early 20s, who single-handedly made them unable to lift their heads. Is it really that simple to just say it's void? Xingu casually tossed the handkerchief she was using to wipe her hands onto Du Mingxian, covering his pale face. Your son just said he wanted to kill me. Du Yuanshan's eyes twitched violently. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the humiliation that was about to explode within him. Someone come here. He shouted loudly. Soon, several trembling servants came up carrying several exquisite mahogany boxes. These are the betrothal gifts that the Yun family sent before. They are returned untouched in full. Du Yuanshan stood up, took out a jade box emanating a strong chill from his pocket, and placed it on the pile of betrothal gifts with trembling hands. In addition, this 5th-tier spiritual herb, Frosty Marrow Ice Lotus, is offered as compensation for my son's reckless behavior. From now on, the Du family will never mention the marriage again, and Ming Xian will never harass your wife again. 5th grade spiritual medicine. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This is a treasure that even a war god level expert would covet. Du Yuanshan has really gone all out this time. He wanted to use this medicinal herb to buy peace for the Du family and also to save the life of his useless son. Xingu glanced at the jade box. Ice Lotus of the Frost Marrow? Barely acceptable. He didn't even bother with a polite word, simply waving his hand dismissively. The storage ring flashed with a faint light. The mahogany box on the ground, along with the jade box in Du Yuanshan's hand, vanished completely in an instant. That matter-of-fact attitude made Yun Tianchang, who was standing next to him, feel a chill run down his spine. That's a 5th-grade spiritual herb. Couldn't you have acted a little bit more surprised? Since Patriarch Du is so understanding, let's let this matter drop today. Xingu turned around and looked at Yun Tianchang and Yun Mushi, who were still in a daze. Now that the matter is resolved, let's go. Yun Mushi finally came to her senses. She looked at Shen Ji's back, her big eyes sparkling. So cool. Absolutely stunning. This is the man Yun Mushi has her eye on. Yun Tianchang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly followed. He just wants to get out of this troublesome place as soon as possible. He feels like he'll lose 10 years of his life if he stays even a second longer. Du Yuanshan watched Shen Ji's departing figure, his fingernails digging into his flesh. What a disgrace. What a utter disgrace. When has the Du family ever suffered such humiliation? But he dared not move. As long as Xingu remains Yin Zun's disciple, the Du family can only endure it, even if it means gritting their teeth and swallowing their anger. Just as Xingu was about to step out of the hall with one foot. Boom! A loud bang suddenly exploded. Several Du family guards who were close to the entrance were struck by the shards before they could even scream, their blood splattering everywhere. An extremely violent aura of thunder, accompanied by billowing dust, barged in from outside the door. Who? Enemy attack. The Du family guards screamed in terror and frantically circulated their inner energy in an attempt to withstand the shockwave. However, the power of the thunder was too domineering. As soon as the second-level guards came into contact with it, they were shocked and coughed up blood, flying backward. The smoke and dust cleared. A young man dressed in purple armor swaggered in, stepping over the scattered debris. He was tall with a full head of purple hair that stood on end. His body was crackling with electric arcs, and with each step he took, a charred footprint was left on the bluestone slabs beneath his feet. TSK, you're admitting defeat already? The young man glanced around the messy hall, his gaze finally settling on Du Yuanshan, whose face was ashen, his expression full of undisguised mockery. Du Yuanshan, you old bones are getting worse as you get older. You get shitted on by some brat from the north, and you still have to apologize? This is utterly disgraceful to the western regions. When Du Yuanshan saw the person who had arrived, a look of surprise flashed across his originally despairing face, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Young Master Lei. He never expected that this gentleman would appear at this time. Lei Yunxiao. the #1 genius in the Western region. He is also the personal disciple of the Thunder God of War who has a fiery temper and terrifying strength. This person not only possesses an extremely rare lightning-type mutated talent, but his cultivation level has also reached the terrifying peak of the 5th level of the 2nd tier. It is said that he is only one step away from the 6th level of the 2nd tier. Most importantly, the Thunder God of War also has a close relationship with the Du family, and is considered one of the Du family's biggest backers in the Western region. Young Master Lei. You, what brings you here? Du Yuanshan, as if grasping at the last straw, stumbled forward to meet him. If I hadn't come, your Du family would have had to change their surname to Shin, wouldn't they? Lei Yunxiao snorted coldly, not even glancing at Du Yuanshan, but instead turning his attention to Shingu, who was about to leave. Lei Yunxiao strode into the council hall, his combat boots landing on the broken bluestone slabs. The purple arcs of electricity swirling around him were still crackling, scorching the air and giving off a burnt smell. He completely ignored the terrified Du family guards around him, and didn't even glance at Du Mingxian, who was lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. His goal was very clear. Only Shingu stood in the center of the hall, his face indifferent. And there's something in Shin Ji's collection that should have belonged to him. Young Master Lei. Du Yuanshan rushed forward as if he had seen his savior, his old face now devoid of any trace of the dignity of a patriarch. Lei Yunxiao stopped and glanced at him sideways. Stop talking nonsense. Where is the frosty marrow ice lotus that my master wanted? Bring it here. Chapter 90 Conflict. He stretched out his hand, palm up, his attitude utterly self-righteous. It was as if everything in the entire Western region, if he wanted it, had to be his. Du Yuanshan's expression froze. He subconsciously turned his head to look in Shin Ji's direction, or more precisely, to look at Shin Ji's hand with the storage ring on it. This. It's already in young Master Shin's hands. Lei Yunxiao did not retract his hand. He slowly turned his head, his gaze finally landing on Shingu, and began to look her up and down. Oh? So it was you who took it. Lei Yunxiao's lips curled into an exaggerated arc, but there was no real smile in them. The champion of the Northern Border Tournament, Shingu. You've become quite famous lately. He took 2 steps forward and stopped less than 3 meters away from Shingu. This distance is already an extremely dangerous attack range for martial artists. But he didn't care at all. I heard you're that crazy woman, oh no, I mean, Yenzun Luo Qinghuan's disciple? Lei Yunxiao deliberately dragged out his words, his tone full of mockery. No wonder they dare to run wild in the western border. What? You think that just because you've latched onto a woman, no one in the world can control you? Shingu remained silent. He simply stared quietly at the purple-haired youth in front of him. 2nd tier, 5th level peak, lightning-type mutated talent. They certainly have the right to be arrogant. But that's not a reason for him to bark wildly in front of me. Shinji's internal energy began to circulate slowly, and a fiery red halo appeared faintly under her skin. The items were compensation from the Du family. Shinji's voice was calm, revealing no emotion. Want to? Let your master come and get it himself. The air in the hall froze instantly. Du Yuanshan gasped. Has this kid gone mad? To have the Thunder God of War come and take it personally? That's a blatant provocation. Lei Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't expected Shingu to dare to speak to him like that. In the western regions, no one ever dared to disrespect him, let alone his master. Ha 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 ha. Lei Yunxiao suddenly burst into laughter. You've got guts. That's really something. No wonder he's a gigolo who climbed the social ladder by relying on women. His smooth talk is truly impressive. His laughter stopped abruptly, and his face instantly darkened. However, aren't you mistaken about something? This is the Western Territory, not the Northern Territory, and certainly not the Flame Lord's backyard. Here, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Sizzle. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly exploded from his body, transforming into a lightning serpent that lunged straight at Shinji's face. The speed was extremely fast, completely without warning. This is Lei Yunxiao's style of doing things. He acts decisively and without hesitation. Shingu stood still, without moving an inch. Just as the lightning snake was about to touch the tip of his nose. Boom! A barrier of golden red flames rose out of thin air. The razor snake struck the flames and was instantly consumed, without even a spark. Lei Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. Lei Yunxiao stretched his neck, and his cervical vertebrae made a cracking sound. I initially thought he was just a spineless coward who climbed the social ladder by relying on women, but it turns out he's got some skills. This flame, not only can it block my lightning, but it can even devour it? Lei Yunxiao took a step forward, and the purple arcs of electricity on his body suddenly surged, transforming from their original wispy strands into lightning pythons as thick as an arm, which then rampaged wildly through the hall. The surrounding mahogany tables and chairs were instantly pulverized by the overflowing lightning, and a burnt smell filled the air. Again! He roared, clenched his right fist, and brilliant lightning gathered at the tip of his fist, illuminating the entire hall in a stark white light. Xingu stood still, not even moving her heels an inch. He simply watched Lei Yunxiao rushing towards him calmly, the Vulcan spear in his palm pressed down slightly, the tip pointing to the ground. Golden red true energy flowed down his arm and into the gun barrel, and the originally still flame patterns seemed to come alive, beginning to flow slowly. Want to fight? Then let's fight. Just at this critical moment, a figure rushed over in a disheveled state, directly cutting between the two. Young Master Lei. Young Master Lei, wait. Du Yuanshan, covered in sweat, spread his arms to block Lei Yunxiao. He dared not stop Xingu, because she was an unreasonable and lawless person. The only hope is that Lei Yunxiao will still consider the bigger picture. Get out of my way. Lei Yunxiao's punches continued unabated, and the violent gusts of wind made the flesh on Du Yuanshan's face tremble. If I don't break both his legs, I'll change my name, Lei Yunxiao, if this brat takes my things. Young Master Lei. Don't let a small matter cause you to lose the bigger picture. Du Yuanshan was so anxious that his voice cracked, and he clung tightly to Lei Yunxiao's leg. Don't forget the real purpose of our trip to the western region. It's for the flower of the sun. That secret realm is about to open. If we fight Xingu to the death now, wasting our true energy, and miss the opening of the secret realm, what will happen to the Thunder God of War? Upon hearing the words Thunder God of War, Lei Yunxiao's previously rampant aura suddenly froze. He knew that old monster's temper better than anyone else. If this kind of private feud really delays important business, they'll be lucky to escape with their lives. Moreover, Shinji's flames are indeed a bit strange. If a real fight breaks out, it might not be possible to defeat them in a short time. If they get injured, they'll likely suffer in the upcoming battles for the secret realm. Lei Yunxiao took a deep breath and forcefully pulled back the thunderous fist that was about to be unleashed. You're lucky. He kicked away Du Yuanshan, who was clinging to his leg, straightened his slightly disheveled collar, and looked past everyone to Xingu. Kid, I'll entrust your life to your neck for now. I'll play with you slowly after I come out of the secret realm. After saying that, he made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand across his neck, then turned around and strode towards the door. As he passed the pile of wrecked ruins, he stopped, turned around, and spat. And Du Yuanshan, your Du family is really getting worse and worse. You can't even handle a second-tier kid. You're a disgrace. Watching Lei Yunxiao's figure disappear outside the door, Du Yuanshan collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud, panting heavily. My back was soaked with cold sweat. Thankfully, a fight didn't break out. If those two ancestors really started tearing each other apart in the Du family's main hall, no matter who won or lost, the Du family would definitely be the ones to suffer in the end. Xingu looked in the direction Lei Yunxiao had left, and the Vulcan spear in his hand turned into starlight and dissipated. Only then did Jun Tiancheng dare to approach, his face deathly pale, his voice trembling. Little Xingu, let's go quickly. I don't want to stay in this place for another second. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. What he just witnessed was even more thrilling than the decades of scheming and intrigue he had experienced in Jiangcheng. One is Yan Zun's disciple, and the other is the personal disciple of Kuang Lei Zhanshen. If these two powder kegs were to collide, Xuanwu City would probably be blown to smithereens. Xingu glanced at Du Yuanshan, who was slumped on the ground, and then at Du Mingxian, who was still unconscious. Let's go. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Now that the betrothal gifts have been returned, the Du family has been humiliated, and the so-called number one genius of the western region has been crippled. The objective has been achieved. As for Lei Yunxiao, if he behaves himself afterward, then it's fine. If he doesn't behave, Xingu wouldn't mind letting him keep Du Mingxian company. Chapter 91: The First Appearance of the Secret Realm. Back at the hotel, Yun Tiancheng plopped down on the sofa, grabbed the kettle on the coffee table, and started chugging water. It was cold water, but he didn't care. He gulped down most of the pot in one go, and only then did his wildly beating heart calm down a little. That was too close, it was really too close. Yun Tianchang wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Shingu, who was sitting by the window leisurely wiping the spear, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shingu, do you know who Lei Yunxiao is? He is backed by the Mad Thunder War God. He is a notorious madman in the western region, extremely protective of his own. We've offended his disciples so badly today, we're afraid things won't be easy for us in the future. Shingu didn't even look up. He was holding a piece of fine velvet cloth and carefully wiping the bowstring of the flame bow. So what? What do you mean, so what? Yun Tianchang stood up anxiously and paced back and forth in the room. That's a war god. A 6th-tier expert. Even if you have Flame Venerable backing you, this is still the western region. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. What if they sabotage us behind our backs? Patriarch Yun. Shingu interrupted him, put the Vulcan gun back into her storage ring, and looked up. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are a joke. If Lei Yunxiao dares to come, I will kill him. If the Mad Thunder War God dares to come, I also have ways to deal with him. His tone was as calm as if he were talking about what to eat tonight. Yun Tianchang opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Not even afraid of the god of war? This kid's tone is louder than thunder in the sky. But looking at Shinji's calm face, the panic in his heart inexplicably dissipated a lot. It seems that in this young man's eyes, there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Yun Tianchang asked instinctively, still in a daze. Dad, it's me. Open the door. Yun Mushi's clear voice came from outside the door. Yun Tianchang quickly went over and opened the door. Yun Mushi happily darted in, carrying 2 large paper bags that emitted an enticing aroma. I bought some specialty roasted meat from Xuanwu City, and some chilled fruit wine. She put the bag on the table, then pounced on the single sofa next to Shingu, her big eyes sparkling as she stared at him. Hey, disciple of Flame Lord, are you hungry? Shingu couldn't help but laugh at her carefree attitude. You were acting all refined and elegant just a moment ago, how come you've revealed your true colors as soon as you get back? That's just for show. Yun Mushi wrinkled her nose, reached into the bag, grabbed a skewer of golden brown, oily meat, and stuffed it directly into Shinji's mouth. Here you go, this is a reward for you. You were so cool at the Du family's place today. You didn't see Du Mingxuan's reaction, it cracked me up. Shingu didn't stand on ceremony and bit off a piece of meat. The taste was indeed excellent, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a unique spice flavor. Yun Tianchang looked at his 2 young children, shook his head, and tactfully walked towards the door. You guys chat, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he gently closed the door. Only 2 people remained in the room. Yun Mushi watched Shingu eat, resting her chin on her hand with a silly grin on her face. Shingu. That Lei Yunxiao looks very powerful. Were you really not afraid just now? What are you afraid of? Shingu swallowed the meat in his mouth and looked at her. Afraid you can't beat him? No. Yun Mushi shook her head, leaned forward, and moved even closer. I was afraid you would get hurt. She reached out and gently touched the back of Shinji's hand, which was resting on his knee. The skin there was rough, calluses from holding weapons. Although I know you are very powerful, and you can even kill a 5th-tier Spider King, my heart still tightened when I saw that lightning strike. Shingu took her hand in return. Her hands were soft and cool, a stark contrast to the burning heat in his own palms. Don't worry, I'll protect myself and you. After all, we're not married yet. Yun Mushi's face flushed red instantly. She withdrew her hand, turned her head away, looked out the window, and muttered something under her breath. Who needs your protection? I'm powerful too, okay? I'm already at the 7th level of the 1st tier. That's what she said, but her ears, which were practically bleeding, betrayed her true feelings. Outside the window, the night was already deep. The night in Xuanwu City was not peaceful. The distant sounds of a bustling market could be faintly heard, mixed with the howling of sand and dust blowing through the buildings. This is an oasis in the desert, where the sky is higher and the stars are brighter than in inland cities. The 2 sat quietly, watching the night view outside the window. The atmosphere gradually became somewhat subtle. Yun Mushi secretly turned her head and found that Shingu was looking at her. Their eyes met. Her heart skipped a beat. What are you looking at? Look at you. Shingu answered very directly. Yun Mushi felt her face getting even hotter. She bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind, and suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked to Shingo. In the sword token my master gave me, there is a set of dual cultivation a combined attack sword technique, which he said requires two people to practice together. Her voice grew softer and softer as she twisted the hem of her clothes with her fingers. Would you like to try it with me? Shingo looked at her, who was clearly shy but was trying to remain calm, and was about to tease her. Just then, the night sky, which was originally as black as ink, changed color without warning. It wasn't a gradual red, but a scarlet that was instantly stained with blood. The whole world seemed to be paused at that moment. The noisy market sounds disappeared, and the howling of the wind and sand stopped. Immediately afterwards, rumble. A deep, muffled roar came from the depths of the earth. The sound didn't sound like an explosion, it sounded more like some kind of giant beast that had been sleeping for millions of years turning over underground. The entire Xuanwu city was trembling violently. The fruit wine bottles on the table crashed to the floor, and the chandelier swayed wildly. Shingu suddenly stood up, pulled the unsteady Yun Mushi into his arms, and quickly walked to the French windows. That is... Yun Mushi covered her mouth in horror. In the depths of the desert outside Xuanwu City, at the end of endless darkness, one could see a massive pillar of fire, thousands of meters in diameter, shot into the sky. It pierced through the heavens and earth, tearing a huge hole in the blood-red sky. The terrifying heat wave could be clearly felt even from tens of kilometers away, through thick glass. Within that pillar of fire, something seemed to be slowly blooming. Golden light flowed around the center of the pillar of fire, like a newborn sun about to descend upon the world at this moment. The flower of the sun. Shingu gazed at the magnificent scene, his pupils reflecting the fiery light filling the sky. Under the pull of this aura, the true flame tyrant bloodline within him began to boil and roar uncontrollably. It was a desire that stemmed from instinct. It seems this is the secret realm that Lei Yunxiao mentioned. Shingu released Yun Mushi from his arms, placed his palm on the glass, and felt the faint vibrations transmitted through the glass. Chapter 92. The storm is brewing. The hotel's thickened bulletproof glass cracked open with a snap. The scalding air rushed in through the cracks, instantly swallowing up all the cool air in the room. Yun Mushi cried out in surprise and instinctively shrank back. What's this? Her face was flushed red by the firelight, not the blush of shyness, but a rosy flush from the intense heat. Shingu did not answer. He pressed one hand against the glass, and the skin on his palm made a soft sizzling sound, which was the sound of flesh being scalded by the high heat. But he didn't stop. He could feel the blood in his body boiling with excitement. The bloodline of the true flame tyrant was like a shark smelling blood, almost bursting out of his chest and lunging directly at the towering pillar of fire in the distance. Spatial rift. Shingu stared at the golden ripples spreading from the center of the pillar of fire and uttered 4 words. Hearing the commotion, Yun Tiancheng came into the room. Just as he was frantically trying to right the chair that had been knocked over, he heard this and his hand trembled, causing the chair to fall onto the instep of his foot again. What did you say? A crack? The blooming of the sunflowers in the western regions was just a prelude. Shingu turned around, his back to the blazing fire, his silhouette outlined like a silhouette. Beneath this lies the dojo of an ancient fire elemental master. The so-called blooming was actually energy leaked out when the secret realm opened. Yun Tiancheng's mouth dropped open. The secret realm of an ancient powerful being. He knew this represented immense wealth, but also mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Then let's hurry up and leave. Yun Tiancheng wiped the sweat from his face, cold sweat that had been evaporated by the heat. We can't stay here. With a secret realm of this level opening, all the experts in the western region will pounce on us like mad dogs. He's a businessman and a seasoned veteran. In this kind of epic battle, the best option for a kid is to get as far away as possible. Walk? Shingo walked to the table and picked up the half-eaten kebab. The kebab was already dry and hard from the high temperature in the air, but he didn't care. He took a bite and chewed slowly. With such a big piece of fatty meat offered to me, how could I not eat it? Xiaoshun? Yun Tiancheng stamped his feet anxiously. How could you possibly eat that? Lei Yunxiao is still in the city. And the Du family. And those old monsters lurking in the shadows. You're only at the 2nd level, my ancestor. Shingu swallowed the meat in her mouth and casually flicked the bamboo skewer into the trash can. So what if it's 2nd order? He looked up at the red-hot ceiling, where a fly was falling because its wings were charred. In the world of fire, I am the only king. The Du family mansion, the observatory. The terrain here is extremely high, offering a panoramic view of the entire Xuanwu city, and naturally, a clearer view of the terrifying pillar of fire that connects heaven and earth. The gale whipped up sand and sparks, slapping against Lei Yunxiao's face. He didn't dodge. Instead, he opened his arms and let the scalding fire elements wash over his body. Purple lightning danced around him, colliding with the fire elements in the air and creating crackling sounds. Ha 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 ha. Lei Yunxiao burst into wild laughter, the sound of which was particularly jarring in the wind. Heaven is helping me. Heaven is truly helping me. Du Yuanshan stood behind him, his back bent so low it almost touched the ground. His old face was pale from the hot wind, but he had no choice but to force a smile. Young Master Lei, this is. Can't you tell? This is the Blazing Sun's secret realm. The legendary site of inheritance left behind by the Burning Heaven Venerable. I thought it was just an ordinary secret realm, but I never expected it to be the Blazing Sun's secret realm. Lei Yunxiao suddenly turned around, grabbed Du Yuanshan by the collar, and lifted him up. You bunch of fools in the Western Territory have guarded this treasure land for hundreds of years, and you only regard it as some kind of flower of the sun? It's a complete waste of its resources. Du Yuanshan was being strangled and could hardly breathe, his legs kicking wildly. Young Master Lei, cough cough, I've only heard about it. Listen to my ass. Lei Yunxiao threw him to the ground, his face full of greed and madness. Thunder and fire are inherently complementary. If I could obtain the fire-type treasure in this secret realm and combine it with my 9 heavens thunderclap, I would be invincible not only against opponents of the same level, but I could even put up a fight against those of the 3rd level. He glanced at the enormous pillar of fire, then at the ants in Xuanwu City who were panicking because of the high temperature. Blocking information? No, there's no need to block it. Such a commotion, everyone could see it. Lei Yunxiao stuck out his tongue and licked his chapped lips. Pass down the order, all martial artists of the Du family above the 2nd rank, assemble. Bring all your healing medicines and qi replenishing pills, and follow me into the secret realm. Yes. Yes. Du Yuanshan scrambled downstairs. Lei Yunxiao looked in that direction again, his right hand clenching as if he had already grasped the ball of flame in his palm. Shen Gu. He muttered the name and let out a cold laugh. You'd better not get your hands on the Blazing Sun's secret realm, or it'll be the graveyard that God has chosen for you. Yun Tianchang wiped his face, his palms covered in sticky sweat. He looked at the young man standing by the window, adjusting his cuffs in the red glow of the sky, and his legs were trembling. Little Shun. Yun Tianchang rushed over, wanting to reach out and grab Shingu, but pulled his hand back halfway as if he had been burned. What did you just say? Where are we going? To that pillar of fire? Shingu didn't turn around, but simply straightened the slightly crooked cufflink. This is an opportunity, and I have no reason to give it up. Is that a stroke of luck? It's a pit of fire. Yun Tianchang was so anxious that he spun around in circles, his leather shoes making a dull thud on the floor. Look outside. This commotion has surely alerted all the monsters within hundreds of miles. Moreover, Lei Yunxiao is still in the city, and the Du family is probably sharpening their knives, waiting for us to come out. If you go to join the fun now, aren't you just risking your life? Shingu turned around, her face expressionless. He walked to the sofa and picked up the Vulcan gun, which was scorching hot from the intense heat. The gun came into my hand with a crisp buzzing sound. Patriarch Yun. Shingu held the gun in one hand, the tip of the gun lightly touching the ground. Fortune favors the bold. The Lu family wants my life, the Hua family wants my life, and there are certainly many others in Xuanwu City who want to kill me to make a name for themselves. He walked towards the door. Since they all want to kill me, I can only be stronger than them, so strong that they won't even dare to think of killing me. Yun Tianchang opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found his throat so dry he couldn't utter a single word. He understood this principle. He had worked his way up in Jiangcheng for decades and knew better than anyone that this was a dog-eat-dog world. Understanding is one thing, but actually risking your life for it is another. But Yun Tianchang wanted to persuade him again. A fair, delicate hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Shen Ji's clothes. Yun Mushi stood up at some point. Her face was flushed red from the high temperature, and her bangs were soaked with sweat and stuck to her skin. Shingu stopped and looked down at her. You also think I shouldn't go? Yun Mushi remained silent. She simply tilted her head back, her usually smiling eyes now filled with stubbornness. She released her grip on the hem of Shen Ji's clothes and instead helped straighten Shen Ji's collar. The movements were very light and meticulous. I know I can't persuade you otherwise. Yun Mushi smoothed her collar and then took a half step back. I know you're destined for great things. She took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all the worry and fear in her chest. Go. But Shingu, you better remember this. Yun Mushi suddenly raised her voice, and she stuck out a finger and stabbed it hard into Shinji's chest. You are my fiancé. Your life is mine. You are not allowed to die without my permission. Do you hear me? Shingu looked at her fierce expression, his chest trembled, and he let out a soft laugh. He reached out and pinched the finger that was poking his chest, squeezing it slightly. Palms facing each other, scalding hot against warm and cool. Don't worry. Shingu let go of his hand, turned around and opened the door. Wait for me to come back. The door slammed shut behind him. Yun Tianchang slumped onto the sofa, which was scorching hot from the intense heat, making him bounce up like a spring. They've gone mad, they've all gone mad. He looked at his daughter with a face full of disappointment and frustration. Why didn't you stop him? Even if he threw a tantrum, it would have been fine. What if something happened if he went? There's no what if. Yun Mushi walked to the window and looked at the figure that had already appeared on the street below. The firelight reflected on her face. Father, haven't you noticed? What did you find? From the time we met him until now, there has never been anything he said he would do that he couldn't do. Chapter 93 The Terror of the True Flame Tyrant, easily breaking the formation. The entrance to the secret realm is located in a huge circular sand valley. At this moment, no fewer than 3,000 people have gathered here. Looking around, one sees a sea of people, a cacophony of noise, curses, and the clash of weapons. Why are you pushing and shoving? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Damn it, you stepped on my foot. You think I won't chop you up? Are you going to move? If you're not going to move, get out of the way. Don't hogging the toilet. Most of them were independent cultivators who rushed over after hearing the news, and there were also quite a few small families and forces from the western region. But there is a vacuum zone closest to the valley entrance. There were dozens of people standing there, all dressed in black, with the Du family crest embroidered on their chests. The young man at the head of the group, dressed in purple gold armor, was playing with a lightning shimmering bead in his hand, looking at the surrounding rogue cultivators who dared not speak out with a mocking expression. It was Lei Yunxiao. Several clueless rogue cultivators tried to approach that area, but before they could even speak, they were kicked away by the Du family's guards and landed on the scorching sand, unable to get up for a long time. A bunch of trash, trying to get their hands on the blazing sun's secret realm? Lei Yunxiao sneered, his voice not loud, but extremely arrogant, and it carried throughout the entire venue. Listen up, everyone. This place is now under my jurisdiction, Lei Yunxiao. Anyone who dares to cross this line is going against me, going against the Thunder God of War. He drew a deep trench in the sand in front of him. The crowd that was pushing forward stopped instantly. The title of the Thunder God of War is like heaven in the western region. Nobody wants to lose their life over a baby that hasn't even been born yet. Lei Yunxiao was very satisfied with this effect. He enjoyed the feeling of being feared and admired. Just then, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd. The crowd, which was originally packed so tightly that it was impossible to move, automatically parted to make way for each other. A simply dressed young man walked in slowly, his hands in his pockets. He walked steadily, and the heat wave around him, which would have suffocated an ordinary martial artist, seemed to have no effect on him. Lei Yunxiao's smug smile froze the moment he saw this person. Then, it turned into something sinister. Hey, isn't this our genius Shen? Lei Yunxiao spoke in a sarcastic tone. His shout drew everyone's attention. Shingu? That disciple of Yan Zun? Is that him? He doesn't look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Shu, keep your voice down. I heard he crippled Du Mingxian with a single shot at the Du family. He's a ruthless guy. The surrounding area was filled with murmurs and discussions. Shingu ignored him and walked straight to the ditch. He stopped and looked up at Lei Yunxiao, who was standing high up. A good dog doesn't block the way. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Everyone gasped in shock. This is Lei Yunxiao, the personal disciple of the god of Thunder War. Has Shingu gone mad? Lei Yunxiao's face twitched, and the thunder bead in his hand crackled as he squeezed it. You're being stubborn, aren't you? He jumped down from the height and landed in front of Shingu. The two were only 3 meters apart across the ravine. Don't think you can run wild here just because you have some brute force. Lei Yunxiao pointed to the transparent barrier behind him that was glowing red. That's the barrier at the entrance to the secret realm. It was filled with terrifying fire energy, and the occasional sparks that landed on the sand could burn a deep crater. See that? That's a remnant of the restriction left behind by venerable burning heaven. Without a specific divine weapon to break the formation, or strength of at least the third rank, touching it will result in instant death. Lei Yunxiao's face was full of mockery. A few fools who didn't believe in the superstition tried to break in earlier, and now they're nowhere to be found, not even ashes. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you a fire-type genius? Go ahead. If you're so capable, go inside and show me. The Du family's guards also joined in the commotion, letting out a burst of shrill laughter. Exactly. This is an ancient formation, how could he possibly think he could get in? I think he's just here to die. He's probably just good at talking big outside. If you actually let him in, he wouldn't dare. Shingo looked at the barrier, which, in the eyes of others, was a forbidden zone of death. But in his eyes, it was nothing more than a curtain woven from pure fire elements. He even sensed a familiar aura on that barrier, a call from the same source. Get out of the way. Shingo didn't want to waste time with this bunch of idiots. Lei Yunxiao was furious that Shingo didn't respond at all. Fine. If you're looking for death, I won't stop you. He turned to the side, made a pleased gesture, and his face was full of malice, as if he was waiting to see a good show. Please, great genius. Don't end up crying and begging me to save you from the burns. Shingo stepped forward. The surrounding crowd held their breath. They were all waiting to see Shingo make a fool of himself, or to see how he died. Just as Shingo was half a meter away from the barrier, the flames on the barrier suddenly surged, and the heat wave was so intense that even Lei Yunxiao, who was a few meters away, couldn't help but take a step back. Ha ha! Did you see that? It backfired. Lei Yunxiao shouted excitedly, this kid is dead. However, the next second, everyone's expression froze. Suddenly, a faint golden red halo appeared on Shin Ji's body. That's not a true chi shield. It was more like a suit of armor formed from flames, clinging to his skin, exuding a sacred and majestic aura. As this halo appeared, the originally extremely violent array barrier instantly became docile. The rolling flames were no longer sharp blades of attack, but rather seemed like subjects who had seen their king, retreating to both sides to make way. Without pausing at all, Shingo calmly and step by step passed through the terrifying barrier that was enough to instantly kill a third-level martial artist. It was like passing through a curtain of water. Not even the hem of her clothes was scorched. Even after his figure disappeared into the red light behind the barrier, the scene remained deathly silent. A few seconds later, someone managed to squeeze out a gasp. They're inside? How did he do that? Did the restriction fail? Seeing this, a rebellious cultivator roared, if he can get in, so can I. After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards the barrier. Sizzle! They didn't even have time to scream. The moment the rogue cultivator touched the barrier, he was instantly transformed into a fireball, turning into a pile of black ash that scattered on the ground in the blink of an eye. The crowd erupted in chaos, everyone frantically retreating, afraid of being touched by the terrifying flames. Shingo listened to the commotion behind him, but his expression remained unchanged. How could the true flame tyrant, the lord of all fires, possibly be unable to break through this restriction made of fire? Lei Yunxiao stood there, looking at the pile of black ash on the ground, and then at the direction where Shingo had disappeared. Chapter 94 Second Tier, 4th Level, Minor Success of the Myriad Fire Technique. Shinji's figure disappeared behind the rolling red light, leaving behind only a pile of ashes of scattered cultivators. They went in? They really went in? Completely unharmed. How is that possible? That's a restriction left by venerable burning heaven. Even a third-tier martial grandmaster would be badly injured if he tried to force his way in, so what makes a second-tier martial grandmaster like him think he can do it? The whispers buzzed into Lei Yunxiao's ears like flies. Lei Yunxiao stood still, his hand gripping the thunder pearl he had been playing with so much tightly. That guy, whom he regarded as an ant, swaggered into the secret realm that he dared not even touch, right under his nose. This is even more painful than slapping him twice in public. Young Master Lei Du Yuanshan leaned closer, his old face still damp with cold sweat. This Shingo is a bit strange. Why don't we wait a bit? Let the tension inside dissipate. Wait? Lei Yunxiao turned his head sharply, his once handsome face now contorted in a frightening way. Wait for him to take all the treasures inside? Wait for him to finish receiving the inheritance and come out to shit on my head? Do you want? Shan shrank back, not daring to reply. After all, the Du family was able to establish itself in the western regions largely thanks to the help of Master Lei Yunxiao, and he dared not offend the master in front of him. Lei Yunxiao stared at the still swirling red barrier. It was fire, but Lei Yunxiao cultivated lightning. Although thunder and fire are inseparable, if his purple heaven divine thunder were to directly clash with this ancient fire formation, his chances of winning would be slim. But he just couldn't swallow this insult. He was always the one who stole opportunities from others. When did it become someone else's turn to steal his chance? Get out of my way! Lei Yunxiao roared. The Du family guards and the onlookers were so frightened that they retreated one after another, afraid of offending this man. Lei Yunxiao took out a talisman that glowed with purple light from his storage ring. As soon as the talisman appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a faint thunderous sound echoed in the void. This is a boundary-breaking thunder talisman? Someone recognized its value and exclaimed in surprise. A 4th-tier top-grade treasure. The Thunder God of War actually gave him something as life-saving as this? What a waste! Throwing out this one talisman is like throwing away a mountain of gold. Hearing the exclamations around him, Lei Yunxiao felt his frustration dissipate slightly. That's right, that's what true heritage is. That's the difference. So what if you, Xinge, manage to get in using those respectable methods? I can get in too. Open it for me. Without any hesitation, Lei Yunxiao ignited the thunder talisman in his hand. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a wrist, appeared out of nowhere, carrying an aura of world-destroying destruction, and struck the red barrier directly. At the edge of the gap, lightning and firelight intertwined wildly, producing a deafening roar. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused several people who were nearby to cough up blood and fly backward on the spot. Now! Lei Yunxiao didn't care about the lives of others at all. Just before the gap closed, his figure transformed into a purple bolt of lightning and darted inside. All members of the Du family. Those above the 2nd rank, follow me. He left the order the moment he rushed in. Whoever kills Xinge will be rewarded with a 4th-rank cultivation technique. With such a generous reward, there are bound to be brave men. The Du family's guards, along with a few arrogant desperados, were all green with envy. They roared and followed Lei Yunxiao, rushing in before the crack could heal. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Xinge looked around at his surroundings. This is a red world. The sky is red, and the ground is red. Beneath our feet were vast stretches of cracked black rock, with golden red lava flowing through the fissures, occasionally bubbling up with a glug sound and exploding into a ball of crimson sparks. The temperature here is terrifyingly high. If an ordinary 2nd-tier martial artist were to enter, they would probably already be forced to erect a true chi shield and struggle to resist the all-pervasive fire poison. In this kind of environment, it's already quite good if you can unleash 30% of your full strength. But Xinge didn't. He even removed the faint layer of true chi protection on his body, exposing his flesh directly to the fire poison. He opened his arms and took a deep breath, a hot air rushing into his chest cavity through his trachea. The feeling was like someone who had been thirsty in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly jumping into a cool spring. This is the blazing sun realm. Xinge stretched his neck and could feel that the concentration of fire element here was at least 100 times higher than outside. Moreover, it is extremely pure and requires almost no refining. The true flame tyrant bloodline within him began to greedily devour everything around him, transforming it into his own true energy. Breathe. With each breath Xinge took, the surrounding raging fire elements converged wildly towards him. If someone were nearby, they would be so frightened their eyes would pop out. A visible fiery red vortex actually formed around Xinge's body. The fiery poison, powerful enough to incinerate a person, was transformed into the purest true energy the moment it touched Xinge's skin, forcefully pouring into his meridians. The barriers to cultivation are beginning to loosen. 2nd-order triplet. Without any bottlenecks, the barrier that had blocked countless 2nd-tier martial artists for months was like a thin sheet of paper, instantly broken through by the fire energy surging into the body. But this is just the beginning. The crimson energy did not stop. Instead, it surged in even more violently. 2nd tier, 3rd level peak. 2nd order, 4th level. In less than 10 minutes, in this deadly place that terrified outsiders, Xinge raised his cultivation level by 2 minor realms without even lifting a hand. Call. He exhaled a breath of stale air, which transformed into a white streak that lingered in the air for a long time. Xinge opened his palm, and a ball of golden red flame flickered in his palm. The flames were more condensed than before, and even showed signs of solidifying. Unexpectedly, after absorbing the energy here, the myriad fire technique also broke through without him even realizing it. This should be a sign that you have entered the 10,000 fires technique. Even without taking action, relying solely on this protective fire aura, ordinary second-tier martial artists wouldn't even be able to get close. Just as Shingo was about to get up, leave this place, and continue to explore deeper. Seemingly sensing the prey's disregard, the lead lava fire lizard flew into a rage. It suddenly opened its blood-red maw, and a column of magma fire, half a meter in diameter, shot out, carrying suffocatingly high temperatures, heading straight for Shinji's face. The remaining 7 fire lizards followed closely behind, some spitting out pillars of fire, others swinging their long tails covered in bone spurs, sweeping across with a whistling sound. The offensive was airtight. This was a decisive move. Any second-tier martial artist facing such an overwhelming attack would only end up being blasted into dust. But Shingo remained standing in the same spot. He simply raised his right hand and gently pressed it into the void. Kneel down. Buzz. An invisible wave suddenly spread out from Shingo as the center. Chapter 95 Fifth Order Spiritual Herb, Great Sun Golden Lotus. The pressure emanating from Shingo was not just the aura of true energy, but an absolute suppression of the fire attribute beast from the source of his bloodline. True flame tyrant, lord of all fires. In the realm of fire, he is the only king. The pillar of magma that was about to hit Shinji's face stopped abruptly 3 inches from the tip of his nose. Immediately afterwards, all the lava, flames, and heat waves went out of control at that moment. They no longer obeyed the fire lizard's commands, but instead immediately bypassed Shinji's body and slid to the sides. The 8 fire lizards, which had been charging forward menacingly, suddenly froze in mid-air. The brutality and greed that had been in their crimson vertical pupils vanished instantly, replaced by a fear that came from the depths of their souls. That is the instinctive trembling of a subordinate when facing a superior. Thump! The lead fire lizard was the first to succumb to the pressure. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, its limbs went limp, and its head pressed tightly against the scorching black rock, letting out a mournful cry. Then came the second one, the third one. Less than 2 seconds. The 8 ferocious beasts, capable of sweeping away martial artists of the same level in the outside world, now resembled 8 docile lapdogs, lying neatly in front of Shingo, trembling with fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Shingo was somewhat surprised as he watched this scene. He originally just wanted to test the 10,000 fires technique's control over fire elements, but he didn't expect that when combined with the true flame tyrant's physique, the effect would be so domineering. These fire lizards have been consuming earth fire for years, and what flows in their bodies is no longer blood, but liquid fire element. Once the myriad fire technique is activated, Shingo can control the fire element within them, thereby controlling their life and death. This is absolute restraint. Shingo took a step forward. The 8 fire lizards trembled even more violently, whimpering and begging for mercy. Since we're here, let's not just sit around. Shingo looked at the largest leader and pointed to one of its companions. Kill it. The order has been issued. The leader fire lizard trembled violently. It resisted, a primal instinct to fight its own kind. But under Shinji's cold gaze, the fire element within its body began to run rampant, and the excruciating pain of impending death caused it to instantly abandon all its instincts. Roar! The leader fire lizard let out a shrill roar, turned its head sharply, and bit the neck of its companion beside it. Click! Sharp fangs pierced through the hard scales, and scalding magma blood gushed out. The fire lizard that was bitten felt the pain and, out of its survival instinct, retaliated frantically, its sharp claws viciously clawing at the leader's abdomen. The situation instantly spiraled out of control. Don't just stand there, bite it too. And you, tear off its legs. Shingo tapped his fingers lightly, continuously issuing instructions. The once united salamander swarm has turned into a battlefield in the blink of an eye. The sounds of roaring, tearing, and breaking bones rose and fell. Lava and blood splattered everywhere, turning the black rocky ground even more crimson. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh, the gruesome smell of salamanders cannibalizing each other. The corpses of 8 lava fire lizards were piled together, their dark red blood flowing along the cracks in the rocks, evaporating into a pungent blood mist before even hitting the ground due to the high temperature. Shingo stepped over the pile of rotten flesh without even glancing down at it. He bent down and pinched a small, bright red grass with golden serrated edges on its leaves between 2 fingers, growing out of a crack in the rock. With a slight pull, the roots emerged from the soil carrying several hot pebbles. 3rd tier blazing sun grass. Shingo rubbed the scalding hot leaf with his fingertips, feeling the surging fire attribute energy inside. This kind of spiritual medicine, which would make second-tier martial artists fight tooth and nail for in the outside world, is as common as roadside weeds here. The quality is alright. He casually tossed the blazing sungrass into his storage ring, his movements as nonchalant as if he were dealing with an insignificant first-tier spiritual herb. A few steps further on, a fist-sized, crystal-clear redstone is embedded in the rock wall. Fire crystal. It is also a forging material that is rarely seen on the market. Shingo raised his hand, flicked the tip of the Vulcan spear, and the fire crystal fell off, which he caught steadily in his hand. This secret realm is incredibly fertile. Along the way, it was like buying goods, and all of them were spiritual herbs or ores of at least the second tier. Behind a cliff a few hundred meters away from Shingo, Lei Yunxiao lay crouching behind a huge black rock, clutching the fire-repelling bead used to cool down, his face flushed red from the heat. Sweat dripped down his chin, making a whoosh sound before it even hit the ground. Damn it, this place is no place for a human to live. Lei Yunxiao cursed, wiped the oil and sweat from his face, and stared intently at the leisurely figure in the distance. Watching Shingo stuff one third-tier spiritual herb after another into his pocket, Lei Yunxiao's eyelids twitched. Those are all money, all resources. Young Master Lei, aren't we going to make a move? A guard from the Du family lying next to him asked in a low voice. This man was only at the 5th level of the 2nd rank and had to use his true energy to resist the fire poison. He was panting as he spoke. Move my ass. Lei Yunxiao slapped the guard on the back of the head. What are we going up there for now? To help him move his things? He spat and stared fiercely at Shinji's back. That kid is really strange. Those fire lizards act like they've seen their own father when they see him. Let him scout ahead first. Once he has looted all the good stuff and his true energy is almost depleted, we can go out and take over. Lei Yunxiao may be arrogant, but he's not stupid. Why not take advantage of this free labor? But, if the patriarch doesn't come in, can we really? The guard hesitated. When Du Yuanshan was mentioned, Lei Yunxiao gave a cold laugh. Don't mention that good for nothing. This blazing sun secret realm has rules that suppress it. Any martial artist above the 3rd rank who enters will be expelled. If that old bastard Du Yuanshan had dared to force his way in, he would have been burned to ashes at the entrance long ago. Lei Yunxiao changed his position to make himself more comfortable. These rules have really helped us a lot. Without those old 3rd-tier monsters, this has become a hunting ground for our younger generation. He pointed to the tallest volcano in the distance, its summit obscured by thick black smoke and red light. Do you see that? The closer you go to the center, the better the treasures. Shingo is definitely heading towards the core area. Lei Yunxiao licked his chapped lips, his triangular eyes filled with greed. Keep a close eye on him. As soon as he starts to deteriorate, we'll act immediately and send him on his way. Shingo did not stop. He activated the flame shadow step and continued to rush deeper into the secret realm. The surrounding temperature had already climbed to a terrifying level. The rocks underfoot had become semi-fluid, feeling soft and spongy when stepped on. Soon after, a huge circular crater appeared ahead. Thick black smoke shot straight into the sky, and dark red magma surged and roared inside the crater, occasionally erupting into fire waves tens of meters high. Shingo stood on the edge of the crater, the heat wave hitting him and making his hair dance wildly. He looked down and saw a protruding black reef in the center of that huge lava lake. On the reef, a strange lotus flower grows. The lotus leaves were a pure golden color, shimmering against the backdrop of the rolling lava. The flower bud was tightly closed, surrounded by a visible golden halo. With each surge of magma, a wisp of extremely pure fire elemental energy would be absorbed into the flower bud. Beside the lotus flower, there was a fist-sized, liquid-like golden substance floating in the air. The essence of the sun. Shinji's heart skipped a beat. A 5th-grade spiritual herb, the great sun golden lotus. Even with his vast experience, his breathing became somewhat heavy at this moment. This is a top-tier natural treasure that can reshape fire elemental bones and purify bloodlines. If one can refine this golden lotus and that ball of sun essence, not only will one's cultivation level break through a major step, but even the myriad fire technique may be able to directly enter the minor completion stage with the help of a spiritual herb. This is an incredible opportunity. Shingo gripped the Vulcan gun tightly, just about to leap down from the volcano to pick the fruit. A piercing, earth-shattering shriek suddenly exploded overhead. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind arose. A huge, dark shadow, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, swooped down from the thick smoke. The speed is astonishing. Shingo felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively rolled to the right. Boom! The spot where he was standing instantly exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. A huge claw was deeply embedded in the rock, carving out several bottomless ravines. Shingo squatted down on the ground and looked up. It was a giant eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters. Its entire body was covered in crimson feathers, each feather like a burning flame, fluttering in the wind. It had a tuft of golden crest feathers on its head, and its eyes were sharp as knives, staring intently at Shingo, the intruder. Second tier, 7th level, Crimson Flame Golden Eagle. A guardian beast, huh? Shingo stood up, dusted himself off, twirled the Vulcan spear in his hand, and pointed the tip at the giant beast. Perfect, I'll use you to test my current limits. Chapter 96 Slaying the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle. The Crimson Golden Eagle was clearly enraged by Shinji's provocation. It is the overlord of this airspace, the guardian of this great sun golden lotus. When did it become the turn of a second tier, 4th level human insect to run wild in front of it? Bah! With a flap of its wings, the Crimson Golden Eagle transformed its massive body into a streak of red lightning and pounced once more. This time, it didn't use its claws. It opened its sharp beak, and a thick beam of flame shot out, its temperature even higher than the surrounding magma. Shingo did not dodge. The true flame tyrant bloodline within him surged wildly, and instead of retreating, he advanced in the face of the oncoming pillar of fire. Break! The Vulcan spear thrust out suddenly. At the tip of the spear, golden red true energy condensed into a single point, colliding fiercely with the pillar of flame. Sizzle! Shingo felt a sudden weight on his arm, and a tremendous impact traveled through the gun, making his hand go numb. A second tier, 7th level demonic beast is indeed far superior to those lizards that only possess brute force. But the fire couldn't hurt him. Shingo let out a low shout, unleashing his true energy and forcefully splitting the pillar of fire in two. He pushed off with his feet, and his whole body shot into the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle in mid-air. Close combat. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle never expected this human to be so fierce. It flapped its wings violently, and countless burning feathers turned into sharp arrows, shooting toward Shingo in a barrage. Jingle bells! Shingo brandished the Vulcan spear, deflecting all the feathers. At the same time, using the recoil, he twisted his body strangely in the air and instantly appeared below the belly of the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle. Get down here! Shingo reached out with his left hand and grabbed the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle's thick ankle. Scalding hot. The temperature on those scales was enough to scald an ordinary person's palm instantly, but Shingo felt it was warm and comfortable. He exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and the weight dropped like 1,000 pounds. The Crimson Golden Eagle let out a cry of alarm and anger, its massive body being forcefully pulled down by Shingo. It flapped its wings desperately, trying to break free from the superhuman's grasp. At the same time, its other sharp claw viciously clawed at Shinji's chest. Roll! Shingo released his grip, performed a backflip in mid-air to avoid the claws, and at the same time, the Vulcan spear, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck the base of the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle's wing. Bang! A dull thud resounded. With a mournful cry, the Crimson Golden Eagle lost its balance and crashed diagonally into the inner wall of the crater, smashing down a large amount of rock. It was completely enraged by Shingo. It struggled to get up from the pile of rocks, its feathers bristling and the flames around it instantly doubled in size. At the same time, it began to frantically absorb fire attribute energy from the surrounding magma. This environment is its home ground. As long as the magma exists, its power will be inexhaustible. In the distance, Lei Yunxiao, who was lying behind the cliff, was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He almost dropped the fire-repelling bead in his hand. That's a Crimson Flame Golden Eagle at the 7th level of the second tier. This beast has a notorious reputation in the western region. Even ordinary third-tier martial artists would avoid it if they encountered it. Shingo is actually suppressing it in the fight? The guards beside him were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Young master, this kid is too strange. The fire here doesn't seem to hurt him at all, on the contrary, it's helping him. Lei Yunxiao stared intently at the battlefield, his teeth grinding together. On what grounds? How can a bastard who appeared out of nowhere possess such an incredible physique? If this physique were his, combined with the Nine Heavens thunderclap, he would have dominated the western region long ago. Go ahead and fight, go ahead and fight. Lei Yunxiao forced out the sound through clenched teeth. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle isn't so easy to kill. This beast can use the power of earth fire to heal its injuries. As long as Xingu can't kill it, he can wear it down. The center of the battlefield. Xingu also noticed this problem. Although he struck the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle, the injury on its wing was completely healed within seconds thanks to the nourishment of the surrounding fire elemental energy. It flew into the air again, but this time it was smarter and didn't get close. Instead, it hovered at a height that Xingu couldn't reach, constantly spitting fireballs and feather arrows to harass him. It's consuming Xingu. You want to play a war of attrition with me? Xingu stood on a protruding rock, looking at the cunning beast above him, and sneered. Unfortunately, this is also my home turf. He slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. Thousand Fire Technique, fully activated. The fire elements within a radius of 100 meters seemed to be summoned by a king, and instantly boiled over. The fire elemental energy that had been continuously flowing towards the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, they changed direction and rushed into Shin Ji's body. The Crimson Golden Eagle was stunned. It was horrified to discover that it had lost control of the surrounding flames. Those fire elements that were originally friendly now seemed to be rejecting and isolating it. In that instant of its days. Chance! Xingu bent his knees slightly, and the rock beneath his feet shattered instantly. Shadow Flame Step. He left a trail of afterimages in the air, his speed more than twice as fast as before. The Crimson Golden Eagle tried to increase its altitude, but it was too late. Xingu had already appeared on its back. He gripped the Vulcan spear with both hands in reverse, the tip pointing downwards, aiming at the newly healed wound on the back of the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle. It's over. Shinji's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. This time, he did not unleash the spear's edge. He compressed all his true energy, along with the violent destructive power within the true Flame Tyrant bloodline, into the gun barrel. Explosive Flame Finisher. Put. The Vulcan spear pierced the flesh of the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle without any resistance, until the hilt was completely inside. The Crimson Golden Eagle let out a shrill scream, tumbling wildly, trying to throw the person on its back off. But Xingu gripped the gun barrel tightly, as steady as a mountain. Burst! He gave a low shout. The terrifying energy that was originally compressed inside the gun barrel exploded directly inside the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle's body along the gun tip. This is not an external attack. This is destruction erupting from the depths of the internal organs. Boom! The Crimson Golden Eagle's body stiffened instantly, and then countless golden red rays of light shot out from the gaps in its feathers, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Even a powerful body at the 7th level of the 2nd tier cannot withstand such an internal explosion. The blazing strike is perfectly suited to the true Flame Tyrant, and with Shinji's even more proficient control over fire, all these factors combined mean that even a 3rd-tier opponent would be severely injured and forced to flee. With a muffled roar, the massive body of the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle shattered into pieces in mid-air, turning into a shower of blood and flesh that fell into the lava lake below. Using the recoil from the explosion, he flipped in mid-air and landed steadily on the edge of the crater. Covered in golden bird blood, illuminated by the flames, it resembled a demon crawling out of hell. Far away. Lei Yunxiao felt his throat go dry, and the word kill was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit it out no matter what he did. Instantly kills a 2nd tier, 7th level demonic beast. Is this something a human would do? Xingu flicked the blood off the tip of his gun, turned around, and looked toward the cliff where Lei Yunxiao was hiding. Although they were hundreds of meters apart, and although there were rocks blocking the view, but Lei Yunxiao had the illusion that he was being targeted, and his back was instantly soaked with sweat. Chapter 97 Essence of the Sun. Xingu put away his gun and stood on the edge of the crater, his gaze sweeping over the great sun lotus floating above the lava lake. The golden petals trembled slightly in the heat, each one shimmering with a crystalline luster, and a fist-sized ball of crimson gold liquid condensed in the center of the flower's stamen. That is the essence of the sun. This thing is extremely rare and hard to come by. Even for a 5th-order war god, it is an extremely rare cultivation resource. Especially for fire-type martial artists, it is a treasure among treasures. Xingu leaped and landed on a protruding black rock, about 10 meters away from the lotus flower. His first reaction was to feel the heat. Even he, standing at this distance, could feel that terrifying temperature. Bubbles churned on the surface of the lava lake, and each burst sent sparks flying, which sizzled as they landed on the black rocks. Xingu took a deep breath, the true Flame Tyrant within him yearning for the essence of the sun. Eat the essence first. He didn't rush to touch the lotus flower, but approached it step by step until he was within reach of it. He reached out his palm, his fingertips touching the ball of crimson gold liquid. To Shin Ji's surprise, the essence of the sun was not hot at all, even in such a scorching environment. Shingo flipped his wrist, held the essence in his palm, and then tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! The scalding liquid slid down my throat into my stomach, then exploded. Shingo felt his blood boil in that instant, his true energy surged wildly, and his meridians swelled up. He sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began to refine this terrifying energy. Behind the distant cliff, Lei Yunxiao stared wide-eyed at the figure sitting cross-legged on the rock. He ate the essence of the sun? The guard beside him swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Young master, has this kid gone mad? That's pure fire energy. Even a third-tier martial artist wouldn't dare to swallow it directly. He's courting death. Lei Yunxiao didn't speak, but a hint of wild joy flashed in his eyes. Good riddance. It's best that you're dead. As long as Shingo is burst open, although the essence of the sun will be wasted, the great sun golden lotus will be his. Although the golden lotus of the great sun is not as precious as the essence of the sun, it is still a genuine 5th-grade spiritual herb. Even his master would be tempted by it if it were outside the world. However, the smile on his face froze the next second. A golden red halo appeared on Shin Ji's body. The halo grew brighter and brighter until it transformed into a solid flame armor that enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the fluctuations of his true energy began to surge. Second order quadruple. Second tier, 4th level peak. Second order, 5th level. In just over 10 seconds, Shin Ji's cultivation level skyrocketed like a rocket. And that's not all. The fiery armor became increasingly solid, gradually condensing from an illusory light and shadow into a translucent solid. Myriad fire technique, minor success. Shingu suddenly opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. The breath transformed into a white ribbon, condensing in the air without dissipating for a full 3 seconds before slowly dissipating. Peak of the 5th level of the 2nd tier. Shingu moved his wrists, feeling the abundant power within his body. The internal energy within his body was more than twice as strong as before. More importantly, under the ultimate energy of the Great Sun's essence, the Myriad Fire technique has reached the minor completion stage. The Myriad Fire technique is his strongest martial skill right now. Even when he was just starting out, it could still display terrifying power. Now that he has reached a minor level of mastery, Shingo can't even imagine how strong it is. He stood up, ready to reach out and pluck the golden lotus. Whoosh! A whooshing sound came from behind. Shin Ji's pupils contracted, and he suddenly shifted to the side. A purple, lightning-struck spear grazed his neck and embedded itself in the rock face in front of him, blasting a crater the size of a bull. You reacted quickly, Shin the genius. Lei Yunxiao emerged from behind the cliff, holding a long spear crackling with purple lightning. He was followed by more than a dozen Du family guards, each of them bearing wounds, clearly having fought their way here. Shingu turned around and looked at him calmly. Lei Yunxiao. Oh, you still remember me? Lei Yunxiao grinned, a smile full of malice. He approached step by step, the tip of his gun leaving a charred mark on the ground. That move just now was my gift to you when we first met. Shingu didn't reply, but just looked down at her hands. A trace of warmth still lingered in my palm, the residual warmth from when I had just ingested the essence of the sun. You're definitely out of internal energy now, aren't you? Lei Yunxiao stopped 10 meters away from Shingu, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. To consume a treasure of that level, let alone a 2nd-tier martial artist like you, even a 3rd-tier martial grandmaster would have to exhaust all their true energy to refine it. Now, you can just wait to die. He raised the spear in his hand and pointed it at Shingu. Kneel down and hand over the great sun golden lotus, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. The guards behind him also joined in the commotion. Kneel down. Hand over the items. Young Master Lei is kind, don't be ungrateful. Shingu raised her head and glanced at them. Are you done talking? Lei Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. What? I mean. Shingu slowly raised his right hand, and a ball of golden red flame flickered in his palm. Have you finished saying your last words? Lei Yunxiao's smile froze. He stared wide-eyed at the ball of flame, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You still have internal energy? Wait a minute. Your cultivation level is 2nd tier, 5th level? He clearly saw Shingo break through to the 5th level of the 2nd tier, but according to common sense, the true energy in the body should be in the weakest state after a breakthrough. But what's going on now? Shingo was not weak at all, on the contrary, her breathing was even more stable than before. How could this be? Lei Yunxiao gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. You're just putting on an act. You're definitely bluffing. He suddenly raised his spear, and purple lightning exploded on the spear. So what if you still have some internal energy? I am the personal disciple of a 5th tier war god. This heaven-splitting spear is a 4th tier divine weapon. My 9 heavens thunderclap is a 5th tier cultivation technique. You think I'm afraid of you? Shingo didn't say anything, but simply took a step forward. At this point, Lei Yunxiao subconsciously took half a step back. I'd like to see, Shingo interrupted him, that all your stuff combined can withstand one of my shots. The words fell. Shinji's true energy and true flame tyrant bloodline erupted simultaneously, and golden red flames instantly enveloped his entire body. He flipped his right hand, and the Vulcan gun appeared in his palm. Lei Yunxiao's expression changed drastically when he saw the Vulcan gun appear. Charge! Kill him! At his command, the guards behind him gritted their teeth and charged forward. There were more than a dozen people. The lowest level of cultivation was the 3rd level of the 2nd tier, and the highest level was even the 6th level of the 2nd tier. But Shingo didn't even glance at them. He simply raised the Vulcan gun, pointing the tip at Lei Yunxiao. Explosive flame finishing move. Boom! The golden red spear light blasted out instantly, transforming into a thick pillar of light that engulfed the dozen or so guards along with their screams. Wherever the beam of light passed, rocks melted and the air distorted. Lei Yunxiao's pupils contracted sharply as he desperately channeled his inner energy, condensing a purple lightning shield in front of him. Thunder roars across the heavens, the thunder prison barrier. Boom! The lightning shield was as fragile as a sheet of paper in front of the spear's edge, and was easily pierced. Lei Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood and was blasted backward, crashing heavily into the rock wall. He struggled to get up, but his legs were too weak to stand. Impossible! Lei Yunxiao looked up, his eyes filled with horror. You just broke through, and you went through a great battle. How can you still be so strong? Shingo slowly walked up to him and looked down at the disheveled guy. Are you misunderstanding something? Who told you that I can't kill you just because I'm not at my peak condition? Chapter 98, Confronting the Phantom of the God of War. As Lei Yunxiao stared at the ever-growing spear tip, his fear was almost overflowing. It can't be stopped, absolutely can't be stopped. This is a power that no 2nd-tier martial artist could possess. Even a martial grandmaster who has just entered the 3rd tier would only have the chance to die in front of Shingo. Master, save me! Lei Yunxiao howled at the top of his lungs, trembling as he pulled a purple jade talisman from his pocket. The talisman was engraved with the character Lei and crackled with lightning. This is his last trump card. Click! He crushed the jade talisman in his palm. An immense and boundless pressure descended from nowhere, instantly staining this crimson magma world with an eerie purple hue. Countless streaks of purple lightning intertwined in the void, converging into a phantom that was 3 zhang tall. The phantom was clad in purple gold armor, its face blurred, but its domineering aura was undeniably real. Thunder God of War. Lei Wanjun, the strongest warrior in the western region and a 6th-tier war god. Although this is only a projection of divine thought sealed in a jade talisman, and its strength is less than 1/10,000th of the original body, it is still a force to be reckoned with for a 2nd-tier secret realm. Who dares to harm my disciple? The phantom opened its mouth, and thunder roared. A giant purple hand descended from the sky, blocking Lei Yunxiao's path and preventing Shinji's deadly shot. Boom! The Vulcan spear pierced the purple palm. The golden red flames and purple lightning collided violently, and the shockwave from the explosion blew away all the black rocks within a radius of tens of meters, causing the lava on the ground to surge up more than 10 meters high. Shingo felt a jolt in his hand, and the force of the impact pushed him backward several meters. The phantom's hand was also blasted open, with a large hole still crumbling at the edges. Ha 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 ha! Lei Yunxiao looked at the towering figure blocking his way, and his originally pale face was filled with wild joy. He scrambled to hide behind the phantom and pointed at Shingo, cursing loudly. Shingo! You're finished! This is my master's divine sense. When the God of War is enraged, millions will fall. What do you have to fight me with? The suffocating feeling of being enveloped by death had vanished, replaced by the arrogance of surviving a catastrophe. Kill him! Master, kill him! He possesses the Great Sun Golden Lotus, which is a great tonic for your breakthrough. Shingo steadied herself and shook her slightly numb wrist. He looked up at the phantom figure that was slowly repairing its hand, his face showing no fear whatsoever, but rather a hint of mockery. If Lei Wanjun himself were to arrive, or even if it were just an avatar, Shingo would turn and run without a word. After all, the difference in rank is undeniable. He's currently no match for someone who can crush him with a single finger. But this is just a projection, and projections do not have any true energy supply. Its energy is depleted with each use and cannot be replenished at all. Moreover, this secret realm is filled with fire elements, and the replenishment of lightning elements is suppressed to the extreme. Presumptuous. The phantom seemed to be enraged. It made a fist with its other hand, and a long sword made entirely of lightning appeared in its hand, which it slashed down at Shingo. This strike sealed off all of Shinji's escape routes. Faced with this fatal blow, Shingo did not dodge. Just as the thunderous longsword was about to touch his head, his figure transformed into a blurry fire shadow and vanished from the spot. Shadow flame step. Boom! The long sword cleaved through the air, striking the black rock where Shingo had just stood. A violent burst of lightning exploded instantly, purple electric snakes darting about, blasting the hard black rock and the surrounding ground into dust. A giant crater with a diameter of over 5 meters appeared on the spot, with smoke still rising from its edges. The power of that single strike was terrifying. Hide? Behind the phantom image, a ferocious look of pleasure appeared on Lei Yunxiao's face. Let's see how long you can hide. Master, keep going. Wear him down. In his view, Shinji's last shot was the last gasp of his strength. Now, facing the projection of the god of war, he had no power to fight back except to flee in a sorry state. The phantom of the thunder god nodded slightly, then immediately turned its massive body to lock onto Shingo, who appeared dozens of meters away. Another stab. Faster and more powerful than before. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, as if the entire space was about to be cleaved in two by this single strike. However, Shingo still did not take the hit head-on. His body left a golden red trail in the air as he dodged again at an incredible angle. Boom! Another huge pitfall. The lava lake was shaken, creating towering waves and sparks flying everywhere. Shingo hovered in mid-air, calmly watching the illusory figure that possessed only power. Really? Although this thing possessed astonishing power and its strength reached the peak of a third-tier martial grandmaster, it was ultimately just a projection. Its movements are wide and sweeping, consuming a huge amount of energy, and its reactions are slow, making it unable to keep up with its own speed. More importantly, the lightning energy within its body is being constantly suppressed and consumed in this secret realm filled with fire elements. With each swing of its blade, its form became more ethereal. He can't hold on much longer. Lei Yunxiao also sensed that something was wrong. He saw that although his master's phantom was powerful, it couldn't even touch the hem of Shinji's clothes, and the originally solid phantom was now starting to become somewhat transparent. An ominous premonition welled up in my heart. No! We can't afford to waste any more time. This divine jade talisman was his greatest trump card for survival. Once its energy was depleted, it was gone. We must take advantage of Shingo being held back now and escape quickly. Shingo! Lei Yunxiao roared loudly, trying to attract Shinji's attention. You're lucky today. Once I leave the secret realm, I'll gather all the powerful warriors under my master's command and tear you to pieces. Before he could finish speaking, he bit his tongue hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood transformed into a strange, blood-red rune in mid-air and imprinted itself on his forehead. Blood lightning escape technique. Lei Yunxiao let out a painful groan, his aura instantly weakening, but his speed surged to its limit at that moment. He transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, disregarding even the Du family guards behind him, and darted madly towards the entrance of the secret realm, bypassing the battlefield. This is a secret escape method that burns one's very essence, with severe side effects, but he can't care about that now. As long as I can get out of here alive, it's all worth it. Trying to leave? Shingo noticed Lei Yunxiao's actions. How could he possibly let the tiger return to the mountain? Stay here. Shingo stopped dodging, and the golden flames on the Vulcan spear surged, preparing to eliminate the troublesome projection with a single shot. Roar! The phantom of the god of war seemed to sense Shinji's killing intent and also became berserk. It abandoned its attempt to slash with a knife, instead clasping its hands together, and endless purple lightning gathered in its palms, forming a destructive lightning ball the size of a human head. The lightning sphere crackled with electricity, and the terrifying fluctuations it emitted caused the entire space to distort. This is a fight to the death. This strike poured all its remaining energy into it. Shingu stopped moving. He could sense that he couldn't block this attack. If you take the hit head-on, you'll either die or be seriously injured. By then, Lei Yunxiao would have long since vanished without a trace. At this critical moment, instead of retreating, Shingu charged towards the lightning ball. Court death. Lei Yunxiao, who had already escaped more than 100 meters away, turned around and saw the scene and was overjoyed. However, what happened the next second almost made his eyes pop out. When Shingo rushed to the thunderball, he did not use his spear to stab it, but instead opened his arms. Lesser success 10,000 fire technique. Buzz. Centered on Shinji's body, a huge vortex of fire appeared out of thin air. In this secret realm, the originally raging and rampant fire elements seemed to have found a king, and were now converging on Shingu in an endless stream. Shinji's flame armor instantly solidified several times over, and the golden red light almost illuminated the entire cave. He wanted to use the power of heaven and earth to withstand the god of war's attack. Go to hell. Chapter 99 Slaying Lei Yunxiao. The destructive lightning sphere in Shinji's flames collided violently, and the purple and golden red intertwined light devoured everything, distorting the light throughout the lava cave. The violent energy tide swept in all directions, scraping away layer after layer of the hard cave walls. Lei Yunxiao saw the arrogant phantom of his master, who couldn't even withstand the light for a second before shattering into specks of light. Master's war god divine will has been broken. It was smashed head-on by a second-tier, 5th-level martial artist. Shingu emerged from the center of the light, his fiery armor shimmering. He was neither injured nor even his breathing was disordered. The fire element here is so concentrated that the power of the myriad fire technique has been amplified many times over. Using the power of heaven and earth, he forcefully obliterated the projection of the god of war. Without pausing for a moment, he moved, transforming into a blurry fire shadow, and chased after Lei Yunxiao in the direction he had fled. No! Lei Yunxiao let out a desperate roar, pushing the secret technique of burning his source energy to its limit. He transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, moving so fast that he left a series of afterimages in the air. However, he was fast, but Shingu was even faster. The golden red flames were hot on their heels, and the distance between them was closing at a visible speed. Along the way, some martial artists who were struggling to explore the secret realm only felt two terrifying auras flash by. They looked up and could only see a streak of crimson lightning fleeing in disarray ahead, followed by a god of death enveloped in flames. What is that? It looks like young Master Lei. He's being chased. Who's chasing him? The pressure is terrifying. I don't even dare to move. All the martial artists who witnessed this scene were incredulous. Who is Lei Yunxiao? The personal disciple of the Thunder God of War, a top figure among the younger generation in the western region, has never appeared in such a disheveled state. Now he's like a stray dog, being chased so badly he doesn't even dare to look back. You're insane. You're a madman. Lei Yunxiao could feel the approaching aura of death behind him, and he was filled with deep regret. He shouldn't have coveted that great sun Golden Lotus, and he definitely shouldn't have provoked that monster Shingu. Is this a human being? The true energy seemed inexhaustible, able to kill the phantom of the god of war with only a second-tier power. After chasing for so long, the speed did not slow down at all. Moreover, Shinji's speed is just too fast. It should be noted that Lei Yunxiao's current speed was achieved by sacrificing his life essence and blood, burning his own life force. Shingo was able to achieve this level solely through martial arts skills. How terrifying is that? The excruciating pain from burning his very essence had contorted Lei Yunxiao's face, but he dared not stop. As long as he gets out and returns to the Du family, he can live. Boom! He crashed headfirst out of the entrance to the secret realm, landing heavily on the ground of the circular sand valley, kicking up a cloud of dust. Young Master Lei. Upon seeing this, Du Yuanshan, who was guarding the entrance, quickly stepped forward to help him up. Lei Yunxiao grabbed Du Yuanshan's sleeve, trembling uncontrollably, his face covered in blood and fear. With his last ounce of strength, he pointed behind him to the entrance to the secret realm, which was engulfed in raging flames, and let out a piercing scream. Shingo has gone mad. He killed everyone inside. He's going to kill me. Patriarch Du, quick! Stop him. Upon hearing this, everyone present went blank. Killed everyone? Du Yuanshan's head buzzed. What happened to the elite Du family members he had sent in? But now is not the time to think about these things. If Lei Yunxiao dies on his territory, the thunder god Lei Wanjun will definitely raze the entire Xuanwu city to the ground. He couldn't afford to offend Yin Zun, and he couldn't afford to offend Quan Lei Zhanshan either. But now, he has no choice. Form ranks. Du Yuanshan clenched his teeth, a resolute look flashing across his face. He suddenly drew his long sword from his waist and roared at the group of Du family experts behind him who were already on high alert. The profound water formation. Protect young Master Lei at all costs. Yes. Dozens of Du family experts responded in unison, their true energy erupting instantly. They moved swiftly, taking their positions in specific locations. Streams of blue true energy shot into the sky, weaving together in mid-air to form a massive, azure net that firmly sealed off the entrance to the secret realm. Du Yuanshan stood at the front of the formation, holding a long sword, staring solemnly at the entrance where flames were rolling. Behind him, Lei Yunxiao, who had been helped up, was panting heavily. The aftereffects of burning his source energy left him in excruciating pain all over his body, but as he looked at the scene before him, his relief at surviving the ordeal quickly turned into resentment. Patriarch Du, when that bastard comes out, don't hold back. Lei Yunxiao's voice was hoarse but filled with hatred. Use the great formation to strangle him. If anything happens, my master will take responsibility. Du Yuanshan didn't turn around, but tightened his grip on the knife hilt. To strangle the disciple of the Flame Lord? He hasn't lived enough yet. But if he can't protect Lei Yunxiao, the Thunder God of War won't let him off either. He now only hopes that this formation can hold Shingo back and allow him to calm down, so that there might still be room for things to turn around. Just then, the rolling red flames in the center of the aquamarine net suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, a golden red figure, accompanied by a raging heatwave, stepped out from the entrance of the secret realm. Boom! The moment his feet touched the ground, the hard sand cracked instantly. A visible crimson shockwave exploded outwards from him, slamming violently into the light barrier of the Xianshui Grand Array. Sizzle! A piercing evaporation sound rang out, the light screen of the great array fluctuated violently, and the water vapor within the entire array was instantly cleared away. Even the Du family guards in the front row were forced to retreat by the heat wave, their faces filled with horror. The person who arrived was Xingu. He carried the Vulcan gun, which was still dripping with lava like blood. The golden red flames surrounding his body were so solid that, under the reflection of the azure light screen, he looked like a fiery demon god emerging from hell. Xingu! Du Yuanshan roared, trying to intimidate the other party with his imposing manner. This is a vital area of the Western Territory. Nephew Lei is a highly skilled disciple of the Thunder God of War. If you dare to touch him here, you will be making an enemy of the entire Western Territory. Xingu raised his head, his eyes burning with flames piercing through the layers of water curtain and landing on Lei Yunxiao behind Du Yuanshan. He ignored Du Yuanshan's warnings. I said it. His voice was calm, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. He will die today, and he will die even if he comes out. The moment the words left his mouth, Xingu moved, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. Stop him! Du Yuanshan roared. The 7 or 8 Du family guards in the front row roared, channeling their inner energy, and their weapons shone with various colors as they launched a fierce attack on Xingu. They are all top-tier second-tier martial artists. When they join forces, even a peak second-tier martial artist would have to avoid their attacks. However, Xingu didn't even look at them. He didn't even swing his spear. The swords and spears were instantly melted by the solid protective fire aura surrounding him the moment they came within 3 feet of his body. The guards at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before their clothes and hair spontaneously combusted. They were propelled several steps forward by inertia before turning into charred humanoid blocks of coal and collapsing to the ground with a thud. Chapter 100. What is the Thunder God of War? The people behind were terrified by the horrific scene and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Shinji's figure passed them by. Puff! 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 Several heads flew into the air, their scalding blood evaporating in mid-air before it could even drip down. It's just one step. A single glance. 8 elite members of the Du family are dead. The entire room fell silent. The remaining Du family guards all froze on the spot, not daring to take another step forward. This isn't a human, this is clearly a monster. Hiding behind Du Yuanshan, Lei Yunxiao witnessed this scene, and his newly gained confidence vanished instantly. His legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground again. He pointed at Xingu and screamed, his voice trembling with fear. My master! My master is on his way. If you dare kill me, the Thunderous clan will fight you to the death. He can only pin his hopes on the words God of Thunder to keep this madman in check. A fight to the death? Shingo stopped in his tracks. He looked at Lei Yunxiao, who was hiding behind the crowd like a mad dog, and suddenly laughed. It was a cold laugh filled with utter contempt. You dare to challenge me? Before he finished speaking, he moved. Shingo slowly raised his right arm, holding the Vulcan spear horizontally, its tip locked onto Lei Yunxiao. At this moment, the fire element at the entrance to the secret realm, which had not yet dissipated due to the strange phenomenon, was drawn in. The temperature of the entire circular sand valley suddenly soared, the air became distorted, and wisps of crimson energy frantically converged from the sand and the air toward the tip of the Vulcan rifle. The myriad fire technique, at the minor completion stage, here means absolute control. Not good. Du Yuanshan felt a chill run down his spine as an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his entire body. Without a second thought, he channeled all his inner energy into his long sword, unleashing a 10-meter-long blue blade aura in an attempt to block Shingo. Mysterious water slash. But Shin Ji's target was never him. At the same moment Du Yuanshan made his move, Shingo flicked his wrist. The Vulcan gun flew out of his hand. Call out. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a sharp whistling sound. The moment the spear left his hand, it transformed into a raging dragon composed entirely of golden-red flames, and subtle signs of collapse appeared in the space around the spear. This shot incorporated all of his true energy at the peak of the 5th level of the 2nd tier. This shot was infused with the destructive will of the true flame tyrant's bloodline. This shot borrowed the boundless firepower of this world. The fiery dragon drew an incredible arc in the air, precisely bypassing Du Yuanshan's massive blade aura and all those who stood in its way. Its goal, from beginning to end, has been singular. Lei Yunxiao. Lei Yunxiao's expression froze in horror. He only saw a golden light rapidly enlarge before his eyes, and then, nothing more. Put. A slight sound. The fiery dragon pierced precisely between his eyebrows. There was no explosion, no screams. Lei Yunxiao froze on the spot, and then, starting from the small red dot between his eyebrows, golden red flames instantly spread throughout his body. Under the horrified gazes of everyone in the Du family, and on Du Yuanshan's face, contorted with disbelief, the personal disciple of the Thunder God of War, the renowned young master Lei of the Western region, couldn't even hold on for a second. He turned into a handful of ashes without a sound. The wind blew it away. The Vulcan rifle, its momentum undiminished, remained embedded in the sand wall 100 meters away, its butt still humming. The entire venue was deathly silent. A wisp of black ash drifted down and gently landed on the trembling tip of Du Yuanshan's knife. The personal disciple of the Thunder God of War, a top figure among the younger generation in the Western region, is gone just like that. Du Yuanshan's hand, gripping the knife, was bulging with veins as he struggled to lift his head. Shingo Du Yuanshan's voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief and fear. The Du family guards around him were completely stunned. They looked at Shingo, then at the pile of charred marks on the ground, and their legs went weak. Shingo didn't speak. He took a step and walked towards the Vulcan gun stuck in the sand wall. Every step made Du Yuanshan's heart clench. Shingo walked to the Vulcan gun, extended his right hand, and the gun hummed as it automatically detached from the sand wall and fell into his palm. The gun tip points downwards, lightly touching the ground. Patriarch Du. Shingo's voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. Du Yuanshan jolted awake, and he looked up abruptly, meeting Shinji's gaze. Shinji's eyes were devoid of any emotion, only indifference, an indifference that was more chilling than any fierce gaze. You killed young Master Lei. Du Yuanshan said, his voice trembling. Shingo flicked the gun, shaking off the ash clinging to the tip. He was asking for it. Those 4 simple words sent a chill down Du Yuanshan's spine. Seeking death? The personal disciple of the Thunder God of War was publicly killed by a 2nd-tier martial artist on Xuanwu City's territory. Du Yuanshan knew what kind of person Lei Wanjun, the Thunder God of War, was. A 6th-tier war god, his word could decide the fate of the Western region. Lei Yunxiao was his personal disciple and his most valued successor. Today, Lei Yunxiao died here, and Lei Wanjun's rage is enough to burn the entire Xuanwu city to the ground. Shingo! Du Yuanshan roared, trying to overwhelm Shingo with his aura, even if only slightly. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? The Thunder God of War will not let you off the hook, nor will he let my Du family off the hook. You're going to make the entire Xuanwu city pay for your death. The Thunder God of War? Who does he think he is? These words silenced the entire room once again. Du Yuanshan opened his mouth wide, thinking he had misheard. The thunder god of war, at the pinnacle of the western region, was dismissed by a young man as nothing special. What arrogance! What audacity! You. Du Yuanshan pointed at Shingu, unable to finish his sentence. Shinji's gaze swept over Du Yuanshan, and then over the Du family guards behind him who were already terrified. Du Yuanshan's mind went blank. What is the thunder god of war anyway? The words echoed repeatedly in his mind, each one blasting him away. That was the sky of the western region, the god above all martial artists. Now, this god was being casually judged, like a roadside stone, with the utmost contempt. The guards behind him trembled, their hands gripping their weapons, their teeth chattering. Fear had gripped their throats, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Shingu moved. He simply took one step forward. Thump. The step he took on the sand made a soft sound, yet it sent a jolt through Du Yuanshan's heart. You're being insolent. Du Yuanshan managed to squeeze out 3 words with all his might, but his voice was dry and weak, and even he himself found it laughable. He wanted to stand tall and display the authority of the head of the Du family, but when he saw Shinji's face, he couldn't do it at all. Shingu took another step forward. Me, being presumptuous? Shingu held the Vulcan rifle, the golden red light on its tip reflected in Du Yuanshan's pupils, which were widened by fear. You bring him here, watch him attack me, and block my way for him. Now he's dead on your turf, dead right in front of you. Du Yuanshan, tell me, what will Lei Wanjun think when he arrives? Will he listen carefully to your explanation of how vicious this Shingu is? Or will he think that your Du family failed in their duties and couldn't even protect his precious disciple, so he will take his anger out on you and wipe your entire Xuanwu city off the map? Every word is piercing to the heart. The color drained from Du Yuanshan's face instantly. Yes. When the god of war is enraged, millions will fall dead. Why would someone as high and mighty as Lei Wanjun care about the details of a matter? He only cares about the outcome. As a result, his apprentice died in Xuanwu City. And the Du family are the masters of Xuanwu City. He can't shirk this responsibility. Shingu looked at Du Yuanshan's ashen face and continued, you now have 2 choices. First, continue to block my way with your men. Then I'll summon my master and leave calmly. When Lei Wanjun arrives and finds that not only is his disciple dead, but your entire Du family has been wiped out, do you think he'll expend a lot of effort to track down a murderer? Du Yuanshan swayed and almost lost his balance. Second, Shingu paused. Lei Yunxiao died while exploring a secret realm, accidentally triggering an ancient restriction, and unfortunately perished. Everything he owned, including that 4th-tier lightning spear, was lost in the spatial rift deep within the secret realm with his death, and its whereabouts are unknown. You, Patriarch Du, witnessed it with your own eyes and can testify to it. Du Yuanshan suddenly looked up. He finally understood what Shingu meant. This is to get the Du family to help cover up the truth and deceive the thunder god of war. What utter audacity! Let him deceive Lei Wanjun? If it's exposed, the Du family will be doomed. I'm not discussing this with you. The tip of the Vulcan rifle was slightly raised, pointing at Du Yuanshan's brow. I'm informing you. Chapter 101 Aftermath. Du Yuanshan's Adam's apple bobbed. The tip of the Vulcan gun hovered 3 inches between his eyebrows, the flowing golden red patterns on it still pulsating, and the heat emanating from it evaporated the sweat on his forehead before it could even seep out. The Du family guards behind him didn't dare to utter a sound. The 8 heads that flew into the sky just now are still fresh in my mind. Who would dare to provoke Shingu at this time? Du Yuanshan's lips trembled. Are you trying to drag my Du family into this mess? Drag him down? Shingu chuckled. Patriarch Du, you've been in the water from the very beginning. Who let Lei Yunxiao into the secret realm to hunt me down? And who sent those Du family guards who were following him? Now that he's dead, do you think Lei Wanjun will believe that your Du family was innocent from beginning to end? Du Yuanshan's expression changed repeatedly. Shingu is right. From the moment Lei Yunxiao stepped into the secret realm, the Du family was already bound to this war chariot. Whether he liked it or not, he was an accomplice. And Shinji's spear tip moved forward 1/2 inch. You should know who my master is. If you help me, Lei Wanjun might not bother the Du family. You won't help me. Shingu didn't finish his sentence, but Du Yuanshan already fully understood what he meant. Flame Lord Luo Qinghuang. An 8th-tier powerhouse, the deputy leader of the dragon group, and a true figure at the top of the pyramid in the Eastern Xia Kingdom. Huizhan, a 6th-tier war god, was publicly humiliated by her slap, and now the entire aristocratic family of Dongxia Kingdom knows about it. Lei Wanjun is indeed terrifying, but compared to Luo Qinghuang, Du Yuanshan closed his eyes. He had no choice. There was no choice from the beginning. Okay, I promise you. Lei Yunxiao died from an ancient restriction within the secret realm, his body never to be found. I, Du Yuanshan, witnessed it with my own eyes. He opened his eyes and looked at Xingu. There was some resentment in those eyes, but more so, helplessness. Xingu nodded and put away the Vulcan gun. Very good. He turned and left, his steps unhurried, as if nothing had happened. After taking only a few steps, he left without turning back and said a sentence. The traces at the scene will be dealt with by the Du family head himself. And everyone present, keep your mouths shut. What if someone says something inappropriate? Xingu paused for a moment. I wouldn't mind having a few less people in the Du family. After saying that, his figure turned into a golden red afterimage and disappeared from the spot. Du Yuanshan stood there, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. A guard beside him quickly helped him up. Master. Du Yuanshan waved his hand, his face pale. He glanced at everyone present, and the Du family guards all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. No one is allowed to utter a single word about what happened tonight. Du Yuanshan's voice was hoarse, but it carried an undeniable ruthlessness. Young Master Lei died due to the restrictions of the secret realm. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Do you understand? Yes. The guards responded in unison, their voices trembling. Clean up the scene. Du Yuanshan gritted his teeth and said, word by word. Erase all traces of lightning energy, leave not a single trace. He crouched down, extended his palm, and a stream of blue true energy surged from his palm, covering the ground. The Xianshu Wei True Qi came into contact with the remaining purple lightning, producing a sizzling sound, and the lightning energy was gradually dissolved. Du Yuanshan personally took action. The dignified head of the Du family and a 4th-level martial king was now kneeling on the ground like a servant, cleaning up the traces of the battle inch by inch. Moreover, the person they were helping wasn't a big shot like Yan Zun, but a 2nd-tier martial artist. If this got out, who would believe it? He recalled the indifferent look in Xin Ji's eyes when she looked at him earlier, without a trace of emotion. But what could he do? The shadow of Yan Zun was too heavy. That woman could slap a 6th-level war god away. He, a 4th-level martial king, was nothing more than an ant in her presence. Master. The guard beside him spoke cautiously, those elite members of the Du family who died in the secret realm. If he's dead, he's dead. Du Yuanshan's voice was icy. Give their families a sum of money as compensation, saying they died at the hands of strange beasts in the secret realm. This. What, you still want to seek justice for them? Du Yuanshan suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with a fierce light. The guard was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly and dared not utter another word. Du Yuanshan continued cleaning the ground, his palms already numb from the backlash of his true energy, but he dared not stop. Not a single trace can be left. Otherwise, when Lei Wanjun arrives, the Du family will be the first to be held accountable. It took a full half-hour to completely erase all the purple lightning marks on the ground. Du Yuanshan stood up, looking at the clean sandy ground, his face ashen. Walk. He turned and walked towards Xuanwu City. Once you return, everyone must stay indoors and not divulge any information. Let's talk about other things after this storm passes. The Du family members followed silently, and no one dared to utter a sound. Tonight, the Du family lost completely. Not only did they lose more than a dozen elite soldiers, but they also had to cover for Xingu, the murderer. What's most hateful is that they didn't even have a chance to resist. At the same time, thousands of miles away, on the western border, lies Thunder Peak. This is the training ground of the thunder god Lei Wanjun, and also the residence of the strongest person in the entire western region. Thunder Peak is shrouded in purple thunderclouds all year round, with lightning bolts weaving through the clouds and thunder rumbling incessantly. Inside the cultivation room at the summit, a figure clad in purple gold armor sat cross-legged on a futon, surrounded by dense purple arcs of electricity. This is the thunder god of war, Lei Wanjun. A 6th-tier war god, at the pinnacle of the western region, an unparalleled powerhouse whose words can determine the life and death of millions. At this moment, he is in seclusion, cultivating and striving to reach a higher realm. However, at that moment, his brows suddenly furrowed. Within his sea of consciousness, the divine imprint left for his beloved disciple Lei Yunxiao shattered without warning. Lei Wanjuan's eyes snapped open. Clouds? He extended his divine sense, probing towards the direction of Xuanwu City. Lei Yunxiao's aura, which should have been there, disappeared. It has completely disappeared. Not even a trace remained. Lei Wanjuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed again, this time more carefully, scanning almost the entire area within 100 miles. No. There was nothing there. Lei Yunxiao's life force seemed to have been completely erased from this world. Impossible. Lei Wanjuan's voice was low and hoarse. The divine sense jade talisman he gave Lei Yunxiao was a life-saving trump card he had personally crafted, containing 30% of his divine sense power. Let alone a second-tier martial artist, even an ordinary third-tier martial grandmaster would have to kneel before that divine thought. How could it be broken? Then there's Lei Yunxiao himself, who is his most valued disciple, with exceptional talent and refined skills, making him virtually unrivaled among his peers. How could he possibly be dead? How could that be? Boom! The purple arcs of electricity around Lei Wanjun surged instantly, filling the entire training room with terrifying lightning power. Outside the training room, 2 disciples on duty were so overwhelmed by the oppressive aura that they vomited blood and collapsed to their knees. Master, please calm your anger. Lei Wanjun ignored them. He suddenly stood up, walked out of the meditation room, and came to the platform at the summit. Purple thunderclouds surged above his head, and countless bolts of lightning struck him, but were all absorbed by his body. Lei Lin! Lei Wanjun shouted sternly. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew swiftly down from the foot of the peak and knelt on one knee in front of him. Master! The newcomer was a young man in his 30s with a cold and stern face and a restrained aura. His true energy fluctuations were stable at the peak of the 3rd-level martial grandmaster. This is Lei Wanjuan's other disciple, Lei Lin. He is also Lei Yunxiao's senior brother. Yunxiao is dead. Lei Wanjuan's voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. What? Lei Lin looked up abruptly, his face filled with shock. Junior brother, how could he? I have no idea. Lei Wanjun interrupted him. His life force completely vanished near Xuanwu City, and the divine talisman I gave him was also shattered. But there were no signs of a battle, nor any remnants of lightning energy. Someone is deliberately covering it up. A murderous glint flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. Master, I'm going to Xuanwu City right now. Go. Lei Wanjun stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant night sky. Find out exactly who killed Yunxiao. We've found out. No need to report back, just kill them. Yes. Lei Lin stood up, and with a swift movement, transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and vanished into the night sky. Lei Wanjun stood on the summit, motionless for a long time. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. Yunxiao is the successor he values most, the one he intends to pass on his mantle to. Now, he's dead. No matter who did it, he will make them pay the price. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. I'd like to see. Lei Wanjuan's lips moved slightly, his voice so deep it sounded like it came from hell. Who is this blind fool who dares to mess with members of my Mad Thunder lineage? Chapter 102 Taking Stock of the Harvest. In the hotel corridor, Yun Tiancheng paced back and forth, his footsteps almost creating dents in the carpet. The guards around him also looked tense, glancing out the window every now and then. The entire Sanxi city witnessed that towering pillar of fire. Immediately following, a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from the entrance to the secret realm, shattering several pieces of the hotel's glass. What exactly happened over there? Where is Xingu? How is he now? Yun Tiancheng became increasingly panicked as he thought about it, his palms sweating profusely. Dad, Xingu, he. Yun Mushi stood at the end of the corridor, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, looking somewhat nervous. She said that Shinji's life was hers and that she wouldn't allow him to die, but in her heart she was terrified. That's a secret realm where everything is unknown. Nobody knows what's inside, and Lei Yunxiao is lurking in the shadows, watching us intently. Just in case. She dared not think any further. Don't overthink it. Yun Tiancheng forced himself to speak, but his voice was trembling. You know Shinji's abilities, he. Before he could finish speaking, a golden red light suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. All eyes immediately turned to that direction. A figure emerged from the firelight, walking steadily and calmly. Shin-gu. He's back. Yun Mushi's eyes instantly turned red. She didn't care about anything else and rushed straight towards Shin-gu. You bastard. She threw herself into Shin-ji's arms, pounding her fists on his chest. Why did it take you so long to get back? Do you know how worried I was? Shin-gu was stunned for a moment, then reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist. I'm sorry I made you worry. Yun Mushi buried herself in his arms, her shoulders trembling. It was hard to tell whether she was crying or throwing a tantrum. If you dare do that again, I'll. So what? I'm not talking to you anymore. Shin-gu smiled, said nothing, and gently patted her back. Seeing this, Yun Tiancheng finally felt relieved. He strode forward and looked Shin-gu up and down. Xiaoxun, are you all right? Are you hurt? It's nothing. Shin-gu shook her head. In that secret realm, everything has been taken care of. Shin-ji's tone was calm, but Yun Tiancheng understood the meaning behind it. It's been taken care of. These 4 words might mean nothing to someone else, but coming from Shin-gu, they mean. Where is Lei Yunxiao? Yun Tiancheng asked in a low voice. Dead. Yun Tiancheng swayed slightly. Dead? The personal disciple of the thunder god of war died just like that? He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. What should I say? To say Shin-gu was too impulsive? To say he shouldn't have killed Lei Yunxiao? Lei Yunxiao brought this upon himself by entering the secret realm to hunt down Shin-gu. No one would have let him go under his nose. Moreover, Shin-gu is now Yen Zun's disciple, so he has the confidence to back it up. The Du family. It's all taken care of, Shin-gu interrupted him. Du Yuanshan will help cover it up, so you don't need to worry. Yun Tiancheng was stunned. Du Yuanshan? Helping to cover it up? That's the head of the Du family, a 4th-level martial king, the local tyrant of the entire Xuanwu city. He was actually willing to help Shin-gu cover up the truth? Looking at the young man in front of him, Yun Tiancheng suddenly felt a little unfamiliar with him. A few months ago, he was just a live-in son-in-law of the Yun family, a good-for-nothing looked down upon by everyone. What about now? Kill the disciple of the mad thunder god of war, and make the Du family patriarch submit. What kind of monster is this kid? All right. Shin-gu patted Yun Tiancheng on the shoulder. It's getting late, you should go and get some rest. We have important business to attend to tomorrow. Yun Tiancheng snapped out of his daze and nodded. He glanced at Yun Mushi, who was still clinging to Shin-gu, hesitated, and ultimately left without saying anything, leading his guards away. Only Shin-gu and Yun Mushi remained in the corridor. They're gone. Shin-gu looked down at the person in her arms. Yun Mushi raised her head, her eyes and the tip of her nose were red, she looked pitiful. You still say you're fine? You're covered in dust. She reached out and patted Shin-ji's clothes, patting off a layer of black ash. What's this? Lei Yunxiao. Yun Mushi's hand froze in mid-air. She looked down at her palm, then at Shin-gu, her expression incredibly complex. What did you just say? Lei Yunxiao, Shin-gu repeated, I burned him. Yun Mushi remained silent for 3 seconds. Then she quickly rubbed her hands on Shin-ji's clothes, looking disgusted. Shin-gu. Can't you think like a normal person? You know perfectly well that's not what I'm asking. Shin-gu raised an eyebrow, then what are you asking? Yun Mushi stomped her feet in anger, but when she looked at Shin-ji's smug face, she couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I won't argue with you. She tiptoed and kissed Shin-gu on the cheek. It's good that you're back safe and sound. Shin-ji's gaze softened, and he reached out to rub Yun Mushi's head. Go and rest. We're going to the Du family's house tomorrow. And what about you? I still have some things to take care of. Yun Mushi glanced at him but didn't ask any further questions. She knew Shin-gu had many secrets, but she didn't care. As long as Shin-gu is hers, that's enough. Then you should get some rest early, and don't stay up too late. Okay, my dear wife. Yun Mushi's face flushed red. She glared at Shin-gu, then turned and ran back to her room. Shin-gu watched her retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. Only after Yun Mushi's door closed did he turn away and return to his own room. In the room, Shin-gu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to take stock of tonight's haul. First is the Great Sun Lotus. He took out the golden lotus from his storage space. The lotus emitted a soft light, and there was still a little bit of reddish gold liquid on its petals. He had already consumed the essence of the sun, but the lotus itself was a fifth-grade spiritual herb, priceless. However, for Xingu, the greatest use of this thing is not to eat it. Instead, it was fed to the Vulcan gun. He then took out a purple storage ring, which he had looted from Lei Yunxiao. When Lei Yunxiao died, Xingu took all his belongings. Although this kid isn't very strong, he is, after all, the personal disciple of the god of thunder, and his wealth is quite substantial. Xingu probed the ring with his divine sense, and what was inside made his eyes light up. In addition to regular resources, there are also some elixirs and potions, all of which are of high quality. But what interested Xingu the most was an ancient and simple manual. Thunder Escape Technique. 5th Tier Advanced Movement Technique, Lightning Element. Xingu flipped through a few pages, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The core of this movement technique is to use the power of lightning to move at high speed, which is extremely fast and can even achieve the effect of teleportation in a short period of time. The blood lightning escape technique that Lei Yunxiao used before should be a derivative version of this movement technique. Unfortunately, it's a lightning-type weapon, so Xingu can't use it. However, you can keep it might come in handy later, or you can exchange it for other things. After taking inventory of Lei Yunxiao's belongings, Xingu turned his attention back to the Great Sun Golden Lotus. He took out the Vulcan gun, and the cracks on the gun were clearly visible. This 5th-tier divine weapon had been with him for a long time, but due to a lack of maintenance, it had become severely damaged. Master said that to repair the Vulcan gun, the gun spirit needs to be fed with high-grade fire-type materials. The lotus seed of the Great Sun Lotus is the perfect material. Xingu held the lotus in his palm, and with a surge of true energy, separated the petals from the lotus seed. The petals can be kept, they can be used for alchemy or cultivation in the future. He then placed the lotus seed directly at the muzzle of the Vulcan gun. The gold and red patterns on the gun instantly lit up. Buzz. A satisfied hum emanated from the gun. It was the sound of the gun's spirit. Xingu could sense that the gun spirit was greedily devouring the fire essence contained within the lotus seed. The energy was so intense that the temperature in the entire room rose several degrees. It took a full 10 minutes for the lotus seed to be completely absorbed. Xingu looked down and saw that the originally hideous cracks on the Vulcan gun had faded somewhat. Although only about 10% has been repaired, it is already a huge improvement. The aura of the gun spirit was also more active than before, with golden and red patterns flowing endlessly. Take good care of yourself. Xingu stroked the gun barrel and said softly. Once I find the netherworld iron, I'll completely heal you. The gun vibrated slightly, as if in response to his words. Xingu put the Vulcan gun into his storage space and lay back on the bed. Today's harvest has exceeded expectations. He broke through to the peak of the 5th level of the 2nd tier in cultivation, achieved minor success in the myriad fire technique, and also obtained a large amount of resources. More importantly, the Vulcan gun began to recover. This gun was my grandfather's old weapon. Once fully repaired, its power will be immeasurable. He urgently needs to improve his strength. Now that Lei Yunxiao is dead, the Thunder God of War will not let this go. Although the Du family agreed to help cover it up, the truth eventually came out. Sooner or later, the truth will be revealed. At that time, the Thunder God of War will definitely not let it go. But so what? Xingu closed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Having come this far, the thing he fears least is trouble. Trouble has arisen, let's deal with the trouble. Chapter 103 Exposure. Outside the city of Sanxi, the night was as dark as ink. The wheels of the convoy rolled over the sand with a dull thud. Xingu sat in the carriage with her eyes closed, looking as if she was resting. In fact, he had been paying attention to what was happening around him. After his breakthrough in cultivation, the terrifying power of the true flame tyrant became even more apparent. Now, no movement within a 10-mile radius can escape his perception. Just now, he sensed an extremely powerful lightning aura. That aura was moving towards Xuanwu City at an astonishing speed, ridiculously fast, at a speed that only a 3rd-tier martial grandmaster could unleash. At this critical juncture, upon arriving in Sanxi City, Xingu knew without a doubt the man's intentions. Xingu opened her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Unexpectedly, Lei Wanjun received the news so quickly. Xiaoxun, what's wrong? Yun Tiancheng's voice came from the front, tinged with caution. Fine. Xingu said calmly. He looked up out the car window and could vaguely see a purple light streaking across the distant sky, the unique escape light of a lightning-type martial artist. Xingu gazed at the light, his eyes distant. He didn't care whether Du Yuanshan could keep it from the Thunder God of War. Even if Du Yuanshan can't hide it, when this unknown martial master comes knocking on his door, he might still need to avoid his sharp edge. Xuanwu City, Du family compound. Du Yuanshan paced back and forth in his study, his forehead covered in sweat. He had confirmed it 3 times, all the guards who participated in last night's operation were locked in a secret room and under close surveillance. He personally inspected the disguised scene at the entrance to the secret realm twice. It should be fine, it should be. Master. The steward suddenly rushed in, his face deathly pale. The Thunder God's men have arrived. Du Yuanshan's heart skipped a beat. Who? Lei Lin. Lei Yunxiao's senior brother. A 5th-level martial grandmaster. The butler's voice was trembling. Du Yuanshan's face turned deathly pale instantly. He hadn't expected Lei Lin to come in person. This was the worst-case scenario. It seems that the Thunder God values this disciple more than they imagined, as he actually sent Lei Lin. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Let's go and greet them. He stepped out of the study and into the courtyard, where he felt a terrifying pressure descend from the sky. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning struck the center of the courtyard, exploding into a cloud of dust. As the lightning dissipated, a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe was revealed. The man had a cold expression, and his eyes flashed with purple lightning. The aura of a 3rd-tier martial grandmaster was released without reservation, and everyone in the Du family except for a few 4th-tier martial kings trembled under this pressure. Lord Lei Lin. Du Yuanshan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, his bow twice as wide as usual. Du Yuanshan. Lei Lin's voice was icy, his eyes fixed coldly on Du Yuanshan. Where is my junior brother? Du Yuanshan's heart pounded, but his face showed a sorrowful expression. Young Master Lei, he's in trouble. Lei Lin's eyes instantly turned sharp. Explain. Du Yuanshan gritted his teeth and began to speak according to the prepared script. Yesterday, young Master Lei and I ventured into the secret realm together. Deep within, we discovered an ancient ruin, and young Master Lei said he wanted to go inside and take a look. His voice began to choke as he said this. I advised him not to take the risk, but young Master Lei said he was strong enough to be safe, but as soon as he went in, he triggered some kind of restriction. Du Yuanshan's tears really flowed down? It wasn't acted. I was genuinely scared. That restriction is terrifying. The entire space is starting to collapse. I want to save young Master Lei, but I can't get close at all. Once the space stabilized, young Master Lei had already. He couldn't continue speaking, so he knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Lei Lin looked at him expressionlessly. Those eyes were fixed on Du Yuanshan, as if trying to see right through him. A powerful divine sense emanated, sweeping over Du Yuanshan's body again and again. Du Yuanshan knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. He is really scared right now. But this fear made his performance more authentic. Because he was terrified by Xinggu last night, and that fear had not completely dissipated. At this moment, facing Lei Lin's scrutiny, he wasn't thinking about being exposed for lying, but rather about the coldness and murderous intent emanating from Xinggu. Lei Lin observed for a long time and found that Du Yuanshan's fear and grief were real. His aura matched the reaction of someone who had witnessed a tragedy. Take me to the entrance to the secret realm, Lei Lin said coldly. Du Yuanshan's heart almost stopped beating? Yes. He stood up shakily and led Lei Lin out of the city. His legs felt weak the whole way. If their weakness is discovered, the Du family will be finished. Jiangcheng, Yun family. The entire Yun family home was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and everywhere was filled with festive red. The Yun family members were busy preparing for the upcoming wedding. As soon as Xinggu entered the Yun family's gate, a group of people surrounded him. Young Master Shin is back. Young Master Shin, you must have had a long and tiring trip. Young Master Shin, is there anything else you'd like to add regarding the wedding? These people all had smiles on their faces. To fawn, to flatter, to be respectful. Xinggu remembers it very clearly. Just a few months ago, these people looked at him with contempt and mockery. At that time, he was still a good-for-nothing, a son-in-law of the Yun family. What about now? He broke through to the peak of the 5th level of the 2nd tier, displaying amazing talent, and the attitudes of these people immediately changed completely. This is the way of martial arts, the strong are respected. Xinggu walked through the crowd expressionlessly, without saying a word. The tribesmen stood there awkwardly, not daring to say a word. Yin Mushi ran out of the room and her eyes lit up when she saw Xinggu. You're back. She ran up to Shingu, beaming. The wedding preparations are almost complete. Would you like to see it? Shingu looked at her, her gaze softening slightly. No need, you can arrange it. Yun Mushi tilted her head to look at him. Is something on your mind? Shingu shook her head, no. He reached out and ruffled Yun Mushi's hair. I'm going to the cultivation room. I'll keep you company later. All right. Although Yun Mushi was somewhat disappointed, she still obediently nodded. Shingu turned and walked towards the Yun family's cultivation room, knowing full well what was going on. Lei Yunxiao's death cannot be left to pass so easily. Lei Wanjun will find out the truth sooner or later. A major battle is inevitable at that time, so he needs to prepare in advance. Inside the secret room, Shingu took out the Vulcan gun. Although the cracks on the gun body have faded somewhat, they are still quite noticeable. This gun was left to him by his grandfather. A 5th-tier divine weapon, with astonishing power. However, due to a long period of lack of maintenance, it has been severely damaged. Shingu channeled his true energy into the gun barrel, beginning the second round of warming and nourishing. Golden red patterns flowed across the gun body, emitting a faint glow. The aura of the gun spirit was much more active than before. Wait a little longer, Shingu said softly. Once I find the 9 netherworld iron, I can completely heal you. The gun vibrated slightly, as if in response to him. Outside Xuanwu City, at the entrance to the secret realm, Lei Lin stood before the ruins, his eyes cold. Before me lay a ruin buried under yellow sand. The traces left after the space collapsed were clearly visible, with no signs of any struggle. Du Yuanshan stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Lei Lin walked around the ruins, repeatedly scanning every inch of the land with his divine sense. No problem. Everything matches Du Yuanshan's account. Lei Lin turned to leave. Just then, he stepped on and crushed a charred rock. Click. The rock shattered, raising a cloud of dust. Lei Lin suddenly stopped. His nose twitched slightly. There was an extremely faint aura mixed in with the smell of the subterranean fire. That aura was very special. It's not ordinary fire energy. Instead, Lei Lin's pupils contracted sharply. This isn't earth fire. He whirled around, staring intently at Du Yuanshan. This is the myriad fire technique. Du Yuanshan's face turned deathly pale instantly. Unexpectedly, the myriad fire technique was so domineering that even under his relentless attack of true energy, some of it still remained. This is terrible. Chapter 10 For the storm is brewing. Lei Lin squatted down and took out a palm-sized jade bottle from his pocket. The bottle is completely transparent and covered with densely packed runes. He pointed the bottle at the charred rock, his true energy surged, and a faint golden red aura was drawn into the bottle. Du Yuanshan stood to the side, his legs trembling. It's over, completely over. Lei Lin stared at the wisp of energy in the bottle, his gaze growing colder and colder. It really is the myriad fire technique. He stood up and turned to look at Du Yuanshan. The Flame Lord's signature technique. Du Yuanshan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. His face was deathly pale, and large beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. Lei Lin didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly. Those eyes flashed with purple electricity, so cold it was suffocating. Do you know what this means? Du Yuanshan knelt down. Lord Lei, I really don't know. Shut up. Lei Lin's voice was very soft, but Du Yuanshan immediately shut his mouth. Lei Lin stood there, his mind racing. Yan Zun is an 8th-tier supreme expert and one of the top beings in the Eastern Xia Kingdom. A powerhouse of this caliber would never personally take action against a junior at the 2nd rank. Then there's only one possibility, Shingu. Yan Zun's disciple who has recently gained fame. Lei Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. I see. He turned to look at Du Yuanshan, his eyes filled with malice. Du Yuanshan. Yes. You are very smart. Du Yuanshan was stunned. Lei Lin didn't say anything more. In a flash, he transformed into a purple bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and sped off toward the north. Du Yuanshan knelt on the ground, trembling all over. At the summit of Thunder Peak, an ancient palace stands amidst the clouds. Inside the palace, an elderly man dressed in a purple robe sat in the main seat. His hair was gray, but his eyes gleamed with a captivating purple light. Thunder God of War, Lei Wanjun. Lei Lin knelt on one knee in the center of the hall, head bowed. Master, I have found out. Lei Wanjun didn't speak, but simply picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Explain. Junior brother Yunxiao did indeed die in the secret realm, but not from the ancient restrictions. Lei Lin raised his head, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. It's Yenzun's disciple, Xingu. Click. The teacup turned to dust in Lei Wanjuan's hands. The scalding tea dripped down his fingers, but he didn't notice. Outside the main hall, thunderclouds began to churn in the sky. Rumble. Streaks of purple lightning exploded in the clouds, instantly lowering the sky over a radius of 10 miles. The entire Thunder Peak was trembling. Lei Lin knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground, not daring to breathe. Yenzun's disciple? Lei Wanjuan's voice was calm, but the suppressed killing intent made the temperature in the entire hall drop several degrees. Yes. Good. Lei Wanjun stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall. He looked at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Luo Qinghuang, your disciple killed my men, so I will make him pay with his life. In full view of everyone. He turned around and looked at Lei Lin. Go to Jiangcheng and bring me back Shinji's head. Lei Lin raised his head, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Yes. Remember, Lei Wanjuan's voice was icy, everyone must see this. I want Luo Qinghuang to know that her disciple died by my hand. This disciple understands. Go. Lei Lin stood up and transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from the main hall. Lei Wanjun stood still, looking at the thunderclouds in the sky. Luo Qinghuang will settle this score slowly. The capital city, the Shin family. This grand mansion, covering hundreds of acres, belongs to one of the most prestigious families in the eastern Xia kingdom. Shin Tianqing, the head of the Shin family, sat in his study, looking at the intelligence report in his hand with a furrowed brow. Xingu? He threw the intelligence report on the table and gave a cold laugh. This expendable pawn is still alive. The butler standing to the side kept his head down, not daring to speak. Not only did he survive, but he also became a disciple of the Flame Lord and killed the disciple of the Thunder God of War. Shin Tianqing's voice grew colder and colder. That kid's got too big for his britches. He stood up and walked to the window. Go and fetch Shin Ao. Yes. A short while later, a young man dressed in black entered the study. His face carried a hint of arrogance, and his eyes were sharp. Father. Shin Ao. Shin Tianqing turned around. Go to Jiangcheng. Shin Ao was taken aback. Jiangcheng? Xingu is there. Shin Ao's eyes instantly turned cold. Xingu? That good for nothing? He's not a waste anymore, Shin Tianqing said calmly. He became Yenzun's disciple, broke through to the 5th level of the 2nd tier, and even killed Lei Yunxiao. Shin Ao's expression changed. Yenzun's disciple? That's right. Shin Tian walked back to his desk and sat down. This kid is growing too fast, he's out of control. So, you need to go and get rid of him. Shin Ao remained silent for a few seconds. Father, what about Lord Yan? Yenzun won't interfere, Shin Tianqing interrupted him. Xingu is an outcast of our Shin family. We're cleaning up our own house, she has no reason to meddle. Besides. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Lei Wanjun has already sent men to Jiangcheng. You just need to watch from the sidelines and deliver the finishing blow when Lei Lin makes his move. That way, even if Lord Yan wants to investigate, he'll go after Lei Wanjun, not our Shin family. A flicker of excitement flashed in Shin Ao's eyes. Father is brilliant. Go. Shin Ao turned and left the study. Shin Tianqing watched his retreating figure with icy eyes. Xingu, you shouldn't be alive. Yan City, Hua family. Hua Zhan sat in the hall, his face terribly gloomy. There was a clear handprint on his left cheek, left by Luo Qinghuang. Master. A man in black knelt on one knee in the center of the hall. Xingu is holding her wedding in Jiangcheng in 3 days. A ruthless glint flashed in Hua Zhan's eyes. Very good. He stood up and walked up to the man in black. Take your Shadow Guard squad to Jiangcheng and make your move at the wedding. Yes. Remember this. Hua Zhan's voice was icy. I want Luo Qinghuang to know what it feels like to have her disciple die right under her nose. The man in black bowed his head, understood. Go. The man in black disappeared into the hall. Huajian touched the palm print on his face, the killing intent in his eyes almost solidifying. Luo Qinghuang, I will definitely get my revenge. Jiangcheng, Yun family. The entire Yun family home was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and everywhere was filled with festive red. The Yun family members were busy preparing for the upcoming wedding. Yun Mushi stood in front of the mirror, wearing a pure white wedding dress. The wedding dress had a long train and was embroidered with delicate patterns. She twirled, her skirt tracing a graceful arc in the air. Is it pretty? She turned her head and looked at Xingu sitting on the sofa. Xingu looked at her with gentle eyes. Nice. Yun Mushi smiled, a hint of shyness on her face. Couldn't you have said a few more words? It looks great. Chapter 105 The Grand Wedding. Yun Mushi stomped her foot in anger, but when she saw Shin Ji's serious face, she couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I won't argue with you. She walked up to Xingu and sat down next to him. Xingu. Do you think our wedding will go smoothly? Xingu turned his head and looked at her. Why do you ask that? Yun Mushi bit her lip. I have a feeling something is going to happen. Xingu reached out and ruffled her hair. Everything will be all right. Real? Real. Yun Mushi looked at him, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. But she didn't say anything, she just leaned on Shin Ji's shoulder. Xingu looked out the window, her eyes gradually turning cold. Dark clouds are gathering in the sky, and a storm is brewing. Jiangcheng, Yun family. The entire mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, with red silk stretching from the main gate to the main hall, and a 10-mile-long red carpet extending to the end of the street. Today is Xingu and Yun Mushi's wedding day. Yun Tiancheng stood at the gate, wearing a long robe with gold trim, his face glowing. His eyes kept glancing towards the street corner. The heads of the three major families in Jiangcheng, and even people from the military, all came. This kind of grandeur was unprecedented in the Yun family's history of over a century. Patriarch Yun, congratulations! Your son-in-law is a direct disciple of the flame venerable. The Yun family is poised for a meteoric rise. Yun Tiancheng grinned from ear to ear, repeatedly cupping his hands in greeting. But behind his smile, his eyes were constantly scanning his surroundings out of the corner of his eye. He had heard about the thunder god of war these past few days, so he was constantly on guard. Inside the dressing room, Yun Mushi sat before the bronze mirror, adorned in a phoenix coronet and wedding gown, her beauty surpassing all others. Xingu stood behind her and reached out to straighten the gold hairpin in her hair. Nervous? Yun Mushi looked at him in the mirror and bit her lower lip. A little. Her fingers secretly clenched Shin Ji's palm, her knuckles turning white from the force. Xingu felt the force and grabbed her hand in return. His palms were very warm, and that warmth was transmitted through his skin. Don't be afraid, Shin Ji's voice was soft, but her tone was steady. I'm here. Yun Mushi blinked and looked up at the mirror. In the mirror, the two stand side by side. Wearing bright red wedding robes and phoenix coronet and embroidered gown, they were truly a perfect couple. The auspicious time has arrived. The MC's voice resounded throughout the entire Yun family home. The groom welcomes the bride. Xingu took Yun Mushi's hand and slowly walked onto the red carpet. Guests on both sides stood up and applauded enthusiastically. But Xingu noticed that many of the people clapping had shifty eyes. Whispers drifted intermittently into his ears. I heard that the disciple of the thunder god of war died in the western regions. That's a 6th-tier war god. Can they really swallow this insult? Today's wedding is probably not going to be peaceful. Xingu remained calm and composed, her steps steady. Yun Mushi's palms were sweating, but she forced herself to straighten her back. The two walked onto the high platform. Yun Tiancheng and several elders were already waiting there, all smiles. The master of ceremonies unfolded the red invitation card, about to read the wedding vows. Woohoo! A sharp shriek suddenly pierced the sky. Everyone looked up. 3 dark figures descended from the sky, accompanied by a fierce wind. Bang! 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 3 heavy, black iron coffins crashed onto the center of the red carpet. Pebbles flew everywhere. The red silk was overturned by the blast wave, and the festive lanterns were blown to pieces in the shockwave. Screams erupted. What is that? An attack. The guests panicked and retreated in panic. The smoke and dust cleared. 3 iron coffins lay silently on the red carpet, leaving 3 deep craters. A ferocious skull pattern was carved on the coffin lid. A group of men in black appeared like ghosts, led by a young man dressed in a dark brocade robe. Shen Ao. He is a direct descendant of the Shin family in the capital and Shin Ji's cousin. He stood on one of the coffin lids, looking down at the entire scene with a mocking smile. Shingu, long time no see. Behind him, a dozen or so men in black, exuding a chilling aura, spread out in a fan shape. Those were Hua's bodyguards. Each person's aura was unfathomable, with even the weakest possessing the cultivation of a third-tier martial grandmaster. Yun Tianchang's expression changed drastically, and he rushed forward. Who are you? What do you want? What are you doing? Shin Ao didn't even glance at him, but stared intently at Shingu. He took out a roll of golden silk from his pocket, unfolded it, and read it aloud. By order of the head of the Shin family. Shingu is a discarded son of my Shin family. I have come today to clean house. Shin Ao's voice resounded throughout the entire Yun family, each word piercing to the heart. These 3 coffins are a congratulatory gift from the Shin family to you. Shin Ao pressed down with his foot, and the coffin lid creaked. 1 bite for you, 1 bite for your bride, and 1 more bite. He glanced at Yun Tianchang, who was lying on the ground. For your father-in-law. Today, I'm going to turn the Yun family's joyous occasion into a tragedy. The Shadow Guard commander stepped out from behind Shin Ao and let out a sinister laugh. Young Master Shin, you almost forgot. His gaze was fixed coldly on Yun Mushi. Lord Huajian specifically instructed that this Miss Yun should not die too easily. After all, her man humiliated Lord Huajian in front of everyone. A murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire platform. More than a dozen divine senses simultaneously locked onto Yun Mushi. Yun Mushi's face turned deathly pale instantly. She instinctively shrank back behind Shingu. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were drawn to the young man in a bright red wedding robe on the high platform. They thought Shingu would fly into a rage. Or fear. After all, with the Shin family's direct descendants and the Hua family's shadow guards, anyone would be trembling with fear. But Shin Ji's reaction surprised everyone. He simply patted Yun Mushi's hand lightly. Then, he slowly turned around. His expression was calm, eerily calm. He looked down at Shin Ao, who was standing on the coffin. That gaze was as if he were looking at an ant. Shin Ao frowned, sensing that something was amiss. Shingu, are you scared out of your wits or what? Why aren't you saying anything? Shingu did not answer his question. He simply spoke softly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Is this the last message from your Shin family? Shin Ao's face stiffened. He stared at the young man in red robes on the platform, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Last words? Those 2 words were like a slap in the face, landing hard on his cheek. Ha 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 ha. Shin Ao suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter, the sharp and piercing sound echoing throughout the wedding venue. He loosened the coffin lid beneath his feet, slowly walked towards the high platform, and his inner energy began to surge violently. The 2nd tier, 6th level aura was fully unleashed. His original cultivation level was only at the 2nd tier 3rd level. Considering Shin Ji's current level, the Shin family invested a lot of resources in him, allowing him to break through to the 2nd tier 6th level in just a few days. Although doing so would destabilize his foundation and slow down his cultivation speed in the future. But so what? As long as I kill Shingu in public and return to the Shin family, I will naturally be rewarded. Sacrificing some potential in exchange for massive future resources, it's a worthwhile trade. A sudden gust of wind arose, causing the red ribbons covering the entire venue to flutter wildly. Shingu, do you know who you're talking to? Shin Ao stopped and looked down at the high platform, a sinister smile curving his lips. You're nothing but a dog thrown out of the Shin family, a piece of trash abandoned by your own bloodline. Even if you've stumbled upon some incredible luck and become Yen Zun's disciple, so what? Chapter 106 Instant Kill. Shin Ao's voice grew louder and louder, almost roaring. They have base blood flowing in their veins, and will forever be of base lineage. Today, I represent the Shin family to clean house, it is my right. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Guard commander's eyes turned cold, and he slightly raised his arm. More than a dozen dark figures moved at the same time, without any warning. All the Shadow Guards swayed, their bodies transforming into clouds of black smoke, rushing towards the high platform from all directions. Their speed was incredible, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Each of them exuded the aura of a 2nd tier, 5th level cultivator. The short blade in his hand gleamed with a ghostly blue light, the color of a potent poison. The blade points in only two directions. Shen Gu. Yun Mushi. Yun Mushi's pupils suddenly contracted. She could clearly feel the chilling killing intent emanating from those blades, and could even see that the nearest knife was only 3 feet away from her neck. She instinctively wanted to back away. But the next second, she felt Shingo release her hand. Then, he took a step forward. It's just one step. Boom! A crimson light burst forth from Shinji's body. That was pure firepower, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures capable of scorching everything. The true flame tyrant's bloodline is fully unleashed. Crimson flame surged from his body, forming a visible ring that rapidly spread outwards from Shinji's center. The 3 shadow guards at the forefront were the first to be hit. Their knife tips were less than 2 feet away from Shingu. But the moment the aura of fire touched their bodies, their movements seemed to be paused. Then, their bodies began to burn. There were no screams. There was no struggle. There were only a few soft popping sounds. The bodies of the 3 shadow guards spontaneously combusted in mid-air, the flames engulfing their features, their torsos, and everything else. When they landed, only 3 blazing fireballs remained. Then comes the ashes. When the wind blew, even the ashes scattered. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The guests who had originally intended to flee stopped in their tracks, their mouths agape, but no sound came out. Yun Tanchang clutched his chest, his bloodshot eyes wide. A hoarse growl escaped his throat. This is impossible. Shin-Ao's smile froze on his face. He stared at the 3 piles of ashes that were drifting away, his expression shifting from arrogance to astonishment, and then from astonishment to horror. The Shadow Guard commander froze in mid-air, not daring to take another step forward. He is a 4th-tier martial king. But the power contained in that fiery halo just now instilled a deep-seated fear in him. Those Shadow Guards were only at the 2nd tier, 5th level. How could so many level 5 martial arts masters not even last a single exchange? Shingo withdrew his hand, and the fiery aura dissipated. He looked at Shin-Ao, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. That's it? 2 words, light and airy. But it was like a knife, stabbing deeply into Shin-Ao's heart. Shin-Ao's face turned bright red. You. Before he could finish speaking, Shingo moved again. He flashed away, leaving only a faint afterimage of flames in his wake. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Shingo was already standing in front of Shin-Ao. His right hand gripped Shin-Ao's neck, lifting the eldest son of the Shin family into the air. Shin-Ao's feet were dangling in the air, and his face turned purple. He frantically tried to circulate his inner energy in an attempt to resist, but as soon as the energy surged, it trembled and crumbled as if it had encountered a natural enemy. This is the true flame tyrant's dimensional reduction attack on ordinary bloodlines. He simply cannot resist it. You say I have lowly blood? Shinji's voice was very calm, so calm that it was devoid of any warmth. In my eyes, your Shin family is the most lowly bloodline. His fingers slowly tightened. Shin-Ao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he made a hoarse sound. You can't kill me, I'm from the Shin family. What do you? Shingu interrupted him. A piece of trash. The moment he finished speaking, a burst of energy shot out from his palm. Click. Shin-Ao's heart meridian was shattered. His gaze quickly became unfocused, and his body went limp. Shingo released his grip and tossed the body away like trash. The corpse traced an arc and landed precisely in the black coffin. Bang! The coffin lid closed automatically. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The sons of the Shin family died just like that? He couldn't even withstand a single move? The remaining shadow guards finally collapsed. They turned and ran almost instinctively, using their agility to the fullest extent, wishing they had 2 more legs. But Shingo had no intention of letting anyone go. His right hand made a grasping motion in the air. The fire element in the air instantly surged. Streams of fire materialized out of thin air and shot out from all directions. Puff, 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 puff. Several muffled thuds followed. Each fire serpent pierced precisely through the chest of a shadow guard. Some people had only run 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, when they were pinned to the ground by the fire snake. Someone had just taken off when their heart was pierced mid-air. The furthest one ran 30 zhang, approximately 15 meters. But the fire serpent curved around and pierced his spine from behind. Within 10 breaths. The genius of the Shin family and the shadow guards of the Hua family were all wiped out. Only a few corpses and ashes remained at the wedding site. Shingu stood with his hands behind his back, his bright red wedding robe fluttering even without wind. His expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. Calm. Indifferent. It was as if I had done something insignificant. Yun Mushi covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. She watched Shin Ji's retreating figure, her heart pounding. The guests looked at each other in bewilderment, and no one dared to speak. Yun Tianchang got up from the ground, his whole body trembling. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton. Just then, the once clear sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up. Thick, dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, gathering over Jiangcheng at an eerie speed. Purple lightning bolts, each as thick as a bucket, darted through the clouds, weaving back and forth in the dark clouds. Shin Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. This aura. Boom! A thick, purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking directly at the center of the Yun family compound. The ground was instantly blown apart, with debris flying everywhere and dust billowing into the sky. The guests screamed and scattered in all directions. Wait until the smoke and dust clear. A figure dressed in purple robes hovered above the giant pit. He looked to be around 30 years old, with a stern face and a captivating purple glint in his eyes. The terrifying pressure from the 5th-tier martial grandmaster pressed down like a mountain. Everyone present had their knees buckle uncontrollably, with some of those with lower cultivation levels kneeling down. Yun Tiancheng knelt down with a thud, his face as pale as paper. Lei Lin. The eldest disciple of the god of thunder. Lei Lin's gaze swept over the corpses and ashes scattered on the ground, finally landing on Shingu. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just because you killed a few good-for-nothings, you think you can defy the heavens? Chapter 107 Battle against Lei Lin. Lei Lin's gaze swept over the corpses and ashes scattered on the ground, finally landing on Shingu. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just because you killed a few good-for-nothings, you think you can defy the heavens? As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his right hand, his 5 fingers spread wide. Purple lightning bolts shot out from his fingertips, coalescing into a ball of lightning the size of a baby's fist. The ball of lightning emitted a blinding light, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Sizzle, sizzle. The air around the lightning ball was ionized, producing a piercing sound. Yun Tiancheng's pupils dilated to their limit. This move. Although he was only a 4th-level martial king, he could still sense the terrifying energy contained in that lightning ball. Even if he were at his peak and took the hit head-on, he would still be badly injured. Shingu, run! Yun Tiancheng roared, trying to stand up. But Lei Lin was clearly only a 3rd-level martial grandmaster, yet his aura was like a mountain pressing down on him, making him completely unable to move. Bang! The lightning ball shot out. A purple arc of electricity traced a blinding path through the air, heading straight for Shin Ji's face. Everyone's heart was in their throat. It's over. A 2nd-tier martial master taking on a 3rd-tier martial grandmaster's attack? Isn't that suicide? The Yun family is completely finished this time. The guests' chatter hadn't even subsided yet. Shingu moved. His figure suddenly became blurry, and flames surged around him, enveloping his entire body. The next second, his body seemed to transform into a streak of crimson light. Flame shadow step. Whoosh! The lightning bolt grazed his hair and struck the high platform behind him. Boom! The platform was instantly blasted into pieces, with wood chips and stones flying everywhere. But Shingu was already standing 10 feet away, his robes perfectly in place. Lei Lin frowned. He stared at Shingu, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes for the first time. Flame shadow step? The Flame Lord's movement technique? He didn't expect Shingu to be able to dodge this move. Although it was just a casual strike without much force, it was surprisingly fast. A 2nd-tier martial artist managed to escape unscathed from such an attack. That's interesting. Looks like you're not entirely incompetent. Lei Lin's tone was flat, as if he were commenting on a somewhat capable ant. Then let's take one more move. He raised both hands, his fingers spread wide. Purple lightning surged from his body, weaving into a massive lightning net in the air. The lightning net covered half the courtyard, leaving nowhere to hide. This is an area of effect attack. Unless Shingu can fly away, the only option is to take the hit head-on. Yun Mushi gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white. She stared intently at Shin Ji's retreating figure, her eyes unblinking. But she didn't scream or panic. She just bit her lower lip, her eyes slightly red. Shin-gu, she murmured softly, her voice audible only to herself. Did you promise me your life would be mine? You mustn't die. A net of lightning descended from the sky. The purple arcs of electricity were densely packed, like an inescapable net. Shin-gu did not dodge. He couldn't hide either. A layer of crimson flame armor suddenly surged from his body. Fiery cloud skill. The armor was more solid than before, and the flame patterns were clearly visible, like flowing lava. This is the fiery cloud technique after being instructed by Flame Venerable, and its power is comparable to a fourth-order divine ability. Boom! The lightning net collided with the fiery armor. Purple and red light collided violently in mid-air, bursting out with dazzling light. Sizzle! Lightning bolts struck the fiery armor relentlessly, but were neutralized by the crimson flames. Shin-gu stood still, without moving an inch. His expression remained calm, as if he were enduring a light drizzle. The lightning dissipated. The flame armor was intact. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap! It's blocking the way? How is this possible? That's a third-tier martial grandmaster's area of effect attack. A second-tier martial artist taking on a third-tier martial grandmaster? Am I fucking dreaming? Yun Tianchang lay on the ground, trembling all over. He watched Shin Ji's retreating figure, his eyes welling up with tears. This is his son-in-law? A smile finally appeared on Yun Mushi's face. She raised her sleeve to wipe her eyes and muttered something under her breath. TCH, all pretentious. I knew you'd be alright. Her lips curled up, and her eyes were full of pride. That was her man. Lei Lin's expression finally changed. He stared at Shin-gu, the contempt in his eyes disappearing, replaced by solemnity. He's got something. His tone was no longer casual, but serious. His internal energy began to surge violently. The cultivation of a third-tier martial grandmaster has been fully unleashed. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire Yun family compound like a tidal wave. The guests who were still standing immediately knelt down. Even Yun Mushi felt short of breath and her face turned pale. Shin-gu frowned slightly. He felt the pressure. When a third-tier martial grandmaster gets serious, it's no joke. Just then, he reached into his robes and pulled out a phoenix jade pendant. That was left to him by his master, Luo Qinghuang. Simply crush it, and you can summon her. Shin-gu held the jade pendant in front of her chest and waved it at Lei Lin. Do you know what this is? Lei Lin's eyes narrowed. Of course he recognized the jade pendant. That was the token of Lord Yen. As soon as the jade pendant breaks, Yen Zun will arrive immediately. Even if he kills Shin-gu now, he will still die when Yen Zun arrives. Lei Lin's face turned gloomy. A cowardly turtle. He gave a cold laugh. Hiding behind a woman, you dare call yourself a man? Shin-gu wasn't angry. He simply put the jade pendant back into his pocket, then raised his head and looked directly at Lei Lin. You've suppressed your cultivation to the same level as mine. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. I'll fight you. You win. I'll let you kill me. You lost. Shin Ji's lips twitched, revealing a faint smile. Roll. The moment those words were spoken, the whole place erupted in chaos. She's gone mad. Shin-gu has gone mad. Let a third-tier martial grandmaster suppress his cultivation to fight him? Has he lost his mind? Even if they're at the same cultivation level, he's still the eldest disciple of the Thunder God of War. His decades of cultivation are something a junior like him can't compare to. Shin-gu is courting death. Discussions rose and fell. Everyone thought Shin-gu had gone mad. Even Yun Tianchang's mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. Yun Mushi was stunned for a moment, then rolled her eyes. All you do is pretend. She said that, but her fingers secretly clenched the hem of her skirt. Lei Lin's face turned extremely ugly. He felt insulted. He, Lei Lin, the eldest disciple of the Thunder God of War, was actually being forced to fight at the expense of his cultivation level by a mere second-tier martial artist? Did this bastard think the only difference between them was their cultivation level? You think you can win just because your cultivation level is suppressed to the same realm? Lei Lin's voice was cold and sinister. Even if we're at the same cultivation level, the foundation, techniques, supernatural abilities, and combat experience I've accumulated over 30 years, none of them can compare to what a junior like you can achieve. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Good. I'll grant your wish. His internal energy began to recede, and the terrifying pressure quickly dissipated. That immense pressure was lifted off everyone. The kneeling guests were finally able to catch their breath. Lei Lin's aura was rapidly declining. Finally, his aura stabilized at the 5th level of the 2nd tier. He reached the same level as Xingu. He looked down at Xingu, his eyes full of mockery. 2nd tier, 5th level, just like you. Chapter 108. The Myriad Fire Technique displays its divine power. Now, you can come and die. Lei Lin moved. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of Xingu, his right hand forming a palm, with purple lightning surging in the palm. Thunderous sky-splitting palm. Someone exclaimed in surprise. That's the signature move of the Thunder God of War. Lei Lin actually used this move right from the start? That palm strike would blast even a martial artist of the same level into dust. Yun Tiancheng's face turned deathly pale instantly. He wanted to shout, to tell Xingu to hide quickly, but no sound came out of his throat. Yun Mushi clenched her fists even tighter. Her nails were almost digging into her palms. Xingu. She bit her lip, her eyes fixed intently on the field. The power of the thunderous sky-splitting palm is terrifying. Before the palm strike even landed, the surrounding air was already torn apart, producing a piercing explosion. Purple lightning pulsed wildly in Lei Lin's palm, each arc as thick as an arm, radiating an aura of destruction. The ground began to crack. The cracks spread out from beneath Lei Lin's feet, extending in all directions. It's over. Someone closed their eyes. Xingu is going to die. But at that moment, Xingu moved. His figure suddenly transformed into a streak of fire and vanished from the spot. Flame shadow step. Boom! The thunderous sky-splitting palm slammed into the ground. The entire Yun family compound trembled. A crater 3 meters in diameter was blasted into the ground, with blue smoke rising from the bottom. Those guests who were standing nearby were thrown backward by the shock and fell head over heels. You dodged it? Holy crap! That's fast. What kind of movement technique is that? I've never seen it before. Xingu appeared 10 meters away. The moment he landed, Lei Lin pounced on him again. Lightning flash. Lei Lin's speed was astonishing. His body was covered in a layer of purple lightning, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly traversing a distance of 10 meters. His fist was aimed straight at Xinji's face. The fist whistled through the air, carrying terrifying lightning power. Xingu transformed into Hokage once again. His figure flashed in mid-air, dodging the punch. But Lei Lin's attacks did not stop. After his punch missed, he immediately changed his move, unleashing a sweeping kick. Thunderous sweep. The lightning on his legs became even more violent, sweeping away the air and creating a vacuum. Xingu touched the ground with her toes, and her figure flashed again. He transformed into a fire shadow, leaving a crimson afterimage on the ground. The afterimage did not dissipate, but remained in place, like a burning flame. Lei Lin's attack missed again. His expression grew increasingly grim. All you do is hide? He roared and formed a hand seal. Thunder Dragon Roar. He pushed his hands forward suddenly. A giant dragon formed from lightning burst forth from his palm, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Xingu. The Thunder Dragon was a full 10 meters long, and every scale on its body was clearly visible, radiating an aura of destruction. This is a 4th-tier divine ability. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Lei Lin has gone mad. He clearly suppressed his cultivation level. How could he still use a 4th-tier divine ability? No. He forcibly activated it using 30 years of accumulated experience. With this move, Xingu is doomed. Yun Tiancheng's face was ashen. He tried to rush forward, but his legs wouldn't move at all. Yun Mushi's eyes reddened. She bit her lip hard, tears welling up in her eyes. Xingu. Her voice trembled. If you dare to die, I'll. She couldn't continue. Thunder Dragon roared and pounced on Xingu. The terrifying pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Xinji's eyes remained calm. He remained calm and undisturbed. He simply touched the ground with his toes, and his figure transformed into a fire shadow once more. This time, he was even faster. He flashed continuously on the ground, leaving behind a crimson fire shadow with each flash. 1. 2 paths. 3 paths. 10 paths. The entire ground of the Yun family compound was covered with crimson fire shadows. Those fire shadows burned silently, like fire traps. Thunder Dragon missed its target. It circled once in mid-air before swooping down on Shingu again. Shingu continued to hide. His figure weaved among the Hokage at a speed that was dazzling. Lei Lin's face grew increasingly gloomy. "All you do is hide?" He roared and formed hand seals again. Thunder Net, Heavenly Net. A dense net of lightning descended from the sky once again. This time, the lightning net was much denser than before, almost completely blocking all hiding spaces. "There's no escaping it now," someone shouted excitedly. "Shingu is dead." But Shingu still dodged it. His figure weaved through the gaps in the lightning net, each flash precise and accurate. Several more fiery shadows appeared beneath his feet. Lei Lin's breathing began to quicken. He attacked relentlessly, using fists, palms, legs, and elbows. A variety of moves were employed. But Shingu just wouldn't confront him directly. "He's just hiding." He kept hiding. More and more fire shadows appeared on the ground. The entire Yun family compound was covered in crimson flames. "What's that kid doing?" Someone frowned. "Is he stalling for time?" "What's the point of stalling for time? His inner energy will run out sooner or later. He won't even have time to hide then." Lei Lin thought so too. A sinister smile stretched across his lips. "Let's see how long you can hide." His attacks became even more frenzied. Fists, palms, legs, elbows, lightning, and all sorts of moves poured out like a storm. The entire Yun family compound swayed under his attack. Those guests who were still standing had already run far away, afraid of being affected. Yun Tianchang lay on the ground, trembling all over. He watched Shinji's constantly dodging figure, his heart pounding in his chest. "Shingu, what are you doing?" Yun Mushi's tears finally fell. She wiped her eyes and muttered to herself. "Fool. If you dare to die, I'll die too." Her voice choked with emotion. Just then, Shingu stopped. He stopped hiding. He stood there, quietly watching Lei Lin. Lei Lin was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. "Ha ha ha. Your inner energy is exhausted, isn't it?" He laughed loudly and formed a mudra with his hands. Thunder Dragon Roar. Another Thunder Dragon burst forth from his palm. This time, he gave it his all. The Thunder Dragon is larger and more powerful than before. "Go to hell!" Lei Lin roared ferociously. Thunder Dragon roared and pounced on Shingu. Everyone closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to see Shingu torn to pieces. But at that moment, Shingu moved. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. The myriad fires technique. His voice was soft, but every word was clear. The next second, all the Hokage on the ground simultaneously went berserk. The fire shadows that were burning quietly suddenly burst into a blinding light. They seemed to come alive, rushing frantically towards Lei Lin. "What?" Lei Lin's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The fire-wielding figures surged in from all directions, instantly surrounding him. Boom! Flames exploded. Crimson flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire Yun family compound in a fiery red glow. The Thunder Dragon let out a mournful cry amidst the flames and was instantly engulfed. Lei Lin's figure was engulfed by flames. He screamed in agony as he was blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground. His clothes were burned to shreds, his hair was charred black, and his face was covered with burn marks. He lay on the ground, trembling all over. How is this possible? He struggled to stand up, but his body wouldn't obey him. He tried to mobilize his internal energy, but the internal energy within his body was completely disordered. Wrong. It's not disorder. It's been blocked. There was a strange, fiery energy within his body, frantically destroying his meridians. This is. Lei Lin's face turned deathly pale. He suddenly remembered. When those Narutos exploded, a surge of true energy entered his body. That was Shinji's true energy. When did you? Lei Lin looked up at Xingu in disbelief. Xingu walked up to him and looked down at him. From the very beginning. His voice was calm. You think I'm hiding? I'm laying the groundwork. Lei Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood. Xingu never intended to confront him head-on from the beginning. He kept hiding, leaving trails of fire on the ground. Those Hokage figures may appear to be mere afterimages of their movements, but in reality, each one is a trap. When there are enough Hokage, Xingu can use the myriad fire technique to control them and form a huge cage of flames. Lei Lin, on the other hand, has been in this cage from the very beginning. You tricked me. Lei Lin's voice trembled. He wanted to undo his cultivation and return to the level of a third-tier martial grandmaster. But he couldn't do it. Shinji's fiery true energy had already sealed off his meridians. Right now, he's just a lamb to the slaughter. You lost. Chapter 109 Wedding Night. Xingu walked up to Lei Lin and looked down at him. You lost. His voice was calm. Lei Lin lay on the ground, his face deathly pale. The fire within him was still burning, and the excruciating pain in his meridians rendered him completely immobile. I give up. Lei Lin gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. Let me go. I promise. I won't bother you again. Xingu remained silent. He simply stared at Lei Lin, his gaze eerily calm. A chill suddenly ran through Lei Lin's heart. This kid. You don't really want to kill me, do you? You can't kill me. Lei Lin's voice trembled. I am the eldest disciple of the Thunder God of War. If you kill me, my master will not let you off. A smile appeared on Shinji's lips. The God of Thunder? So what? Lei Lin was stunned. He didn't expect Xingu to answer like that. You're insane? Lei Lin's eyes widened. Do you know who my master is? He's a 5th-tier war god. No one in the entire Jiangqing dares to mess with him. If you kill me, he'll kill your whole family. Xingu squatted down and looked into Lei Lin's eyes. My master is Flame Lord. His voice was very soft. Do you think your master would dare to touch me? Lei Lin's face turned deathly pale instantly. Flame Lord? But you're just her disciple. Lei Lin gritted his teeth. My master isn't afraid either. Yeah? Xingu stood up. Then let's give it a try. He raised his right hand, palm down. Crimson flames surged from his body and condensed into a ball in his palm. The flames were hotter than before, and the air was distorted and warped by the heat. Etc. Someone suddenly shouted. Xingu turned her head and saw a middle-aged man stand up. It was Yun Tianhe. Xingu, calm down. Yun Tianhe's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lei Lin is, after all, the disciple of the Thunder God of War. If you kill him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, Xingu. Someone else spoke up. You've already won, there's no need to go all the way. Give him a way out. Our Yun family can't afford to offend the Thunder God of War. More and more people are speaking up to dissuade them. Fear was written all over their faces. The Thunder God of War was so renowned that even in Jiangcheng, which was so far away from the western regions, no one dared to provoke him. Xingu glanced at the group of people but remained silent. He turned his head and looked at Yun Mushi. Yun Mushi bit her lip, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Xingu withdrew her gaze and looked at Lei Lin. Did you hear that? His voice was calm. They're all telling me to let you go. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. Yes, please let me go, I promise. But I refused. Xingu interrupted him. Lei Lin's expression froze. What did you say? Xingu squatted down and looked into Lei Lin's eyes. You just said you wanted to kill my whole family. His voice was very soft, but every word seemed to come from an ice cellar. Then I'll tell you now. I hate being threatened the most. He stood up, and the flame in his palm grew brighter and brighter. Therefore, you must die. Lei Lin's face turned deathly pale instantly. No. He tried to struggle and escape, but his body was completely immobile. Xingu pressed his palm down. Flames burst forth from his hand. Boom! The flame struck Lei Lin and instantly engulfed him. Lei Lin screamed in agony as his body struggled amidst the flames. But the flames seemed to be alive, clinging to him tightly and giving him no chance to escape. Ah! Lei Lin's screams grew weaker and weaker. Finally, his body turned into ashes and scattered in the wind. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their minds completely blank. Lei Lin. Dead? Was he killed by Xingu? He really killed. Someone muttered to themselves. It's over. The Thunder God of War will definitely come for revenge. The Yun family is finished. Fear spread through the crowd. But Xingu ignored those voices. He simply turned around and looked at Yun Mushi. The wedding continues. His voice was calm, as if nothing had just happened. Yun Mushi paused for a moment, then nodded. She walked to Shin Ji's side and took his arm. Good. Her voice was soft, but her eyes were full of determination. Yun Tanchang lay on the ground, watching Shin Ji's back, his lips trembling. This son-in-law. He's a ruthless person. But it is precisely because of this ruthlessness that he was able to protect Mushi. The wedding continued, but the atmosphere was completely different now. Everyone looked at Xingu cautiously, their eyes filled with awe. This man dared to kill the disciple of the Mad Thunder God of War. Few people in the entire Jiangcheng have that kind of courage. The wedding ceremony includes bowing to the ancestors, serving tea, and entering the bridal chamber. Everything proceeded according to procedure. Xingu and Yun Mushi entered the new house. Red candles were lit in the room, emitting a faint fragrance. Yun Mushi sat on the edge of the bed, head down, cheeks slightly flushed. Xingu walked up to her and reached out to lift her red veil. Yun Mushi raised her head and looked at Xingu. Aren't you afraid? Her voice was very soft. The Thunder God of War will definitely come for your revenge. Xingu smiled. Afraid? If I were truly afraid, I wouldn't be alive now, having cultivated myself all this time. After Xingu finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head and kissed Yun Mushi's lips. Yun Mushi's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed. She closed her eyes and responded to Shin Ji's kiss. The red candles flickered. The temperature in the room is getting higher and higher. Shin Ji's hand reached for Yun Mushi's belt. Yun Mushi's cheeks flushed even more, but she did not refuse. She simply held Xingu tightly, as if trying to melt herself into his body. The clothes fell to the ground one by one. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Xingu picked up Yun Mushi and placed her on the bed. Yun Mushi's eyes were glazed over, and her cheeks were flushed. Be gentle. Her voice was soft, tinged with shyness. Xingu smiled and bent down. The red candle burned out. The sky gradually brightened. Xingu opened his eyes and looked at Yun Mushi in his arms. She was still fast asleep, a contented smile on her face. A voice suddenly rang in Shin Ji's mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's wife, Yun Mushi, is pregnant. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded one chance to win a prize. Xingu was stunned for a moment. Is she pregnant? So fast? He looked down at Yun Mushi, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems that last night's efforts were not in vain. Do you want to use your chance to win a prize now? The system's voice sounded again. Xingu thought for a moment and nodded. Use. Giveaway begins. A giant spinning wheel appeared in Shin Ji's mind. The wheel displays various rewards. Cultivation techniques, supernatural powers, innate talents, treasures. The turntable begins to rotate. It keeps spinning faster and faster. Finally, the pointer stopped on a gold square.